Chapter 1. The first day of Severing Ties, a reward of 1 billion. Congratulations, cousin. You've unexpectedly gained such a beautiful wife. Not only is she stunning, but she also hails from a prestigious family. It's truly enviable that you have landed such a tremendous fortune. Upon returning home from school, Chen Fan was greeted by his second cousin, Chen Haoyu, who wore a broad smile and enthusiastically congratulated him. Chen Fan felt utterly perplexed. Chen Haoyu, the current president of the student council at Jiangzhou University, often opposed him at every turn. So why this sudden change in demeanor? Something was amiss. Xiao Fan is back. Prepare yourself. Your engagement is in 2 days. At that moment, their grandfather, Chen Shanhai, spoke up. Engagement? Who's getting engaged? Chen Fan asked, bewildered. You're getting engaged. I found you the perfect wife. In 2 days, you will be engaged, and in 2 months, you shall hold your wedding, explained grandfather Chen Shanhai. Grandfather, Chen Fan immediately sought to protest. The woman I have chosen for you is from the illustrious Su family of Jinling. Upon mentioning the Su family, a look of longing and admiration appeared on Chen Shanhai's face. To become in-laws with the Su family of Jinling was something he would dream of and awaken from with a smile. That moment. Footsteps approached from outside, and a strikingly beautiful young woman with a tall stature entered, flanked by several attendants. However, there was a hint of arrogance and frivolity in her demeanor. Miss Su has arrived. Upon seeing her, Chen Shanhai promptly greeted her with a smile. The young woman nodded slightly. Xiao Fan, allow me to introduce you. This is your fiancée, Miss Su Junyao. Chen Shanhai introduced her to Chen Fan. As Chen Fan gazed at Su Junyao, he sensed something was amiss. It didn't take long for him to realize the reason. Su Junyao's belly was noticeably pronounced. Noticing Chen Fan's gaze, Su Junyao did not attempt to conceal it. Instead, she proudly declared, I am already with child, and the father is my idol. Moreover, I will not terminate this pregnancy. I shall carry the child to term. Upon Su Junyao's straightforward admission, Chen Shanhai's expression shifted slightly. Why would the daughter of the eminent Su family willingly marry his grandson? It was, of course, due to the child's existence. Having conceived prior to marriage, the head of the Su family had no choice but to arrange a marriage for Su Junyao to legitimize the child. At that moment, Chen Shanhai, who was visiting the Su family, had suggested his grandson, Chen Fan. Meanwhile, observing the proud Su Junyao and then glancing at Chen Fan, Chen Haoyu wore a smug expression. Chen Fan's face turned pale with anger. His grandfather was actually insisting that he marry a woman who was already with child. Well, Xiao Fan's just a child. A man must be responsible. Do not let this concern you, urged Chen Fan's aunt, Chen Yuzhen, from the side. Cough, cough. Once Miss Su gives birth, let the child take your surname. Treat the child as your own. It's really not a big deal, grandfather Chen Shanhai reassured Chen Fan. Before Chen Shanhai could finish speaking, Su Junyao beside him let out a cold laugh and disdainfully remarked, how could the child bear his surname? My idol's child must carry my idol's surname. He is unworthy after our engagement. He shall adopt the surname Qin. Moreover, you will do whatever I instruct you to do without a hint of complaint. Additionally, although we are engaged, you are not permitted to lay a finger on me. I will visit my idol in the capital twice a month, and you must not voice any objections. Su Junyao even imposed numerous rules upon Chen Fan. Upon hearing this, even grandfather Chen Shanhai's expression shifted. It was rather excessive. Yet in order to secure a union with the Su family, Chen Fan had no choice but to endure this slight. Xiao Fan, really, Su Mrs. conditions are not so terrible. You must bear with it, grandfather Chen Shanhai spoke. Cousin Chen Haoyu, Aunt Chen Yuzhen, and several other relatives echoed in agreement. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Xiao Fan, you must seize it. If you agree to be with Miss Su, you will rise to greatness. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's anger intensified. That a year prior, his parents had gone missing under mysterious circumstances, and since then, he had faced constant hostility within the Chen household. With his parents gone, Chen Fan cherished familial bonds deeply, enduring the excessive demands of these relatives time and again, only to find their behavior becoming increasingly outrageous. Each instance left him more disheartened. Now they expected him to smile while playing the role of a ninja turtle. How much more could he bear? If it's so wonderful, why don't you all go and be with Miss Su yourselves? Chen Fan challenged the assembly. Chen Fan, how dare you speak like that? Aunt Chen Zhen rebuked him angrily. Are you no longer a member of the Chen family? Grandfather Chen Shanhai's expression darkened as he declared, Chen Fan, if you still consider yourself part of the Chen family, you must agree to this marriage. At this, Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. Chen family? Do you truly consider me one of your own when you push me in the fire pit? Very well. If that is the case, I shall no longer be a part of this Chen family. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with you. As these words left Chen Fan's lips, a profound silence enveloped the Chen family, an unexpected turn that left everyone in shock. Even Su Junyao regarded Chen Fan with an expression tinged with surprise. Chen Fan, what are you saying? If you sever ties with our family, we shall reclaim everything you possess. You will be left destitute. Without the Chen family, you will become a lowly pauper. The Chen family members angrily chastised him. I offer you one last chance to retract your words. Otherwise, should you ever regret this decision and wish to return to us, it will not be so easy. Grandfather Chen Shanhai spoke. Coldly, I will never regret this. Chen Fan replied resolutely. After finishing, he took out paper and pen, drafting a letter of severance and signing his name. Sign it, he said, placing the document in front of Chen Shanhai. Enraged by his defiant grandson, Chen Shanhai seized the pen in a fit of anger and scrawled his signature. Ha! Within 3 days, he will squander all his money and return to us in tears. 3 days? I doubt he will last even 2. When he finds himself penniless, he will undoubtedly kneel and beg for his grandfather's forgiveness, they sneered. Without the Chen family, he will lead a life more miserable than an ordinary person, and he will be destitute. The Chen family members exchanged sardonic remarks. For them, Chen Fan severing ties was an immense stroke of fortune. With Chen Fan no longer in line for inheritance, they would stand to gain significantly more in the future. Folding the severance letter, Chen Fan stated calmly, from this moment forth, I have no ties to the Chen family. As his words faded, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, first day of severance, reward of 1 billion. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Chen Fan picked it up to see. Your account ending in 5169 has received 1 billion yuan balance, 100,317 yuan. Chapter 2. The Billion Yuan Reward. Chen Fan held his breath, gazing in disbelief. 1 billion indeed, 1 billion. In an instant, he transformed from a university student with barely 300 yuan into a billionaire with 10 billion at his disposal. The system is remarkable. Just moments ago, he had contemplated taking on part-time work to make ends meet after severing ties with the Chen family. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he awakened to the system and was granted 10 billion in assets. Exhilarating. Grandfather, since Chen Fan has severed ties with our family, we should reclaim everything belonging to him, including his phone and bank cards. As for the clothes on his back, let's leave them. We wouldn't want him to end up on the streets without even a garment, suggested his cousin Chen Haoyu, reveling in the misfortune. That's unnecessary. Such actions would make the Chen family appear petty. He likely has less than 500 yuan in his bank account, considering his monthly allowance is only 800 yuan, retorted Aunt Chen Yuzhen with a scoff. Only 800? At that moment, even Chen Haoyu was taken aback. The Chen family, being a prominent lineage in Jiangzhou, typically provided their young heirs with monthly allowances in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. It turned out Chen Fan received a mere 800 yuan, poorer than many university students from ordinary families. What a pitiable state. No more than 500? Upon hearing Aunt Chen Yuzhen's words, Chen Fan couldn't help but smirk internally. If only she could see his current bank balance. He wondered what expression would grace her face. Since you're no longer a member of the Chen family, begone, Aunt Yuzhen scolded Chen Fan. Chen Fan abruptly severed ties with them, shattering all his previous plans, which incited Chen Shanhai's fury. Just as Chen Fan intended to leave, an unexpected voice rang out. Wait! Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Junyao, the daughter of the Su family, stepped forward with an enigmatic demeanor. I never expected you to possess such backbone, to directly cut ties with the Chen family. Su Junyao fixed her gaze upon Chen Fan. How about this? As long as you marry me and fulfill my expectations, it would not be impossible for me to truly wed you in the future. I am granting you this opportunity, so kneel and thank me. Chen Fan's decisive break with the Chen family had elicited a flicker of admiration from Su Junyao. A person like you should be married off to someone from the Chen family instead, Chen Fan retorted. He held no affection for Su Junyao. Setting aside the fact that he already had a girlfriend, he would not entertain such a proposition regardless. Su Junyao's expression turned frigid at his response. I am bestowing upon you an opportunity that countless others dream of. Her tone turned chilling as she continued. Although you have severed ties with the Chen family, they were once your kin, and they likely will not act too harshly. But we, the Su family, are different. If you dare to defy me, your fate will be dire exceedingly so. Oh, and regarding your girlfriend, do you truly believe she is enamored with you as a person? Su Junyao insinuated ominously. Before she could finish her words, the system presented a challenge. Challenge. Bring the Jinling Su family to ruin time limit. 100 days challenge reward. Complete ownership of the Linqiao Capital Group, valued at 100 billion, making you a billionaire. Chen Fan was taken aback as he beheld the system that, if he could bring the Jinling Su family to bankruptcy, he would acquire the Linqiao Capital Group, instantly elevating himself to the ranks of the wealthy. This task was indeed enticing. If you agree, I could even have the entire Chen family kneel and apologize to you, making them regret severing ties with you. Su Junyao's voice echoed again. Upon hearing her words, Chen Shanhai and the rest of the Chen family felt their hearts plummet. If Su Junyao truly compelled them to do so, they would not dare to refuse. At that moment, the entire Chen family, including Chen Shanhai, silently prayed that Chen Fan would not acquiesce, otherwise they would lose all face. Seeing Chen Fan remain silent, Su Junyao assumed she had persuaded him, a triumphant smile gracing her face. Are you tempted? Tempted? Not in the slightest. You can feel tempted by yourself. Chen Fan replied bluntly. Su Junyao, incredulous at his continued rejection, struggled to comprehend. She had extended such a generous offer, presenting him with a genuine opportunity to marry her, yet he showed no gratitude and outright declined. Unfathomable. I can make the Chen family kneel and apologize to me, making them regret their actions without any assistance from the Su family. With that, Chen Fan turned elegantly and departed. This fellow is rather intriguing. Su Junyao turned and walked outside. Rest assured, Miss Su, our Chen family will provide you with a satisfactory response. On the other side, Su Junyao commanded her subordinates. Make arrangements for me. I wish to meet someone, not a particularly extraordinary woman. After leaving the Chen residence, Chen Fan intended to hail a taxi. It is truly inconvenient to travel without a vehicle. Previously, Chen Fan had no car due to financial constraints. However, the situation had changed. He now had a staggering 1 billion in his bank account. As Chen Fan pondered this, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Challenge issued. Purchase a luxury car of your own. Challenge duration: 3 hours. Challenge reward: a premium villa in Jiangzhou. Chapter 3. Acquiring the premier mansion in Jiangzhou. Purchasing a car was a task within reach. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he contemplated acquiring a vehicle, the system presented him with such a task, truly fortuitous. Moreover, by purchasing a car for himself, the system would reward him with a magnificent villa in Jiangzhou. What an incredible deal! With this thought in mind, Chen Fan hastily summoned a taxi and made his way to the Lamborghini dealership in Jiangzhou. Upon entering the Lamborghini showroom, he was immediately approached by a charming saleswoman. How may I assist you, sir? She inquired. I would like to know what vehicles are available for immediate purchase. I am interested in buying one, Chen Fan replied, aware that the system allotted him a mere 3 hours to complete the task. Time was of the essence. Immediate purchases? We do have a few in stock, but an additional fee is required, the saleswoman explained, her tone slightly taken aback. Money is not an issue, Chen Fan responded nonchalantly. What he truly lacked was time. Very well, please follow me, she said, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she led him to the vehicles. Sir, this is our top-tier immediate purchase, the Lamborghini Aventador, often referred to as the Lamborghini Bull, she announced, standing before an awe-inspiring supercar. It is Lamborghini's most popular flagship model. Equipped with a cutting-edge 6.5L V12 engine, boasting a maximum power of 700 horsepower, and a body made entirely of carbon fiber composite materials. That will suffice. I'll take it, Chen Fan declared, interrupting her before she could finish. He was well aware of the Lamborghini Aventador's esteemed reputation, as it was one of his favorite supercars. Previously, in the Chen family, his cousin had received a Lamborghini Huracan, a lesser model, after achieving admission to a top 3 university in the nation. Much to the delight of the elder, this had sparked envy among Chen Fan and the other younger members of the Chen family. In contrast, his cousin Chen Haoyu, who had taken pleasure in belittling Chen Fan earlier, only owned a Porsche 718 worth around 8 or 900,000. Yet, before the Lamborghini Aventador, the Huracan seemed merely a younger sibling. Sir, the total cost for this Lamborghini Aventador, including all premier accessories, is approximately 11.79 million, plus an additional 800,000 for the markup, bringing the grand total to 12.59 million, the saleswoman informed him. As this is your first visit, I can waive the minor amount. So you would only need to pay 12 million, she added. Not a problem, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they finalized the contract. And Chen Fan promptly paid the 12 million to acquire this top-of-the-line Lamborghini Aventador. As Chen Fan officially acquired this luxury vehicle, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Task completed. Purchase a luxury car of your own. Congratulations. You have received a top-tier villa in Jiangzhou, Villa No. 8 at Yujing Mountain Villa, valued at approximately 65 to 80 million. Chen Fan gazed in astonishment and delight at the system's reward of a villa in Yujing Mountain. Yujing Mountain Villa is heralded as the premier villa district in Jiangzhou, the epitome of opulence and exclusivity, unmatched by any other. The residents of Yujing Mountain are the elite of Jiangzhou, either immensely wealthy or of noble lineage, and Villa No. 8 stands as the largest and most extravagantly decorated residence in the entire estate. It is indeed the crown jewel of Jiangzhou real estate. It is said that this villa had previously attracted the attention of many influential figures in Jiangzhou, but the developers of Yujing Mountain bestowed it upon a mysterious individual, leaving those who coveted it empty-handed. To Chen Fan's astonishment, the system's reward was none other than Villa number 8 at Yujing Mountain. With a single task, he effortlessly secured Jiangzhou's most magnificent residence. What an incredible windfall! Within mere hours, he had not only acquired a top-tier luxury car and an opulent mansion, but also amassed a fortune of nearly 1 billion, or rather, now over 980 million. Severing ties with the Chen family was undoubtedly the right decision. Amidst the envious gazes of countless onlookers at the Lamborghini dealership, Chen Fan drove his new vehicle directly towards the Yujing Mountain Villa district. After more than half an hour, he arrived at his destination. At that moment, the staff of Yujing Mountain awaited him at the entrance of Villa number 8, documents in hand. Are you Mr. Chen Fan? The staff inquired politely. That's me. Chen Fan replied with a nod. Consequently, the staff handed him the purchase contract for his signature. After a brief review to confirm the contract was in order, Chen Fan signed without hesitation. From this moment forth, Jiangzhou's most prestigious luxury residence, Villa number 8 at Yujing Mountain, belonged to Chen Fan. Once the formalities were completed, the staff provided a brief overview of Villa number 8. The entire villa spans over 590 square meters, featuring a custom-made D-Air armored door from abroad, capable of withstanding bullets and explosives. The villa boasts 11 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, a gym, a study, a private wine cellar, and a private cinema. Everything one could dream of in a luxury home is present in this villa, with its lavish decor alone costing over 30 million. In comparison, the Chen family's villa appeared woefully inadequate. Even Chen Fan, upon exploring the entire residence, felt a sense of disbelief. This was not merely a villa, but rather a palace in its own right. After the staff concluded their introduction, they departed, leaving Chen Fan to wander through his new abode. That evening, he summoned a private chef to deliver a meal directly to his door. The property management fees here soar to a staggering 1 million annually, and the estate boasts a 24-hour service staffed by several top chefs sourced from 5-star hotels, serving as private culinary artists for the villa residents, allowing them to order meals delivered right to their doorstep. After spending a night in the villa, the following morning, after breakfast, Chen Fan decided to drive to school. As he passed by the neighboring Villa number 9, he unexpectedly caught sight of an exquisite figure emerging from the residence. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with that stunning silhouette, as if he had encountered it before. Unfortunately, the figure vanished in an instant, leaving Chen Fan unable to discern any details. After the morning classes concluded, Chen Fan sought out his girlfriend, Song Manyu, who was also a sophomore. Upon their meeting, just as Chen Fan was about to discuss his severance from the Chen family, Song Manyu, in an exceptionally cold manner, interjected, Chen Fan, let us break up. Chapter 4. The day after the breakup. Upon hearing Song Manyu's words, Chen Fan was taken aback. Last year, it was Song Manyu who pursued him. and during their time together, she had been exceptionally considerate. Yet now, it seemed as though she had transformed into a different person, abruptly seeking to end their relationship. You have severed ties with the Chen family, haven't you? Song Manyu reiterated. Yes, how did you know? Chen Fan nodded. That is of no concern to you. What I wish to know is whether you can humble yourself before your grandfather and return to the Chen family. If you are willing to rejoin them, we can continue as a couple. If not, then we shall part ways immediately, with nothing further to do with each other. Song Manyu said coldly. She aimed to compel Chen Fan to submit to the Chen family and return. Just yesterday, she had discovered, to her utter shock, that Chen Fan had indeed severed his connection with the Chen family. This revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. The reason she was with Chen Fan was precisely because he hailed from the prestigious Chen family of Jiangzhou. Although his standing there was modest, he was still of direct lineage. Song Manyu had always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. Yet her ordinary background had kept her at bay from such heights until she encountered Chen Fan. She recognized this as her singular opportunity and fervently pursued him, ultimately succeeding. She had long anticipated that upon graduating from university, Chen Fan would marry her, thereby allowing her to seamlessly enter the elite world. Throughout their year together, she had diligently crafted the persona of a gentle and caring girlfriend, concealing her true self, which was utterly exhausting. Now, after a year of effort, Chen Fan had voluntarily severed his ties with the Chen family, leaving Song Manyu utterly shattered. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Returning to the Chen family is out of the question, Chen Fan declined firmly. Chen Fan, severing ties with the Chen family is the gravest mistake and the greatest regret of your life. Song Manyu exclaimed, dropping her facade. Without the Chen family, you are nothing but a worthless failure, destined to be a penniless nobody. Hearing her words, Chen Fan finally comprehended the situation. So, the reason you pursued me was solely because I belonged to the Chen family? At this point, Song Manyu dropped all pretense, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I was truly blind to have pursued you. I should have chosen Qian Lingqiu instead of you, this worthless being. She recalled a suitor named Qian Lingqiu, rumored to possess a family fortune exceeding 100 million. In her quest to marry into wealth, she had forsaken him to chase after Chen Fan. Little did she expect that now, Chen Fan had severed his ties with the Chen family. Damn it. Do you genuinely believe that without the Chen family, I will amount to nothing? Chen Fan retorted. He had come today with the intention of inviting Song Manyu to reside in the luxurious villa of his Yujing mountain resort. Fortunately, he refrained from speaking first. Otherwise, he might not have uncovered Song Manyu's true nature. It became evident that her association with him stemmed solely from the Chen family, bearing no connection to him as an individual. Chen Fan's heart was laden with self-mockery. Indeed, without the Chen family, you are nothing. You will surely regret severing ties with the Chen family. Song Manyu turned and stormed away, her disdain for the useless Chen Fan evident. After her departure, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt before Chen Fan. The window rolled down to reveal the visage of Su Junyao. Well, Chen Fan, did you truly believe your girlfriend's affection was genuine? Su Junyao inquired. Was this all orchestrated by you? Chen Fan's gaze was frigid as he questioned. Partially, yet not entirely. Su Junyao replied with a shake of her head. Initially, my plan was to discreetly inform Song Manyu of your severed ties with the Chen family, then to offer her money to encourage her to end things with you. However, I was taken aback when she decided to break up with you the moment she learned of your disassociation with the Chen family. I didn't even have to spend a dime. Su Junyao regarded Chen Fan with derision. At first, she had calculated how much she would need to spend or what threats she might employ to manipulate Song Manyu into ending her relationship with Chen Fan. Yet, unexpectedly, before she could act, merely sharing the news of Chen Fan's severance from the Chen family prompted Song Manyu to conclude their relationship. How laughable. Wasn't Chen Fan always boasting about having a girlfriend? Where's that now? I'll grant you one last opportunity. Kneel before me and propose in front of everyone, and I may choose to forgive you. I can pretend none of this ever occurred, Su Junyao declared. Dream on, Chen Fan retorted without hesitation. Very well. Prepare to endure the wrath of the Su family and Jinling. A glint of icy malice flickered in Su Junyao's eyes. With that, she commanded the driver to proceed. Standing still, Chen Fan's emotions remained largely unperturbed. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. It was only through severing ties with the Chen family that he discerned Song Manyu's motivations for being with him were purely due to the Chen family's influence. Parting ways like this may well be for the best. Beep. The day after severing ties, a reward of 100 ownership of the financial tower in Jiangzhou city center, valued at 1.3 billion, has been granted. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The reward for severing ties with the Chen family had arrived. And it was notably generous, an entire financial tower in Jiangzhou city center worth a staggering $3 billion. In an instant, his net worth soared past $2 billion. A few minutes later, Chen Fan received an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number. Is this Mr. Chen Fan? I am Sun Junfa, the former owner of the financial tower. You have purchased my building, and I have received the payment. When would you be available to sign the contract? Oh, Mr. Sun, I have time this afternoon. Chen Fan spoke up, and both parties agreed to sign the contract at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At the appointed hour, they convened in a conference room on the 33rd floor of the financial building. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Chen Fan and Sun Junfa, the contract was duly signed. Just as Chen Fan intended to explore the financial building, a tall figure entered the room. The tall woman possessed exquisite features and her beauty was nothing short of perfection, with not a single flaw to be found. Her skin was as white as jade, her legs long and graceful, her figure curvaceous, and her demeanor icy, reminiscent of a snow-capped mountain. At that moment, the stunning woman was clad in a professional outfit complemented by black stockings, exuding a distinctive aura. General Manager Xia has arrived. Allow me to introduce her. Sun Junfa said as he rose to make the introduction. This is General Manager Xia Ruoxue, the president of the Xia Group. Xia Ruoxue, the renowned beauty president of Jiangzhou. Upon hearing Sun Junfa's introduction, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Xia Ruoxue's name was well known among the elite of Jiangzhou. She had taken charge of the Xia Group, valued in the hundreds of billions, at a young age, and was admired by countless individuals. This is the new owner of the financial building, General Chen Fan. We have leased the entire financial building to the Xia Group, Sun Junfa continued. Today's meeting is to introduce both of you, as General Manager Xia will be transferring her rent payments to you in the future. After Sun Junfa finished speaking, Chen Fan understood the situation. He exchanged contact information with Xia Ruoxue. General Chen, I must attend a meeting, so I will take my leave. Xia Ruoxue said hurriedly after exchanging contact details. General Manager Xia is truly busy, Sun Junfa remarked with a hint of admiration. Despite being a woman, her prowess makes the top tycoons of Jiangzhou feel ashamed. In just 2 to 3 years, she has transformed the nearly bankrupt Xia Group into its current stature. Who else could achieve such a feat? Hearing this, Chen Fan felt a twinge of respect for Xia Ruoxue. In a mere few years, she had elevated a company on the brink of collapse to its present standing. Xia Ruoxue was not merely the most beautiful president in Jiangzhou due to her appearance. Her strength and capability were equally commendable. Afterward, Chen Fan departed from the financial building and returned to his school. In the evening, he drove back to his villa. As he parked in front of the villa, a white Bentley slowly came to a stop nearby. Shortly thereafter, an impeccably beautiful figure emerged from the Bentley. Upon seeing this exquisite figure, Chen Fan was taken aback. This stunning individual was none other than the renowned beauty president of Jiangzhou, Xia Ruoxue. What was she doing here? Had she come to discuss matters regarding the financial building? Chapter 5. Xia Ruoxue took the initiative to invite Chen Fan. On the other side, after stepping out of the car, Xia Ruoxue noticed Chen Fan standing in the distance, equally astonished. President Xia, I didn't expect to see you again, Chen Fan greeted. President Chen, Xia Ruoxue nodded slightly. What brings you here, President Xia? Chen Fan inquired curiously. Oh, I reside in Villa Number 9, Xia Ruoxue explained. Really? So you live in Villa Number 9? It turns out you are my neighbor, Chen Fan remarked. You live in Villa Number 8? Xia Ruoxue exclaimed in surprise, her expression shifting for the first time. The owner of Villa Number 8 was rumored to be a mysterious figure. Could it be this President Chen? After exchanging a few words with Chen Fan, Xia Ruoxue returned to her villa. Once she set her bag down, she peered through the window and caught sight of Chen Fan still in the courtyard. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of identity did this President Chen possess? In the evening, after dinner, Chen Fan was engrossed in his phone when a notification chimed. Do you have time, President Chen? Shall we take a stroll around the villa area together? The message was from Xia Ruoxue. Surprised by this message, Chen Fan pondered the unusual nature of Xia Ruoxue's overture, given her reputed aloofness in Jiangzhou. It was peculiar for her to invite him, someone she had just met, for a walk. Sure, Chen Fan replied, intrigued by what Xia Ruoxue might wish to discuss. 10 minutes later, they met in front of the villa. After exchanging pleasantries, they walked forward together. As Jiangzhou's premier villa district, Yujing Mountain Villa was situated at the foot of a hill, adorned with lush greenery and breathtaking scenery. After walking for a while, Xia Ruoxue finally got to the point. May I ask how much President Chen spent to acquire the financial tower? Taken aback by her question, Chen Fan responded, Why the sudden inquiry, President Xia? Let me be direct. I wish to purchase the financial tower from you, President Chen. Regardless of your expenditure, I am willing to offer you an additional 300 million. Xia Ruoshui stated plainly. After all, it was the location of her company. Renting it was less secure than owning it outright. 2 years ago, her company faced numerous crises, and she could not possibly gather such liquidity at that time. Recently, as her company flourished, she had been too preoccupied to address this matter until she heard this afternoon that Chen Fan had bought the financial tower. I'm sorry, but I currently have no intention of selling the financial tower, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. Logically, Xia Ruoshui's offer of an additional 300 million was quite generous. Yet the financial tower was Chen Fan's first and only asset to date. Selling it would leave him without any investments, just cash. That is quite unfortunate, Xia Ruoshui said, her disappointment evident. If one day Mr. Chen wishes to sell the financial tower, could he kindly contact me beforehand? Summer Ruoshui adopted a different perspective. This is not an issue, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. As the two conversed while walking, a fierce black dog suddenly charged out from around a corner ahead. Bark, bark, bark. This unleashed black dog, baring its teeth, lunged directly at Summer Ruoshui and Chen Fan. Upon witnessing this scene, Summer Ruoshui's complexion turned pale. An expression of panic overtook her. Just as she intended to turn away, in her haste, the heel of her high-heeled shoe unexpectedly broke. She stumbled to the right, where Chen Fan stood. Summer Ruoshui collided directly into his embrace, and instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her delicate waist. In that fleeting moment, Chen Fan felt an indescribable softness, like jade in his arms. In contrast to the flustered Summer Ruoshui, Chen Fan remained remarkably composed. At a critical juncture, he delivered a decisive kick towards the oncoming aggressive dog. The black dog yelped in pain, retreating a few steps. Bark, bark, bark. Although it did not advance further, the dog continued to bark furiously at Chen Fan and Summer Ruoshui, displaying an unyielding demeanor. Who dares to harm my son? A somewhat plump middle-aged man rushed over with haste. You hurt my son? He shouted angrily at Chen Fan. Your son? Chen Fan inquired. Yes, my son. What of it? The middle-aged man retorted. Oh, so your son is a dog, Chen Fan replied slowly. You. The plump man instantly erupted in fury. You harm my son. You must take him to the vet for an examination. If he suffers even the slightest injury, I assure you, you will regret it. Furthermore, you must bow and apologize to him. The man glared at Chen Fan, filled with concern for his dog. Sir, it is you who walked your dog without a leash. If this escalates, according to public security laws, you will bear the responsibility, Summer Ruoshui interjected, regaining her composure and stepping away from Chen Fan's embrace. Addressing the plump man with seriousness. What public security laws? They hold no weight for me, the plump man said defiantly. It was evident that anyone residing in the luxurious Jiangzhou villa must possess significant wealth, suggesting that this man's status was likely not ordinary. Who are you to threaten me with such laws? The plump man countered. I am Summer Ruoshui, president of the Summer Group, she replied coldly. Summer Ruoshui. You are the Summer Ruoshui of the Summer Group? Upon realizing her identity, the man's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his arrogant demeanor. Others may fear your Summer Group, but I do not. Today, if this brat does not bow and apologize to my son, this matter will not conclude. The plump middle-aged man gazed resolutely at Chen Fan and declared his stance. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruoshui let out a cold laugh. If you are not afraid of me, then are you not afraid of Mr. Chen? Who cares who he is? Even if he were the king of heaven, he must apologize to my son. The plump middle-aged man appeared indifferent. Mr. Chen is the owner of Villa Number 8 at Yujing Mountain Villa, Xia Ruoshui stated slowly. In an instant, the expression on the plump man's face froze, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He is the legendary owner of Villa Number 8? The plump man gulped hard, staring in astonishment at Chen Fan. I am the owner of Villa Number 8. Is there a problem? Chen Fan retorted. Upon receiving a definitive answer, the plump man nearly lost consciousness from shock. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. It was my lack of discernment that led to this offense against you. It is entirely my fault. In the next moment, the plump man's demeanor towards Chen Fan underwent a complete transformation as he repeatedly bowed and apologized, his attitude profoundly humble. Chapter 6. The Secret of Xia Ruoshui. Intimate encounter. The owner of Villa Number 8 is a legendary figure of unparalleled stature. Such an individual is someone whom one cannot afford to offend. Faced with the obsequiousness of a slightly rotund middle-aged man, Chen Fan found himself somewhat astonished, He had not anticipated that the identity of the owner of Villa No. 8 at Yujing Villa would be so imposing. Who, indeed, was the previous owner of this illustrious villa? Why should I not apologize to your son? Chen Fan retorted. Mr. Chen, it is my fault, entirely my fault. Your status is far beyond that of this insignificant creature. It was I who walked my dog without a leash. I who failed to recognize the mighty and inadvertently caused you distress. All of this is my error. The middle-aged man repeatedly expressed his apologies. I bear no grievance. But primarily you startled Ms. Xia, Chen Fan remarked, glancing at Xia Ruoshui beside him. Oh? The middle-aged man immediately grasped the situation and promptly bowed to Xia Ruoshui. Apologizing. Ms. Xia, it was my negligence in walking my dog without a leash. Your reprimand is entirely warranted. I sincerely apologize. I assure you, I shall never walk my dog in the villa area again and will not disturb you in the future. In conclusion, the middle-aged man made repeated promises. Mr. Chen is handsome and dashing, while Ms. Xia is as beautiful as a flower. Truly, you are a match made in heaven. I, Zhao, have intruded upon your rendezvous, and I am indeed blind. He further vowed to personally visit and offer his apologies. The middle-aged man mistakenly assumed that Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were a couple on a date. As Xia Ruoshui prepared to correct him, the middle-aged man spoke again. Mr. Chen, here is my business card. Please accept it. He produced a business card made of gold, respectfully extending it to Chen Fan with both hands. This card, crafted from over 20 grams of gold, boasted a value exceeding 10,000. Chen Fan accepted the card and observed the inscription, Chairman of Jiangzhou Qianbai Industrial Group, Zhao Linyo. Qianbai Industrial Group? Chen Fan mused, recalling that Zhao Linyong's company had assets of around 100 billion, considerably less than Xia Ruoshui's Xia Corporation. The reason the middle-aged man felt unperturbed by Xia Ruoshui was primarily due to his connection as the brother-in-law of Sun Yongtai, a prominent figure whose influence could shake the very ground in Jiangzhou. Mr. Chen, should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I am at your service, Zhao Linyong expressed, hoping to seize the opportunity to befriend Chen Fan, the owner of Villa No. 8. Very well, Chen Fan nodded, tucking away the card. By the way, when will Mr. Chen and Ms. Xia wed? I shall prepare a generous gift to celebrate, he inquired. Farewell, Ms. Xia, farewell, Mr. Chen. I shall not intrude upon your private world any longer. Goodbye. With that, the slightly rotund, middle-aged man hastily departed. Until the slightly plump middle-aged man departed with his fierce dog, Xia Ruoshui finally exhaled in relief. Thank you, Mr. Chen, she expressed gratefully, glancing at Chen Fan. The sudden approach of that ferocious dog had startled her, and had it not been for Chen Fan's timely intervention, she might have stumbled. She genuinely felt at a loss on how to confront such a daunting creature without his assistance. There's no need for such formality, Chen Fan replied. Are you perhaps afraid of dogs, Miss Xia? Your earlier reaction seemed rather exaggerated. Xia Ruoshui explained, I was bitten by a dog when I was young, and it left me with a psychological scar. I am particularly fearful of large and aggressive breeds. Ah, I see, Chen Fan nodded, understanding her apprehension. In that case, your reaction makes perfect sense. Mr. Chen, Xia Ruoshui said softly, could you please keep my fear of dogs a secret? It wouldn't bode well if word got out that the president of the Xia Corporation is afraid of dogs. You're the first outsider to know. Rest assured. Chen Fan assured her. Shall we return now, Mr. Chen? Xia Ruoshui suggested. However, as she took a step, she suddenly gasped, her body swaying to one side. Chen Fan quickly grasped her arm to steady her. Miss Xia, what is wrong? He inquired. My heel broke, and I think I've twisted my ankle, she lamented, glancing at her swollen ankle. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital? Chen Fan proposed. That won't be necessary. I have a first aid kit at home. A bit of ointment for bruising and pain should suffice, she replied, shaking her head. In that case, allow me to assist you home, Chen Fan offered, supporting her as they moved forward. Yet, after just 2 steps, Xia Ruoshui's expression contorted in pain, rendering her unable to walk. They found themselves in an awkward standstill. If you don't mind, Ms. Xia, perhaps I could carry you? Chen Fan suggested tentatively. It seemed the most viable solution at that moment. Is that appropriate? Upon hearing his words, Xia Ruoshui's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never been carried by a man before, and naturally felt embarrassed. But can you manage to walk back? Chen Fan pressed. Xia Ruoshui fell silent. What had initially seemed like a minor injury, easily remedied with some ointment, would likely worsen if she continued to walk. If her condition deteriorated, it could necessitate a lengthy recovery period, which would pose challenges for her company. Moreover, they were not far from home. Very well. I suppose I must trouble you, Mr. Chen, she relented, gritting her teeth. With that, Xiao Ruoxue shyly closed her eyes. Chen Fan effortlessly lifted the delicate and ethereal Xiao Ruoxue into his arms, and in that fleeting moment, a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. In Chen Fan's embrace, Xiao Ruoxue felt her heart race uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed with warmth. This was her first experience of such intimate contact with a boy throughout her school years. She had been wholly devoted to her studies, and upon graduating from university, she immediately entered the workforce, having never engaged in romantic pursuits. Now, nestled in Chen Fan's arms, she felt a bit dazed, her mind a blank slate. Chen Fan made his way towards Xiao Ruoxue's villa. A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. While still in Chen Fan's embrace, Xiao Ruoxue input the code for the villa's entrance. Chen Fan carried her into the villa. Suddenly, as he was about to set Xiao Ruoxue down onto the sofa in the living room, a piercing scream echoed through the air. In the next instant, a beautiful girl who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ruoxue, albeit younger, stood at the top of the staircase. Her mouth agape in astonishment as she stared at the two of them. What is going on between my sister and this boy? Is this something suitable for someone my age to witness? How thrilling. Chapter 7. The Chen family members were astonished. Chen Fan had yet to return on his knees. Just then, he unexpectedly encountered his ex-girlfriend's sister. Pardon me for intruding, the beautiful girl quickly interjected. Just pretend I haven't seen anything. Please continue. With that, she abruptly turned and swiftly retreated to her room on the second floor. However, upon returning, she did not shut the door, but instead peered through the crack. Her wide eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed down the stairs, her little face brimming with inquisitiveness. Xiao Mingming, stop peeking and go fetch the medical kit from my bedroom, Xiao Ruoxue called out. All right, Xiao Mingming replied obediently, emerging from her room to retrieve the kit. Moments later, Xiao Mingming descended the stairs. Sister, I truly went back to my room this time. You and your husband, carry on, I won't disturb you. Her serious tone caught both Xiao Ruoxue and Chen Fan off guard. Husband? They both froze at her unexpected address of Chen Fan. Mingming, what on earth are you thinking? This is Mr. Chen, my neighbor. He carried me back after I twisted my ankle, Xiao Ruoxue clarified. Oh, is that so? Xiao Mingming remarked, glancing at her sister's slightly swollen ankle, her face instantly reflecting embarrassment as she stuck out her tongue. In contrast to her mature and composed sister, Xiao Mingming exhibited a more lively and playful demeanor. Sister, let me help you apply the ointment. Before long, with Xiao Mingming's assistance, Xiao Ruoxue managed to apply the medicine on her ankle, and the situation improved somewhat. I should be fine by tomorrow. It won't hinder my work. Xiao Ruoxue sighed in relief. By the way, Mr. Chen, I forgot to introduce you. This is my sister, Xiao Mingming, Xiao Ruoxue suddenly remembered. Realizing she had yet to introduce her sister to Chen Fan. I thought she looked somewhat familiar. It seems I've seen her somewhere, Chen Fan remarked. Have you seen me? Xiao Mingming inquired with a curious expression directed at Chen Fan. Yes, aren't you the campus belle of Jiangzhou University? Chen Fan nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingming's eyes widened. Although she wasn't particularly fond of the title campus belle, it was indeed flattering that he recognized her. How do you know that? Oh, I'm a sophomore at Jiangzhou University, Chen Fan replied. Huh. Both sisters were utterly astonished by Chen Fan's revelation, which none of them had anticipated. A sophomore? Mr. Chen, you were so accomplished at such a young age, still only in your second year? That's impressive, Xiao Ruoxue mused internally. When she was a sophomore, she certainly couldn't compare to Chen Fan. In that moment, she felt a newfound admiration for him. So, you're a senior then, Xiao Mingming greeted him. Surprised to meet a sophomore at the very same place where she was just starting her freshman year. The two parties exchanged pleasantries and shared contact information. I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Chen, said Xiao Ruoxue sincerely. If it weren't for Chen Fan's presence tonight, I would have encountered numerous troubles. After a brief conversation with the two sisters, Chen Fan took his leave. Meanwhile, at the Chen family villa, several core members had gathered. Can you believe it? That scoundrel Chen Fan hasn't returned to seek our forgiveness, exclaimed Chen Haoyu, the second cousin, incredulously. His bank card probably still has 300 to 400 yuan left. Enough for 3 to 4 days of living. It's only been 2 days. His absence is quite reasonable, countered Aunt Chen Yushin. I am certain that within 5 days, he will return, weeping and pleading for our forgiveness, yearning to rejoin the Chen family, she asserted with unwavering conviction. 5 days is too long. I wager it will be no more than 4 days. That rascal Chen Fan dares to sever ties with us. When he returns, we must humiliate him thoroughly. So he understands that within the Chen family, he is nothing, another relative chimed in. Indeed, while he was a Chen, he could still manage outside. But now that he has cut ties, he will be nothing but a worthless beggar. When he finds himself destitute and desperate on the streets, he will realize the value of the Chen family. They speculated about Chen Fan's impending misfortunes. However, the elderly patriarch of the Chen family grew restless. He had anticipated that the young rascal would return today, begging for his forgiveness, but to his surprise, there had been no word from Chen Fan thus far. He had promised Miss Su that within 2 months, he would ensure Chen Fan willingly married her. Time was of the essence. I must stoke the flames, he decided. How you? You are also at Jiangzhou University. Tomorrow, seek out Chen Fan. Chen Shanhai directed his gaze towards Chen Haoyu. Haoyu paused momentarily before a look of realization crossed his face. Understood, Grandpa. I will certainly keep a close watch on Chen Fan tomorrow, he nodded. The implication was clear. The grandfather intended for him to create trouble for Chen Fan, pushing him further into despair until he meekly returned to the family. Time flew. And by noon the next day, Chen Fan waited outside the school cafeteria. A few minutes later, Song Manyu and her friend Han Inger approached the cafeteria together. Hey Manyu, ISNT that your boyfriend Chen Fan over there? Han Inger pointed out. Let me clarify, he is my ex-boyfriend. I must have been blind to have chosen him. Song Manyu replied seriously. Yes, your ex-boyfriend. But why is he standing at the entrance of the cafeteria? Surely he isn't waiting for you? Han Inger speculated. The words of her close friend resonated with the inner suspicions of Song Manyu. Angrily, she confronted Chen Fan, her voice frigid. Chen Fan, we have already parted ways. And reconciliation is utterly impossible. If you still possess any semblance of dignity, cease your relentless pursuit of me. Unless you return to the Chen family or amass a fortune worth billions, our paths shall never cross again, regardless of any calamity that may befall us. It is utterly childish to block my way at the restaurant entrance in a desperate bid for my forgiveness. How laughable. Her declaration immediately captured the attention of students entering and exiting the cafeteria. Was there a spectacle to behold? In an instant, a crowd began to gather around them. Hearing Song Manyu's words, Chen Fan could only shake his head in resignation. What fueled her unwavering confidence? Moreover, it was somewhat embarrassing. But he indeed possessed several billion, albeit a modest sum of merely 20 billion, though this was before the rewards for severing ties had been distributed just 3 days prior. I must clarify, I am here waiting for someone else, not for you, nor to seek your forgiveness. Chen Fan replied with calm assurance. Huh? Waiting for someone else? Who? Other than me, could you possibly be waiting for? Do not delude yourself. Song Manyu was entirely unconvinced by Chen Fan's words. However, before her statement could fully resonate, a melodious voice interjected, Senior Chen is waiting for me. In the next moment, a breathtaking figure approached. Chapter 8, the third day of severance, a voice, distinctly feminine. Upon hearing someone audaciously contradict her, Song Manyu turned her head with palpable disdain. She simply could not believe that, having severed ties with the Chen family, there would be any girl willing to dine with Chen Fan. Even if there were, they would surely be lacking in beauty, failing to compare with her exquisite appearance. However, when Song Manyu turned and caught sight of the approaching girl, she was rendered utterly speechless. She struggled to comprehend her own vision. Not only was Song Manyu taken aback, but the others present were equally astonished upon witnessing the arrival of none other than the illustrious campus beauty of Jiangzhou University, Xia Meiming. While Song Manyu's looks could be deemed attractive, she paled in comparison to Xia Meiming, whose beauty rendered her ordinary by contrast. Senior Chen, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shall we go eat together? Xia Meiming said with a hint of shyness as she approached Chen Fan, explaining that her professor had delayed her for a few minutes. At this moment, the crowd was engulfed in confusion. What on earth was happening? Why was Xia Meiming, renowned for her beauty and charm, dining with a seemingly unremarkable boy? This was utterly unfathomable. Despite being a freshman, Xia Meiming had attracted the attention of countless suitors, wealthy and handsome individuals, including the presidents of various student unions. Yet, none had garnered even a fraction of her affection. Now, seeing her with a boy like Chen Fan was simply implausible. Among those present, the most shocked was undoubtedly Song Manyu. In that instant, she finally accepted the truth of Chen Fan's earlier words. He was not waiting for her but for Xia Meiming. In comparison to Xia Meiming, she was rendered inconsequential. Yet this revelation only fueled her anger and disbelief. Just as she had taken the initiative to break up with Chen Fan, he was now entangled with the campus beauty. How could this be? What merit did Chen Fan possess? Did Xia Mingming remain unaware of Chen Fan's severed ties with the Chen family? Song Manyu speculated, pondering that this might indeed be the case. As Chen Fan and Xia Mingming were about to enter the school cafeteria, Song Manyu hastily interjected, Xia, you must not be aware that Chen Fan has cut all ties with the affluent Chen family. He no longer has any connection with them. And even if you were to be with him, you could never marry into the Chen family. Song Manyu adopted the guise of a well-meaning individual, attempting to expose Chen Fan's supposed deceit and rescue the unsuspecting Xia Mingming from his alleged scheme. Is that so? Yet, contrary to Song Manyu's expectations, Xia Mingming remained remarkably composed. I am indeed unaware of any connection between Senior Chen and the Chen family. Moreover, even if he has severed ties, why would I care? Upon hearing Xia Mingming's words, no one dared to refute her. It was rumored that Xia Mingming possessed a formidable background, likely rivaling that of the Chen family. This. Song Manyu was momentarily stunned. Not everyone is like you. In the end, Xia Mingming made a pointed remark at Song Manyu before entering the school cafeteria with Chen Fan. Standing still, Song Manyu dug her toes into the ground, wishing she could find a hole to burrow into, overwhelmed by embarrassment. How infuriating. Song Manyu clenched her fists, her resentment towards Chen Fan intensifying. She simply could not comprehend why the esteemed campus belle, with such an impressive identity and background as Xia Mingming, would associate with Chen Fan. It was utterly perplexing. A deep-seated jealousy surged from the depths of Song Manyu's heart. Surely, Chen Fan must have employed some underhanded means to deceive the innocent Xia Mingming, which explained her unwavering support for him. No, she must devise a plan to separate Chen Fan and Xia Mingming, to reveal the true nature of that worthless Chen Fan to her. Song Manyu plotted inwardly. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Xia Mingming had procured their lunch and found a secluded corner to sit. Senior Chen, how did you come to know my sister? After settling down, Xia Mingming gazed curiously at Chen Fan with her large, innocent eyes. Previously, she had taken the initiative to message Chen Fan, inviting him to the cafeteria, motivated by a simple desire to glean information about his relationship with her sister. Although her sister had explained last night that there was no connection between her and Chen Fan, Xia Mingming only partially believed her. She believed her sister's assertion that they were not lovers, but she could not accept that they were merely ordinary friends who had just met. She understood her sister, Xia Ruoshui's cold demeanor, if there were not a hint of affection for Chen Fan in her heart, even if her ankle were injured. She would never consent to being carried back to the villa by him. Thus, Xia Mingming surmised that the relationship between her sister and Chen Fan must be more complex than it appeared. This notion piqued the interest of the ever-curious Xia Mingming. I own the financial building in the city center. Your sister's company rents it from me. Chen Fan replied. Xia Mingming asked several questions in succession. Yet Chen Fan's answers yielded no surprising revelations. He and her sister indeed appeared to be ordinary friends. These two were remarkably tight-lipped, Xia Mingming silently critiqued. Yet the more normal they seemed, the more suspicious she became. She was not one to give up easily. After their meal, when Xia Mingming learned that Chen Fan had no classes in the afternoon and was returning to the villa, she immediately expressed her desire to hitch a ride with him, as she wished to go to her sister's home. Chen Fan agreed, and Xia Mingming headed to her university dormitory to retrieve a few items. With both agreeing to meet at the school gate, Chen Fan proceeded to the parking lot to fetch his car. On his way to the parking lot, the system's voice echoed in Chen Fan's ear. Ding, on the third day of severing ties, reward, 12 shares of the 100 billion group, Tingfei Group. Becoming the third largest shareholder of Tingfei Group. Chen Fan's eyes brightened instantly. To his astonishment, merely on the third day, the system had bestowed upon him shares in a 100 billion group. He had transformed from a scion of a prestigious family into the third largest shareholder of a corporation valued over 100 billion. This reward was remarkably timely, as he was currently in need of assets. Tingfei Group, one of the prominent companies in Jiangzhou, boasted robust strength and a market capitalization exceeding 100 billion. The system had granted him 12 of Tingfei Group shares, conservatively estimated to be worth 12 billion. Adding this to his previous assets, his net worth had now surpassed 35 billion. In just 3 days, his wealth had skyrocketed from a few hundred to over 30 billion. The pace of this ascent was astonishing. Previously, Chen Fan had no clear plan, but the system's challenge, which aimed to bring about the downfall of the Su family in Jinling within 100 days, now seemed achievable at this rate. He might soon find himself triumphing over the Su family. How remarkable! As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chen Fan arrived at the school parking lot, But before he could step inside, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 9. Significant discovery. The individual in question was none other than Chen Haoyu, Chen Fan's former cousin. As Chen Fan recognized Chen Haoyu, the latter also became aware of Chen Fan's presence. "Ah, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here," Chen Haoyu remarked with a playful smirk. He and his friends had just returned to school and were poised to follow their grandfather's orders to trouble Chen Fan. But this unexpected meeting in the parking lot proved fortuitous, saving them the effort of seeking him out. "Brothers, do you know who this is?" Chen Haoyu inquired, glancing at his 3 or 4 subordinates with an air of superiority. "Isn't this Chen Fan? He is Yu Ji's cousin, right?" One of the subordinates responded in hushed tones. "You're mistaken. This is my former cousin, but the current Chen Fan has voluntarily severed ties with the Chen family. He no longer bears any relation to me," Chen Haoyu declared loudly. "What? He voluntarily cut ties with the Chen family? Has he lost his mind?" exclaimed his companions in disbelief. "Is this kid even sane?" The subordinates regarded Chen Fan as if he were a lunatic. They had long dreamt of being scions of a prestigious family, yet here was Chen Fan, actively renouncing his connection to the affluent, an act they deemed utterly irrational. "Tell me, Chen Fan, it has been what, 3 days since you severed ties with our family? Do you regret it?" Chen Haoyu asked with a sense of triumph. "Regret? Huh. Severing ties with your family is the wisest decision I have ever made," Chen Fan replied with a smile. In the brief span since distancing himself from the Chen family, his worth had soared by over 3 billion. And this was merely the 3rd day. His value would continue to escalate, potentially surpassing that of the Chen family, even exceeding the illustrious Su family of Jinling. Moreover, even without the impending situation with the Su family, given his status within the Chen family, he would likely inherit little to no wealth. Take Chen Haoyu, for instance. Despite his current bravado, he was merely an ordinary figure among the younger generation of the Chen family. When the time came to distribute the family's wealth, even if he received a share, it would hardly exceed 10 billion. "Huh, Chen Fan, keep clinging to your bravado," Chen Haoyu sneered, dismissing Chen Fan's assertions. "What a laughable claim about making the right choice. Now that you've cut ties with us, I doubt you could even muster 1,000, no, not even 500. You've truly become destitute. How pitiful. By the way, Chen Fan, thanks to you, my grandfather gifted me a new car. Look at it, my brand new Maserati Gran Turismo, costing over 2 million upon delivery. Aren't you envious?" Chen Haoyu boasted, gesturing towards the sleek vehicle beside him. Chen Fan cast a fleeting glance at the Maserati Gran Turismo but said nothing, instead choosing to walk deeper into the parking lot. "Do you think Chen Fan is foolish for cutting ties with our family?" Chen Haoyu asked his subordinates. "Absolutely. This is beyond mere foolishness. Such a foolish person is hard to find in the entire world." The younger brothers quickly echoed Chen Haoyu's sentiments. "You, Chen Fan, have severed ties with our Chen family. In this lifetime, don't even dream of driving a luxury car worth over 2 million. You'll likely never even afford a shabby vehicle worth 50,000. Chen Haoyu, believing Chen Fan had backed down, shouted loudly. However, before his words could fully leave his lips, Chen Fan slid into his Lamborghini, worth over 10 million, parked deep in the lot, and started the engine. Witnessing this scene, Chen Haoyu's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Is that a Lamborghini bull?" he stammered, his voice trembling. Was he hallucinating? This was a top-tier luxury car with a price tag exceeding 10 million. In comparison, his Maserati seemed laughably inferior. Gritting his teeth, Chen Haoyu slapped himself hard. The crisp sound echoed, and he felt a sharp pain on his face. This was no dream, no illusion. If Chen Haoyu was in such disbelief, one could only imagine the shock of his younger brothers, who were left utterly speechless. Then, before Chen Haoyu's astonished gaze, Chen Fan gracefully drove past him in the Lamborghini Bull, worth over 10 million. How could this be? How could this happen? Chen Haoyu was flabbergasted. In his mind, after severing ties with their family, Chen Fan would surely descend into misfortune, becoming utterly destitute. Yet here he was, driving a luxury car of such caliber. This kind of vehicle was beyond even the most accomplished cousin from their family's younger generation. What was going on? How could Chen Fan thrive after leaving their family? This was utterly illogical, especially recalling how he had just mocked Chen Fan, flaunting his Maserati. Chen Haoyu felt a burning shame on his face. At this moment, he had truly lost all dignity. Standing there, Chen Haoyu was completely bewildered, while Chen Fan arrived at the school gate to pick up Xiao Mei. And together they headed straight to the villa at Yujing Mountain. On the way, Chen Fan received a call from Zhang Xingda, the president of Tingfei Group. Zhang congratulated Chen Fan on becoming the third-largest shareholder of their company and invited him to visit the group to get acquainted. "All right, Mr. Zhang. I'll come by tomorrow afternoon," Chen Fan decided after a moment's thought. "Great. We'll meet at the group tomorrow afternoon, then," Zhang confirmed. And they agreed on the time and place. After about half an hour, Chen Fan arrived at Yujing Mountain. After bidding farewell to Xia Mingming, who went to her sister Xia Ruoshui's villa next door, Chen Fan parked his car and returned to his own villa. With some free time on his hands, Chen Fan intended to thoroughly explore his new system. Mere minutes later, he made an infinitely significant discovery. Chapter 10. The shock of the Chen family upon learning Chen Fan's current status. The revelation that his system appeared capable of upgrading filled Chen Fan with exhilaration. The prospect of upgrades was simply marvelous. Presently, the rewards from the system were already quite substantial. One could only imagine how formidable they would become post-upgrade. As Chen Fan reveled in his delight, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Beep. Would you like to activate upgrade mode?" "Yes. No. What will happen if I activate the upgrade system?" Chen Fan inquired. "Once upgrade mode is activated, the system will reward experience points in addition to standard rewards based on the difficulty of the tasks assigned. Upon accumulating a specified amount of experience points, the system will level up. Upon upgrading, the daily rewards from the system, as well as task rewards, will increase several-fold, potentially reaching tenfold, several-fold, even tenfold." Chen Fan's breath quickened as he absorbed this information. It was worth noting that after severing ties with the Chen family, the system's daily rewards had already soared to around 1 billion. Should the system upgrade, the daily rewards could escalate to tens of billions, or even more. This was utterly astonishing. Moreover, this was merely a single-level upgrade. If he were to advance by 2 or even 3 levels, the daily rewards could exceed 100 billion. A daily influx of such staggering rewards would render crushing the Su family of Jinling a trivial matter. Chen Fan could potentially ascend to the pinnacle of wealth and become the richest man in the world within a few years, or perhaps even sooner. "Is there any punishment for failing tasks after activating upgrade mode?" Chen Fan prudently inquired. "No," came the system's reassuring reply. At that moment, Chen Fan made his decision. He would activate upgrade mode. Embracing this new phase would undoubtedly render his future endeavors more thrilling. With diligence, his wealth would multiply at an astonishing rate. In due course, not only would he overshadow the Su family, but he might also surpass the foremost family of the Great Xia, standing proudly at the zenith of power. Even if tasks were to remain unfulfilled, there would be no repercussions from the system. Activating upgrade mode was a venture with no risks and boundless rewards. Fortuitously, he had discovered the upgrade mode today. Otherwise, he would have missed out on an extraordinary opportunity. Beep. Upgrade mode activated. Current system level 1500. Requires 1,500 experience points to upgrade to level 2. The system's voice resonated again as Chen Fan successfully initiated upgrade mode. 1,500 experience points for an upgrade isn't too daunting, he murmured to himself. Now, as a level 1 system, he was already receiving daily rewards of 1 billion. If he were to ascend to levels 3, 4, or even higher, how staggering would the daily rewards become? Chen Fan's heart raced at the thought. At that moment, he received a message. Upon checking his phone, he saw it was from Xia Mingming, who invited him to join her at the Xia Corporation, led by Xia Ruoshui. As Chen Fan pondered, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Temporary task issued. Agree to accompany Xia Mingming to the Xia Group and conveniently tour your own financial building. Task duration, 2 hours. Task reward. A globally limited edition of 7 exquisite luxury timepieces. Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime. Task reward, 53 experience points. Oh? A task arrives so swiftly? Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had just activated the system's upgrade mode, and in the next moment, a task was issued. Indeed. Upon initiating the upgrade mode, the rewards for tasks included additional experience points. By completing this challenge, Chen Fan could earn 53 experience points, bringing him one step closer to a level 2 system. Moreover, the reward for this task was a globally limited timepiece, igniting Chen Fan's enthusiasm. As the saying goes, the impoverished indulge in cars, while the affluent revel in watches. Possessing a timepiece that befits one's status can be quite significant. Patek Philippe, a prestigious luxury watch brand, is universally acknowledged as the king of timepieces, symbolizing identity and status. It is favored by royalty, dignitaries, and magnates alike, with even the most affordable Patek Philippe watches costing hundreds of thousands. The reward offered by the system was indeed one of the most coveted watches from Patek Philippe. Intrigued, Chen Fan searched online for the Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime. It was revealed that this model was specially released to commemorate the 175th anniversary of the brand. Though there are 7 in total, only 6 are available for public sale, rendering it a globally limited edition. All right, let us go. Chen Fan messaged Xia Mengmeng. 10 minutes later, he drove with Xia Mengmeng, heading directly to the Xia group. Meanwhile, Chen Haoyu hurried back to the Chen residence. At that moment, in the Chen villa, aside from the elder Mr. Chen, Chen Yuzhen and others were present. How did it go, Haoyu? How did you fare with the task? Is that little rascal Chen Fan leading a miserable life now that he has left our family? The elder Mr. Chen casually inquired upon seeing Chen Haoyu return. Without a doubt, having departed from our family, that little brat Chen Fan will certainly find himself increasingly destitute. The members of the Chen family chimed in agreement. Hearing this, Chen Haoyu's face turned pale, and with a quivering voice, he said, "Grandfather, I did not complete your task." Huh. The elder Mr. Chen furrowed his brow, displeased. Was it so difficult for Chen Haoyu to handle this trivial matter of ensuring Chen Fan's downfall? Just as the elder was about to express his dissatisfaction, Chen Haoyu suddenly delivered shocking news. "Grandfather, Chen Fan is not only thriving, but is actually doing remarkably well. I witnessed him driving a Lamborghini worth over 10 million right past me." Huh? What? Haoyu, you must be joking. Chen Fan is now driving a luxury car worth over 10 million. Chen Yuzhen questioned in disbelief. Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Chen Haoyu affirmed with a nod. In an instant, the Chen family was enveloped in an eerie silence. The unfolding events diverged entirely from their expectations. Logically, after severing ties with the Chen family, Chen Fan should have descended into ruin, yet he seemed to flourish, even acquiring a luxury car worth millions. This was inconceivable. Utterly impossible. The faces of the Chen family members were etched with shock, confusion, and skepticism. Among them, the expression of old Master Chen was the most grim. He was reluctant to accept what Chen Haoyu had just revealed. How could that wretched Chen Fan possibly be thriving? Why was this happening? It was simply unreasonable. There had to be some hidden trickery at play. In old Master Chen's mind, Chen Fan was the most ordinary and mediocre among the younger generation of the Chen family. Destined for a future devoid of any achievements, he was considered the least impressive of them all. Thus, old Master Chen had unhesitatingly sacrificed Chen Fan to forge an alliance with the Su family of Jinling. Yet now he was being told that Chen Fan had independently acquired a luxury car worth millions, which only served to question his own judgment. No, this could not be true. He refused to be mistaken about Chen Fan. He remained steadfast in his belief that Chen Fan was destined for mediocrity, with no accomplishments ahead. Suddenly, Chen Haoyu interjected, "By the way, Grandpa, I heard something else about Chen Fan on my way back." Chapter 11. The Devious Scheme of Old Master Chen. What is it? Old Master Chen inquired with curiosity. "Grandfather, I heard that Chen Fan had lunch in the cafeteria with our university's belle, Xia Mengmeng," Chen Haoyu replied. "What?" Old Master Chen's brows furrowed. "I see." The members of the Chen family were still in a daze over Chen Fan's acquisition of a luxury car worth millions, when Old Master Chen suddenly spoke again. "What is it, father?" Chen Yuzhen asked. "I understand now why that little scoundrel Chen Fan is able to drive such an extravagant vehicle," Old Master Chen remarked, as though he had seen through Chen Fan's little ruse. This statement instantly piqued the curiosity of those present from the Chen family, and they all turned their gazes toward Old Master Chen. "Quite simply, Haoyu, that so-called belle you mentioned, her surname is Xia, correct?" Old Master Chen looked at Chen Haoyu. "Indeed. If all goes as expected, this belle should be the daughter of the Xia group," Old Master Chen stated. He had previously heard that the owner of the Xia group had 2 daughters. The elder had already taken over the company, while the younger seemed to have just entered university, and she was residing locally in Jiangzhou. "What? The daughter of the Xia group?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Although their Chen family was of notable stature, equal to that of the Xia group's heiress, if one were to assess their worth strictly, they paled in comparison. With the Xia group having only 2 daughters, it was evident that the future of the company lay with them. In contrast, the Chen family situation was different. When old Master Chen passed away, with so many members in the family, each would receive but a meager share of the inheritance. "Grandfather, there seems to be a rumor at school that Xia Mengmeng is indeed the youngest daughter of the Xia group." Chen Haoyu confirmed old Master Chen's speculation indirectly. "I suspect that the luxury car worth millions must belong to the Xia group's heiress. Chen Fan, somehow acquainted with her, may have borrowed it to flaunt in front of you, attempting to demonstrate that he is faring better after severing ties with our family." Old Master Chen remarked with a cold chuckle. "Yet the more he does this, the more it reveals that his life has deteriorated since separating from our Chen family. He can only rely on the charity of others and pretense to validate himself. How you, Yuzhen, come here? I shall instruct you on how to deal with Chen Fan. Old Master Chen had devised a plan. Chen Haoyu and Chen Yuzhen's eyes immediately lit up. They were unwilling to see Chen Fan thrive, the worse his circumstances became. Perhaps to the point of wandering the streets in destitution, the more pleased they would be. Now that their grandfather had a strategy against Chen Fan, they naturally supported it wholeheartedly. Thus, the two hurried over to heed old Master Chen's directives. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Xia Mingming had arrived at the Xia group and proceeded to Xia Ruoshui's office. Inside, Xia Ruoshui was diligently attending to her tasks when Chen Fan and Xia Mingming entered. Sister. Upon entering, Xia Mingming immediately enveloped Xia Ruoshui in a warm embrace. Oh, Mr. Chen, Mingming, what brings you here? Sister, I had some free time this afternoon, so I came to see you. Senior Chen wanted to take a tour of the company, Xia Mingming explained. Mr. Xia, I recently acquired this building, and I thought I would take a look today. Chen Fan replied with a nod. However, Chen Fan's more significant motivation was to fulfill a system task in order to obtain a limited edition Patek Philippe watch and gain experience points from the system. I see. Then I shall show Mr. Chen around, Xia Ruoshui said as she rose to her feet, just as she was about to personally guide Chen Fan on the tour. A senior executive from the Xia Corporation rushed in, exclaiming, Not good, Mr. Xia. There has been an incident. Chapter 12, the limited edition Patek Philippe has arrived. And a new mission is unveiled. What is it? Asked Xia Ruoshui, her delicate brows furrowed in inquiry. The senior executives were about to report when they suddenly noticed Chen Fan and Xia Mingming in the room, hesitating to speak. It's fine. Please go ahead, Xia Ruoshui urged. Manager Xia, this is company confidential information. Perhaps we could discuss it privately? One of the executives suggested. At this, Chen Fan interjected, since you have matters to attend to. Manager Xia, I shall take this opportunity to explore the building myself. It was understandable that the senior officials wished to keep company secrets from him. Moreover, completing the system's mission and exploring their financial edifice was of paramount importance. Very well, Mingming, please escort Director Chen on the tour. I will join you shortly after I finish, Xia Ruoshui instructed, allowing Xia Mingming to substitute for her. Okay. Xia Mingming, overwhelmed by company affairs, was eager to leave and nodded in agreement. Under Xia Mingming's guidance, Chen Fan began his exploration of the financial edifice. Once Chen Fan had departed, the senior executive finally spoke. Manager Xia, our raw material supplier, Namao Company, has abruptly announced the termination of our partnership. What? Xia Ruoshui's expression turned anxious. Namao Group was a crucial supplier for them. Their sudden withdrawal would lead to significant losses for the company. We have maintained a good relationship with Namao Company for so long. How could they suddenly sever ties with us? Xia Ruoshui questioned, bewildered. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her gaze sharpened. Could it be the work of Baisheng Group? Recently, the conflict between their Xia Group and the long-standing rival Baisheng Group had intensified. Baisheng Group, as a well-established enterprise in Jiangzhou, possessed a deep-rooted foundation and was slightly more powerful than the Xia Group. However, if the Xia Group wished to continue its growth, a confrontation with Baisheng Group was inevitable. Recently, Xia Ruoshui had been preparing for this impending battle. Since the Xia Group was actively preparing, it was certain that Baisheng Group would not sit idly by. It was highly probable that Baisheng Group was behind this. The executive nodded in agreement. Facing the predicament with Namao Company, Xia Ruoshui felt a surge of anxiety. This issue must be resolved swiftly, as any delay would be detrimental to the Xia Group. Immediately reach out to Tingfei Group, Gofeng Company, and Qianlin Group to inquire if they are willing to collaborate with us. We must quickly secure new partners. Xia Ruoshui commanded decisively. Understood. The senior executive nodded and promptly set to work. Meanwhile, after exploring the building for a while, the system's voice echoed in the air. Beep, agreeing to accompany Xia Mingming to the Xia Group, while also visiting the financial building, mission accomplished. Congratulations on receiving a globally limited edition Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime watch, one of only 7 in the world, placed in your villa study. Please check. Congratulations on gaining 53 experience points. With the successful completion of the mission, the globally limited Patek Philippe watch and 53 experience points were securely obtained. Chen Fan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Now he was only 447 experience points away from leveling up. After a brief tour, Chen Fan and Xia Mingming returned to Xia Ruoshui's office. At this moment, Xia Ruoxue was solemnly addressing an issue. Sister, what has happened? Xia Mingming could not contain her curiosity. Xia Ruoxue, not wishing to conceal anything, revealed the matter candidly. The issue was not overly secretive. And given her trust in Chen Fan, she expressed her concerns without reservation. Baisheng Group? Upon hearing this name, Chen Fan's gaze turned icy. The chairman of Baisheng Group, Kong Baisheng, shared a remarkably close relationship with the elder Chen, and their families could be considered allies. Chen Fan was taken aback to learn that Xia Ruoxue was also in competition with Baisheng Group. He reflected on the situation. At that moment, an important thought struck him. Just a few hours prior, he had acquired shares in Tingfei Group, becoming its third-largest shareholder. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Beep. Temporary mission issued. Assist Xia Ruoxue in resolving this crisis, while indirectly striking at Baisheng Group. Mission duration, within 48 hours. Mission rewards. 1 skill selection card. Choose any skill freely. Upon using the card, you will master that skill completely. Mission rewards. 58 experience points. As Chen Fan contemplated the system's task, the senior executive from earlier burst in, clearly flustered and disregarding Chen Fan's presence. General Manager Xia, as per your instructions. I contacted several others, and it appears they have all aligned in their refusal. I suspect that Baisheng Group has preemptively bribed them to ensure they do not collaborate with us, effectively cutting off our avenues. With the grim news, Xia Ruoxue's expression grew even more serious. Cursed Baisheng Group. For a moment, she felt somewhat at a loss. General Manager. What raw materials does Nanmao Company primarily supply to you? In what aspects do you collaborate with them? At this juncture, Chen Fan posed several specific questions regarding the cooperation between Xia Group and Nanmao Company. Although Xia Ruoxue was puzzled by Chen Fan's inquiries, she nonetheless provided detailed answers. Upon finishing, Chen Fan offered a mysterious smile and spoke gently. General Manager, I may be able to assist you with this matter. The Yum Group shares a remarkable relationship with the Chen family. Should the day arise when they find themselves at odds, it is certain that Yum Group would unhesitatingly side with the Chens. By stepping forward now, one not only fulfills a mission and reaps substantial rewards, but also assists Xia Ruoxue while simultaneously undermining Yum Group. Truly a trifecta of benefits. Mr. Chen has a solution? Xia Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Chen Fan. Indeed, I have some connections within Tingfei Group, Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. Mr. Chen, are you certain you can persuade Tingfei Group? I just contacted one of their vice presidents, and they outright rejected my proposal. A senior executive from the Xia family expressed deep skepticism regarding Chen Fan's assertion. Even if Mr. Chen has connections within Tingfei Group, can they possibly rival the influence of that vice president? Chapter 13. Why does the tycoon of Jiangzhou appear as meek as a lamb before Chen Fan? I was naturally assured. Chen Fan nodded. As the third-largest shareholder of the Tingfei Group, he possessed considerable confidence in managing such affairs. Give me half a day, and I will assist General Manager Xia, he stated. The senior executive seemed poised to say more, yet was silenced by Xia Ruoxue. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chen, she said, her gaze towards Chen Fan brimming with gratitude. It's a trivial matter, Chen Fan replied calmly, then retrieved his phone to call Zhang Xingda, the president of Tingfei Group, to arrange a dinner for that evening. Is dinner tonight feasible? Chen Fan inquired. Zhang Xingda readily acquiesced, absolutely. We shall meet at Wangjing Pavilion at 6 o'clock. Chen Fan nodded. Wangjing Pavilion, the most prestigious fine dining establishment in Jiangzhou, is unparalleled. Very well, they agreed. Time flew by, and at 6 in the evening, Chen Fan arrived at Wangjing Pavilion. Gazing upon the vast, antique structure, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Even during his time as a direct descendant of the illustrious Chen family, he had never dined here. Ironically, it was only after severing ties with the Chen family that he made his inaugural visit to Wangjing Pavilion. As the finest restaurant in Jiangzhou, the average expenditure per person, excluding beverages, soared into the tens of thousands. With drinks included, a meal could easily cost upwards of 100,000 or even several hundred thousand, making it unaffordable for even most affluent individuals. No sooner had Chen Fan seated himself than Zhang Xingda arrived in haste, accompanied by 2 vice presidents from Tingfei Group. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the 3 were taken aback. They had not anticipated such youthfulness from him. After a brief moment of surprise, they enthusiastically shook hands with him. Hello. Mr. Chen, you are remarkably accomplished at such a young age. After a few dishes were served and casual conversation ensued, Chen Fan swiftly broached the main topic. Collaboration with the Xia Group? Zhang Xingda, Though slightly taken aback by Chen Fan's proposition, smiled and nodded. Certainly, partnering with the Xia Group is advantageous for us. He began to elaborate. The Xia Group's strength is evident in Jiangzhou, and a collaboration would undoubtedly benefit Tingfei Group. Just as Zhang Xingde was about to agree, the vice president to his left, Zhu Yunjie, leaned in and whispered urgently, "President, we must not agree." Zhu Yunjie was the very vice president who had previously declined the overture from the Xia Group. "Why not?" Zhang Xingde retorted, bewildered by the suggestion to reject such a beneficial opportunity. "Mr. Feng has expressly instructed us to refrain from collaborating with the Xia Group," Zhu Yunjie clarified. Mr. Feng, the second largest shareholder of Tingfei Group, held a higher position within the company than Chen Fan. What? Zhang Xingde narrowed his eyes, realizing that both the second and third largest shareholders were involved in this matter. In a moment of indecision, Zhang Xingde found himself in a predicament. If he acquiesced, he would offend General Manager Feng. If he refused, he would anger General Manager Chen, leaving him caught between two fires. This vice president seemed to ponder whether certain matters could not be addressed directly. Chen Fan spoke, sensing an unsettling feeling stirring within him. "I apologize, General Chen, but the group cannot comply with your request," Zhu Yunjie bluntly stated, standing in stark opposition to Chen Fan. Zhu Yunjie, a trusted confidant of General Feng, harbored no fear of Chen Fan, the third largest shareholder. "Whether the group can comply is not a decision for you, Vice President," Chen Fan coldly retorted. Zhang Xingde attempted to mediate the situation, but Zhu Yunjie, with a hint of menace, interjected, "President, do not forget that General Feng's shares are nearly equivalent to those of the largest shareholder, General Jiang. Should General Feng acquire even a fraction more, he could ascend to the position of the new largest shareholder, rendering General Chen's influence, well, rather diminished." Zhang Xingde sighed softly, acknowledging the validity of Zhu Yunjie's assertion. With no other option, he reluctantly resolved to offend General Chen. At this, a smirk of triumph flitted across Zhu Yunjie's face. However, before Zhang Xingde could voice his thoughts, an exclamation pierced through the tension. "General Chen, you are here as well." In the next instant, a slightly portly middle-aged man hurried towards them, exuding a sycophantic demeanor as he greeted Chen Fan with a handshake. Upon recognizing the man, Zhang Xingde and Zhu Yunjie's expressions shifted dramatically. "Zhao Linyong, what is he doing here?" This portly figure was none other than the domineering man they had encountered previously while Chen Fan and Xia Rushui strolled through the Yujing mountain villa. The one who had walked his dog without a leash. Confirming Zhao Linyong's identity, Zhang Xingde and the others hastily rose to pay their respects, greeting him with deference. "General Zhao." "Greetings, General Zhao." Yet, Zhao Linyong appeared oblivious to their presence, completely ignoring them as he continued his ingratiating conversation with Chen Fan. Despite Zhao Linyong's blatant rudeness, Zhang Xingde and his companions dared not utter a word of dissent. Setting aside the terrifying fact that Zhao Linyong was the nephew of the influential Sun Yonai in Jiangzhou, they could not afford to offend him on his own account. As they observed Zhao Linyong fawn over Chen Fan, a wave of disbelief washed over them. Had they truly witnessed the notoriously arrogant Zhao Linyong acting like a docile lamb before Chen Fan, desperately seeking his favor? The incredulity was staggering. In the midst of their shock, a chilling realization dawned upon them. If Zhao Linyong could behave so submissively, the significance of Chen Fan's identity must be monumental. The more they pondered, the greater their trepidation grew. "General Chen, I have agreed to collaborate with the Xia Group. Today, no matter who arrives, they shall not impede our progress," Zhang Xingde promptly declared, casting a pointed glance towards Zhu Yunjie. Observing Zhao Linyong's demeanor, and considering how this young general manager Chen had acquired shares worth billions from their group, Zhang Xingde became increasingly convinced of Chen Fan's exceptional capabilities. Thus, he promptly made a decisive resolution. In that moment, Zhu Yunjie found himself at a loss, restless and uneasy. Vice President Zhu, our branch office in the outlying region has been struggling lately. You should go there and provide some guidance." To demonstrate his sincerity and stance, Zhang Xingde relegated Zhu Yunjie to the distant branch. Compared to General Manager Chen, what was the significance of the second largest shareholder, President Feng? Even if President Feng were to visit and encounter Zhao Linyong, he would have to show utmost respect. With a heavy heart, Zhu Yunjie slumped into his chair. Realizing that his career was effectively over, Zhang Xingde's decisiveness was commendable. Witnessing this, Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. The matter was settled. Having said that, Chen Fan took out his phone and sent a message to Xia Rushui, instructing her to immediately dispatch someone to finalize the contract with Zhang Xingde. Meanwhile, Xia Ruoxue anxiously awaited in her office. President Xia, do not harbor excessive hopes. The likelihood of collaborating with Tengfei Group is exceedingly slim, remarked a senior executive. This situation is orchestrated by the formidable Baisheng Group, and it is highly improbable that the young General Manager Chen can easily navigate it. The chances of General Manager Chen facilitating a partnership with Tengfei Group are less than 1%. Is that so? Xia Ruoxue retorted. Unlike this executive, she held an unwavering belief in Chen Fan. Just as her words echoed, a message from Chen Fan arrived. Chapter 14. Mission accomplished. Could it be that General Manager Xia has already been won over by General Manager Chen? Upon unlocking her phone, Xia Ruoxue's face blossomed with a subtle smile, instantly rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Witnessing this moment, even the female executive present in the office was momentarily entranced. It was her first time witnessing General Manager Xia smile, and it was simply too enchanting. Director Zhou, what were you just saying? Xia Ruoxue inquired, turning her gaze towards the corporate executive. The executive pondered briefly before responding, somewhat bewildered. I mentioned that the likelihood of General Manager Chen persuading Tengfei Group to collaborate with us is less than 1%. What is the matter, General Manager Xia? Director Zhou, your prediction was inaccurate. That 1% has indeed materialized, Xia Ruoxue replied slowly. Really? You mean to say that General Manager Chen convinced Tengfei Group to partner with us? Director Zhou was left utterly astonished, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Yes. And General Manager Chen just sent me a message instructing me to send someone over. We can sign the contract right now, Xia Ruoxue added. Right now. Director Zhou was flabbergasted. This was something she had never anticipated. General Manager Chen was truly remarkable in just a few short hours. He had secured Tengfei Group's cooperation and effortlessly foiled the machinations of Baisheng Group. Impressive indeed. General Manager Xia, perhaps I should go sign the contract and, while I'm at it, apologize to General Manager Chen for underestimating him. Director Zhou volunteered eagerly. I will go personally, if you wish to accompany me. You are welcome to do so, Xia Ruoxue decided. Since General Manager Chen had personally facilitated this matter, she naturally wanted to express her gratitude in person. With that, Xia Ruoxue and Director Zhou set off towards Wangjing Pavilion restaurant. Meanwhile, within the restaurant, Chen Fan was engaged in conversation with Zhao Linhou. As their discussion progressed, they found themselves contemplating Wangjing Pavilion. The owner of Wangjing Pavilion is truly raking in profits. It's practically a money-printing machine, Zhao Linhou remarked. His desire for Wangjing Pavilion palpable. Oh, is Wangjing Pavilion really that impressive? Chen Fan asked, taken aback. Well, the profits are one thing, but more importantly, Wangjing Pavilion is the premier dining establishment in Jiangzhou. For any significant business banquets, the affluent and influential individuals of Jiangzhou prefer to come here. Over time, many of Jiangzhou's elites have become members of Wangjing Pavilion, resulting in an extensive network of connections that has been cultivated over the years, Zhao Linhou explained. This network of connections was what he truly coveted. After hearing Zhao Linhou's words, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He began to contemplate Wangjing Pavilion as well. With the system in place, his assets were rapidly multiplying, yet he lacked a commensurate network of connections. This was Chen Fan's shortcoming. If he could establish a network to match his growing wealth, he would thrive. Securing Wangjing Pavilion would be ideal. Just as Chen Fan and Zhao Linhou were engrossed in conversation, Xia Ruoxue and Director Zhou arrived. Chen Fan facilitated introductions between both parties. In the presence of Chen Fan and Zhao Linhou, Xia Ruoxue officially established a long-term collaboration with Tengfei Group, effortlessly alleviating her troubles and thwarting the schemes of Baisheng Group. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Assist Xia Ruoxue in overcoming this challenge while subtly undermining Baisheng Group. Task completed. Congratulations! You have received one skill selection card, enabling you to choose any skill and master it completely, achieving mastery level. Congratulations! You have gained 58 experience points. With the task accomplished, the skill selection card was secured. Initially surprised by the task's rewards, Chen Fan recognized it as good news, indicating that the system not only rewards tangible assets but also offers skills as rewards. Mastery-level skills are invaluable, particularly potent ones that can prove crucial in special circumstances. Now that he had completed the task, Chen Fan could freely select a skill of his preference. The value of this reward rivaled that of a Patek Philippe. As for which skill to acquire, Chen Fan would contemplate carefully. Once the contract was signed, Zheng Xingde and Zhao Linhou departed, leaving only Chen Fan, Xia Ruoxue, and Director Zhou present. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. Director Zhou spoke earnestly. Mr. Chen, may I inquire about something? After a moment's hesitation, Director Zhou could not suppress the urge to ask. Oh, what is it? How did you manage to secure a partnership with Tongfei Group in such a brief span of 3 to 4 hours? Upon hearing this, even Xiao Ruoshui turned her gaze towards Chen Fan, intrigued. The reason is quite simple. I am the third largest shareholder of Tongfei Group, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Mr. Chen is a shareholder of Tongfei Group. Director Zhou's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief. Mr. Chen is remarkable. As the hour grew late, Director Zhou intended to escort Xiao Ruoshui home, but she declined. No need, Director Zhou. You may leave. I will return with Mr. Chen. What? Director Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Was she hearing correctly? Xiao Ruoshui had voluntarily chosen to ride back with Mr. Chen. This is intriguing, Director Zhou thought. Glancing at Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui, her face illuminated with curiosity. In Jiangzhou, Xiao Ruoshui was renowned for her aloof demeanor. She maintained a considerable distance from everyone, even women. Yet now, she had chosen to ride back with Mr. Chen. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of her. Something was amiss. There was undoubtedly more to their relationship than met the eye. Had Xiao Ruoshui already been captivated by Chen Fan? If this news were to spread, countless young talents in Jiangzhou would undoubtedly harbor animosity towards Chen Fan. Recognizing the delicacy of the situation, Director Zhou wisely chose to depart. Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui emerged from the restaurant, and just as Chen Fan was about to return, Xiao Ruoshui expressed her desire for a leisurely stroll by the riverside. The Wangjiang Pavilion, situated elegantly along the riverbank, beckoned them. Mr. Chen, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Xiao Ruoshui began. Had it not been for Mr. Chen, she would have faced a considerable predicament, and at such a critical juncture, the consequences would have been dire. I owe you a favor, Mr. Chen. Thus, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will never turn you away. With this promise, Xiao Ruoshui assured him. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, for her words had caught him by surprise. The pledge of the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou, the head of the multi-billion-dollar Xiao Corporation, carried immense weight. As they continued their stroll along the river, Xiao Ruoshui and Chen Fan engaged in delightful conversation, unknowingly drawing closer in their budding relationship. Eventually, Xiao Ruoshui took Chen Fan's car back to her residence. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Fan eagerly made his way into the study, where he anticipated the arrival of the globally limited Patek Philippe watch, of which only 7 pieces exist. Upon entering the study, he caught sight of a mysterious wooden box that had appeared on his desk. As he approached and opened it, an exquisitely crafted watch revealed itself before him. This was the Grandmaster Chime, a reward bestowed by the system. Chen Fan adorned himself with the watch, feeling immense satisfaction. A timepiece of such caliber was not merely rare in Jiangzhou, but ranked among the finest in the entire nation. On the 3rd day after severing ties, he had rewarded himself with a substantial stake in Tongfei Group, and he was filled with anticipation for what rewards the 4th day might bring. Chen Fan eagerly awaited the forthcoming rewards, hoping that the system would not disappoint him. Chapter 15, the 4th day of severance in a luxurious villa in Jiangzhou. 2 elderly gentlemen in their 60s or 70s engaged in conversation. One of them was the venerable Chen Shanhai, the patriarch of the Chen family, while the other was Kong Baixing, the chairman of the Baixing Group. Old Chen, I heard that a disgrace has emerged from your family, publicly severing ties with the Chens? Kong Baixing remarked with an air of amusement. Humph, that wretched scoundrel will come to regret his actions, the elder Chen replied, his countenance darkening. If it's inconvenient for you to intervene, would you like me to teach that rascal a lesson? Kong Baixing offered, his tone suggesting a playful jest. No need. If I cannot handle this minor issue, I am unworthy of being the head of the Chen family, Chen Shanhai firmly declined. He estimated that within a week, Chen Fan would be back, weeping and pleading for forgiveness. Alas, had it not been for the meddling of that young heiress from the Xia family, it would have taken merely 3 days. By tomorrow, the bond between Chen Fan and that campus belle would shatter, adding fuel to the fire for that wretched child. Recalling his earlier plans and the instructions given to Chen Haoyu, Chen Shanhai felt a surge of confidence. Observing the elder's demeanor, Kong Baixing chose to remain silent, merely enjoying the banter without any intent to intervene. After all, a junior like Chen Fan was hardly worthy of his direct involvement. Is it not a privilege to be born into a prominent family? Why would he wish to sever ties? I cannot fathom whether your grandson has lost his mind or been kicked by a donkey, Kong Baixing scoffed, expressing his disdain. Were I to have such a grandson, I would certainly break his legs. However, just as he finished his remark, his phone rang unexpectedly. Kong Baixing answered, astonished. Chairman, your strategy targeting the Xia Group has been thwarted. They have found a new supplier, the general manager of Baisheng Group reported urgently. What? How is that possible? Kong Baixing exclaimed, his previous composure evaporating. He had anticipated that the Xia Group might resolve the issue eventually, as it was merely a matter concerning a supplier, not an insurmountable dilemma. The crux of the matter was that he had only secured a partnership with the Namao company just hours ago. How could the Xia Group have already rectified the situation? He had previously speculated that the Xia Group would require 10 days or perhaps a week to address the matter, yet they had resolved it in less than 7 hours. Did you not inform other companies to refrain from collaborating with the Xia Group? Kong Baixing inquired, his tone incredulous. I did give notice, but the Tungfei Group disregarded our instructions, the general manager replied, equally exasperated. They dare to defy us? We must teach the Tungfei Group a lesson, so they understand the consequences of opposing the will of Baisheng Group, Kong Baixing commanded, his face pale with rage. With the collapse of his plan against the Xia Group, he was left with no choice but to devise a new strategy. Well now, old Kong, it seems you are facing troubles as well. Would you like my assistance? This time, it was the turn of old Master Chen to speak. I refuse to believe that we cannot handle the mere Xia family group, Kong Baixing said with a darkened expression, clearly ready to adopt a more ruthless approach. To be honest, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I share your distaste for the Xia family group. Old Master Chen concurred, recognizing their alliance, wherein their fortunes were interlinked. Subsequently, Kong Baixing prepared to arrange the next steps. While old Master Chen took his leave, time flew by, and the next day at noon, just after class, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, on the 4th day of severance, reward, 100 ownership of the prestigious restaurant Wangjing Pavilion in Jiangzhou, becoming its new proprietor. Wangjing Pavilion is valued at approximately 1 billion. Huh. Upon seeing this system reward, Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. No way, this must be a joke. Just yesterday, he had contemplated acquiring Wangjing Pavilion, and today the system granted him complete ownership. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. Marvelous. The system is incredible. With Wangjing Pavilion now in his possession, his net worth would soar by around 10 billion, pushing him past 46 billion. Adding his luxury cars, opulent residences, and limited edition Patek Philippe, he estimated his wealth could reach 47 or even 48 billion. Just 2 or 3 billion more, and he would breach the 50 billion mark. Yet, that was not all. According to Zhao Linyong, the restaurant's most valuable asset lay in its extensive network of connections. Now that Chen Fan had become the new owner of Wangjing Pavilion, he could inherit this vast network, perfectly compensating for his shortcomings and allowing him to thrive. Today's system reward was truly exceptional. With a smile, Chen Fan exited the academic building, only to unexpectedly encounter Xia Mingming below. Senior Chen, are you looking for me? Xia Mingming approached him. Huh. Chen Fan looked bewildered. He hadn't sought out Xia Mingming. No, I wasn't he. Didn't someone notify you that I wanted to see you and told you to come to this building? Xia Mingming was equally puzzled. As the two stood there in confusion, Chen Haoyu approached with a group of people. Xia Mingming was lured here by his fabricated message, intended to publicly expose Chen Fan's heartless nature before her. Xia Schoolflower, you've been deceived by Chen Fan, Chen Haoyu proclaimed with a feigned expression. Huh. Xia Mingming was bewildered. Chen Fan is a scoundrel who has deceived your feelings. He is far from a good man, Chen Haoyu continued. Xia Mingming was even more perplexed, glancing at Chen Fan as if to question the sanity of the individual before her. Let him perform. It's like watching a clown, Chen Fan whispered to Xia Mingming, curious to see what Chen Haoyu could conjure up. You accuse me of being heartless. Come, enlighten me on how I am so, Chen Fan retorted. Chen Haoyu was just about to follow his own script, but upon hearing Chen Fan's question, he immediately replied without hesitation, for your own interests. You have driven our Chen family to a perilous brink, disregarding even the slightest semblance of familial affection. Are you not devoid of both compassion and loyalty? Chapter 16. An unexpected encounter at Wangjing Pavilion. Is Chen Fan truly unworthy of dining here? He mused. The truth of his words struck a chord. Should Chen Fan refuse to ally with the Su family, the Chen family would be the first to suffer should the Su family unleash their wrath. The fury of the Jinling Su family was not something a mere minor aristocracy like theirs could withstand. Thus, Chen Haoyu shifted the entire burden of responsibility onto Chen Fan. Miss Xia, Do you not believe that Chen Fan is devoid of affection and loyalty? Chen Haoyu directed his gaze towards Xia Mingming. What do you mean by acting in my best interest? It is evident that you seek to sacrifice my life for your own benefit. To compel me to wed a woman who is already with child in the name of your so-called family interests is quite absurd. If you are so altruistic, why do you not marry her yourself? Your greatness could resolve the crisis facing the Chen family. Chen Fan retorted fiercely. In that instant, Chen Haoyu found himself at a loss for words. He was not foolish. He would never marry someone like Su Junyao. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Xia Mingming's understanding deepened, especially upon the mention of a union. Her emotions surged, and she shot back. Is this what you call being unfeeling and ungrateful? If I were Senior Chun, not only would I sever ties with your family, I would likely set fire to the Chun residence. Xia Mingming continued her barrage against Chen Haoyu. He stood there, stunned. Why is she reacting so passionately? This is not what I anticipated. Senior Chun, your choice to distance yourself from the Chen family is indeed the wisest decision, she concluded, taking Chen Fan's arm and departing. Left behind, Chen Haoyu was bewildered. What was happening? He had intended to disrupt the bond between Chen Fan and Xia Mingming, yet it appeared he had inadvertently strengthened it. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was already driving, taking Xia Mingming to Wanjiang Pavilion. He was treating her to lunch. After all, dining there as a guest offered a vastly different experience from that of a proprietor. On the road, Xia Mingming appeared somewhat despondent. Senior Chun, how wonderful it would be if you and my sister were together, she suddenly remarked. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by her statement. Senior Chen, I can understand your situation. Our family's complexities surpass even those of the Chen family. Xia Mingming spoke softly. Her earlier agitation stemmed from the reality that many women from affluent families were often trapped in the fate of arranged marriages, while she still had youth on her side. Her sister's circumstances were far less fortunate. Despite being hailed as the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou, the vast Summer family overshadowed the Summer Group in Jiangzhou, rendering it seemingly insignificant. Strictly speaking, the Xia Group in Jiangzhou is merely a subsidiary. The headquarters of the Xia family is not located here. Unless my sister propels the Xia Group to greater heights, she may find herself unable to dictate the course of her own future marriage. During the last holiday, she faintly heard that the elders in the family had begun preparations for her to enter into a strategic alliance through marriage. The prospective match appears to be from an even more formidable family. If the elders of both families were to finalize their intentions, my sister would be in a precarious position. Thus, Xia Mingming had just expressed her hope that Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were already together. A mere 10 minutes later, Chen Fan and Xia Mingming arrived at the entrance of Wanjiang Pavilion. As they parked, they noticed Chen Yuzhen arriving with several friends. Sister Chen, did we arrive too suddenly? Will there be a table for us at Wanjiang Pavilion? One companion inquired. Reservations at such esteemed establishments are highly sought after. With a playful smirk, Chen Yuzhen boasted. Even if there are no available tables for others, there will always be one for me. I am a distinguished member of Wanjiang Pavilion. My annual expenditure here reaches several million. Just as Chen Yuzhen was reveling in her status at the entrance of the restaurant, Chen Fan and Xia Mingming approached. From a distance, upon spotting Chen Fan, Chen Yuzhen was momentarily taken aback, then sneered with the utmost scorn. Oh dear. A place like Wanjiang Pavilion is certainly not meant for someone of your impoverished stature. Chapter 17. The astonished Chen Yuzhen. What are you, to compare yourself with President Chen? Not to mention that Chen Fan has already severed ties with the Chen family, even when he was part of the Chen household. He could scarcely afford a meal at the esteemed Wanjiang Pavilion. To see Chen Fan standing before the Wanjiang Pavilion now strikes Chen Yuzhen as a profound irony. With a cold smile, Chen Fan retorted, this place is beyond my reach. Do you truly believe you belong here? Upon hearing his words, a triumphant grin spread across Chen Yuzhen's face as she boasted, naturally, I visit Wanjiang Pavilion at least 5 times a month. Tell me, is this not a place I can frequent? Perhaps you could have before, but today you shall not pass through its grand doors. Chen Fan spoke slowly. And as he did, he casually sent a text message. To think I cannot enter the Wanjiang Pavilion today. What an international joke. Do you really think you are someone of significance? This is utterly hilarious. Chen Yuzhen erupted in laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. How dare you suggest that Sister Chen cannot enter the Wanjiang Pavilion? Preposterous. Is this boy even awake? In Jiangzhou, is there a place our Yuzhen cannot enter? A few of Chen Yuzhen's companions could not help but mock Chen Fan. Standing tall, Chen Yuzhen confidently declared to him, Chen Fan, now I shall demonstrate how I can enter Wanjiang Pavilion with utmost legitimacy. As for you, a penniless wretch, you are destined only to stand before its doors. Inhaling the aroma, forever barred from entry, condemned to dine on the sort of street food even dogs would disdain. With that, Chen Yuzhen strode confidently toward the entrance of Wangjiang Pavilion. Yet, before she could step inside, the welcoming staff at the entrance interjected, "I apologize, madam, but we are fully booked for lunch today. There are no available tables. Should you wish to visit us again, please make a reservation in advance." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuzhen's companions fell silent, caught off guard. However, Chen Yuzhen maintained a calm demeanor, as if she had anticipated this. "Do not worry." She glanced at her companions and confidently retrieved a special card from her bag. "Behold, I am a distinguished member of your Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Yuzhen, with privileges that include skipping the queue and avoiding reservations." With authority, she tossed her premium membership card to the staff. "Premium member?" The staff's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing those words. "So may I enter now?" Chen Yuzhen inquired. "Yes, of course. As a premium member, you are entitled to such privileges. My earlier oversight was regrettable. Please." The staff member politely bowed and gestured for her to enter. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yuzhen's smile radiated even more brightly. Chen Yuzhen turned her head, brimming with pride, and said to Chen Fan, "Little one, do you see? I am about to dine at Wangjiang Pavilion, while you can only watch from the outside, forever barred from entering." With that, Chen Yuzhen took a bold step towards the entrance of the pavilion. Unfortunately, before her foot could touch the ground, a man in a suit, in his 30s, intercepted her. "Ah, Manager Zhao, what are you doing?" Chen Yuzhen inquired, surprised upon recognizing the man as the head manager of Wangjiang Pavilion. "Miss Chen, what brings you here?" Manager Zhao retorted. Naturally, I intend to dine. What else could I possibly do?" Chen Yuzhen replied, "Manager Zhao, please do not obstruct my path. Time is of the essence." She attempted to step forward once more, but Manager Zhao blocked her again. With an unwavering gaze, Manager Zhao coldly declared, "Miss Chen Yuzhen, I regret to inform you that you cannot enter today." What did you say?" Chen Yuzhen erupted in fury. In front of Chen Fan, that little brat, and her companions, this Manager Zhao had the audacity to deny her entry. Why? There is no reason. You simply cannot enter. If you must have an explanation, consider it that there is no place for you inside." Manager Zhao replied with an arrogant shrug. At that moment, Chen Fan and Xia Mingming approached. "Well, I told you that you would not be allowed in today. Do you believe me now?" Chen Fan remarked nonchalantly. Instantly, Chen Yuzhen's face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Fan leaned in and whispered a few words to Manager Zhao. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the previously arrogant Manager Zhao immediately donned a fawning smile. "Please, do come in," Manager Zhao said with utmost respect, inviting Chen Fan and Xia Mingming inside. "Chen Yuzhen, we are going in, while you can only watch from the outside." Chen Fan echoed her earlier words back at her. Chen Yuzhen was instantly infuriated. In the next moment, with Chen Yuzhen seething in frustration, Chen Fan and Xia Mingming leisurely stepped into Wangjiang Pavilion to dine. Meanwhile, Chen Yuzhen and her companions remained outside. "You said there was no space inside. How can he enter if there is no place for me?" Chen Yuzhen shouted, pointing at Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao found her words amusing. "What is your status to compare with Mr. Chen? Who do you think you are?" He retorted bluntly. "Who am I? I am Chen Yuzhen, a distinguished member of Wangjiang Pavilion," she replied. "Oh, indeed." At the prompting of Chen Yuzhen, Manager Zhao suddenly recalled the situation. He promptly took Chen Yuzhen's VIP card from the welcoming staff and produced a pair of scissors he had prepared beforehand from his pocket. In front of Chen Yuzhen and all the attendees, Manager Zhao decisively severed her VIP card into two halves. Following this, he declared loudly, "From this moment on, you, Chen Yuzhen, are no longer a senior member of our Wangjiang Pavilion. Furthermore, you are now placed on our blacklist and shall never again dine at Wangjiang Pavilion." Manager Zhao's words fell upon Chen Yuzhen like a thunderclap, leaving her completely frozen in shock. What was happening? Being blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion meant she would be ostracized. Several patrons exiting the restaurant after their meal murmured among themselves upon hearing Manager Zhao's proclamation. To be blacklisted by Wangjiang Pavilion would undoubtedly render her a subject of ridicule among the elite of Jiangzhou. Chen Yuzhen's dignity was utterly shattered. Why? Chen Yuzhen screamed. Why was Chen Fan allowed entry while she was not? And why was her membership card revoked, even leading to her being blacklisted? Chen Yuzhen was consumed by rage. Today, she had truly lost face, especially in front of Chen Fan, whom she held in the utmost contempt. How could she continue to exist in Jiangzhou after this? After a brief spell of throwing a tantrum, Chen Yuzhen gradually regained her composure. At this moment, reflecting on the recent events, she suddenly understood the reason behind it all. Chapter 18. Summer Mingming's audacious plan and Chen Fan's terrifying revenge. She had just directed all her attention towards Chen Fan, completely disregarding the beautiful girl beside him. If nothing unexpected occurred, this striking girl, who appeared to be of similar age to Chen Fan, must be the so-called campus belle, Summer Mingming, as mentioned by Hao Yu. The reason Chen Fan was able to enter, while she was obstructed at Wangjiang Pavilion, having her VIP card cancelled and even being blacklisted, was undoubtedly instigated by Chen Fan. Encouraging Summer Mingming to act. Summer Mingming must be a more formidable diamond member of Wangjiang Pavilion. Chen Yuzhen attributed everything that transpired to Summer Mingming. As for the notion that Chen Fan managed to enter Wangjiang Pavilion on his own merit, Chen Yuzhen had never even entertained such a thought. What was Chen Fan? A discarded scion severed from the Chen family, a mere wastrel. How could he possibly gain entry to Wangjiang Pavilion on his own? He might as well wait for the next life to attempt that. Damn Summer Mingming, damn the Summer family. Chen Yuzhen seethed through gritted teeth. Without the towering support of Summer Mingming, Chen Fan was nothing but refuse. And what of Hao Yu? Had he not been commanded by the old master to dismantle the relationship between Chen Fan and Summer Mingming? How was it that they were now dining together at Wangjiang Pavilion? Chen Yuzhen muttered her dissatisfaction. Her nephew, Chen Hao Yu, was equally a failure. At this moment, Chen Yuzhen had lost her appetite entirely. Thus, she swiftly drove back to the Chen family estate. Upon her arrival, she discovered the old master was absent. Yet Chen Hao Yu and another girl were at home. Chen Yuzhen unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Chen Hao Yu, fresh from being reprimanded by Summer Mingming at school. Returning home to another round of berating from his aunt, Chen Hao Yu felt utterly constrained, his anger simmering within. What were you thinking? The old master had arranged everything so well. Why did you not follow his orders? Chen Yuzhen directed her frustration and fury, previously aimed at Chen Fan, squarely at Hao Yu. I am equally at a loss. Chen Hao Yu defended himself. Chen Fan and Summer Mingming did not adhere to the conventional approach. Before I could even act upon grandfather's instructions, I was chastised by Summer Mingming, leaving me no opportunity to speak. Moreover, their relationship seems to have grown even closer. What on earth were you doing? Chen Yuzhen berated him. All right, Aunt, Hao Yu's capabilities are limited. Allow me to handle the matter of teaching Chen Fan a lesson. Interjected another young woman in her 20s from the living room. Her name was Chen Itsue, a third-year student at another university in Jiangzhou. And she was Chen Hao Yu's biological sister, thus also a cousin to Chen Fan. In the Chen family, Chen Itsue was regarded as more accomplished than Chen Hao Yu. Chen Hao Yu ascended to the position of student council president through the illustrious reputation and connections of the Chen family. While Chen Itsue leveraged the financial backing of the Chen family to establish her own personal studio, currently reaping an annual income exceeding 10 million. Indeed, Itsue, your intervention could undoubtedly deliver a severe reprimand to that little brat, Chen Fan. You are the beacon of hope for our Chen family. Chen Yuzhen nodded, possessing unwavering confidence in Chen Itsue's capabilities. Little did she expect that after a week away from home, such turmoil would arise. Chen Itsue scoffed disdainfully. How dare Chen Fan sever ties with the Chen family? Who does he think he is? Previously, Chen Itsue held her cousin Chen Fan in utter disdain, having exchanged no more than a few words with him. Yet now he audaciously claims to distance himself from the Chen family. What a heartless and ungrateful wretch. He merely clung to a minor heiress of the Xia group, not to the renowned Xia Ruoxue, the most beautiful and esteemed president of Jiangzhou. Does he truly consider himself invincible? Chen Itsue dismissed Chen Fan entirely. Had Chen Fan attached himself to Xia Ruoxue, she would have turned and walked away without a second thought. As the president of the Xia group, only the elder could challenge them. Their status was insufficient. If Chen Fan had genuinely allied with Xia Ruoxue, perhaps he could have posed a real threat to the Chen family. Alas, he merely sought refuge with Xia Ruoming, who had just entered her freshman year, possessing little more than some financial resources. The notion that Chen Fan could leverage Xia Ruoming's influence against the Chen family was laughable, utterly absurd. Hao Yu, this afternoon, I shall accompany you to your school, Chen Itsue declared. Very well, sister. I am counting on you to help us restore our family's honor, Chen Hao Yu responded with excitement. He was well aware of his sister's prowess. With her involvement, Chen Fan was destined for ruin. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoming dined at the Wangjiang Pavilion restaurant, engaging in lively conversation that allowed Chen Fan to gain a general understanding of the Xia family's situation. He was astonished to learn of the Xia family's magnitude. From Xia Ruoming's words, it seemed that the Xia family was not inferior to the Su family. Look at this, we are both daughters of prominent families. Just consider the character of General Manager Xia Ruoxue and Xia Ruoming, and then compare it to Su Junyao. The disparity is palpable. This afternoon, Xia Ruoming had defended him against Chen Haoyu and previously against Song Manyu, for which Chen Fan felt immense gratitude. In Jiangzhou, should any matters arise, you and General Manager Xia may certainly reach out to me, he offered. Since they had assisted him, it was only natural for Chen Fan to extend his support in return. Thank you, Senior Chen, Xia Ruoming replied, nodding appreciatively. Initially, she had felt indifferent, but suddenly, as she looked at Chen Fan and recalled her sister's circumstances, a bold plan began to take shape in her mind. The more she contemplated it, the more feasible the plan appeared. Of course, this remained merely a thought for the time being. The specifics would depend on future developments. After dining, Chen Fan and Xia Mengmeng departed from Wangjiang Pavilion, returning to their school. At noon, under the directive of Kong Baixing, Baixing Group commenced the formulation of a formidable retaliation against Tengfei Group. Those who dare to oppose Baixing Group will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Time swiftly passed, and in the afternoon, Chen Itsue confidently arrived at Jiangzhou University with her brother, Chen Haoyu, as she prepared to take action against Chen Fan. Chapter 19. The Chen sibling scheme. Is Chen Fan's Patek Philippe fake? As Chen Itsue and Chen Haoyu stepped out of the car, a junior of Chen Haoyu was already waiting in the parking lot. Brother Yu, I've gathered some information. This afternoon, Chen Fan's class, along with other sophomore students, is attending a lecture, the junior reported. Excellent, Chen Haoyu nodded in satisfaction. Have you prepared as I instructed? Chen Itsue inquired with a knowing glance. Earlier that noon, she had inquired about Chen Fan's recent activities. Upon learning a certain piece of information about Chen Fan from her brother, she immediately devised a plan. Rest assured, sister. I have everything arranged. They will arrive shortly, Chen Haoyu replied decisively. This time, Chen Fan will have no way to escape. Without Xia Mengmeng by his side to support him, I am eager to see how he will handle this. Chen Haoyu sneered. Sister, you've thought this through. It's wise to act when Xia Mengmeng is not near Chen Fan. This way, our plan is foolproof. Chen Itsue expressed her satisfaction with the scheme. Beside her, Chen Haoyu clenched his fists in anticipation. Having been bested by Chen Fan twice before, he was confident that with his sister's assistance, Chen Fan would soon become the laughingstock of Jiangzhou University. Meanwhile, due to the school's arrangements, Chen Fan and many other sophomores gathered in a large auditorium capable of accommodating hundreds for a lecture. Shortly after they entered, Chen Haoyu, Chen Itsue, and a man in his 30s carrying a black briefcase and a suit entered through the back door. Chen Itsue exchanged a knowing glance with her brother, who immediately understood and approached the front where Chen Fan was seated. Is that not Chen Fan? What a surprise to run into you here. Chen Haoyu feigned an unexpected encounter, his voice laden with feigned astonishment. Chen Fan glanced at Chen Haoyu, disinterested in engaging with him. Yet, the more Chen Fan ignored him, the more Chen Haoyu pressed forward. Wow, Chen Fan, is that a Patek Philippe worth several 100,000 you're wearing? You must be quite wealthy. Chen Haoyu suddenly exclaimed loudly. The mention of a watch worth hundreds of thousands instantly captured the attention of everyone present. In an instant, the gazes of countless individuals converged upon Chen Fan and Chen Haoyu. The audience consisted mostly of sophomore students, for whom even 10,000 yuan was a significant amount. As for hundreds of thousands, it was an astronomical figure. The very mention of someone wearing a watch worth such a sum was bound to draw attention. Wow, wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands. Impressive. Who is this brother? How extraordinary. He must be from the affluent Chen family. It makes sense for him to wear such an expensive watch. The crowd murmured softly, yet Chen Haoyu's voice cut through the whispers, dripping with sarcasm. But Chen Fan, you have severed ties with our Chen family, even leaving with nothing. Where did you acquire the funds to purchase a Patek Philippe worth hundreds of thousands? Surely, you must be flaunting a counterfeit watch. A cold smile crept across Chen Fan's face. The timepiece he wore was not merely a watch. It was a globally limited edition of only 7, a prestigious reward from the system. How could it possibly be fake? The system, which effortlessly bestowed items worth billions, could not be mistaken about a mere watch. What? Chen Fan has cut ties with the Chen family? He is no longer a member of high society. How could he afford such a luxury? It must be a fake. Voices echoed in agreement. Yes, it has to be a counterfeit. This scoundrel is attempting to show off before us with a fraudulent watch. It's truly repugnant. Indeed, He has severed relations with the Chen family and yet pretends to be affluent, wearing a fake watch. What an absurdity. Chen Haoyu's accomplices, positioned within the crowd, amplified the sentiment, deliberately inciting a reaction. Upon hearing the insinuation that Chen Fan wore a counterfeit to impress them, many in the crowd began to join in the derision. My Patek Philippe is indeed authentic, Chen Fan replied slowly. Authentic? That seems unlikely, Chen Haoyu retorted, shaking his head. We cannot discern the authenticity of such high-end watches ourselves. Amidst the murmurs of uncertainty, some claimed it was real while others insisted it was fake. Yet none could determine the truth, as they were not appraisers. At the back of the classroom, Chun Yi-chui caught the eye of the man in the suit, signaling that it was time for him to take the stage. The suited man stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, please remain calm. I am a professional watch appraiser. I can ascertain the authenticity of this Patek Philippe right now." Standing at a distance, Chun Yi-chui crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on Chen Fan, her eyes betraying a sense of triumph. This was her strategy. Earlier that day, upon learning from her brother that Chen Fan seemed to be wearing a Patek Philippe, she deduced that it must be counterfeit. After all, how could someone who had severed ties with the Chen family afford such luxury? Thus, she orchestrated this elaborate scheme against Chen Fan's supposed counterfeit watch, even going so far as to have her brother enlist a professional appraiser. Her intent was to humiliate Chen Fan in front of his classmates and the multitude of students at Jiangzhou University, turning him into a laughingstock for his pretentiousness. As events unfolded, it appeared her objective was on the verge of realization. Disciplining Chen Fan seemed almost too effortless. It is truly astonishing that both my younger brother and my aunt fell victim to Chen Fan's prowess. How could this possibly happen? Chen Itsue felt a surge of elation within her. A professional appraisal certificate. How splendid. Let us proceed with the authentication. The crowd clamored in excitement. Well then, Chen Fan, didn't you claim your watch is genuine? Are you brave enough to have it authenticated? Chen Haoyu provocatively inquired. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding, temporary task issued. Agree to authenticate your watch, allowing Chen Haoyu to comprehend what a globally limited edition Patek Philippe truly is. Task reward, culinary mastery. Task reward, 37 experience points. Oh, a task has emerged. What is there to fear? Chen Fan casually removed the Patek Philippe from his wrist. The appraiser retrieved professional instruments from his case and began the meticulous examination. A few minutes later, the appraiser placed the instruments down and stood upright, seemingly ready with the verdict. In an instant, the entire assembly held their breath, all eyes fixed upon the appraiser. What is the truth of Chen Fan's Patek Philippe? Chapter 20. The entire venue in shock, the terrifying 8-digit price. Chen Haoyu and Chen Itsue were brimming with confidence, convinced that Chen Fan's Patek Philippe was undoubtedly counterfeit. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such great lengths to orchestrate this scheme. Now, they merely awaited the results from the esteemed appraiser they had hired at great expense, ready to stir the pot and disseminate the news throughout Jiangzhou University. Turning Chen Fan into a laughingstock, utterly humiliated, ultimately unable to show his face at the institution again. This strategy would not only serve to discipline Chen Fan but also distance him from Xiao Meiming, thereby achieving Chen Itsue's dual objectives. However, the next moment, the appraiser's pronouncement left Chen Itsue and her brother utterly stupefied. Is it truly authentic? The Patek Philippe watch belonging to Chen Fan is genuine? What a farce. How could this be? The other attendees were equally astonished upon learning that Chen Fan's watch was indeed real. To be fair, most of them had previously believed that Chen Fan's watch was a forgery, considering its staggering price tag of several $100,000. Incredible. Wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands while still in his sophomore year is simply astonishing. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Chen Fan. Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? This watch is undeniably genuine? Chen Haoyu pressed the appraiser. This Patek Philippe is absolutely authentic. I can guarantee it 100%, however. The appraiser hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Ultimately, he steeled himself and politely inquired of Chen Fan, Sir, may I ask which model of Patek Philippe this is? After 7 or 8 years of appraising various luxury watches, ranging from tens of thousands to millions, he had never encountered one like this, leaving him utterly perplexed. This is the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Oh, the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime. Wait, what did you say? The appraiser initially failed to grasp the significance, but as the realization dawned upon him, his expression transformed dramatically. He could hardly fathom his own ears. Was this truly the Patek Philippe Grandmaster Chime? The legendary timepiece, of which only 7 were made globally, a commemorative edition. The appraiser trembled as he asked, is it really that level of watch? It's only natural that he wouldn't recognize it, as even his mentor would not have had the privilege to encounter such a piece. Indeed, Chen Fan replied calmly. The appraiser gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback. What? Chen Fan's Patek Philippe is not merely an ordinary model? A watch limited to 7 pieces globally? This is simply remarkable. The value of such a timepiece is likely beyond hundreds of thousands. I estimate it conservatively to be over $1 million. As for Chun Itsue and her brother, they were equally taken aback. What is the worth of such a watch? Someone curiously inquired aloud. The price of such a high-caliber watch is quite difficult to ascertain. It may only be revealed at an auction. However, I would conservatively estimate it to be at least in the 8-digit range, the appraiser cautiously responded after some contemplation. 8 digits? That is in the millions. The appraiser had yet to specify the leading figure of this 8-digit sum. My heavens! Chen Fan's watch must be worth at least 10 million, exclaimed a spectator. This is akin to wearing a luxurious mansion on one's wrist. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Big shot, you are my idol. Chen Xiao, do you need a little brother? I can be your subordinate. Chen, are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to a movie. I'm 34D. Countless admirers surged toward Chen Fan, gazing at him with awe. His reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Upon realizing the value of Chen Fan's watch, Chen Itsue and her brother appeared as if struck by lightning, left utterly speechless. An 8-digit timepiece is terrifying. Even they were unworthy of such an item. How could Chen Fan possess such an exquisite watch? Particularly as they observed that Chen Fan not only retained his dignity but also garnered immense acclaim, becoming a figure of great renown at the school. Inciting their envy to the utmost degree, they had unwittingly crafted the attire for Chen Fan's triumph. Ding agreed to authenticate his watch, allowing Chun Haoyu to comprehend the essence of a globally limited edition timepiece. Task completed. Congratulations on acquiring master culinary skills. Congratulations on gaining 37 experience points. At this moment, the system's voice resonated. Subsequently, a wealth of synonyms flooded into Chen Fan's mind. And in an instant, he attained master-level culinary expertise. A few minutes later, the professor of the lecture arrived, prompting Chen Itsue and her brother to reluctantly depart. Following the conclusion of the lecture, throngs of individuals once again surrounded Chen Fan, with several audacious young women casting flirtatious glances in his direction. After much effort, Chen Fan finally managed to extricate himself from the crowd. With no classes left for the day, he drove back to Yujing Villa. Around 5 or 6 in the evening, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, Chen Fan was met by Xia Ruoxue. Although clad in simple casual attire, her stunning beauty remained undeniable. Surprised by her unexpected visit, Chen Fan inquired, President Chen, I would like to invite you to my home for dinner. Xia Ruoxue felt a twinge of anxiety as she extended her invitation. It was her first time proactively inviting a gentleman to her abode, and naturally, she felt a bit apprehensive. In gratitude for Chen Fan's assistance in resolving the crisis with her raw material supplier the previous day, Xia Ruoxue decided to personally prepare a meal for him that evening. Chen Fan, having no prior engagements, readily accepted her invitation. Half an hour later, he emerged from the private wine cellar of his villa, clutching a fine bottle of red wine, and arrived at Xia Ruoxue's doorstep. Upon hearing the knock, she, adorned in an apron, came to open the door. Mr. Chun, please come in. The dishes will take a little while longer. Very well, Chen Fan replied, taking a seat while Xia Ruoxue returned to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, the clattering of pots and pans resonated from within. Out of curiosity, Chen Fan ventured into the kitchen, where he found Xia Ruoxue somewhat flustered. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she remarked, I haven't cooked in years, so I'm a bit out of practice. I have some free time. Let me assist you, Chen Fan offered. Having just acquired top-tier culinary skills, he was eager to test the effectiveness of his newly gained abilities. Noticing that Xia Ruoxue had purchased a large Australian lobster, he was reminded of the delectable typhoon shelter lobster he had enjoyed at Wangjiang Pavilion, and inspiration struck him. Chen Fan began to prepare the lobster in the kitchen. A few minutes later, Xia Ruoxue presented her first dish, sweet and sour shredded potatoes. Mr. Chen, please give it a try, she said, offering him chopsticks, eagerly awaiting his assessment. Unfortunately, Chen Fan's hands were still occupied with the lobster, leaving him unable to accept the offering. It's a bit inconvenient. Perhaps we can eat it later? Chen Fan shrugged with a hint of resignation, observing his predicament. Xia Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before delicately picking up a bite and gently feeding it to him. Just as Chen Fan opened his mouth to taste, a sudden exclamation erupted. Chapter 21. The fifth day of severing ties. Sister, Senior Chen, you nearly deceived me. You claim to be mere friends, but I caught you red-handed. Xia Mingming stood at the kitchen door, her large eyes wide open, sporting a triumphant expression. Just back at the villa, she had heard some commotion from the kitchen and decided to investigate. To her surprise, she stumbled upon her sister, Xia Ruoshui, feeding Chen Fan with her own chopsticks. Xia Mingming was well aware of her sister's character. If they were just friends without any affection, she would never behave in such a manner. Mister. Chen was busy handling the lobsters, so I was merely helping him. Xia Ruoshui coughed softly, attempting to explain. Sister, there is no need for explanations. I understand perfectly. Xia Mingming smiled mysteriously and then took her leave, granting the two some privacy. How does it taste? As she watched Chen Fan savor her first dish, Xia Ruoshui asked with eager anticipation. It's decent. Considering I haven't cooked in ages, it's quite impressive for a first attempt. Chen Fan suppressed his urge to make a sarcastic remark upon seeing Xia Ruoshui's expectant expression. Really? Xia Ruoshui was immediately thrilled, prompting her to swiftly continue preparing the second dish. Chen Fan had also finished processing the lobsters, and they could officially begin making the signature lobster with garlic and chili. After more than half an hour, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui emerged from the kitchen, each carrying a plate of dishes. Well, Xia Mingming was eager to dig in. Mingming, can you guess which two dishes I made and which two were prepared by Mr. Chen? Xia Ruoshui inquired. Sure. Xia Mingming picked up her chopsticks and sampled each dish, quickly making her judgments, and she guessed correctly every time. Mingming, how did you guess so accurately? Xia Ruoshui asked in confusion. Sister, among these 4 dishes, 2 are rather mediocre, quite similar to my cooking, while the other 2 are undoubtedly the best lobster with garlic and chili and cola chicken wings I have ever tasted. Xia Mingming declared. It was easy to distinguish between them. Ah, is the difference that stark? Xia Ruoshui exclaimed in surprise as she picked up her chopsticks to taste. She first sampled her own 2 dishes and found them to be merely acceptable. However, when she tried a bite of Chen Fan's lobster with garlic and chili, her expression instantly froze in astonishment. Mr. Chen, are your culinary skills truly this exceptional? Xia Ruoshui gazed at Chen Fan with wide, astonished eyes. It's just passable, really. Chen Fan replied modestly. Having tasted it earlier in the kitchen, he knew that this was indeed a skill worthy of the system's rewards, capable of surpassing even the finest chefs at Wangjiang Pavilion. Mr. Chen, you are truly remarkable. Xia Ruoshui looked at Chen Fan with great admiration. At such a young age, possessing such astounding culinary skills, whoever marries Mr. Chen in the future will certainly be fortunate. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Fan's standing in Xia Ruoshui's heart had once again ascended. After enjoying dinner at Xia Ruoshui's residence and lingering for a while, Chen Fan took his leave. The following morning, a voice from the system echoed. Ding, on the 5th day of severing ties, reward, 100 ownership of Yangzhou Shopping Center. Oh, Yangzhou Shopping Center? The system's reward today took Chen Fan by surprise. Yangzhou Shopping Center, one of the premier shopping centers in Jiangzhou, is renowned for housing a plethora of international luxury brands, making it a celebrated landmark in Jiangzhou. To his astonishment, the system had bestowed the entire Yangzhou Shopping Center upon him. The value of Jiangzhou Shopping Center is estimated to be around 5 billion. In an instant, Chen Fan's net worth not only exceeded 5 billion but astonishingly surpassed 6 billion. Within just 5 days, his wealth had breached the 6 billion mark, an extraordinary pace indeed. A satisfied smile graced Chen Fan's face. If this momentum continued, within a mere 4 days, his net worth could exceed 10 billion, elevating him to the status of a billionaire. By then, he would join the ranks of Jiangzhou's elite, becoming the youngest billionaire in the region. The mere thought of this filled Chen Fan with excitement. Based on his estimations, the entire Chen family's assets amounted to approximately 40 to 50 billion. If his current rate of wealth accumulation persisted, in just a little over a month, he would surpass the entire Chen family's fortune. Should the system upgrade within that month, it would not even take a full month for him to eclipse the Chen family's wealth. Within 2 months, Chen Fan could ascend to the position of Jiangzhou's new richest individual. Who would be regretting their decisions then? Just as Chen Fan was plotting, an unfamiliar phone call suddenly came through. Is this Mr. Chen Fan? I am the former owner of Yangzhou Shopping Center. The payment has been received. When would you be available to sign the transfer contract? Inquired the former owner of Yangzhou Shopping Center. This afternoon around 4:30 p.m. should work, Chen Fan responded. 4:30 p.m. today is agreeable, they confirmed. The two parties arranged to meet at Yangzhou Shopping Center to sign the transfer contract at 4:30 p.m. Meanwhile, News of the change in ownership of Wangjiang Pavilion spread, leaving many of Jiangzhou's prominent figures and wealthy elites astonished. However, no one knew who the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion was. In an instant, speculation about the identity of the mysterious individual who had acquired Wangjiang Pavilion became the focal point of interest for numerous influential figures in Jiangzhou. Around 2 p.m. that afternoon, a man dressed in a black suit, donning sunglasses and exuding an air of a bodyguard, entered Wangjiang Pavilion. "I wish to see your boss," he stated bluntly upon arrival. "Pardon? Our boss is not in. May I ask what this is regarding?" "I am the manager of Wangjiang Pavilion," Manager Zhao responded, bewildered. As Zhao gazed in astonishment, the man in sunglasses presented a formal invitation with utmost seriousness. Manager Zhao took the invitation, and upon opening it, it felt as though his heart momentarily ceased to beat. At that moment, he could hardly believe the name inscribed on the invitation. Chapter 22, The Special Invitation from the Tycoon of Jiangzhou, Reward, a custom-made luxury car, my heavens. This invitation was sent by that esteemed tycoon. It's utterly astonishing, simply unbelievable. Please deliver it to your boss. After speaking, the man in sunglasses departed, leaving Manager Zhao to prepare a phone call to inform his superior about the invitation. Just as he retrieved his phone, a flustered waiter rushed over. "Not good, Manager Zhao. There's a problem in room 7. The waiter reported anxiously. "What has happened?" Manager Zhao inquired hastily. "The guests in room 7 claim that our dishes today are unpalatable and are questioning whether we are deliberately targeting them. They seem ready to cause a scene." The waiter explained. "What?" Manager Zhao furrowed his brow. "Manager Zhao, I sense that these two individuals are not merely diners. They appear to be here to stir trouble." The waiter whispered. "Stir trouble? Let us go take a look." Under the waiter's guidance, Manager Zhao made his way to room 7. Inside, he found 2 gaunt middle-aged men seated, flanked by 4 or 5 burly bodyguards, seemingly in their employ. "May I inquire, gentlemen, what seems to be the issue?" Upon entering, Manager Zhao forced a smile. "The quality of your dishes pales in comparison to what we enjoyed the last time we were treated by others. Do you think us easy prey, deliberately serving us such an appetizing food?" One of the middle-aged men threatened. "Call your boss here. We demand an explanation. Otherwise, we will cause a ruckus." Their words left Manager Zhao bewildered. There had never been complaints about their food, and today's chef was the same as ever. Gentlemen, it appears we have not met your expectations today. How about we waive the charges for your meal?" Manager Zhao proposed. "Do we look like we are short on cash?" "No, we must see your boss. If he doesn't come, we will smash the place." The 2 men insisted. "Very well." Manager Zhao left, feeling increasingly convinced that these 2 were indeed here to create chaos, with the intent of meeting their boss. He dialed a number and reported the situation regarding the 2 troublemakers to Chen Fan. "Stirring trouble?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. Task issued. Go to Wangjiang Pavilion and ascertain the true intentions of these 2 middle-aged men. Task reward: a custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom. Task reward: 47 experience points." Oh? Chen Fan was both astonished and elated upon receiving the task. He had previously contemplated acquiring another business-class luxury vehicle. "After all, in my vast garage, I currently possess only a single Lamborghini, rendering the space rather desolate. Moreover, the Lamborghini accommodates merely 2 occupants. Should there be a few more, there would be no room available." To my surprise, the reward for this system task is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and not just any model, but a bespoke version, which is significantly more expensive than the standard Rolls-Royce Phantom. Furthermore, it is worth noting that acquiring a bespoke Rolls-Royce Phantom is not solely dependent on wealth. Well, I shall go take a look. Just as I finish my class, Chen Fan prepares to leave for the Yangzhou shopping center. I can take a detour and first attend to matters at Wangjiang Pavilion. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the restaurant, suspecting that trouble might ensue. He summoned over 20 security personnel as soon as he entered. A few minutes later, accompanied by a substantial contingent of security staff from Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Fan approached room 7. Before he even entered, he overheard raucous voices from within. "Why hasn't your boss shown up yet? I swear, I'll smash your establishment to pieces." 2 middle-aged men shouted. Their 4 or 5 bodyguards appeared eager to join in, ready to wreak havoc. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, a commanding voice resonated. "If you dare to destroy my establishment, let me see who would be audacious enough to do so." In the following moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the 2 middle-aged men, Chen Fan, flanked by over 20 security personnel, strode boldly into the room. Upon witnessing this, the bodyguards of the middle-aged men immediately averted their eyes. Despite their imposing stature, they were no match for such overwhelming numbers and chose to submit. "Who are you?" one of the men inquired. "Me? I am the owner of Wangjong Pavilion," Chen Fan replied, his voice steady. "You are the owner of Wangjong Pavilion? What a joke." The two middle-aged men were taken aback, utterly disbelieving Chen Fan's assertion. The lad before them appeared to be barely in his 20s. How could he possibly be the owner of Wangjong Pavilion? "This is indeed our boss, Mr. Chen," Manager Zhao interjected, stepping forward to clarify. At this revelation, the two middle-aged men were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Chen Fan. "He truly is the new proprietor of Wangjong Pavilion. Goodness. He is exceedingly young," one of them muttered. "And what if you are the owner of Wangjong Pavilion? If we are dissatisfied with our meal today, you shall face the consequences," one tall middle-aged man threatened. "Indeed, if you fail to provide us with a satisfactory resolution, we will be sure to give Wangjong Pavilion a proper mention when we leave, ensuring you gain notoriety," the other man added, implying a veiled threat. A restaurant's reputation is of utmost importance. The tall middle-aged man was poised to further intimidate Chen Fan, but before he could utter another word, Manager Zhao rushed in. "I apologize, boss. I just learned of your arrival. Here is the invitation that was sent to you earlier," Zhao explained. "An invitation? Who sent it?" Chen Fan inquired. "It was from Wei Jingxiang, the esteemed Mr. Wei," Zhao replied. Wei Jingxiang. Upon hearing that name, the tall middle-aged man who had been boasting was instantly silenced. Wei Jingxiang, one of the prominent figures in Jiangzhou, owned a large security company and held stakes in numerous entertainment venues throughout the city. He was the kind of formidable figure whose mere stamp of his foot could send tremors through the ground, a true tyrant whom none dared to offend. "Oh, Wei Jingxiang, what could he possibly want from me?" Chen Fan pondered, his surprise deepening. He had heard of Wei Jingxiang's illustrious reputation, yet they were not acquainted in any way. "Mr. Wei has invited you to his home for tea tomorrow," Manager Zhao replied. "What? Wei Jingxiang has invited this young man to his residence for tea?" The two middle-aged men were utterly taken aback, their faces draining of color. Who was Wei Jingxiang, after all? A titan in Jiangzhou, no less. The identity of a guest he would personally invite must be significant. Even if their status didn't surpass that of Wei Jingxiang, it would surely be comparable, otherwise. What could possibly compel him to extend such an invitation? The more they thought about it, the more fear gripped them as they gazed at Chen Fan. And soon their legs felt weak beneath them. "All right, I understand," Chen Fan nodded, accepting the invitation. He then turned his gaze toward the two middle-aged men. In that instant, they fell to their knees, revealing the hidden orchestrators behind their schemes. Chapter 23. What on earth is Chen Fan's bank balance? "We were wrong, Mr. Chen. To be honest, we were sent here by Luo Zhixin, the owner of Zuixian Lu, who paid us to create trouble for you." "Yes, Mr. Chen. We are merely mercenaries. Please do not stoop to the level of us petty individuals." The two middle-aged men did not dare to conceal the truth and directly explain the situation to Chen Fan. Zuixian Lu is the second-ranking restaurant in Jiangzhou, second only to their own Wangjong. Upon learning that Wangjong had a new owner, Luo Zhixin saw an opportunity amidst the turmoil and plotted to tarnish its reputation, thereby surpassing it to become the premier establishment in Jiangzhou. If possible, after ruining Wangjong's name, he intended to acquire it at a bargain price. "So it was indeed Luo Zhixin who sent you?" This revelation was entirely within Chen Fan's expectations. How audacious. They had come to bully him directly. Chen Fan smirked coldly. This time, they had picked the wrong target. "Manager Zhao, take them straight to the police station," Chen Fan commanded. "No, Mr. Chen. We were wrong." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the two men immediately panicked. Ultimately, they were escorted away by the security personnel of Wangjong. Chen Fan then opened the invitation he had received, which indeed came from Wei Jingxiang, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou, and appeared to be handwritten. "Tomorrow?" Chen Fan murmured softly. Tomorrow was the weekend, and he would see then. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Go to Wangjong and observe what these two middle-aged men are up to. Task complete. Congratulations. You have received a custom Rolls-Royce Phantom. Congratulations. You have gained 47 experience points." The task was complete. The custom Rolls-Royce and 47 experience points were now his. Chen Fan glanced at his total experience points. Current system level, level 1, 195, 1500. He needed just 1305 experience points to level up. This pace was quite satisfactory. Chen Fan felt a sense of accomplishment. It had only been 2 or 3 days since he activated the system upgrade mode, and he had already accumulated nearly 200 experience points. Now, he had gathered almost 1/7 of the experience required for an upgrade. This speed was truly impressive. At this rate, even with the most conservative estimates, the system would undoubtedly reach level 2 within a month. At that point, the daily rewards would increase significantly, bringing him closer to his goal of stepping over the Su family of Jinling. Zuaxian Luo Jixin. Chen Fan muttered softly. He had much on his plate at the moment. Once he finished his current tasks, it would be time for Luo Jixin to face his misfortune. Luo Jixin does not wish to acquire his own Wangjiang pavilion. Instead, I shall find a way to seize his Zuaxian Lu, returning his tactics with his own. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. After Chen Fan had imparted his advice to Manager Zhao, he departed from Wangjiang Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Jiangzhou shopping center, it was approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Fan had arranged to meet the former owner of the shopping center at 4:30. Leaving him with half an hour to spare, he decided to leisurely peruse the shopping center during this interval. Having departed from the Chun residence with only a few garments, he found himself in need of additional attire and resolved to purchase some new clothing. Chen Fan entered the nearest shop, and before long, he had selected an abundant array of garments. Just as he was preparing to settle the bill, a voice of incredulity pierced the air. Isn't that Chen Fan? You've severed ties with the Chen family, yet you dare to peruse such a luxury store? Do you even possess the means? A young man approached, dripping with scorn. This young man, named Zhu Pingyu, hailed from the prominent Zhu family of Jiangzhou, and his rapport with Chen Fan had always been tenuous at best. Though you remain within the Zhu family, what difference does it make to have cut ties with the Chen family? Chen Fan retorted, unflinchingly. Zhu Pingyu's ire ignited at Chen Fan's words. As an illegitimate child, Zhu's status within the Zhu family was exceedingly low, likely no better than his standing in the Chen family. With that, Chen Fan dismissed Zhu Pingyu and proceeded to the checkout. Humph. Each piece of clothing here easily costs tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Can you truly afford such a quantity? Zhu Pingyu mocked. Chen Fan had amassed at least a dozen items, various clothes and trousers, adding up to a conservative estimate of several hundred thousand. Zhu Pingyu could hardly believe that Chen Fan, a cast-off from the Chen family, could possess such wealth. Let us see what you do when your funds fall short, Zhu Pingyu thought. Following Chen Fan to witness the unfolding spectacle, a few minutes later, the staff finished tallying the total. Sir, your total comes to 1,276,000 yuan. Will you be paying by card, or? The staff inquired. 1 million? Zhu Pingyu was taken aback. Such an exorbitant sum for mere garments, truly the hallmark of luxury. Not even he, with his own resources, could produce such an amount. He was eager to see how Chen Fan would manage to pay this hefty bill. In stark contrast to Zhu Pingyu's astonishment, Chen Fan remained remarkably composed, as if the figure he had heard was but a trifling sum. Please proceed with the transaction, he instructed, presenting his payment code and placing his phone on the counter. Very well, the staff began to scan the code. In the next moment, a text notification arrived from the bank. Your card ending in 5169 has been charged 1,276,000 yuan, with a balance of 988,100,10. 23 yuan remaining. Beside him, Zhu Pingyu, who was eagerly anticipating the moment when Chen Fan would embarrass himself by lacking funds, fortuitously caught sight of a text message. Instantly, Zhu Pingyu was rendered speechless. Good heavens! How could Chen Fan's balance contain such an astonishing number? It appeared to encompass an astounding 8 or 9 digits. If it were 8 digits, that would amount to over 90 million, and if it were 9, it would exceed 900 million. At that moment, Zhu Pingyu's heart seemed to cease beating. The mere thought of over 900 million was unfathomable. Even over 90 million was an immense fortune in his eyes. Despite being a scion of the Zhu family, his bank account held only a few hundred thousand, which paled in comparison to even the smallest fraction of Chen Fan's balance. Not to mention, even among the most affluent of his generation within the Zhu family, the maximum held was merely 200 to 300 million, which still fell woefully short of Chen Fan's wealth. How could Chen Fan possess such an extraordinary sum? The realization struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, effortlessly laden with bags, departed, as 100,000 was but a trifling sum to him. After placing all his purchases into his vehicle, Chen Fan noted that the time was opportune. He made his way directly to the top floor of the Jiangzhou shopping center. A few minutes later, he arrived at the office on the uppermost level. At that moment, the former owner of the Jiangzhou shopping center awaited him there. After a brief handshake and polite introductions, both parties formally signed the contract. With the stroke of a pen, One of Jiangzhou's premier shopping malls, the Yongjia Shopping Center, now belonged to Chen Fan. Once the agreement was finalized, the former owner gathered his belongings and departed, leaving the opulent office to Chen Fan. After sitting in the office for a moment, Chen Fan suddenly recalled a matter of considerable importance. Chapter 24. The breakup. On the sixth day of severing ties, it was time to utilize the any skill selection card obtained from previous tasks. Until now, Chen Fan had been uncertain about how to employ this card and which skill to choose, but inspiration had finally struck. He contemplated two skills, the Supreme Combat skill and the Elite Financial Management skill. The Supreme Combat skill was a reflection of today's events at Wangjang Pavilion. Chen Fan had previously entertained the thought that, had a confrontation arisen on his own turf, he, as an ordinary student, would hardly stand a chance against those brawny bodyguards. Furthermore, should he accept the invitation to Wei Jingxiang's estate? The unpredictable nature of such an encounter with a formidable figure like Wei Jingxiang necessitated preparedness through mastery of top-tier combat skills. However, beyond that, he had to consider the looming threat posed by the Su family of Jinling. Should they resort to desperate measures, armed with supreme combat skills, Chen Fan would possess the means for self-defense. In the face of future dangers, he would be able to maintain composure. The second skill, Elite Financial Management, became increasingly vital as his assets expanded. As an ordinary sophomore, Chen Fan had limited knowledge of economic management. Presently, he managed, but if his holdings multiplied into dozens or more, he would be overwhelmed. Lacking elite financial management skills could lead to mismanagement and potential bankruptcy. Regrettably, Chen Fan possessed only one, any skill selection card, compelling him to choose one skill over the other. He found himself in a quandary. After a prolonged deliberation, he resolved to first select the Supreme Combat skill to ensure his safety, with the intention of learning financial management later. Currently, his assets were manageable, allowing him the luxury of time. With this decision made, Chen Fan accessed the system and located the Any Skill Selection card. Ding, please enter the name of the skill you wish to select. He inputted Supreme Combat skill. Ding, congratulations on acquiring the Supreme Combat skill. Becoming a master of combat. Moments later, an immense influx of both cerebral and muscular memory surged into Chen Fan's mind and body. After a considerable interval, he gradually opened his eyes. Clenching his fist, he felt an extraordinary surge of strength coursing through him. Should he encounter the two middle-aged men from Wangjang Pavilion again, he could effortlessly subdue their bodyguards with a single hand, without even breaking a sweat. Now, as a master of combat, he would be well equipped to face any future threats with ease. Time was slipping away as Chen Fan departed from the office, driving homeward. En route, he sent a message to Manager Zhao of Wangjang Pavilion, instructing him to investigate the personal details of Luo Zhixin, the proprietor of Drunken Immortals, and to compile these findings into a document to be sent to him by the following evening. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Thus, prior to confronting Luo Zhixin, Chen Fan deemed it essential to acquire an understanding of his adversary. Receiving the directive, Manager Zhao sprang into action promptly. Upon returning home, as Chen Fan parked in the garage, he spotted a black Rolls-Royce stationed at a distance. This was the bespoke Rolls-Royce Phantom he had recently acquired as a reward for completing a task. After securing his vehicle, he approached the luxurious automobile. Feeling a surge of emotion, Chen Fan was well acquainted with the Rolls-Royce Phantom. During his time at the Chen family estate, several key figures, including the third son of the elder Chen, had driven the very same model. However, their versions paled in comparison to Chen Fan's, which could purchase multiple equivalents of theirs. Opening the door, he settled into the plush interior, noting the distinct difference between a luxury business vehicle and a supercar. After reveling in the splendor of his customized Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chen Fan retreated to his villa. Time flew by, and the next morning, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Day 6 of Severance. Reward: 1 MasterCard Black Card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Kingdom. Now stored in your villa study. Please check. What? Chen Fan was taken aback by the system's reward. He had never anticipated receiving a MasterCard Black Card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Kingdom. This card was renowned. It was one of the most elite black cards in the world, primarily held by royalty, billionaires, and the highest echelons of society across the globe. In comparison to other banks' black cards, the MasterCard Black Card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Kingdom was particularly unique and rare. More importantly, this card was not simply attainable through wealth. It required an invitation from the Oil Kingdom's foremost group to become a holder of this prestigious card. Even the wealthiest individuals could not possess it without such an invitation. The Royal Bank of the Oil Kingdom provided all black cardholders with a dedicated service team available around the clock to fulfill any request made by the cardholder. Even more remarkable was that the MasterCard Black Card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Kingdom had no spending limit. Holders could spend as they wished. Additionally, cardholders enjoyed privileges such as access to global airport VIP lounges and exclusive treatment at elite private clubs, making it a symbol of unparalleled status and prestige. If Chen Fan's conjecture was correct, he would be the very first individual in the entire Jiangzhou region to possess the MasterCard Black Card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Kingdom. This extraordinary black card, not to mention the esteemed Mr. Chen, even the wealthiest magnate of Jiangzhou could not possess one. The rewards from the system this time are truly lavish. With eager anticipation, Chen Fan hastened to his study in the villa. From a distance, he spotted an exceptionally unique black bank card resting on his desk. As Chen Fan approached, he couldn't help but marvel. The oil-rich nation truly lives up to its reputation for opulence. This MasterCard from the first Royal Bank of the Oil Nation is indeed unlike any other black card. Chapter 25. Joining forces to expel Chen Fan from the Tongfei Group. Chen Yitsui's actions. The surface of this Royal MasterCard from the Oil Nation is adorned with gold accents, and at its center lies a natural diamond. Without delving into other aspects, the mere embellishments of gold and the diamond alone hold considerable value. However, when juxtaposed with the intrinsic worth represented by this Royal MasterCard, the gold and diamond are insignificant. Chen Fan found himself quite pleased with the rewards bestowed by the system today, as Chen Fan was examining the Royal MasterCard. At the same time, within the Tongfei Group, the second-largest shareholder, Feng Yanli, approached the primary shareholder and actual controller of the company, Jiang Hao. "Is there something you need, Mr. Feng?" Jiang Hao inquired with a hint of detachment, taken aback by Feng Yanli's unexpected visit. As the two principal shareholders, their relationship was fraught with tension, particularly given Feng Yanli's covert attempts to acquire shares from minor shareholders, all while coveting the position of the primary shareholder. "Mr. Jiang, I propose we collaborate to dismiss the third-largest shareholder, Chen Fan, from all his positions within the company and expel him." Feng Yanli's voice brimmed with animosity towards Chen Fan. Previously, Mr. Kong from Baixing Group had instructed him to maintain strict control over Tongfei Group, ensuring that no collaboration with the Xia Group transpired. Yet, Chen Fan had sabotaged these efforts, leading to a long-term cooperation agreement between the Xia Group and Tongfei Group. This provoked Mr. Kong's ire, resulting in a scathing reprimand directed at Feng Yanli, who was subsequently tasked with teaching the disobedient Chen Fan a lesson. Thus, Feng Yanli found himself swallowing his pride and seeking assistance from his rival, Jiang Hao. He hoped for an accord that would see Chen Fan ousted from the company. With the collaboration of Tongfei Group's primary and secondary shareholders, along with the support of a few minor shareholders, such a task would be easily achievable. Expelling Chen Fan from the company? Jiang Hao was taken aback by Feng Yanli's proposal. "As long as you agree to cooperate with me, I shall defer to your commands within the company, Mr. Jiang. I owe you a significant favor," Feng Yanli humbly implored Jiang Hao. Ultimately, after a series of assurances and flattering remarks from Feng Yanli, Jiang Hao acquiesced. "We shall convene a board meeting tomorrow to address this matter," Jiang Hao declared. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang," Feng Yanli replied, his expression radiating delight. Expelling Chen Fan would undoubtedly please Mr. Kong and potentially earn him Kong's favor. With such support, replacing Jiang Hao would be a mere formality. Feng Yanli left the office, satisfied, anticipating the day Chen Fan would be ousted, a fitting consequence for daring to offend him and the Baixing Group. In the office, a faint smirk appeared on Jiang Hao's face. In truth, he yearned not to expel Chen Fan, but rather to remove Feng Yanli from the company altogether. In recent years, this had been Jiang Hao's fervent aspiration. Yet regrettably, with both he and Feng Yanli holding nearly equal shares in the company, Jiang Hao found himself unable to exert any significant influence over him. Although Jiang Hao had verbally acquiesced to Feng Yanli's proposition, his mind was already concocting an alternative scheme. If Feng Yanli intended to target Chen Fan, might it not be plausible for Jiang Hao to ally himself with Chen Fan to oust Feng Yanli from the company? Such a scenario was certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Of course, this was contingent upon Chen Fan possessing both the requisite strength and audacity. Should Chen Fan lack such capabilities, Jiang Hao would have no choice but to express his regrets. How he would ultimately decide remained uncertain. He resolved to meet Chen Fan first. With this in mind, Jiang Hao contacted his trusted confidant, Zheng Xingda, the current president of Tongfei Group. requesting that he arrange a dinner with Chen Fan that evening to discuss a matter of great importance. A short while later, Chen Fan received a call from Zhang Xingde. "You're inviting me to dinner tonight?" Chen Fan inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, the more ventures one undertook and the greater the assets amassed, the busier one became. Earlier that afternoon, he had been invited for tea by the influential Wei Jingxiong, and now, in the evening, the primary shareholder of Tongfei Group sought to discuss important matters over dinner. "All right, I accept. I shall see you tonight," Chen Fan replied. Given the significance of the occasion, he felt compelled to attend, especially as he was the third largest shareholder of Tongfei Group, leaving him with no reasonable grounds for refusal. As for the invitation from Wei Jingxiong that afternoon, Chen Fan found himself lost in contemplation. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! Temporary task issued. Accept Wei Jingxiong's invitation and visit his estate for tea. Task reward: 8 shares in Tongfei Group. Task reward: 51 experience points. The system presented yet another challenge. Chen Fan's spirits lifted upon seeing the task. Now, he had even less reason to decline Wei Jingxiong's invitation. Moreover, having recently acquired top-tier combat skills, he felt assured that he could handle any unforeseen circumstances. The reward for this task was 8 of Tongfei Group's shares. Upon its completion, he would possess a total of 20 of the company's shares. As Chen Fan understood, the second largest shareholder, Feng Yanli, seemingly held only 23 of the shares, meaning Chen Fan was a mere 0, away from surpassing him. Furthermore, acquiring this additional 8 would elevate Chen Fan's net worth to an impressive 70 billion. Meanwhile, in a cafe in Jiangzhou, Chen Yitsue, disheartened by her previous failure to undermine Chen Fan, felt a deep sense of shame for being outmaneuvered by someone she deemed inconsequential. Observing her distress, a close friend attempted to console her. "Yitsue, do not be disheartened. This afternoon, I am visiting an influential figure in Jiangzhou. How about you accompany me? I will introduce you to this notable individual." At that moment, Chen Yitsue's suitor, Zhu Hongyi, a scion of the prestigious Zhu family, spoke up. "If you can earn the admiration of this influential figure, perhaps you could leverage their support to thoroughly deal with that individual named Chen Fan." Hongyi, which esteemed person are you about to meet?" Chen Yitsue suddenly perked up, her excitement palpable. "Wei Jingxiong, the esteemed Mr. Wei," Zhu Hongyi reverently replied. Wei Jingxiong, a formidable figure who rose from humble beginnings, is idolized by many young people. "What? Wei Jingxiong, the esteemed Mr. Wei?" Chen Yitsue was overjoyed. She had heard of Wei Jingxiong's formidable reputation far and wide. Indeed, as Zhu Hongyi stated, if she could gain the favor of Mr. Wei, not only could she handle trivial matters concerning Chen Fan, but her standing among the younger generation of the Chen family could also see a significant elevation. "Hongyi, since it is you visiting Mr. Wei, would it be inappropriate for me to accompany you?" Although Chen Yitsue longed to agree immediately, she feigned reluctance, adopting a delicate demeanor as if she were concerned for Zhu Hongyi's interests. "It's perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongyi quickly responded. Chen Yitsue was right. Bringing an outsider along would indeed be inappropriate. However, captivated by Chen Yitsue's gentle appearance, he dismissed any concerns. "I truly appreciate it, Hongyi." Chen Yitsue grasped Zhu Hongyi's hand in gratitude. "I have never met someone of Mr. Wei's stature. When I finally do, you must assist me." With Chen Yitsue's delicate hand in his, Zhu Hongyi felt his heart race. "No problem. This is a trivial matter. I will certainly help you, absolutely." Zhu Hongyi nodded fervently. Time flew by, and in the afternoon, Chen Fan drove his newly acquired custom Rolls-Royce Phantom directly to Wei Jingxiong's villa. Meanwhile, Chen Yitsue and Zhu Hongyi also set off. Chapter 26. Chen Yitsue, we cannot meet the esteemed Wei, and certainly, Chen Fan cannot either. Arriving slightly earlier, Chen Yitsue and Zhu Hongyi stood before Wei Jingxiong's grand estate. Zhu Hongyi halted the vehicle, while Chen Yitsue appeared visibly anxious, hesitating to alight from the car. After all, Wei Jingxiong was notorious in Jiangzhou, known for his ruthless demeanor. Accompanying Zhu Hongyi on this unexpected visit, she pondered whether Wei would be displeased upon their meeting. The consequences of his wrath were uncertain and daunting. The more she contemplated, the more trepidation enveloped her. "Yitsue, do not burden yourself with worries. I am well acquainted with Wei. I shall speak highly of you, and I assure you, his impression of you will be favorable. When it comes to dealing with Chen Fan, it will be a mere trifling matter, just a word from Wei," Zhu Hongyi reassured her. Indeed, his words brought her some solace. Chen Yitsue nodded, her spirits lifting at the mere thought of confronting Chen Fan. Her foremost desire was to teach him a severe lesson. If she could force him to kneel and apologize to his family for his transgressions, marrying that esteemed daughter of the Su family from Jinling, surely her grandfather would regard her with newfound respect, bestowing upon her greater authority within the Chen clan, thus illuminating her path to a brighter future. Chen Fan was merely a stepping stone in her ascent. He had to be dealt with. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yitsue and Zhu Hongyi exited the vehicle. As a prominent figure in Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong had his fair share of enemies, and thus, several bodyguards were stationed at the estate's entrance. Wei approached the head of the security detail with a courteous demeanor. "Good day, please inform Wei of my visit. I am Zhu Hongyi, a direct descendant of the Zhu family." "Direct descendant of the Zhu family? Please wait here," the head bodyguard replied after scanning Zhu Hongyi briefly, before entering the estate to relay the message. "Must we wait for an announcement?" Chen Yitsue felt a pang of disappointment. Having anticipated that Zhu Hongyi would be granted immediate entry to meet Wei. "It is merely a formality. Wei will certainly see me," Zhu Hongyi declared with unwavering confidence. As they awaited, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop nearby. To Chen Yitsue's astonishment, an unexpected figure stepped out of the luxurious vehicle with an air of nonchalance. Chen Fan had arrived. A new Rolls-Royce Phantom? Chen Yitsue gazed in disbelief at Chen Fan's opulent car, overwhelmed with envy. Such a high-caliber luxury vehicle was a rarity within their Chen family. Reserved only for a select few uncles, the younger generation had no hope of ownership, contrary to their severed ties with the family. Chen Fan had not fallen into obscurity or poverty but had soared to remarkable heights, adorned with a multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe and driving a similarly extravagant Rolls-Royce. His circumstances surpassed even those of the most favored scion of the Chen family, Chen Jiangzhou, a good-for-nothing living off others. Consumed with jealousy and resentment towards Chen Fan, Chen Yitsue found herself unable to criticize him from any angle other than the notion of being a leech. After all, in the eyes of her and other members of the Chen family, Chen Fan's current possessions are merely the result of living off the generosity of the Xia family. What? This Rolls-Royce Phantom is a product of his easy living? Zhu Hongyi asked, perplexed by Chen Yitsue's assertion. He himself drove a Bentley Continental worth only 3 to 4 million, while this castaway from the Chen family was flaunting a Rolls-Royce. Indeed, not only this Rolls-Royce, but his Lamborghini and the Patek Philippe he wears are all acquired through living off others, Chen Yitsue remarked through gritted teeth. What? Zhu Hongyi could hardly contain his astonishment. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming envy towards Chen Fan. To rely on the goodwill of others to possess a Rolls-Royce, a Lamborghini, and even a Patek Philippe, it was nothing short of inspirational. In an instant, Zhu Hongyi found himself admiring Chen Fan. "Brother, how did you manage that? I too wish to learn, for there is indeed a certain allure to living off others." However, in front of Chen Yitsue, Zhu Hongyi felt compelled to feign disdain towards Chen Fan. He truly is a useless fellow," Zhu Hongyi began, though he truly wished to declare Chen Fan a remarkable individual. "Chen Fan, do you really believe you belong here?" Chen Yitsue scoffed loudly. "If you can come, why can't I? Is this place your home?" Chen Fan retorted coldly. "You are likely here to visit Mr. Wei, but unfortunately, someone of your status. A castaway from the Chen family is not worthy of his time." In an effort to ingratiate himself with Chen Yitsue, Zhu Hongyi chimed in. "To be frank, I have long been acquainted with Mr. Wei. His bodyguards have already gone in to announce our arrival, and soon we shall meet him, while you, Chen Fan, will remain outside, pitifully standing at the gate, forever barred from entry." Chen Yitsue taunted. At that moment, the head of the bodyguards who had gone in to announce their presence returned. "You see, Chen Fan, we are about to enter." Chen Yitsue straightened her attire, linking her arm with Zhu Hongyi's as she prepared to enter Wei Jingxiong's estate. "Our boss has stated that he has important matters to attend to and will not meet with any guests." The bodyguard's words left both Chen Yitsue and Zhu Hongyi utterly stunned. "No guests? We can't meet Mr. Wei?" Zhu Hongyi stood frozen, while Chen Yitsue's face flushed with embarrassment, having just boasted to Chen Fan, only to find herself in this predicament. We cannot enter and will not meet Mr. Wei. Nor will Chen Fan," she consoled herself inwardly. Meanwhile, Chen Fan approached the head of the bodyguards. "I wish to see Mr. Wei Jingxiong," he stated. Upon hearing Chen Fan's request, the bodyguard's demeanor shifted to one of impatience. Hadn't he just mentioned that their boss would not be receiving any guests today? This young man is simply asking for trouble, inviting scorn upon himself. Beside him, Chen Yitsue muttered with malicious delight, eagerly anticipating the moment when Chen Fan would be expelled by the head of security, just as the head of security was about to reprimand Chen Fan. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Fan produced an invitation from his pocket and handed it to him. Upon examining the invitation, the head of security's expression shifted dramatically. "It's you?" His demeanor instantly transformed into one of utmost reverence. "Please." In the next moment, to the astonishment of Chen Itsue and Zhu Hongyi, the head of security respectfully ushered Chen Fan inside. Chapter 27. A mere billion is hardly a significant sum. It is but a day's harvest. How could this be? How did Chen Fan manage to enter? Did not the captain of the security team just mention that Wei Jingxiong had important matters to attend to today and would not be receiving any guests? How is it that Chen Fan has gained entry while they remain pitifully barred at the gates, unable to even catch a glimpse of the esteemed Wei Jingxiong, let alone step foot within his estate? What on earth is happening? Chen Itsue's complexion turned pale as confusion enveloped her. Ultimately, she directed all her frustration towards Zhu Hongyi. "What have you done?" she questioned, her dissatisfaction palpable. I had no idea it would turn out this way. How did that brat get in?" Zhu Hongyi replied helplessly. "How can a cast-off, severed from the Chen family, a mere leech living off Xiaomingming, gain entry? You are a scion of the illustrious Zhu family." Chen Itsue continued. "What did you say? Chen Fan is living off Xiaomingming?" Zhu Hongyi's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had encountered Xiaomingming, the stunning heiress of the Xia group, whose beauty was far beyond what Chen Itsue could boast. Initially, upon hearing Chen Itsue's claim that Chen Fan was a freeloader, Zhu Hongyi had imagined him as a parasite clinging to a frail elderly woman. Yet now, Chen Itsue revealed that he was in fact enjoying the company of a young, beautiful, and well-connected woman. The allure of such a life was undeniable. If he could indulge in the luxuries associated with Xiaomingming, he would gladly sever ties with the Zhu family. "Who asked you about that? I am inquiring how you managed to gain entry." Chen Itsue reprimanded furiously. "Goodness. Chen Fan truly is an exemplar of our generation, an idol, a deity." Zhu Hongyi was now wholly absorbed in his admiration for Chen Fan, oblivious to Chen Itsue's words. "Zhu, are you even listening to me? Were you not supposed to meet the esteemed Wei Jingxiong? Why are we being held back here?" Chen Itsue pressed on. "Enough with the accusations. Not being able to meet Wei is not my fault. If you're so eager, go see him yourself." Zhu Hongyi retorted impatiently. "What is your attitude?" Chen Itsue was taken aback. Zhu Hongyi was her suitor. How dared he speak to her in such a manner? "Whatever. Just leave. I have no desire to see you. I wish to wait here for my idol to emerge and become his loyal follower." Zhu Hongyi gazed adoringly towards the estate, captivated by the retreating figure of Chen Fan. In that moment, his admiration for Chen Fan reached unprecedented heights. He yearned to be his subordinate, hoping to glean even a fraction of Chen Fan's brilliance. No, even a tenth would suffice. Chen Itsue, such a superficial beauty, and not particularly striking, had lost interest in pursuing her. Now, he had loftier ambitions. "You." Chen Itsue was enraged, her fury palpable. First, she had been humiliated by Chen Fan, and now she faced disparagement from a suitor. Her pride was undeniably wounded. "Just wait." In a fit of anger, Chen Itsue hailed a taxi and departed. Left behind was Zhu Hongyi, anxiously awaiting his idol, Chen Fan. Within the estate, under the guidance of the head of security, Chen Fan ventured deeper inside. Earlier, the head of security had communicated via intercom, informing the interior of the arrival of the owner of Wangzhong Pavilion. Upon learning of the young proprietor's presence, Wei Jingxiong personally emerged to welcome Chen Fan. The sight of such youth in Chen Fan astonished Wei Jingxiong. "The new owner of Wangzhong Pavilion, Chen Fan," he introduced. "Owner of Wei Security Company, Wei Jingxiong," he replied. Following this, Wei Jingxiong extended his hand for a handshake. Chen Fan reciprocated, and at the moment their hands met, Wei Jingxiong exerted considerable force, seemingly intending to intimidate the newly acquainted Chen Fan. To be candid, Wei Jingxiong's invitation to Chen Fan, rather, to the new owner of Wangzhong Pavilion, was not born of goodwill. As a prominent figure in Jiangzhou, he harbored ambitions for Wangzhong Pavilion. Securing the foremost restaurant in Jiangzhou would significantly benefit his business endeavors. Today, he had invited Chen Fan to gauge his capabilities. Should Chen Fan prove lacking, Wei Jingxiong intended to seize the opportunity. In response to Wei Jingxiong's sudden force, Chen Fan maintained an unperturbed demeanor, matching the grip with equal intensity. Although Wei Jingxiong was a formidable figure, having clawed his way to his current status, he was no match for Chen Fan, a master of martial arts. It became apparent that his decision to first acquire top-notch combat skills had been exceptionally astute. As Chen Fan tightened his grip, Wei Jingxiong sensed something amiss. Reluctant to concede defeat, he exerted more effort. However, regardless of his determination, he found himself gritting his teeth, his body trembling slightly, unable to surpass Chen Fan's strength. Meanwhile, Chen Fan stood there effortlessly, seemingly untouched by the struggle. Mr. Chen's strength is astonishing, I concede. Ultimately, Wei Jingxiong could no longer withstand the pressure and voluntarily admitted defeat. He realized he had underestimated this Mr. Chen. His prowess and strength were formidable. Upon hearing Wei Jingxiong's admission, Chen Fan finally released his grip. First round, victory to Chen Fan. Please. Wei Jingxiong gestured for Chen Fan to enter. At that moment, in the living room, there was a gentleman wearing silver-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Mr. Lu Jin, Wei Jingxiong stated. Chen Fan had heard of Mr. Lu, who, although labeled as an assistant, was more akin to Wei Jingxiong's strategist. Chen Fan and Mr. Lu exchanged nods in acknowledgement. Upon taking his seat, Wei Jingxiong resolved to formally probe Chen Fan. What had just transpired was merely an appetizer, a prelude to what was to follow. What do you think of my estate, Mr. Chen? Wei Jingxiong inquired. Quite impressive, Chen Fan replied, acknowledging that Wei's estate was indeed commendable. Given the opportunity, he too aspired to establish a grand estate of his own. You flatter me, Mr. Chen. My estate is rather ordinary and not particularly vast. I intend to acquire the surrounding 2 kilometers for expansion, Wei Jingxiong remarked. By the way, Mr. Lu, how much would it cost to purchase the surrounding 2 kilometers? Wei Jingxiong turned to Mr. Lu. I estimate it would require around several billion, Mr. Lu calculated. Only several billion? A trifling sum, merely a few months' profit for our group, Wei Jingxiong declared with an air of extravagance. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained silent, internally scoffing at the notion of several billion being a mere trifle, as it represented only a day's yield for him. Noticing that Chen Fan seemed unfazed by his financial prowess, Wei Jingxiong shifted his approach. Chapter 28. The arrogant yet deferential tycoon of Jiangzhou. By the way, Mr. Lu, how is my application for the MasterCard Black Card progressing? Wei Jingxiong once again turned his gaze toward Mr. Lu. Boss, it has been nearly half a month since it was sent for review. Considering your esteemed status, I believe there should be no issues with the approval. Mr. Lu concurred, fully aware of his employer's intentions. The various attempts to test Chen Fan were indeed suggestions he had previously made to Wei Jingxiong. That's reassuring. Wei Jingxiong nodded in satisfaction before looking at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, have you ever applied for a MasterCard Black Card? However, before Chen Fan could respond, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, Chen Fan noticed it was an unfamiliar number and, puzzled, answered the call. May I inquire if this is Mr. Chen Fan? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. This is Chen Fan speaking. Who is this? Esteemed Mr. Chen Fan, greetings. I am one of the representatives of the Royal Bank of Oil Nation operating domestically. As you have become a holder of our MasterCard Black Card, the bank has appointed me as your personal banking concierge. Oh, so you are the concierge assigned to me by the Royal Bank of Oil Nation. Chen Fan nodded, comprehending the caller's identity. Hearing this, both Wei Jingxiong and Mr. Lu's expression stiffened. Not long ago, they had researched various black cards and were familiar with the information regarding the Royal Bank of Oil Nation. There are indeed different tiers among black cards, and the black card from the Royal Bank of Oil Nation is among the most prestigious. In contrast, the card Wei Jingxiong applied for could only be classified as mid-tier, utterly incomparable to the black card from the Royal Bank of Oil Nation. Such top-tier black cards are predominantly by invitation only, and one cannot apply for them. Why has the Royal Bank of Oil Nation assigned a concierge to Chen Fan? What is the situation? Did Chen Fan engage in some significant collaboration with the Royal Bank of Oil Nation? Wei Jingxiong and Mr. Lu were perplexed. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the man assured him, Yes, Mr. Chen, should you have any requests, please feel free to contact me at any time. We will do our utmost to fulfill any requirements you may have. After a brief exchange, Chen Fan ended the call. Seeing this, Wei Jingxiong could hardly contain his curiosity. Mr. Chen, what connection do you have with the Royal Bank of Oil Nation that they would assign you a concierge? It is merely because I am a black card holder of the Royal Bank of Oil Nation. There is nothing particularly special about it. Chen Fan replied casually. What? Wei Jingxiong immediately lost his composure, and even Mr. Lu, who had remained calm throughout, was taken aback. Mr. Chen is a black card holder of the Royal Bank of Oil Nation. Wei Jingxiong exclaimed in astonishment. Is this not considered a particularly special reason? It is indeed extraordinary. The black card users of the Royal Bank of Oil Country are so rare that one might not find even a single individual in the entire Shanghai province, let alone Jiangzhou city. Yet, Mr. Chen now tells himself that he is one such user, a status that is truly formidable. Setting aside the fact that his MasterCard has yet to be approved, Even once it is, it pales in comparison to this. In an instant, Wei Jingxiong felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had just contemplated flaunting his wealth before others. How absurd. To be a black card holder of the Royal Bank of Oil Country signifies an extraordinary level of financial prowess for Mr. Chen. Wei Jingxiong could not help but reflect deeply. Perhaps it would be wise to abandon the matter concerning Wangjiang Pavilion. A black card user from the Royal Bank of Oil Country is certainly not someone to be trifled with. Wei Jingxiong cast a knowing glance at Mr. Liu, who understood his implication, yet still felt reluctant to concede, unwilling to yield. Ultimately, Mr. Liu resolved to test Mr. Chen one last time. Should he discover that Mr. Chen's capabilities are indeed formidable, they would concede defeat. Mr. Chen, the boss is particularly grateful for your visit to his estate. May I inquire where you reside? We would like to pay a visit to you next time, Mr. Liu inquired politely. Naturally, he dared not directly ask about Mr. Chen's wealth or capabilities. Thus he sought to glean insights through indirect means, such as where he lived, which could reveal much. I reside in Villa number 8 at Yujing Mountain Villa, Mr. Chen replied casually. Villa number 8 at Yujing Mountain Villa? Wei Jingxiong and Mr. Liu's expressions changed dramatically. They had heard of the owner of Villa number 8. A figure of immense mystery and influence. To their astonishment, this enigmatic individual was none other than Mr. Chen before them. Incredible! Mr. Chen resides at Yujing Mountain Villa. He is truly a remarkable young talent, Mr. Liu expressed with deep admiration. He rose to his feet, speaking with utmost respect. At that moment, he no longer harbored any intentions of testing Mr. Chen's limits. The owner of Villa number 8 at Yujing Mountain Villa, a holder of the black card from the Royal Bank of Oil Country, was far beyond his reach to probe. Mr. Chen is impressive. Wei Jingxiong could not help but exclaim. He envied Mr. Chen's dual identities immensely. At this moment, Wei Jingxiong dared not underestimate Mr. Chen any longer. He personally poured tea for Mr. Chen, shedding any pretense of superiority, adopting a demeanor of equality. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Accept Wei Jingxiong's South invitation to his estate for tea. Congratulations. You have acquired 8 of Tingfei Group's shares. The share acquisition contract has been placed in your villa study. Please check. Congratulations. You have gained 51 experience points. With the completion of the task, Mr. Chen successfully obtained 8 of Tingfei Group's shares. At this moment, he already held 20 of Tingfei Group. A fifth of the company belonged to him. The accomplishment of this task catapulted Mr. Chen's net worth beyond 70 billion. And he was now tantalizingly close to becoming a billionaire. Afterward, Chen Fan engaged in conversation with Wei Jingxiong for a while, who warmly invited him to dine at his residence that evening. I apologize, Mr. Wei, but I have prior commitments tonight, Chen Fan replied regretfully. He had an important meeting scheduled with Jiangzhou, the principal shareholder of Tingfei Group, who seemed eager to discuss a matter of significance with him. What a pity. I hope that next time, Mr. Chen will accept my invitation without hesitation, Wei Jingxiong responded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. As Chen Fan prepared to depart, Wei Jingxiong took the initiative to exchange contact information with him. Mr. Wei holds a certain influence in Jiangzhou. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, he remarked, clearly intent on cultivating a rapport with Chen Fan. Thank you, Mr. Wei, Chen Fan replied, reciprocating the courtesy. Fully aware of the considerable influence wielded by a prominent figure from Jiangzhou. Ultimately, Wei Jingxiong personally escorted Chen Fan out of the estate. Just as Chen Fan stepped beyond the gates of the manor, a shadow suddenly lunged toward him. Chapter 29, A Sudden Dimensional Shift. Just as Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong believed they were facing a threat from an assassin, a comical scene unfolded. Idol, my idol, I finally see you. A shadow dashed forward and promptly threw itself onto the ground, clasping Chen Fan's thigh with overwhelming excitement. Upon recognizing the plump figure clinging to Chen Fan's leg, Wei Jingxiong exclaimed, Zhu Hongyi? Hello, Wei Dalao, Zhu Hongyi greeted, still clinging to Chen Fan's thigh. Zhu Hongyi, are you from the esteemed Zhu family? Chen Fan inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhu Hongyi. Indeed, idol, Zhu Hongyi replied, his eyes brimming with admiration for Chen Fan as he nodded vigorously. What idol? Please get up, Chen Fan said, feeling quite uncomfortable being embraced by a man. All right, since the idol has spoken, Zhu Hongyi promptly stood up, adjusting his clothes. Greetings, idol. I am Zhu Hongyi, a direct descendant of the Zhu family. I hold you in great esteem and wish to be your subordinate. I hope you will not refuse me, Zhu Hongyi declared earnestly. To be my subordinate? If I recall correctly, you were with Chen Yizue, weren't you? Chen Fan responded, having observed Zhu Hongyi's prior association with her. Well, idol, I was misled by that green tea, Chen Itsue, and failed to recognize your greatness. I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgression. Zhu Hongyi bowed to Chen Fan, expressing his contrition. Please accept me as your subordinate. Seeing this, Wei Jingxiang regarded Zhu Hongyi with newfound respect. Noting the young man's discerning eye for seeking out Chen Fan's support. To be my subordinate? I currently have no intention of taking on any subordinates, Chen Fan declined. He was unfamiliar with Zhu Hongyi, who had just been with Chen Itsue, and was a direct descendant of the prestigious Zhu family. It was uncertain what motives lay behind such an unsolicited proposition. Upon being rejected, Zhu Hongyi immediately wilted, feeling profoundly disheartened. After bidding farewell to Wei Jingxiang, Chen Fan departed. Left behind were the dejected Zhu Hongyi and Wei Jingxiang. Observing Zhu Hongyi's forlorn demeanor, Wei Jingxiang could not resist offering a piece of advice. Young man, you possess good judgment in aligning yourself with Mr. Chen, but if you wish to be his subordinate, mere words without any actions or gestures will not suffice. Previously, when you visited me, you brought lavish gifts, yet now you merely express a desire to be Mr. Chen's subordinate without any tangible effort. While others may grant you leniency due to your status as a direct descendant of the Zhu family, that status holds little weight in Mr. Chen's eyes. Upon hearing Wei Jingxiang's words, Zhu Hongyi suddenly understood. Indeed, one may aspire to be a subordinate, yet why should others acquiesce to such a desire? It is imperative to undertake certain actions to earn the idol's recognition. Only then will the idol be inclined to accept one. Gratitude to the esteemed Wei for the reminder. Zhu Hongyi bowed to Wei Jingxiang and then hurriedly departed. Understanding the conflict between his idol and the Chen family, Zhu Hongyi was clear about what he needed to do. This young fellow has a promising future, Wei Jingxiang muttered quietly. Meanwhile, Chen Itsue returned to the Chen residence, seeking assistance from other family members. However, she still could not find the elder Chen despite multiple visits. Fourth uncle, where has grandfather gone? I've come several times, yet he is always absent. She inquired curiously of a slightly plump, middle-aged man named Chen Jinping, the fourth son of the elder Chen and a core figure in the family. Much favored by the elder. Oh, your grandfather and your uncle have gone out of town on business. It will likely be a few days before they return. Chen Jinping replied. Out of town? Chen Itsue felt a twinge of disappointment. By the way, Itsue, you seem to be troubled. What is it? Chen Jinping asked. Oh. Fourth uncle, I just encountered Chen Fan again. I intended to teach him a lesson, but instead, I was humiliated, Chen Itsue admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. That Chen Fan. The little wretch. Chen Jinping's expression darkened. Here's what we will do. Itsue, you should seek out Xingrong and have him intervene on your behalf, while also ensuring he thoroughly teaches Chen Fan a lesson, compelling him to return and marry the young lady from the Su family. Chen Xingrong, the eldest son of Chen Jinping, stands out among the younger generation of the Chen family, ranking among the top few, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. He possesses remarkable skills and is currently a leader within a certain underground faction in Jiangzhou, commanding nearly 100 subordinates with considerable influence. Have Xingrong step in? Hearing her fourth uncle's suggestion, Chen Itsue brightened with excitement. Work with Xingrong to resolve the issue with that little wretch Chen Fan swiftly. And when grandfather returns in a few days, surprise him, Chen Jinping instructed. His primary aim was to have his son gain recognition from the elder through this matter. And he held great confidence in his son's capabilities. With his son's prowess, teaching Chen Fan a lesson would be akin to a decisive victory. Understood, fourth uncle. I shall remember this. Chen Itsue nodded enthusiastically. With Xingrong involved, Chen Fan will likely be utterly intimidated. With that, Chen Itsue set off eagerly to find her cousin. Chen Xingrong. Approximately 20 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at Wangjiang Pavilion. Today, the venue for the dinner hosted by Jiangzhou, the largest shareholder of Tinfei Group, was a private room within the pavilion. Upon Chen Fan's arrival, he found Jiangzhou and his confidant, Zhang Xingda, the current president of Tinfei Group, already waiting. After brief introductions, Jiangzhou proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Mr. Chen, are you aware that you have offended Feng Yanli? Offended Feng Yanli? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, genuinely unaware of the situation. Jiangzhou proceeded to elucidate the circumstances to Chen Fan. This morning, Feng Yanli approached me, seeking collaboration to conspire against you, Mr. Chen. He wishes for us to unite in order to oust you from the company. Is that so? And what are your intentions? Mr. Jiang? Chen Fan countered, sensing the ulterior motives behind Jiangzhou's unexpected visit and his candid disclosure. Haha, Mr. Chen, you truly are an astute individual. Jiang Hao chuckled heartily. Indeed, I have my own considerations. Feng Yanli and I have never seen eye to eye. I would rather ally with you than partner with him. However, as he spoke, Jiang Hao abruptly halted, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Fan. Chapter 30. The board meeting commences, unveiling premier financial management skills. However, what? Chen Fan was not in a hurry to express his stance. If Feng Yin truly intended to oust him from the company, he certainly would not let the matter rest. Chen Fan was no pushover, nor a naive benefactor. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Hao's words left Chen Fan somewhat uncertain of his true intentions. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, temporary mission issued. Counterattack Feng Yin, retaliate in kind, expel him from the decision-making body of Tingfei Group, causing him to stumble upon his own machinations. Mission reward, premier financial management capability. Mission reward, 53 experience points. Upon seeing the system's rewards, Chen Fan was overjoyed. The system truly exhibited a humane touch. Previously, he lamented the limitation of the arbitrary skill selection card, which allowed him to choose only one skill, leaving him unable to acquire the coveted premier financial management skill. He had fervently hoped that the system would eventually present him with this skill. To his astonishment, today, the system unveiled the highly anticipated premier financial management capability. The system was simply marvelous. Now, Chen Fan was even less likely to let Feng Yin off the hook. However, I'm not entirely clear on President Chen's thoughts and capabilities. Jiang Hao interjected. Let me be forthright. I currently hold 22.5 of Tingfei Group's shares, while Feng Yin possesses 23, which is not a significant difference. Furthermore, I have heard rumors that Feng Yin is seeking to acquire shares from the minor stakeholders, coveting the position of the largest shareholder in our group. I have no conflict with President Chen. Rather, my clash lies with Feng Yin. Instead of aiding Feng Yin to undermine President Chen, it would be far more beneficial for us to unite and expel Feng Yin from the company. This should suffice to demonstrate my sincerity. After listening, Chen Fan nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of Jiang Hao's intentions. Of course, my assistance comes with conditions. I hope President Chen can acquiesce. Jiang Hao added. This statement was anticipated by Chen Fan. Without conditions, why would one offer assistance? Speak. Chen Fan replied. Once we join forces to expel Feng Yin from the company, I will ensure that all of Feng Yin's confidants are dismissed as well. Consequently, their positions will be vacated. And after finishing his meal, Chen Fan departed. On the way, he resolved to establish a contingency plan just in case. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, at the Zui Stin Lu, the owner, Luo Zhixin, wore a grim expression as he stared at the two middle-aged men before him. These were the same individuals he had dispatched to cause trouble at the Wangjiang Pavilion the previous day. When he had received no updates throughout the day, Luo Zhixin had grown concerned. Upon inquiring, he discovered that these two, along with the bodyguards he had sent, had been apprehended and taken to the police station by the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. Utilizing his connections, he had managed to extricate them from custody. What are you all doing? How could you fail at such a simple task? Luo Zhixin furiously interrogated his incompetent subordinates. Boss, we were powerless. You are unaware that the young man received an invitation from the esteemed Wei Jingxiong, and we were on their territory. Even if we had attempted to act, we would have been no match for them. His subordinates responded helplessly. The invitation from Wei Jingxiong? Luo Zhixin became visibly agitated. Are you joking? The new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion has ingratiated himself with Wei Jingxiong? Is this true? He asked cautiously. Indeed, it is true. It was the hall manager of Wangjiang Pavilion who personally stated this. One of the subordinates added. What? The hall manager of Wangjiang Pavilion said this? Luo Zhixin expressed profound skepticism. What if they are using Wei Jingxiong's name to intimidate you? Did you witness Wei Jingxiong's subordinate personally delivering the invitation to Wangjiang Pavilion? Luo Zhixin countered. Well, no. The subordinate shook his head. Damn it, you fools have been duped. In a fit of rage, Luo Zhixin lunged forward and kicked his inept subordinates several times. He suspected that this so-called invitation from Wei Jingxiong was merely a ruse concocted by the new owner of Wangjiang Pavilion to intimidate his subordinates, leveraging Wei Jingxiong's reputation to exert influence. Indeed, these inept individuals had fallen for the deception. But boss, what if it is true? We cannot afford to take that risk. One of the subordinates replied. Luo Zhixin calmed himself, recognizing the validity of the argument. If there was even a 1 in 10 chance that it was true, it was a risk they could not afford to take. After all, offending a powerful figure like Wei Jingxiong could spell their doom. Get me a car. "We are heading to the Fengchao Villa district," Luo Zhixin commanded loudly. His rise to prominence was not merely due to his own efforts. He had formidable backing. Faced with this predicament, Luo Zhixin had no choice but to seek assistance from his benefactor, Fan Hongkai, the chairman of the Fan Group in Jiangzhou. This was a figure of stature, rivaling that of Wei Jingxiang. As the driver went to prepare the vehicle, Luo Zhixin reluctantly retrieved a precious brocade box from his safe, his expression reflecting his reluctance. Seeking assistance from others certainly cannot be done without preparation. Had it not been for his trepidation regarding the relationship between the new proprietor of Wangjiang Pavilion and Wei Jingxiang, he would not have approached Chairman Fan for help. With Chairman Fan's endorsement, he would fear nothing from Wei Jingxiang. At that juncture, Chairman Fan could entangle Wei Jingxiang, while he himself would effortlessly handle the mere young owner of Wangjiang Pavilion. A few minutes later, Luo Zhixin made his way directly to the Fengchao Villa district. As a new day dawned, at 9 in the morning, Chen Fan set out, heading straight for the Tengfei Group. Meanwhile, the spirited Feng Yanli had already arrived at the Tengfei Group, ready to participate in the board meeting. Today marked the day he would expel Chen Fan from the company. Fulfilling the request of General Kong Baisheng, he had contacted General Kong the previous day, and Kong had assured him that should he manage to teach Chen Fan a lesson and oust him from the company, he would assist Feng Yanli in becoming the largest shareholder of Tengfei Group. Today was the day he would rise to prominence by stepping over Chen Fan. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated Feng Yanli became, his body trembling with anticipation. Just then, one of Feng Yanli's trusted confidants approached and whispered a few words in his ear. In an instant, Feng Yanli's expression fell drastically. Chapter 31, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Are Chen Fan and his associates at a disadvantage? Is what you said true or false? Feng Yanli asked seriously. Of course it is true. I am absolutely certain. Last night, Jiangzhou dined with Chen Fan at Wangjiang Pavilion. This information was relayed to me by the driver I bribed, Zhang Xingde. Feng Yanli's confidant nodded with confidence. Damn it. Feng Yanli slammed his hands on the table, seething with anger. Fortunately, I kept a trump card up my sleeve. Otherwise, I would have truly been deceived today. Feng Yanli let out a cold laugh. Despite his fury, he felt no discouragement. He was concerned about unforeseen circumstances and had made some preparations yesterday. Thankfully, those arrangements had now become his greatest support. That rascal Jiangzhou actually sought out Chen Fan. Feng Yanli sneered. At such a critical moment, Jiangzhou had the audacity to discreetly meet Chen Fan for dinner. What could he possibly be up to? It must be that Jiangzhou intends to betray me and join forces with Chen Fan to plot against me. Alas, regardless of any agreement reached between Chen Fan and you, Jiangzhou, it will ultimately be for naught. The ultimate victor shall still be me. Feng Yanli proclaimed confidently. These two are merely jesters. Come, let us prepare. Having said that, Feng Yanli departed with his confidant to make further arrangements in anticipation of the alliance between Chen Fan and Jiangzhou. As time passed, by 9:30 a.m., the large conference room of Tengfei Group was filled with shareholders and executives. Jiangzhou was the first to arrive, followed closely by Feng Yanli and his subordinates. Upon seeing Jiangzhou, a peculiar smile flickered across Feng Yanli's face, yet he did not immediately confront him. How is it, General Manager Jiang? Is everyone here? Feng Yanli inquired. Most have arrived. Only a few shareholders and executives are unable to attend due to prior commitments, Jiangzhou replied. Feng Yanli scanned the room, nodding in satisfaction. A few people short is inconsequential. At that moment, the executives and shareholders whispered among themselves, wondering why another high-level meeting was convened so soon after the last one. Everyone, please quiet down. I understand your curiosity regarding the sudden meeting today, and I shall enlighten you. Feng Yanli declared loudly. The entire conference room fell silent, all eyes fixated on Feng Yanli. Today, the purpose of gathering everyone here is. But before Feng Yanli could finish his statement, Chen Fan arrived. This must be our group's third largest shareholder, Mr. Chen, right? Feng Yanli remarked with a cold smile as he turned to Jiangzhou. General Manager Jiang, what do you think? You and Mr. Chen should be quite familiar with each other, correct? Huh? Jiangzhou stammered, feeling somewhat uneasy. What do you mean? What do I mean? General Manager Jiang, you dined with Mr. Chen last night at Wangjiang Pavilion. How can you not comprehend my meaning? Feng Yanli pressed. Upon hearing Feng Yanli's remarks, both Jiangzhou and Zhang Xingde instantly changed their expressions. What was happening? How did Feng Yanli come to know about their dinner with General Chen last night? Only they were privy to that affair. In the midst of it all, Chen Fan remained composed, unfazed by Feng Yanli's discovery, and exhibited not a shred of anxiety. His preparations from the previous night now appeared to be exceedingly prudent. Jiangzhou, do not presume that your alliance with Chen Fan grants you the power to contend with me. You are still far from being worthy of such a challenge, Feng Yanli declared with immense arrogance. Today, I have gathered everyone here to propose the expulsion of Chen Fan from the company's decision-making hierarchy, Feng Yanli announced loudly. At this proclamation, the conference room erupted in uproar. To oust the company's third-largest shareholder was indeed a bold move. Had anyone else suggested such a thing, they would have deemed it utterly implausible. If you think you can expel me from the company, then I foresee that it will be you, Feng Yanli. Who was cast out today? Chen Fan stepped forward, standing defiantly against Feng Yanli. If Feng Yanli sought to remove him, he too desired to see Feng Yanli ousted. For it was a task set forth by the system. Chen Fan's words ignited a flurry of discussions among the attendees, ultimately leading everyone's gaze to Jiangzhou. As the second and third largest shareholders clashed, Jiangzhou's allegiance as the largest shareholder became crucial. I support General Chen's proposal to remove Feng Yanli from the decision-making tier and his involvement in company affairs, Jiangzhou asserted without hesitation, undeterred by Feng Yanli's scrutiny. His alignment with Chen Fan was anticipated, given the notorious discord between Jiangzhou and Feng Yanli. Just as many believed Feng Yanli was destined for defeat, he erupted into a manic laughter. You think you can expel me from the decision-making body and the company? Do you possess the capability to do so alongside Chen Fan? You, Jiangzhou, hold 22.5 of the shares, while this Chen Fan possesses merely 12. Combined, you hold a mere 34.5, insufficient to surpass the 50 threshold. Dream on if you think you can expel me. Indeed, we hold only 34.5, but you, sir, possess a mere 23. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Jiangzhou retorted. What gives me the audacity? Allow me to enlighten you. Feng Yanli abruptly turned to address the other shareholders present, raising his voice. I propose the expulsion of Chen Fan from the decision-making body and the company. Who supports me? I do. I support it. In an instant, 3 or 4 minor shareholders stood in solidarity. Observing this, Jiangzhou let out a cold laugh. These individuals were merely Feng Yanli's loyal subordinates, collectively holding no more than 2.7 of the shares, rendering their support insignificant. At this pivotal moment, the fourth largest shareholder, Feng Lei, who had always maintained a neutral stance, suddenly rose to his feet. I wholeheartedly endorse President Feng's proposal to expel Chen Fan from the company. Feng Lei possesses a significant 10 share of the company, making his allegiance crucial. Upon hearing this, Jiangzhou was taken aback, wondering when Feng Yanli had managed to sway Feng Lei, a neutral party. However, he felt a sense of relief. For even with Feng Lei's support, Feng Yanli's faction still held merely 33 of the shares, less than their own. Just as Jiangzhou began to breathe easier, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. I too support President Feng in ousting Chen Fan. And I, as well, stand with President Feng. Shortly thereafter, 2 other relatively prominent shareholders, Meng Dong and Dong Ziyan, stepped forward to express their support for Feng Yanli. The combined shares held by Meng Dong and Dong Ziyan amounted to a substantial 12.1. With their backing, Feng Yanli's shareholding surged to 45.1, decisively overpowering Chen Fan and Jiangzhou. In an instant, the tide shifted dramatically. Chen Fan and Jiangzhou found themselves in an unequivocally disadvantaged position, ensnared in a precarious predicament. Chapter 32, A Turn of Events. The new largest shareholder of Tengfei Group is Chen Fan. Jiangzhou was instantly thrown into a state of panic. This was dire. You all. Jiangzhou glared furiously at Meng Dong and Dong Ziyan, among others. These individuals, typically neutral within the company, had refrained from engaging in his rivalry with Feng Yanli. Otherwise, Jiangzhou and Feng Yanli would not have been locked in a stalemate for so long. However, now these 3 neutral parties had all sided with Feng Yanli. Why? Jiangzhou felt a sense of despair. He and Chen Fan had lost, and it was a resounding defeat. With the support of these shareholders, Feng Yanli's control over Tengfei Group would be significantly strengthened, leaving Jiangzhou and Chen Fan in a precarious situation. In stark contrast to Jiangzhou's fury, Feng Yanli was exceptionally elated, beaming with uncontainable joy. This was his trump card. This was why, upon learning of Chen Fan and Jiangzhou's alliance, he felt anger yet remained unfazed, brimming with confidence. With the backing of Dong Ziyun and the others, he was not intimidated by Chen Fan and Jiangzhou. As for how he managed to sway these 3 long-standing neutrals, the answer was simple. He had the assistance of the Kong Group. Without their aid, he would have struggled to influence these obstinate neutral parties. With the support of these three shareholders, Feng Yanli was thoroughly confident in his ability to vanquish Chen Fan and his allies. "Chen Fan, you should prepare to exit the company," Feng Yanli declared, his excitement and smugness barely concealed. "Exit the company? Huh. As if you could make that happen," Chen Fan retorted calmly. Did Feng Yanli possess a trump card? Did he think Chen Fan lacked one? "You hold merely 45. One of the shares, insufficient to reach a majority. Where does your confidence stem from?" Chen Fan countered. "While you may not have the numbers, do we? You speak as if you possess a majority." Feng Yanli scoffed. "Apologies, but we indeed do," Chen Fan replied, casually tossing several contracts onto the table. "As of yesterday, I personally acquired 11. 2 of Tengfei Group's shares, bringing my total to 23. 2 and establishing myself as the largest shareholder." Chen Fan continued, revealing that he had completed a system task the previous day, acquiring 8 in system shares. Concerned about unforeseen developments, he had contacted his dedicated butler from the Royal Bank of Oil Nation to assist in acquiring an additional 3 of Tengfei Group's shares. Additionally, Chen Fan sought to test the bank's claim that it could fulfill all client requests. Indeed, the Royal Bank of Oil Nation did not disappoint. Within a couple of hours, the butler reached out to inform him that they had located 2 minor shareholders willing to sell a cumulative 2 of their shares. That very evening, Chen Fan met with them and formally signed the acquisition contracts, effortlessly securing his position as the new largest shareholder of Tengfei Group. It is precisely for this reason that many shareholders of the group did not attend today. Their shares have all been sold to Chen Fan. Why would they come? He currently possesses 23. 2 of Tengfei Group shares, and combined with Jiangzhou's 22. 5, and an additional 6. 1 from Jiangzhou's trusted aides, he has surpassed 50. Upon hearing Chen Fan's declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. "What? Mr. Chen has acquired 11. 2 of the shares. My heavens, who would have imagined that Mr. Chen would emerge as the largest shareholder of the group in the end?" The crowd buzzed with disbelief. This outcome was utterly unexpected. At this moment, even Jiangzhou was taken aback, unable to fathom Chen Fan's maneuver. In the span of a single day, Chen Fan had secured 11. 2 of the group's shares, directly surpassing him to become the new leading shareholder. Previously, he had engaged in games with Chen Fan, attempting to impose various conditions in order to place his confidence within the group and exert control over the company, only to find his efforts in vain. As for Feng Yanli, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, he was utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless. "No, this cannot be true," Feng Yanli shouted in frustration. The shareholders of Tengfei Group were notoriously stubborn, reluctant to part with their shares. Otherwise, he would have acquired them long ago, surpassing Jiangzhou. "You must be deceiving me." "It simply cannot be." Feng Yanli stepped forward, his hands trembling as he picked up the share acquisition contract that Chen Fan had carelessly left on the table. He scrutinized each word, but with each passing moment, his expression grew increasingly grim, particularly upon discovering that the final signatures were all in order. Feng Yanli's complexion turned as pale as one who had just emerged from the grave. After thoroughly examining Chen Fan's documents, he found no discrepancies. He stood frozen, his expression vacant. Meanwhile, Chen Fan slowly moved forward, positioning himself at the center of the conference room, and addressed the assembly with a commanding voice. "As the newly appointed largest shareholder of the company, I propose we expel Feng Yanli from the decision-making body of the company." "Who is in agreement?" Jiangzhou hesitated for a moment before leading the way. "I agree." Although Chen Fan had surpassed him to become the new largest shareholder of the group, he was still more inclined to side with Chen Fan over Feng Yanli. They had reached an agreement the previous day, and even if unexpected circumstances arose, Chen Fan would surely provide him with a semblance of respect. Conversely, should Feng Yanli prevail, he would likely face exclusion, ultimately suffering the same fate as being ousted from the decision-making body. "I also concur." "Me too. I support Mr. Chen's proposal." With Jiangzhou's endorsement, his loyal subordinates began to voice their agreement as well. Thus, the support for Chen Fan surpassed 50 of the group's shares. The 3 prominent shareholders who just announced their support for Feng Yanli exchanged glances, and ultimately, Dong Xian spoke first. "I retract my previous statement. I am also inclined to endorse General Manager Chen's proposal." "So am I." "I concur with General Manager Chen." It was now impossible to impede Chen Fan. Feng Yanli had already lost. Furthermore, the conditions previously set by Feng Yanli and his associates were no longer valid, rendering them mere fence-sitters, able to extend a courtesy to General Manager Chen. With their support, the proportion of backing for Chen Fan surpassed 70%. sealing Feng Yanli's total defeat. I hereby announce that more than 70% of the shareholders have agreed to expel Feng Yanli from the company's decision-making body. He shall no longer partake in any corporate decisions, Chen Fan proclaimed loudly, declaring the final outcome. No, Feng Yanli shouted in defiance. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and overwhelmed by emotions, he collapsed to the ground. He was swiftly transported to the hospital. As the board meeting concluded, numerous executives and shareholders flocked to Chen Fan, surrounding him with various forms of flattery and obsequiousness. General Manager, may I have a moment of your time? There is something I wish to discuss with you. Jiangzhou timidly approached and inquired softly. Chapter 33. Severing Ties on the 7th Day of Severance. The reward was the shares of the Pinnacle Group. Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Chen Fan and Jiangzhou proceeded to Jiangzhou's office. Mr. Jiang, this should be your office from now on. Jiangzhou spoke with a tinge of melancholy, as Chen Fan had become the largest shareholder of the company. Not at all. This office still belongs to you, Mr. Jiang, Chen Fan replied with profound significance. Despite being the foremost shareholder of Tingfei Group, Chen Fan had no intention of usurping Jiangzhou's position to manage the entire enterprise. Firstly, although Jiangzhou had his own ambitions, he had indeed assisted Chen Fan. Without his support, expelling Feng Yanli would not have been a simple task. Secondly, managing a company demands substantial time and energy. And Chen Fan was reluctant to devote himself entirely to the relatively modest Tingfei Group, which had a market valuation of merely around 10 billion. Chen Fan aspired to surpass the Chen family and eventually overshadow the Su family, and relying solely on Tingfei Group would be insufficient. Furthermore, having already amassed a fortune exceeding 7 billion by yesterday, with today's reward yet to arrive, it was conceivable that he might surpass 80 billion, bringing him closer to the coveted 100 billion mark. Chen Fan was well aware of the priorities that lay before him. Is that so? Jiangzhou grasped the implication of Chen Fan's words, his spirits soaring with elation. Mr. Chen, is what you say truly genuine? He inquired, trembling with anticipation. Indeed. Tingfei Group will still be managed by you, Mr. Jiang. For any significant matters, we shall discuss them together, Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Jiangzhou exclaimed, seizing Chen Fan's hand in gratitude, overwhelmed with appreciation. Upon concluding the matters at hand, Chen Fan departed from Tingfei Group and had just settled into his car when the system's voice resonated. Ding! Counterattack Feng Yanli, returning the favor in kind. Expelling him from the decision-making body of Tingfei Group, letting him trip over his own machinations. Task completed. Congratulations on acquiring top-tier financial management capability. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. With the task completed, a torrent of knowledge surged into Chen Fan's consciousness. Moments later, having assimilated this wealth of information, he attained the pinnacle of financial management prowess, emerging as a master of the discipline. Additionally, his undertaking had yielded him 53 experience points. Chen Fan glanced at the system. Current system level. Level 1, 303-1500. Having accumulated over 300 points, he had amassed 1/5 of the points required for a system upgrade. Remarkably, today marked merely the 7th day since he had acquired the system. Moreover, he had only discovered the upgrade mechanism on the 3rd day of his possession. Strictly speaking, including today, Chen Fan had managed to gather 1/5 of the necessary points for an upgrade in just 5 days. At this rate, the remaining points required for the upgrade could be acquired in approximately 20 days. This pace was exceptionally rapid. A smile spread across Chen Fan's face. As Chen Fan experienced joy, yet another surprise arrived. Ding! On the 7th day of severing ties, he acquired 4 of shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group, one of the premier enterprises in Jiangzhou, and became the vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group? Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Yongtai Real Estate Group is among the top enterprises in Jiangzhou, boasting immense strength. Currently, the market value of Yongtai Real Estate Group is approximately 30 billion, meaning that 4 of its shares are valued at around 1.2 billion. In an instant, Chen Fan's net worth soared to 8 billion, drawing him ever closer to the coveted 10 billion mark. Furthermore, the system's reward encompassed not only shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group, but also the esteemed position of vice president. This role is undeniably prestigious in Jiangzhou. Today, he had truly reaped substantial gains. Just as Chen Fan planned to return to the villa, he suddenly received a text message. Upon glancing down, he noticed it was from Xiao Mingming, inquiring if he had time to meet and enjoy some leisure together. If he was available, they could gather at Yangzhou Shopping Center. A visit to Yangzhou Shopping Center? Why not? Chen Fan agreed, as he intended to visit the shopping center anyway. After all, since acquiring Yongjia Shopping Center, he had only been there once, primarily to purchase clothing and sign contracts, without conducting an inspection of the facility. Today provided an excellent opportunity for a discreet visit to assess the situation at Yongjia Shopping Center. After a little over 20 minutes, Chen Fan arrived first at Yongjia Shopping Center. As he awaited Xia Mengmeng, who had not yet arrived, he entered a nearby CF, ordered a cup of coffee, and sipped while waiting. A few minutes later, Xia Mengmeng arrived. Chen Fan stepped outside to greet her. "Senior Chen, please wait a moment," she said mysteriously, as if she had something significant to share. Chen Fan was filled with curiosity about her intentions. Chapter 34, The Hundredfold Cashback Card. The identity of Boss Chen revealed. Shocking everyone. After a brief interval of 2 minutes, Xia Ruoxue hurriedly arrived. "Oh, Mr. Chen is also here?" she exclaimed, somewhat surprised to see Chen Fan. "Meng, what troubles you?" she inquired with genuine concern. With her parents away from Jiangzhou, she was responsible for her younger sister, who had just messaged her that she was feeling unwell and urged Xia Ruoxue to come to the Yongjia Shopping Center promptly. Consequently, Xia Ruoxue hastily set aside her work and rushed over. "Sister, I am fine. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I still have homework to complete. What a pity. How about this, sister? You and Senior Chen can enjoy some shopping together. I must take my leave," said Xia Mengmeng, swiftly making her exit. Today, she had orchestrated a meeting between Senior Chen and her sister, aiming to create an opportunity for the two to bond in solitude. Xia Mengmeng genuinely believed that her sister and Senior Chen were a perfect match. It would be a shame if they did not end up together. Thus, she took on the role of a matchmaker, hoping that a shared meal, a movie, and a shopping spree would strengthen their connection. How much effort she had invested in her sister's happiness. It was truly not an easy task. As they watched Xia Mengmeng leave abruptly, both Xia Ruoxue and Chen Fan were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to proceed. "Mr. Chen, do you need any clothes? Since we are here." "I was planning to buy a few," Xia Ruoxue suggested after a moment's thought. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Task issued. Go shopping with Xia Ruoxue. Task reward. 100-fold cashback card. Limit. 500 million. Task reward. 51 experience points." Another task had arrived. And this time, the reward was a 100-fold cashback card. Remarkable. This meant that by spending just 5 million, he could receive an astounding 500 million in return. A profit of 495 million. The magnitude of this rebate was astonishing. This reward was exhilarating. He had previously purchased over 300 million worth of shares in the Tingfei Group, and upon completing this task, his liquid assets would instantly surge by nearly 495 million. Furthermore, with this nearly 500 million, he would be even closer to a net worth of 100 billion. "Count me in, let us go together," Chen Fan replied, nodding in agreement. His intention for visiting was primarily to discreetly assess the operational conditions of the Yongjia Shopping Center. The purpose for entering was inconsequential, of course. If he stumbled upon suitable clothing, he would not hesitate to make a purchase. Moreover, with the system task at hand, it was all the more enticing. With that, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue entered the Yongjia Shopping Center. They explored several stores and ultimately paused at a spacious luxury boutique, where Xia Ruoxue found several garments to her liking. "Mr. Chen, what do you think of this coat? I believe it would suit you perfectly." As Xia Ruoxue perused her selections, she cast a glance at the men's apparel nearby. Upon spotting a black coat, she could not restrain herself from speaking. With that, she took the garment down, eager for Chen Fan to try it on. Just as Chen Fan reached for the coat, a raucous young man, accompanied by his girlfriend, entered the store. "Clear out all the customers. My girlfriend wishes to choose some clothes," he declared arrogantly upon his arrival. The staff exchanged glances, their discomfort palpable as they looked to the manager, who, unable to intervene, reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Consequently, the staff began to usher patrons out. Approaching Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue, one of the employees asked them to temporarily leave. Chen Fan, visibly displeased, inquired, "Is this fellow a premium member here? Why does he possess such privileges? I was just about to try on this coat. How disappointing." "No, he is Su Zhouquan, the son of Su Li, the vice president of Jiangzhou Shopping Center. In this establishment, he is akin to a little tyrant. No store dares to defy his words," the staff replied, resigned. A high-end restaurant previously went bankrupt shortly after offending Su Zhouquan. It is rumored he orchestrated that downfall, the employee whispered. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that his discreet visit would yield such swift revelations. How could the son of a mere vice president act with such impunity within Yongtai Shopping Center? Even the owner seemed less imposing than Su Zhouquan. It was no wonder the business at Yangzhou Shopping Center had been deteriorating in recent years. The internal management was truly lacking. Previously, he had little concern for Yangzhou Shopping Center, but now, as its owner, Chen Fan could no longer remain indifferent. If this situation persisted, it was only a matter of time before Jiangzhou Shopping Center would face closure. Who granted you the authority to expel all customers just to serve yourself? Chen Fan spoke, refusing to indulge Su Zhouquan's arrogance. Oh, we have a bold one here. Su Zhouquan sneered at Chen Fan's defiance. Who gave me this power? My father did. Is that not sufficient? He is the vice president of Jiangzhou Shopping Center. I can do as I please. Su Zhouquan replied with an air of smugness. Haha. Dare to oppose my boyfriend on his territory? Surely, you must be out of your mind, chimed in Su Zhouquan's girlfriend, equally smug. Haha, your boyfriend's territory? Your father is the vice president of Jiangzhou Shopping Center, is he not? Well then, from this moment on, he is dismissed. Chen Fan retorted with a cold smirk, asserting his dominance. Listening to the demeanor of this staff member, it seems that Su Zhouquan has been engaging in nefarious activities at the Yangzhou Shopping Center for quite some time. As the deputy general manager of the Yangzhou Shopping Center, Su Li must certainly be aware of this, yet he turns a blind eye to his son's actions. Given this, there is no justification for Su Li to retain his position any longer. Why should I continue to support such a useless individual who contributes nothing? Effective immediately. My father has been dismissed. Who do you think you are? Su Zhouquan laughed maniacally, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Who am I? I'm Chen Fan, the new proprietor of the Yangzhou Shopping Center. Chen Fan replied calmly. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. The new owner of the Yangzhou Shopping Center? He is the new owner. My heavens. The crowd gazed at Chen Fan in astonishment, particularly Su Zhouquan, who was momentarily taken aback. He recalled his father mentioning yesterday that the Yangzhou Shopping Center had a new owner, but he had forgotten the name. Could it truly be this young man? Attempting to intimidate me. Do you think I can be easily frightened? I shall call my father right now and expose your ruse. Su Zhouquan, skeptical of the youth before him, dialed his father to inquire about the situation. Son, what is the matter? Came Su Li's languid voice over the phone as he leisurely sipped tea and listened to music in his office, thoroughly enjoying himself. Dad, I'm at the Yangzhou Shopping Center, and there's a kid who dares to impersonate the new owner. You need to send someone to apprehend him. Su Zhouquan reported. What? Impersonating the owner of the Yangzhou Shopping Center? That's a death wish, Su Li scoffed. All right, I'll dispatch someone immediately to capture that brat. Su Li agreed with his son, not taking the matter seriously at all. Just as he was about to send someone, he casually inquired, by the way, what is the name of this imposter claiming to be our owner? His name is Chen Fan, Dad. That kid is named Chen Fan, Su Zhouquan replied. What? The teacup in Su Li's hand slipped and shattered upon hitting the ground. You mean to say the person impersonating the owner of the Yangzhou Shopping Center is named? Chapter 35. Only one step away from a valuation exceeding 10 billion. Su Li inquired cautiously. What is it, Dad? Su Zhouquan replied nonchalantly. That person is named Chen Fan. Su Li suddenly stood up, his face drained of color from shock. He is indeed the new owner of our Yangzhou Shopping Center. Not an imposter. Where are you now? Su Li asked anxiously. Su Zhouquan informed Su Tai of his whereabouts. 3 minutes later, Su Li hurriedly rushed over, filled with trepidation. From a distance, he spotted Chen Fan standing there with an indifferent expression. Boss, why didn't you inform us of your arrival? Su Li quickly approached, adopting a sycophantic demeanor towards Chen Fan. The onlookers in the store were left dumbfounded, realizing that this young man was indeed the owner of Yangzhou Shopping Center. If I had informed you, how could I witness such a scene? Chen Fan replied coldly, harboring a strong disdain for Su Li. You imbecile, why are you still dawdling? Get over here. Su Li reprimanded his son beside him. Upon hearing this, Su Zhouquan trembled as he approached. What are you waiting for? Apologize to the boss. Su Li sought to rectify his earlier mistake. No need for apologies. I have already notified the HR department. You can gather your belongings and leave my Yangzhou Shopping Center, Chen Fan commanded. At that moment, the store staff brought over the neatly packed clothes. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui took the packaged garments and exited the store. Su Li stood there, utterly stunned. He had anticipated only a few more years until retirement, where he could enjoy a comfortable life. Yet now, due to this ungrateful son, he had been dismissed. Su Li was consumed by rage. in a fit of anger. He drew out his crocodile leather belt, intent on giving this ungrateful child a taste of childhood memories. Soon, screams echoed throughout Jiangzhou shopping center. Su Zhouquan was transported back to his childhood. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Xiao Shui prepared to place their purchased clothing in the car. Little did they expect that Chen, the owner of Jiangzhou shopping center, was indeed an exceptional young man. Xiao Shui couldn't help but express her admiration, her curiosity about Chen Fan deepening. She had gathered from her sister that Chen Fan hailed from the affluent Chen family but had severed ties with them, becoming a disowned scion. Yet, despite this background, he had grown increasingly formidable, which evoked a sense of respect within Xiao Shui. In a certain sense, she and Chen Fan belonged to the same ilk. "I hope I did not embarrass you, Miss Xia," Chen Fan remarked. Having such a subordinate was indeed a blot on his reputation. After placing their belongings, Chen Fan and Xiao Shui continued to explore Jiangzhou shopping center. Upon entering the supermarket, Chen Fan was struck with an idea upon seeing freshly cut beef and lamb. "Miss Xia, would you like to indulge in some barbecue?" Chen Fan inquired. "Barbecue? I have never tasted it." At this juncture, Xiao Shui's expression dimmed slightly. During her childhood, her family imposed strict regulations, leaving her with no opportunity to indulge in various snacks. Now, as the manager of the vast Xia Corporation, her social engagements primarily took place in upscale restaurants where she savored exquisite private dishes or gourmet French cuisine, leaving no room for encounters with barbecues or similar delights. Not only barbecues, but she had also never tried many other snacks. Never tasted it? How unfortunate. How about this, Miss Xia? You shall dine at my residence tonight, and we shall prepare a grand barbecue feast, Chen Fan proposed. His villa boasted a spacious courtyard, perfectly suited for hosting a barbecue. Very well, Xiao Shui nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fan procured an array of barbecue ingredients, along with a grill and smokeless charcoal, among other necessary supplies. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. "Ding, mission issued. Go shopping with Xiao Shui, mission reward. A 100-fold consumption rebate card, capped at 500 million. Mission reward, 51 experience points upon mission completion." The 100-fold consumption rebate card was credited, which, in a sense, elevated Chen Fan's net worth by nearly 500 million. He was now just a step away from surpassing the 100 billion mark. After gathering the ingredients, Chen Fan and Xiao Shui returned to the Yujing Villa district. In the courtyard, they began to prepare the food. Although Xiao Shui's culinary skills were lacking, she managed the basics, such as chopping vegetables. Just as Chen Fan was about to commence grilling, a phone call from Wei Jingxiong interrupted him. "Mr. Chen, are you free tonight for a meal?" Wei Jingxiong inquired upon answering the call. "Apologies, Mr. Wei, but I have prior engagements this evening," Chen Fan replied, as his barbecue preparations were already underway. "What a pity. How about tomorrow? Surely Mr. Chen will be available then?" Wei Jingxiong pressed. "Tomorrow works," Chen Fan affirmed. "Excellent. I shall treat you to a meal tomorrow morning." "You must come," Wei Jingxiong insisted. Of course, Chen Fan agreed, and they settled on the arrangements. After more than half an hour, Chen Fan's first batch of barbecue was ready. He invited Xiao Shui to give it a try. Curiously, she picked up a skewer and took a bite, her eyes lighting up in surprise. This tastes remarkably different from the grilled meat at restaurants, Xiao Shui remarked, reflecting on the unique flavor. Having indulged in high-end restaurant barbecues, she found this homemade barbecue to possess a distinct and delightful essence. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded. His mastery of grilling, coupled with top-tier culinary skills, ensured that the flavor of his barbecue was nothing short of exceptional. Simply eating isn't enough, Chen Fan decided. Turning towards the wine cellar to fetch several bottles, he poured a glass for himself and Xiao Shui, since she resided next door and would not venture out at night. There was little concern about overindulgence. Hesitantly, Xiao Shui accepted the glass of wine that Chen Fan offered. Xiao Shui possessed a notably poor tolerance for alcohol, typically abstaining entirely during social gatherings. However, with Mr. Chen personally pouring for her and the mounting pressures of recent work matters weighing heavily upon her, she decided to indulge in a drink. Upon sipping the wine, her complexion flushed immediately. After consuming a glass, the previously reserved and aloof Xiao Shui transformed into an effusive conversationalist. Given their shared heritage as scions of affluent families, they discovered an abundance of common topics, leading to a delightful rapport. "Xia, perhaps it's best to stop now," Mr. Chen suggested, observing her seeming inebriation. "Not at all. I have a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. I'm not drunk yet." Xiao Shui waved her hand dismissively, her cheeks aglow. The formerly frosty demeanor of Xia Ruoxue now radiated a different kind of charm. By the way, Mr. Chen, since we are now good friends, there is no need for the formal titles. Calling each other Mr. Chen and Ms. Xia feels rather awkward, she proposed. At home, referring to each other in such a manner makes it seem like we are still at work. Very well, then. I shall call you Ruoxue. And you may call me Chen Fan, he acquiesced, sharing her sentiment. Ruoxue? The unexpected address caused Xia Ruoxue to pause. Typically, only her parents and elder relatives used such a familiar term when referring to her. This appellation felt exceedingly intimate. Had it been another man, she would have been infuriated and turned to leave at such familiarity. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she found no resistance to Chen Fan's use of her name. At that moment, even Xia Ruoxue herself could not fathom the reason behind this acceptance. Chapter 36. Summoning hundreds to confront Chen Fan? The terrified Chen Xingrong. After more than half an hour, Xia Mingming returned. Just as she was about to open the door, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. In the next moment, Xia Mingming, like a little greedy cat, followed the delightful scent to Chen Fan's villa. Upon witnessing Chen Fan and her sister enjoying their meal with such delight, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy wash over her. If only I had returned earlier. Xia Mingming spoke, her admiration for Chen Fan's culinary skills evident. Without hesitation, she seized a skewer of lamb and began to feast. After indulging for a while, she inadvertently overheard Chen Fan calling her sister Ruoxue, to which her sister responded with joy, showing no signs of anger. Xia Mingming's eyes lit up with surprise. What? Has Chen Xuezhang's relationship with my sister progressed so swiftly? It seems my plan for today has succeeded brilliantly. Given this momentum, it is essential to orchestrate another encounter. At this rate, if all goes smoothly, it won't be long before my sister and Chen Xuezhang solidify their relationship. Xia Mingming pondered these thoughts. After dinner, Xia Mingming and Xia Ruoxue departed. Chen Fan quickly washed up before retiring for the night, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next day. At present, his net worth had exceeded 80 billion. He only needed a final 10 billion to breach the 100 billion mark. If fortune favored him, with the rewards arriving tomorrow, he would become Jiangzhou's youngest billionaire. How could he not be excited? How could he not be joyful? The following morning, after class, Chen Fan drove away from the school. At the school gate, Chen Haoyu, upon seeing this, promptly called his sister Chen Itsue. Chen Fan has left Jiangzhou University, I understand. Chen Itsue nodded. After hanging up, she turned to the tall, robust young man beside her. Xingrong, Chen Fan has already departed. This imposing figure was Chen Xingrong, the eldest son of Chen Jiping, Chen Itsue's fourth uncle. Currently, Chen Xingrong thrived in Jiangzhou, being one of the leaders of an underground faction with nearly 100 subordinates. Good. Chen Xingrong nodded. He then sent a message to his underlings, instructing them to follow Chen Fan's vehicle, with Xingrong taking the lead. There was no way for Chen Fan to escape this time. Chen Itsue exclaimed with excitement that the deal with Chen Fan. Xingrong had summoned a full 20 to 30 subordinates, ensuring a near-certain victory. In the eyes of Chen Itsue and her father, Chen Xingrong confronting Chen Fan was akin to a decisive advantage. Chen Fan had no chance of resistance whatsoever. Xingrong is their hope. Of course, your previous tactics were too cumbersome. It is far better to act directly. Truth emerges from the might of a fist. Chen Xingrong clenched his massive fists. His gaze fierce as he declared. This time, he intended to subdue Chen Fan with sheer force, compelling him to return home and bow before their grandfather in apology. Soon, Chen Xingrong received word from his subordinates. Boss, that brat got off at Tan's Cuisine and seems to be heading in for a meal, reported the younger brother to Chen Xingrong. Tan's Cuisine is one of the most renowned private dining establishments in Jiangzhou, exclusive to its members and celebrated as one of the city's upscale restaurants. Chen Fan still has the audacity to dine at Tan's Cuisine. How amusing. Soon, I shall leave him searching for his teeth. With that, Chen Xingrong waved his hand, gathering the 2 to 3 dozen subordinates he had prepared, and they set off in a grand procession. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen Xingrong arrived at Tan's Cuisine with Chen Itsue and his entourage, exuding an air of intimidation. At that moment, a follower who had been tailing Chen Fan approached to inform Chen Xingrong of Chen Fan's location within a private room. Chen Xingrong immediately surged inside, kicking open the door to the room. Inside, Chen Fan was engrossed in his phone, having just received a message from Wei Jingxiong stating he had some matters to attend to and would be half an hour late. At last, I have found you. Chen Xingrong sneered at Chen Fan, his smile twisted with malice. What do you want from me? Chen Fan retorted. What do I want? Naturally, to teach you a lesson. Chen Xingrong replied. If you are wise, you will return home now. kneel before Grandpa in apology, rejoin the Chen family, and then welcome the young lady of the Su family. I may spare you, but if you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthless nature." Chen Xingrong appeared poised to strike. "Return to the Chen family? Dream on," Chen Fan shot back defiantly. "Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to be so obstinate. Xingrong, teach him a lesson," Chen Yitsue incited from the sidelines. "Very well," Chen Xingrong commanded his subordinates to hold back, as he intended to personally discipline this arrogant cousin. Approaching Chen Fan, he swung his fist, massive as a sandbag, viciously aiming for Chen Fan. Just as Chen Xingrong believed his strength and skill would easily overpower Chen Fan, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chen Fan suddenly rose, deftly sidestepping Chen Xingrong's punch with ease. In a flash, Chen Fan seized Chen Xingrong's arm and exerted force. A resounding thud echoed as Chen Xingrong crashed to the ground, howling in agony. Witnessing this, all present were left dumbfounded. What just transpired? Beside them, Chen Yitsue was equally stunned. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't Xingrong have been the one to knock Chen Fan down? How had it become the imposing Xingrong who now lay on the floor? Chen Xingrong's subordinates hurried over to help him up. Damn it! Chen Xingrong struggled to rise, his face a mask of fury. He could scarcely fathom how, at a towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 and weighing over 200 pounds, he had been felled by a single encounter with Chen Fan. He was, astonishingly, no match for Chen Fan. "Is this your confidence?" Chen Fan inquired, regarding Chen Xingrong. The top-tier combat skills he had acquired from the system proved remarkably effective. "Chen Fan, I underestimated your prowess," Chen Xingrong admitted, visibly shaken. Chen Xingrong spoke with unwavering confidence. "I may not be able to defeat you, but I have my brothers with me. Do you dare to strike me? Let us see if my brothers will permit that." "They won't," his underlings shouted in unison. With a mere glance from Chen Xingrong, the 20 or so followers he brought surged into the spacious private room, encircling Chen Fan in layers. While he acknowledged that he could not match Chen Fan in strength, he was emboldened by the sheer number of his subordinates. Convinced that they could teach Chen Fan a lesson, attack, in a fit of rage, Chen Xingrong commanded his men to move forward and teach Chen Fan a severe lesson. "I dare anyone to make a move." Yet, before his words could fully resonate, a commanding voice echoed from behind him. Furious, Chen Xingrong turned around to confront the challenger, only to be struck with shock upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer. Chapter 37. Unveiling the secrets of the Chen family and Chen Fan's plan against them at this moment. The individual entering the private room was none other than the esteemed figure of Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong. "Is that you, Boss Wei?" Chen Xingrong queried, his voice trembling. In truth, even if you were merely one of the minor leaders of Jiangzhou's underground forces, the very notion of encountering Wei Jingxiong would compel anyone, including the head of their faction, to act with utmost reverence. "Are you intending to dismantle my restaurant?" Wei Jingxiong's voice was frigid as he inquired. "Huh." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingrong and the others were momentarily taken aback. "Your restaurant?" Chen Xingrong asked, astonished. "Is this establishment of Tan family cuisine yours, Boss Wei?" "Indeed," Wei Jingxiong affirmed with a nod. It was precisely due to this connection that he had previously contemplated absorbing Chen Fan's Wanjiang pavilion. However, upon learning of Chen Fan's true identity, he had altered his course of action. "My apologies, Boss Wei. It is my fault. We shall escort this young man outside to resolve this matter immediately," Chen Xingrong hastily responded, intending to forcibly remove Chen Fan. Unbridled audacity. To Chen Xingrong's utter astonishment, rather than calming down, Wei Jingxiong's fury intensified upon hearing such words. "You dare lay hands on my guest. You are quite bold." A terrifying smile flickered across Wei Jingxiong's face. Few would dare to act in such a manner in all of Jiangzhou. "What? Boss Wei, what do you mean?" Chen Xingrong was perplexed. "What do I mean? Mr. Chen Fan is my guest. To act against my guest now would be to trample upon my dignity." Wei Jingxiong replied icily. "What? Chen Fan is your guest? This must be an international joke." Chen Xingrong's mind raced. What status did Chen Fan possess to warrant such an invitation from a figure of Wei Jingxiong's caliber? "Boss Wei, Chen Xingrong attempted to explain further, but was interrupted by Wei Jingxiong. "Have your superior come to speak with me. You are not qualified," Wei Jingxiong commanded. Realizing his inadequacy to converse with Wei Jingxiong, Chen Xingrong reluctantly contacted his superior, Bai Ling Yuan. Upon learning that Chen Xingrong had offended Wei Jingxiong, Bai Ling Yuan hurriedly made his way to the scene. "Get out." Wei Jingxiong rebuked Chen Xingrong's subordinates. Faced with the admonishment from the distinguished figure of Jiangzhou, Chen Xingrong's men dared not defy him. Swiftly vacating the premises to create space. "My sincere apologies, Mr. Chen." I was delayed by other matters. To have such an incident occur in my restaurant is regrettable. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution, Wei Jingxiong expressed to Chen Fan. Bring forth the dishes. Soon, the waitstaff began to serve an array of exquisite delicacies. As Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong dined and conversed, Chen Xingrong and Chen Yitsue were left in a state of utter disbelief, witnessing Chen Fan engage in light-hearted banter with the formidable Wei Jingxiong, both clearly enjoying an equal standing. How did Chen Fan earn Wei Jingxiong's recognition? Chen Yitsue found herself utterly perplexed. Previously, during Chen Fan's visit to Wei Jingxiong, it was conceivable that he was leveraging the prestige of the Xia Group. However, witnessing Chen Fan now engaging in jovial banter with Wei Jingxiong was altogether unexpected. Wei Jingxiong was a formidable figure in Jiangzhou, known for his fierce and domineering nature. It was unfathomable that even with his special relationship with Xia Mengming, or even with the Xia Group's president, Xia Ruoshui, Chen Fan could command such respect from Wei Jingxiong. At that moment, Chen Yitsue had to concede that Chen Fan's ability to stand on equal footing with Wei Jingxiong was solely due to his own merit. But why was this the case? How could Chen Fan, a castaway who had severed ties with the Chen family, possibly be on par with Wei Jingxiong? Chen Yitsue was at a loss. As for Chen Xingrong, he was rendered speechless. While Chen Yitsue and others were outsiders, unfamiliar with the underworld, Chen Xingrong, being an insider, understood the significance of Chen Fan's standing. Even his own boss could not achieve such a feat. The once disregarded Chen Fan had now ascended to such terrifying prowess and status. Mr. Chen, the reason I invited you today is to discuss a matter of great importance that I believe will pique your interest, Wei Jingxiong said enigmatically. Am I really that interested? Chen Fan's curiosity was indeed stirred by Wei Jingxiong's words. It is not convenient to discuss this in front of others. I will speak privately with Mr. Chen shortly. And you will not be disappointed, Wei Jingxiong assured him. A few minutes later, Chen Xingrong's elder brother, Bai Ling Yuan, arrived. Your subordinate has dared to lay hands on my guest. You decide how to handle this, Wei Jingxiong stated, preempting Bai Ling Yuan's response. Boss Wei, I apologize for my lack of oversight, Bai Ling Yuan quickly expressed. What are you waiting for? Go on, kneel and apologize to Boss Wei and his guest, Bai Ling Yuan commanded. Kneel and apologize. Upon hearing those words, Chen Yitsue was struck dumb. Did this mean Xingrong was to kneel before Chen Fan? How could this be? Shouldn't Xingrong be the one overpowering Chen Fan? How had the tables turned, resulting in Chen Fan dominating Xingrong instead? After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xingrong took a deep breath, stepped forward, and knelt down with a thud. Boss Wei, Chen Fan, Chen Xingrong, was wrong. He proclaimed from his kneeling position, bowing his head in apology. From this moment on, I shall withdraw from the underground world of Jiangzhou. Chen Xingrong understood the rules. After today's events, he could no longer navigate the underworld in Jiangzhou. All his years of toil and effort had been in vain. Within the Chen family, he had been unable to compete with his cousins, which had led him to seek his fortune in the underground world, and now, it seemed all his hard work had come to naught. It turned out that Chen Fan was not the waste of space he had perceived. He was the one who had been mistaken. At that moment, Chen Xingrong's gaze was vacant, and he appeared utterly defeated. Beside him, Chen Yitsue was enveloped in despair. Get lost. Wei Jingxiong waved his hand, indicating that he had important matters to discuss with General Chen. Thank you, Wei. Bai Ling Yuan hurriedly led his team out. In a short while, only Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiong remained in the room. General Chen, I have gathered some insights regarding the Chen family, Wei Jingxiong stated directly. The significant matter I wish to address pertains to the Chen family. Are you aware that the elder of the Chen family secretly departed from Jiangzhou these past few days to travel abroad? I am not aware, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. I know the reason for the elder's clandestine departure from Jiangzhou, Wei Jingxiong elaborated. I learned of it unexpectedly yesterday, and it concerns a secret of the Chen family. I thought you would be most interested, which is why I invited you to dinner. The secret of the Chen family? Intrigued by Wei Jingxiong's words, Chen Fan leaned in closer. The elder, accompanied by his eldest son, quietly left Jiangzhou to negotiate a collaboration with a significant corporation in our Zhonghai province, Wanheng Software Group. Wanheng Software Group? Upon hearing this name, Chen Fan furrowed his brow. He had heard of this company. Wanheng Software Group is one of the leading enterprises in Zhonghai province, possessing formidable strength. However, to his knowledge, the Chen family had not ventured into the software industry. What could the Chen family possibly seek from Wanheng Software Group? Noticing Chen Fan's confusion, Wei Jingxiong clarified. There are rumors that Wanheng Software Group intends to construct a large industrial park in Jiangzhou and is currently in search of a local real estate developer. If the project is secured from Wanheng Software Group, it is conservatively estimated to yield billions. This is precisely why the elder has discreetly approached Wanheng Software Group. To avoid drawing the attention of other major real estate firms in Jiangzhou, the elder is exceedingly invested in this project and is determined to succeed. At present, Wei Jingxiong had shared this information exclusively with Chen Fan. I see. Chen Fan sank into deep contemplation. The Chen family indeed has stakes in the real estate sector, which is one of its pillar industries. As Wei Jingxiong spoke, a bold idea began to take shape in Chen Fan's mind, targeting the Chen family. Chapter 38, the 8th day of severance. As Chen Fan pondered, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! On the 8th day of severance, you are rewarded with 5 shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Becoming the 4th largest shareholder of the company, the share acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please check it. What? Chen Fan's heart raced as he gazed at the rewards of the day. Today's reward was even more generous than yesterday's, with a market value of approximately 30 billion. The 5 stake was worth a staggering 5 billion. More importantly, with this additional 5 billion, Chen Fan's net worth surged past the 10 billion mark. From this moment onward, he would be recognized as the youngest billionaire in Jiangzhou, with assets exceeding 10 billion. Chen Fan had firmly established himself among the true elite of Jiangzhou. It had only been a mere 8 days since he severed ties with the Chen family, and he had transformed from an ordinary student with just a few hundred in his pocket into a billionaire. How exhilarating it was to possess such a system. With today's reward, Chen Fan now held 9 of Yongtai Real Estate Group shares, securing his position as the 4th largest shareholder. At this point, his audacious ambitions no longer seemed so far-fetched. Given the Chen family's intense focus on the Wanheng Software Group's project to construct a large industrial park in Jiangzhou, Chen Fan felt compelled to intervene. Now, with a fortune of 10 billion, he had a solid foundation to confront the Chen family. Furthermore, as the 4th largest shareholder and a vice president of Yongtai Real Estate Group, he possessed significant leverage. It was essential to recognize that, in the realm of real estate, Yongtai's strength surpassed that of the Chen family. If he could represent Yongtai Real Estate Group and seize this coveted software park project from the Chen family, both the venerable elder Chen and the rest of the family would undoubtedly be thrilled. Moreover, he could profit immensely from this endeavor, achieving 2 objectives with one stroke. The more he contemplated, the more feasible this plan appeared. Mr. Chen, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. After all, we are friends. Wei Jingxiong remarked, his words laden with implication. His intention in revealing the Chen family's secret to Chen Fan was to curry favor, indifferent to any losses the Chen family might incur. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Chen Fan nodded, acknowledging the goodwill that Wei Jingxiong had extended. Having resolved to challenge the Chen family's business, 2 pressing questions now loomed before Chen Fan. First and foremost, he was unfamiliar with anyone from the Wanheng Software Group. To effectively undermine the Chen family and wrest the project from their grasp, he needed to establish connections with the senior executives of Wanheng, ideally those in prominent positions. When he inquired with Wei Jingxiong, he learned that Wei too did not know anyone from Wanheng Software Group. Thus, this matter was to be set aside for the time being. The second issue is that Chen Fan must find a way to persuade the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group to agree to his plan to target the Chen family. This matter is rather straightforward, as it involves profits amounting to billions. Who could resist such a lure? Given his position as the 4th largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, convincing the others should be somewhat easier. While Chen Fan was contemplating this, he suddenly received a phone call. The call was from Yang Shiping, the chairman and the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Yang Shiping first congratulated Chen Fan on becoming a shareholder of their esteemed company, and then expressed his desire to meet Chen Fan in person for an introduction. By the way, Mr. Chen, I am hosting a soiree tomorrow evening, with numerous affluent dignitaries from Jiangzhou in attendance. I wonder if you would consider gracing us with your presence? Yang Shiping inquired. Certainly, Chen Fan nodded. He was eager to meet Yang Shiping to discuss the plans regarding the Chen family's business, and with Yang Shiping extending the invitation, it was only natural for him to accept. Very well, I shall send an invitation to you shortly. Where should I have it delivered? Yang Shiping asked. Chairman Yang, please have it sent to Jiangzhou University, Chen Fan replied. Jiangzhou University? Oh, I see. So you were still attending classes there? Yang Shiping expressed surprise upon learning of Chen Fan's student status. Indeed, I have classes there this afternoon, Chen Fan confirmed. Mr. Chen, you are remarkably youthful, Yang Shiping remarked. Astonished. After their conversation, Chen Fan departed. During the afternoon break, he received Yang Shiping's invitation. Upon reading the elegantly pinned words inviting Mr. Chen and his female companion to the soiree, he paused. He had no female companion. Nonetheless, attending alone should pose no issue. After the afternoon classes concluded, Chen Fan returned to his villa. That evening, Xiao Ruoxue brought Chen Fan a selection of fruit. When she glanced at him again, she appeared somewhat bashful. Chen Fan, I hope I didn't embarrass myself last night with my poor tolerance for alcohol. Not at all. Chen Fan shook his head. He found the inebriated Xiao Ruoxue rather charming. The contrast between her drunken state and her usual demeanor was striking. Oh, Xiao Ruoxue inadvertently noticed the invitation that Chen Fan had casually set aside. Did you also receive an invitation from Chairman Yang? She asked, astonished. Ruoxue, were you invited to? Chen Fan inquired. Yes, but I don't have a male companion, so I didn't plan to attend. Xiao Ruoxue admitted. The thought of attending without a companion was daunting, as it would likely attract unwanted suitors, which troubled her. It seemed better to abstain altogether. I have no female companion either. How about we attend together tomorrow? Chen Fan proposed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoxue's eyes lit up. That sounds good, she replied enthusiastically. With a male companion, she felt assured that she would not be bothered by persistent admirers at the soiree. Moreover, having Chen Fan as a partner should be quite delightful. After engaging in a conversation with Xiao Ruoxue, Chen Fan suddenly recalled matters concerning the Wanheng Software Group and casually inquired if she had any acquaintances there. However, to Chen Fan's astonishment, what he considered a mere offhand question elicited an unexpected response. Chapter 39. The Terrifying Power of the Xiao Family, the grandson most valued by Old Master Chen. Wanheng Software Group. Indeed, the Wanheng Software Group holds certain shares belonging to our family, the Xiao family, Xiao Ruoxue remarked. What? Chen Fan was utterly astonished. He was aware of the formidable stature of the Xiao family. The Xiao group in Jiangzhou was merely one of their numerous enterprises. However, he could hardly fathom that the Xiao family wielded such immense power, to the extent that even a colossal entity like Wanheng Software Group held shares from them. One of the vice presidents of Wanheng Software Group happens to be my cousin, continued Xiao Ruoxue. What prompted your sudden inquiry about Wanheng Software Group? Thus, Chen Fan briefly shared his strategy to target the Chen family and seize the Wanheng Software Group project from them with Xiao Ruoxue. Let me first reach out to my cousin, Xiao Wenyu, to ascertain the current situation at Wanheng Software Group, and then we shall proceed, Xiao Ruoxue suggested. Having received Chen Fan's assistance previously, she was determined to extend her utmost support to him this time. Xiao Ruoxue took out her phone and dialed her cousin Xiao Wenyu's number. Oh, Ruoxue, what made you think of calling me? Soon, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. It was none other than Xiao Wenyu, the cousin of Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Wenyu's father had married into the Xiao family, which is why she bears her mother's surname. Sister Wenyu, I heard that the Wanheng Software Group, where you work, plans to construct a large industrial park in Jiangzhou. Is that correct? Xiao Ruoxue inquired. Indeed, we convened this afternoon to deliberate on the matter. However, Ruoxue, what prompted your inquiry? Is it not the case that the branch you manage in Jiangzhou lacks real estate operations? Xiao Wenyu inquired with perplexity. If the company managed by Xiao Ruoxue also engages in real estate, it is only natural that the first partner for Wanheng Software Group would be Xiao Ruoxue. Have you decided which real estate company will be entrusted with the construction of this large industrial park project? The decision has yet to be made, however. It appears that Vice President Han, who is in charge of this matter, is inclined to assign the project to Chen's construction company in Jiangzhou. Sister Wenyue, a close friend of mine, also has her sights set on this large industrial park project. I wonder if you might be able to lend a hand. Xiao Ruoxue attempted to speak. I am unable to assist, as this matter does not fall within my purview, and my relationship with Vice President Han, who oversees this issue, is rather strained, she lamented. Sister Wenyu, I implore you to help me with this. If you could facilitate the completion of this task, I will willingly concede defeat at this year's family annual meeting. Should we find ourselves in competition, Xiao Ruoxue asserted through gritted teeth. Each year, the Xiao family organizes an annual gathering, during which internal competition and evaluations take place. In previous years, Xiao Wenyu has never been a match for Xiao Ruoxue. Now, in her efforts to assist Chen Fan, Xiao Ruoxue is prepared to make considerable sacrifices. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyu immediately sensed something amiss. Ah, Ruoxue, this is not like your character. Is your good friend a male or a female? Asked Xiao Wenyu inquisitively. He is a boy. Xiao Ruoxue replied, slightly embarrassed. I understand now. I will do my utmost to assist you, and as soon as I receive any news, I shall contact you immediately, Xia Wenyu chuckled, instantly comprehending the situation. Given Ruo Shui's nature, it was evident that her relationship with this individual was likely significant. He might even become her brother-in-law. Thank you very much, Sister Wenyu. After exchanging a few polite words, Xia Ruo Shui finally hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at Chen's residence in Jiangzhou, Chen Jinping, the fourth son of the Chen family, called the elder Chen. Father, how's the project for the large industrial park being constructed by Wanheng Software Group progressing? Chen Jinping inquired with curiosity. It is progressing well. I have been conversing positively with Vice President Han, who is in charge of this matter at Wanheng Software Group. In a couple of days, Vice President Han will come to Jiangzhou for an inspection. You all should prepare well and ensure he is properly entertained so that he is satisfied. We will sign the contract directly afterward, the elder Chen instructed. Once they secured Vice President Han, the project would belong to the Chen family, bringing in billions in profits. The mere thought of this made the elder Chen smile with anticipation. By the way, what is the status of that little rascal, Chen Fan? The elder Chen inquired specifically. Well, Father, that boy Chen Fan somehow established a connection with Wei Jingxiang, and now Wei Jingxiang is protecting him. Xingrong and the others have failed to deal with him. Chen Jinping responded helplessly. Useless. Even Xingrong couldn't handle that little rascal Chen Fan? The elder Chen fumed. Let that little rascal enjoy his moment of pride for a while. We must first secure the Wanheng Software Group project. That is our top priority. Once we have that in place, we will deal with Chen Fan, the elder Chen concluded after some deliberation. The outcome of the Wanheng Software Group matter would soon be determined, and with profits in the tens of billions at stake, the elder Chen was determined to achieve this. Postponing Chen Fan's matter for the time being. Father, should I call Faming back to deal with that little brat Chen Fan? Suddenly suggested the eldest son of the Chen family. Chen Faming, the eldest grandson of the Chen family, was the most outstanding member of the younger generation. Having entered a prestigious national institution as the top student in the city, the elder Chen regarded him as the pride of the Chen family. Believing that the family's future depended solely on him. Let Faming return? Is that advisable? Old Master Chen categorically refused. Faming is the hope of the Chen family. Time is precious and must not be squandered on dealing with that little wretch Chen Fan. Chen Fan is unworthy. There is no need for Faming to intervene. Instead, let the third child summon Wenjing to confront Chen Fan. After a moment's hesitation, Old Master Chen resolved to have Chen Wenjing take action. Chen Wenjing in the Chen family ranks just below Chen Faming and is considered the second most prominent among the younger generation. Had she belonged to another prominent family in Jiangzhou, her exceptional abilities would have easily placed her at the forefront of her peers. However, the brilliance of Chen Faming, the prodigy, has overshadowed her luminescence. Yes, Father. Chen Jinping acknowledged. After terminating the call, he immediately reached out to Chen Wenjing. Meanwhile, upon receiving the call and realizing it was a directive from her grandfather, Chen Wenjing, who initially wished to abstain from this matter, reluctantly acquiesced. She would return to Jiangzhou in a couple of days to deal with Chen Fan. As time passed, the next day at noon, just after Chen Fan finished class, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The reward for severing ties on the 9th day had arrived. This reward was far beyond Chen Fan's expectations. Chapter 40. The 9th day of severing ties, becoming a major shareholder of a 30 billion group upon witnessing today's reward. Chen Fan was instantly elated. Once again, he had received a 5 stake in Yongtai Real Estate Group, truly splendid. Compared to other rewards, the shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group were significantly more advantageous during this period. With this additional 5 stake, Chen Fan now possessed a total of 14 of Yongtai Real Estate Group, thereby securing his position as the third largest shareholder. Consequently, his chances of persuading the other shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group had increased, enhancing the likelihood of successfully countering the Chen family's plans. Moreover, this 5 stake was valued at a staggering 1.5 billion, raising Chen Fan's personal fortune to over 11.5 billion. He fervently hoped that the remaining rewards in the coming days would also consist of shares from Yongtai Real Estate Group, propelling him to the status of the largest shareholder. The mere thought of becoming the primary shareholder of a 30 billion valued conglomerate filled him with excitement. At that moment, dealing with the Chen family would become considerably more manageable. In the afternoon, Luo Zhixin, the proprietor of Zhui's Skin Lu, sought out his benefactor, Fan Hongkai, the head of the Fan Group. Today, he had received news that Wei Jingxiang and Chen Fan dined together at Tan's restaurant yesterday. Luo Zhixin was now certain of the extraordinary relationship between Chen Fan and Wei Jingxiang. Had he known earlier, he would not have targeted Wanjiang Pavilion. However, it was too late for regrets. To safeguard himself, Luo Zhixin had no choice but to request assistance from his patron, Fan Hongkai. Little Luo, your vision is exceedingly myopic. A mere restaurant owner has driven you to the brink of madness, Fan Hongkai remarked disdainfully. You are my subordinate. Broaden your perspective. What does Wanjiang Pavilion's owner or his ties with Wei Jingxiong matter? To me, Chen Fan is nothing of consequence. Fan Hongkai dismissed Chen Fan, the small restaurant owner, as insignificant. Wanjiang Pavilion was barely worth 10 billion and hardly worthy of mention. Tonight, I shall attend a soiree hosted by a prominent figure. I will take you along, allowing you to broaden your horizons and cease perceiving a restaurant owner as a formidable adversary. Fan Hongkai was in good spirits today and intended to enlighten Luo Zhixin. Really? Thank you, President Fan. Thank you so much. Luo Zhixin exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and exhilaration. If he could seize this rare opportunity to meet influential individuals tonight, he could easily disregard Chen Fan. At that point, a single word from him would send Chen Fan fleeing in terror, willingly surrendering Wanjiang Pavilion while begging him to accept it. In the evening, Chen Fan received a call from Xia Ruoshui. Tonight, she adorned a stunning black evening gown, revealing her flawless, snow-white shoulders and collarbone, absolutely breathtaking. Upon first laying eyes on Xia Ruoshui, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Over half an hour later, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui arrived at the estate of Yang Shiping, the principal shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chen Fan instructed Xia Ruoshui to exit the vehicle and enter the estate while he sought a parking spot. Given the numerous guests invited by Yang Shiping that evening, parking was exceedingly scarce, and he had not spotted an available space earlier. As Xia Ruoshui stepped out and entered the manor, the atmosphere instantly ignited upon her arrival, for she was renowned as the most beautiful and esteemed president in Jiangzhou. In the blink of an eye, many affluent tycoons and dignitaries from Jiangzhou approached her to extend their greetings. President Xia, I presume you do not have a partner yet? If not, allow me the honor of being your escort this evening, a tall and handsome young man boldly offered. Upon hearing this, several gentlemen nearby bristled with indignation. They had similar intentions but had yet to voice them, and were taken aback by the audacity of this young man. However, as they beheld the striking visage of the tall figure, their discontent quickly dissipated. This gentleman was Qian Bowen, the young heir of the prestigious Qian family. Recognized as the foremost among his generation and earmarked to inherit the family legacy. I must decline. I already have a partner, Xia Ruoshui replied resolutely, rejecting Qian Bowen's proposition without hesitation. Among the suitors she had previously spoken of with disdain was indeed this Qian Bowen. Have a partner? I see no one accompanying you. Qian Bowen retorted, scanning the vicinity but still pursuing Xia Ruoshui. President Xia, surely you are not fabricating the existence of a partner merely to rebuff my invitation? You should reconsider my offer. Just then, a soft voice interjected, who says Ruoshui has no partner. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan approached. Xia Ruoshui naturally linked her arm with Chen Fan's, thereby affirming to all present that he was indeed her partner. Instantly, Qian Bowen and the other men cast envious and jealous glances at Chen Fan, their frustration palpable. Previously, Xia Ruoshui had never been involved in any scandals in Jiangzhou, attending various soirees and galas alone without ever having a partner. Why, then, had this unexpected companion emerged today? Among the onlookers, Qian Bowen felt particularly uncomfortable. What did you just call President Xia? Qian Bowen asked incredulously, struggling to comprehend his own ears. Ruoshui, is there a problem? Chen Fan calmly replied. Ruoshui? The crowd was astounded by the familiarity with which Chen Fan addressed Xia Ruoshui. If it had been anyone else, such a casual reference would have incited her swift departure. Yet here she was, affectionately entwining her arm with this man, seeming to tacitly accept the endearing appellation. This only underscored the complexity of their relationship. Has the renowned beauty CEO of Jiangzhou, Xia Ruoshui, finally found her match? In an instant, jealousy surged among the onlookers, their teeth grinding in resentment towards this fortunate fellow. How could Xia, with such discerning taste, choose a seemingly mediocre companion? Observing Chen Fan, Qian Bowen's frustration boiled over. In terms of appearance, charm, and family background, he surpassed this young man in every aspect. It was incomprehensible that Xia Ruoshui would select him over himself. In a fit of anger, Qian Bowen turned and departed. Noticing Xia Ruoshui's discomfort amidst the crowd, Chen Fan guided her to a quieter spot. He picked up 2 glasses of juice and offered one to her. This estate belonging to General Yang is quite impressive, Chen Fan remarked, casting an appreciative glance around. He recalled his previous visit to Wei Jingxiang's estate, feeling a twinge of envy. One day, he thought, he too would possess a grand estate and experience such a lifestyle. After all, he had never lived in a manor before. Indeed, it is remarkable, Xia Ruoshui agreed with a nod. While they were engrossed in conversation, a sudden exclamation broke through. Chen Fan, how did you manage to sneak in while the security was distracted? Chapter 41. The audience stunned. Chen Fan is the third largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Chen Fan turned in astonishment to find a middle-aged man with a shifty demeanor standing before him, regarding him with thinly veiled sarcasm. Who are you? Chen Fan pondered, failing to recognize the man. I am Luo Zhixin, the proprietor of Zui Xian Lu, the man proclaimed with pride. Oh. So you're the cowardly owner of Zui Xian Lu who resorts to underhanded tactics instead of confronting me directly, Chen Fan replied disdainfully. Last time, this individual had sent people to cause trouble at his establishment, only to be effortlessly dealt with and sent to the police station. Luo Zhixin, feeling his pride wounded by Chen Fan's remark, hastily shifted the topic. That incident was merely an accident. How could a mere restaurant owner like you find your way into Chairman Yang's estate? Surely, you didn't sneak in while the security was distracted? He sneered. If you were able to enter, why shouldn't I be able to? My presence here is far more justifiable than yours, Chen Fan retorted pointedly. In terms of reputation, strength, and prestige, his Wangjiang pavilion far surpassed Luo Zhixin's Zui Xian Lu. Luo Zhixin was left flustered by Chen Fan's words. Mr. Luo is accompanied by me. Is there a problem? Came a powerful voice. With that, Fan Hongkai, the chairman of the Fan Group, approached with a confident stride. Mr. Fan, this is the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion I mentioned to you, Chen Fan. Luo Zhixin whispered to Fan Hongkai. Is it really him? Fan Hongkai scrutinized Chen Fan, then glanced at Xia Ruoshui seated nearby, his expression revealing surprise. He had not anticipated that this young man seemed to be Xia Ruoshui's companion. TSK. At such a young age, he has become a kept man. How shameless, Fan Hongkai remarked disdainfully. It became clear that this young man was merely living off Xia Ruoshui's success. Just an insignificant restaurant owner. Nearby, upon overhearing Luo Zhixin and Fan Hongkai's conversation, Qian Bowen, the heir of the affluent Qian family, regarded Chen Fan with contempt. Yet, amidst his disdain, he felt an envious itch. The very Xia Ruoshui he could not pursue had been won over by Chen Fan, allowing him to enjoy the fruits of her success. How infuriating. He surmised that Chen Fan's presence at this gathering was likely a result of Xia Ruoshui's influence. Just a useless waste of space, Qian Bowen scorned Chen Fan internally, attempting to console himself. Humph. The more I see Chen Fan with Xia Ruoshui, the angrier I become. Wait for me, Chen. I will not let this slide. Qian Bowen vowed silently. Out of sight, out of mind. In a fit of anger, Qian Bowen left prematurely. Remaining there would only serve to further aggravate his temper. Living off others? Upon hearing Fan Hongkai's words, Chen Fan retorted without hesitation. What's wrong with living off others? If you wish to do so, it seems you will find it unattainable. Fan Hongkai, incensed, seemed to have been struck by a painful memory. You just wait. Your Wangjiang Pavilion will undoubtedly close within 3 days. If it doesn't, I, Fan Hongkai, will take your surname. He swore. If I cannot deal with others, handling a mere owner of Wangjiang Pavilion will be a piece of cake. At that moment, the host of the gathering, Yang Shiping, the owner of Yongtai Real Estate Group, had finished attending to other guests and approached deliberately. Are you Mr. Chen Fan? Yang Shiping inquired tentatively. I am Chen Fan, came the reply. Greetings, Mr. Chen. I am Yang Shiping. They shook hands, thus establishing their acquaintance. It is indeed an honor to have you here today, Mr. Chen. I would be delighted if you could sit beside me so we can have an engaging conversation. With this initial introduction, Yang Xingping treated Chen Fan with exceptional courtesy. Observing this interaction, Fan Hongkai was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why was the esteemed Chairman Yang approaching this young man and even inviting him to sit beside him? What a jest! Those who could sit next to Chairman Yang were significant figures. He himself lacked such privilege. How could a mere restaurant owner like this one deserve such treatment? Chairman Yang, this fellow is. Fan Hongkai attempted to inform Yang Shiping that Chen Fan was merely a small restaurant proprietor. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yang Shiping proactively interjected, Mr. Chen is our new third-largest shareholder at Yongtai Real Estate Group. This is his first visit, so let us all get acquainted. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin's faces instantly froze. What? Did Chairman Yang just say that Chen Fan is the esteemed third-largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group? My heavens! Is there such a formidable identity associated with Chen Fan? This revelation was indeed something Fan Hongkai dared not offend. After speaking, Yang Xingping noticed the peculiar expressions on Chen Fan, Fan Hongkai, and Luo Zhixin's faces, prompting him to ask curiously, "Did something happen before I arrived?" "Nothing much, except that this Mr. Fan here threatened that my Wangjiang pavilion would close within 3 days." Chen Fan casually replied. He was genuinely intrigued as to who had bestowed such confidence upon Fan Hongkai to believe he could shut down his restaurant in such a short span. Fan Hongkai instantly felt restless, internally lamenting his predicament. What? A glint of coldness flickered in Yang Xingping's eyes. Given that Chen Fan had become the third-largest shareholder of their group, Yang Xingping had specifically invited him to foster a connection. Yet, he had not anticipated that upon his arrival, Chen Fan would be threatened by Fan Hongkai. "Fan Hongkai, it seems inviting you was indeed my gravest miscalculation," Yang Xingping remarked coldly. "Ah, Mr. Yang, I truly had no inkling that he is a major shareholder of your Yongtai Real Estate Group. Had I known, I would not have dared to speak so boldly," Fan Hongkai replied with a sense of helplessness. In the grand presence of Yongtai Real Estate Group, he felt utterly insignificant. "If you dare to lay a hand on any of President Chen's enterprises, be prepared for the retribution of Yongtai Real Estate Group," Yang Xingping threatened. "From now on, I shall not extend invitations to Chairman Fan Hongkai for any of my gatherings or balls. Guards, escort Fan Hongkai and his companions out," Yang Xingping proclaimed loudly. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the scene. Upon hearing Yang Xingping's announcement, the guests immediately began to murmur among themselves. It was truly despicable of Fan Hongkai to provoke the usually amiable Chairman Yang to such lengths. At that moment, Fan Hongkai was filled with regret. After Yang's words, his reputation in the upper echelons of Jiangzhou society felt irrevocably tarnished. He quickly turned to Chen Fan, pleading for forgiveness. "I apologize, President Chen. I was blind to your esteemed identity and acted disrespectfully. I sincerely apologize." In this moment, Fan Hongkai shed his earlier arrogance, adopting an air of utter humility. If Fan Hongkai was so humbled, then Luo Zhixin trembled as he too implored Chen Fan for mercy. The bodyguards of the Yang family approached and unceremoniously ejected Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin, leaving them in a state of utter disgrace. That evening, both Fan Hongkai and Luo Zhixin became the laughingstock of Jiangzhou's elite society. At this juncture, Chen Fan had little desire to dwell on the antics of the two buffoons. With Yang Xingping's presence, he was ready to get to the crux of the matter. "Mr. Yang, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Could we perhaps find a more private setting to converse?" Chen Fan inquired. "Oh?" Yang Xingping was taken aback for a moment, then promptly nodded in agreement. Soon, under Yang Xingping's guidance, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui found themselves in the study. As Yang Xingping settled into his seat, Chen Fan suddenly spoke with startling boldness. Chapter 42, The 10th Day of Severing Ties, Reward, the Premier Manor of Jiangzhou. "Mr. Yang, I have a project here with profits soaring into the tens of billions. Would you be interested?" "Tens of billions in profit?" Yang Xingping, who had just taken a seat, abruptly stood up, gazing incredulously at Chen Fan. "Our Yongtai Real Estate Group doesn't even achieve that level of profit annually. Mr. Chen, you cannot be jesting, can you?" Yang Xingping inquired cautiously. "Certainly not," Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. "Please, do elaborate," Yang Xingping asked eagerly. After all, a businessman places utmost importance on profit. "Are you aware that One Hung Software Group intends to invest in constructing a large industrial park in Jiangzhou?" Chen Fan questioned. "I have heard whispers of it, but I am not well acquainted with the specifics, as I lack connections within One Hung Software Group," Yang Xingping replied with a hint of resignation. "Currently, the Chen family South Chen Real Estate Company has set its sights on this project. I plan to thwart them and seize this lucrative industrial park project," Chen Fan explained. "The Chen family South Chen Real Estate Company? Mr. Chen, you do not have any ties to them, do you?" Yang Xingping speculated. "I was once affiliated with the Chen family, but I have since severed all ties," Chen Fan disclosed, revealing this was no secret. A little inquiry would clarify it. "I see." Yang Xingping nodded, comprehending Chen Fan's intentions. "Mr. Chen, the prospect of profits in the tens of billions is indeed enticing. However, I must ask, will you resort to unprofitable deals merely to contend with the Chen family? Rest assured, I would never engage in a transaction that harms both parties involved," Chen Fan assured. Yang Xingping found himself in a quandary. He hardly knew Chen Fan and was hesitant to place his trust in him. Furthermore, such actions could potentially offend the Chen family. "Chairman Yang, I can vouch for Mr. Chen. Should any issues arise, you may seek me out. At that pivotal moment, Xia Rishui interjected, extending her heartfelt assurance for Chen Fan. Upon hearing Xia Rishui's words, Yang Xingping's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Though he was unfamiliar with Chen Fan, he recognized Xia Rishui's esteemed reputation in Jiangzhou, with the president of the Xia Group vouching for Chen Fan that held significant weight. By the way, Chairman Yang, the vice president of Wanheng Software Group is my cousin, Xia Rishui added. At her revelation, Yang Xingping's eyes gleamed with excitement. Tens of billions in profit. This was a venture worth pursuing, even if it meant crossing the Chen family. Very well, Mr. Chen, I shall grant you this opportunity. As the largest shareholder of Yontai Real Estate Group, I hereby entrust you with full authority over the Wanheng Software Group project. You may represent Yontai Real Estate Group in all decisions, Yang Xingping declared resolutely. As for the board, I shall handle that. The two parties shook hands, officially reaching a unified consensus. With his own objectives fulfilled, Yang Xingping, the chairman of Yontai Real Estate Group, would take care of matters on his end. The remaining responsibilities lay with Wanheng Software Group. Ideas began to form in Chen Fan's mind. In Jiangzhou, the prestigious Zhu family. Last time, before Wei Jingxiong's manor, Zhu Hongyi, who harbored an immense admiration for Chen Fan and wished to recognize him as an elder brother, was pacing in the courtyard. He was still at a loss as to how to gain the approval of his idol. At that moment, Zhu Hongyi's sister, Zhu Yao, emerged with her bag in hand. Sister, what are you doing out so late? Zhu Hongyi inquired, a look of surprise crossing his face. Oh, my close friend Chen Wenjing is flying back to Jiangzhou today. I'm going to the airport to pick her up, Zhu Yao explained. Your close friend Chen Wenjing? Isn't she from the prestigious Chen family? Zhu Hongyi exclaimed. Sister, let me accompany you. He sought to ingratiate himself with his idol, who had severed ties with the Chen family. Thinking that Chen Wenjing's elevated status within the family might yield some valuable information. What do you want to go for? Zhu Yao rejected his request. Sister, I'm begging you, Zhu Hongyi pleaded urgently. Ultimately, after persistent coaxing, Zhu Yao relented. Zhu Hongyi drove straight to Jiangzhou Airport. After waiting a while at the airport, Chen Wenjing emerged, dragging her suitcase behind her. Upon meeting Zhu Yao, her close friend, they engaged in conversation for quite some time. Zhu Hongyi proactively took the suitcase, and since he was the brother of her good friend, Chen Wenjing felt no suspicion. On their way to the Chen residence, Zhu Yao and Chen Wenjing chatted amiably. Chen Wenjing also shared that she had returned on her grandfather's orders to handle matters concerning Chen Fan, divulging some of her plans to Zhu Yao. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongyi attentively noted everything Chen Wenjing said. Still hoping to deal with his idol. Tomorrow, I shall inform my idol of your plans, he thought sarcastically. The following morning, Chen Fan had no classes. Shortly after waking, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! On the 10th day of severing ties, reward, a top-tier manor in Jiangzhou, location, Jiangzhou Liming District. Oh? Chen Fan exclaimed, surprised by the day's reward. Just yesterday, he had discussed with Xia Rishui his envy of Yang Xingping and Wei Jingxiong's manners, expressing a desire to acquire one for himself. To his astonishment, today the system had rewarded him with a manor, and a top-tier one at that in all of Jiangzhou. The system truly was remarkably considerate. He adored it. Receiving such delightful news upon rising made for a splendid day ahead. A faint smile graced Chen Fan's face. After a light meal, he set out in his car, heading straight to his manor following the address provided by the system. 40 minutes later, upon arriving at the destination, Chen Fan was utterly taken aback by the sight before him. Chapter 43. A resounding slap in the face for the Chen family. Chen Fan's unassailable position. Is this truly my estate? This is utterly outrageous. This is not merely an estate. It resembles a grand palace. As I surveyed the grounds, it became evident that this estate spans at least several dozen acres, far exceeding the size of the estates owned by Wei Jingxiong and Yang Xingping that I had previously encountered. I surmised that even if their estates were combined, they might not equal the expanse of mine. Are you Mr. Chen Fan? At that moment, the estate manager, who had been waiting within, approached me. Yes, I affirmed with a nod. Greetings, Mr. Chen. With your signature on this contract, the estate now belongs to you. The payment has already been received by our owner. As he spoke, the manager extended 2 copies of the contract towards me. After a quick inspection revealed no discrepancies, I signed both documents, retaining one for myself and handing the other to the previous proprietor of the estate. From this moment forth, this magnificent estate was entirely mine. By the way, Mr. Chen, would you like me to provide you with a tour and an introduction to the estate? The manager inquired politely. Yes, I replied, nodding once more. Then please follow me. With that, the estate manager summoned a small sightseeing vehicle. Mr. Chen, the entire estate covers an area of approximately 40 to 50 acres. It is so vast that if we were to walk it all, it would likely take us the better part of the day to complete the tour. Therefore, let us take the sightseeing vehicle for a preliminary overview, the manager suggested. 40 to 50 acres? This is truly astonishing. The magnitude of this estate surpassed my expectations. I was eager to hear his explanations, otherwise I might easily lose my way in my own home. As we boarded the small vehicle, we commenced our exploration of the estate. Mr. Chen, this estate was constructed several years ago by our owner, who engaged foreign architects to emulate the architectural style of the world-renowned Palace of Versailles. The construction alone cost nearly 8 to 900 million, the manager elaborated. That was 8 to 900 million 6 or 7 years ago. At the peak of the real estate market, the entire estate was valued at over 2 billion. Even now, amidst a downturn in the real estate sector, its conservative value stands at around 1.5 billion. The estate is equipped with a private tennis court, a private golf course, a private library, and a private wine cellar. As I absorbed the manager's descriptions, I found myself momentarily entranced. The presence of both a private tennis court and a private golf course was simply preposterous. In comparison, the Chen family's ancestral home seemed remarkably insignificant. Fortunately, this estate is situated in a somewhat secluded area. Had it been located in a more desirable district, the land alone would likely be worth more than 1 billion. With the addition of this estate, my net worth soared to an impressive 13 billion. As we continued our tour in the sightseeing vehicle, we arrived at the rear of the estate. Upon reaching the back, my gaze was immediately drawn to a magnificent, expansive lake in the distance. This lake is artificially excavated and also belongs to you, the client manager informed me. Indeed, it is a magnificent estate, complete with its own serene lake. Today, Chen Fan has truly broadened his horizons. After a comprehensive tour, the estate manager departed, leaving Chen Fan alone in the expansive first parlor, spanning 700 to 800 square meters. The rewards from the system today are truly splendid, and Chen Fan is quite enamored with them. Just as he was lost in contemplation, an unfamiliar phone call interrupted his reverie. Is this Chen Fan? This is Zhu Hongyi, the chubby fellow who wanted to acknowledge you as his leader in front of Wei Dalao's estate. Upon answering, Chen Fan recognized Zhu Hongyi's voice. Oh, it's you. What brings you to call? Chen Fan inquired. Well, Brother Fan, I have come across some intelligence concerning the Chen family that I wish to report to you. Zhu Hongyi began to relay everything he had overheard about Chen Wenjing's plans the previous night. Chen Wenjing has returned? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Chen Wenjing is one of the few individuals within the Chen family with whom he shares a cordial relationship. During his senior year of high school, she had even tutored him, and she is regarded as exceptionally talented within the family. Brother Fan, there is something I'm uncertain whether I should mention. Zhu Hongyi hesitated before continuing. Oh, what is it? From what I gathered from Chen Wenjing's tone yesterday, she seems to admire your decisive break from the Chen family. While chatting with my sister, it appeared she too was compelled to oppose you. Zhu Hongyi remarked. Chen Fan nodded, finding Zhu Hongyi's words credible. Their relationship had been amicable within the Chen family, and crucially, their circumstances were not dissimilar. However, Chen Wenjing's exceptional abilities afforded her significantly better treatment. In the eyes of the old patriarch, only his eldest grandson, Chen Faming, the prodigy he revered, was truly considered family, rendering the rest relatively inconsequential. Even a granddaughter as capable as Chen Wenjing likely only held value for future alliances. Upon hearing Zhu Hongyi's account, a plan began to crystallize in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Wenjing is perceptive and well aware of her standing within the family. Should he manage to win her over, it would undoubtedly deliver a substantial blow to both the Chen family and the old patriarch. Furthermore, if he could successfully sway her and keep her within the family fold, she would become a ticking time bomb, amplifying the threat to the Chen family. Turning Chen Wenjing to his side would prove far more impactful than merely disrupting her schemes. With this thought, Chen Fan resolved to give it a try. After exchanging a few more words with Zhu Hongyi, he ended the call and began to devise a dual strategy. First, he would lay the groundwork for a backup plan, ensuring that should his attempt to sway Chen Wenjing fail, he could easily dismantle her scheme. Even if he were to retreat, he would suffer no loss. However, should he succeed in winning her over, the benefits would be immense. Regardless of the outcome, Chen Fan would remain in a position of strength. After arranging everything, Chen Fan took the initiative to send a message to Chen Wenjing, inviting her to meet. On the other side, upon receiving Chen Fan's message, Chen Wenjing felt a twinge of confusion. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately agreed. She was now quite curious about her once unremarkable cousin. In truth, had it not been for the old man's orders, she would have preferred not to engage with Chen Fan at all. It was said that Chen Fan's current life was far better than when he was with the Chen family, and he had even befriended influential figures like Wei Jingxiu. She was intrigued to discover how he had accomplished this. Half an hour later, the two met at a CAF in Jiangzhou. Upon seeing Chen Fan again, Chen Wenjing was momentarily taken aback. The current Chen Fan seemed like an entirely different person compared to the Chen Fan of yore. The former was rather ordinary. Yet now, Chen Fan exuded an air of calm and composure in every gesture, a quality emanating from profound self-assurance. Just as Chen Wenjing was about to greet him, Chen Fan unexpectedly made a startling remark. Chapter 44. Unveiling the secrets of the Chen family and strategies to counter them. Do you wish to sever ties with the Chen family? Chen Fan inquired. Upon hearing these words, Chen Wenjing momentarily froze. Her previously tranquil heart suddenly stirred with unease. Since her mother's passing, her emotional connection to the Chen family had significantly waned. Chen Wenjing, adept at concealing her emotions, managed a faint smile after that brief pause. I lack your audacity and strength. As she took a seat, a glimmer of admiration for Chen Fan shone in her eyes. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu treated me well in the past, and although they have both vanished, I cannot be ungrateful. The old man summoned me specifically to deal with you, and I have devised a detailed plan. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Wenjing chose to be candid with Chen Fan. I do not wish to confront you, but if I fail to comply, the old man will undoubtedly punish me. How about this? We feign hostility, perform a charade, and conclude it in a stalemate. This way, you will incur no losses, and I can appease the old man. What do you think? This decision bore immense risk. Should the old man discover her intentions, she would be doomed. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu, whom she mentioned, were Chen Fan's parents, who mysteriously disappeared a year prior. Chen Fan, the Chen family, and even the police had searched diligently, yet no trace had been found. It was as if his parents had vanished from existence. Since acquiring the system, Chen Fan had discreetly dispatched individuals to uncover the whereabouts of his parents, but alas, there remained no clues. A shadow of melancholy crossed Chen Fan's face. His parents had loved him dearly, and he would never relent. He was determined to find them. It was precisely due to the absence of his parents' protection that Chen Fan's standing within the Chen family had plummeted to the lowest tier over the past year. Regaining his focus, he looked at Chen Wenjing and felt that persuading her might be a feasible endeavor. You must understand what kind of person Chen Shanhai is. You know that we hold little significance in his eyes. Only Chen Fei Ming is his cherished grandson. Upon hearing the name Chen Fei Ming, Chen Wenjing's demeanor shifted. Were it not for Chen Fei Ming, she would have been the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Chen family. And she would not be in such an awkward position now. If all goes as expected, you two shall be used by Chen Shanhai for a marriage alliance with a prominent family, Chen Fan added. Chen Wenjing's expression darkened instantly. This was a topic she dreaded. She had worked tirelessly to escape the fate of becoming a pawn in a marriage arrangement. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, the old man continued to overlook her, and the likelihood of her being used for such a purpose loomed large. I can help you evade this fate. I can even assist you in realizing your dreams, Chen Fan declared. A spark ignited in Chen Wenjing's eyes. The realization of her dreams mattered little in comparison to escaping the shackles of an arranged marriage. She was willing to explore any avenue that could lead her away from such a destiny. I am not you. I lack the courage and strength to sever ties with the Chen family, Chen Wenjing replied helplessly. When she first heard that Chen Fan had voluntarily cut off relations with the Chen family and had refused the arranged marriage, her heart surged with excitement, and she yearned to emulate him. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that even if she were to sever ties with the Chen family, she would likely remain ensnared in the old man's grasp, unable to contend with the vastness of the Chen clan. Should she attempt to extricate herself today? It would probably not be long before she succumbed to their influence. As long as you stand by my side, I can offer you assistance, Chen Fan proposed. Chen Wenjing felt a flicker of temptation but prudently quelled that impulse. She was uncertain of Chen Fan's capabilities and who would ultimately prevail in the conflict against the Chen family. What if she pledged her allegiance to Chen Fan, broke away from the Chen family, only to find that the Chen family emerged victorious in the end? To consider rebellion, she must first ascertain Chen Fan's strength. Thank you for your kindness. I will contemplate it, she replied, neither accepting nor rejecting his offer. I must inform you of something. The old man has been absent from Jiangzhou these past few days. He is currently negotiating a project with unwanted software group. In 2 days, at the behest of the old man, Vice President Han of unwanted software group will quietly arrive in Jiangzhou. The old man has orchestrated everything. Once Han is persuaded, the project will belong to the Chen family, Chen Wenjing whispered, divulging a crucial secret to Chen Fan, as a gesture of goodwill. Oh, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this intelligence. Instantly, a strategy to strike at the Chen family and seize the unwanted software group project formed in his mind. With this plan in hand, undermining the Chen family would become considerably easier. Ah, Wenjing, you have returned to Jiangzhou? At that moment, a voice filled with surprise rang out. A young man with dyed blonde hair approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement and avarice as he gazed at Chen Wenjing. The sight of this young man filled Chen Wenjing with exasperation. His name was Sun Yuanxiu, the son of the prominent figure Sun Yongtai in Jiangzhou, and one of her suitors. Her reluctance to remain in Jiangzhou stemmed in part from her disdain for the repugnant Sun Yongtai. Sun Yuanxiu's reputation in Jiangzhou was utterly tarnished. Move aside. Relinquish your position to me, Sun Yuanxiu imperiously commanded Chen Fan. After issuing his order, he resumed his unwelcome pursuit of Chen Wenjing, aggravating her further. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, he received a call from another neighbor he knew from Yujing Mountain Villa, Zhao Linyong. Hello, Mr. Chen. My brother-in-law wishes to make your acquaintance, Zhao Linyong explained. Today, during his visit to his brother-in-law's home, he had inadvertently mentioned Chen Fan, piquing his brother-in-law's interest in meeting him. Upon finishing, Zhao Linyong handed the phone to his brother-in-law. Is this Mr. Chen? Hello, I am Sun Yongtai. The voice of Zhao Linyong's brother-in-law, Sun Yongtai, echoed through the phone. Upon hearing this voice, a peculiar expression crossed Chen Fan's face. Ah, Mr. Sun, greetings. Chen Fan responded courteously. Are your ears deaf, you brat? Did you not hear me instructing you to vacate your seat for me? Sun Yuanxiu exclaimed with unrestrained arrogance, noticing that Chen Fan had yet to rise and relinquish his position. Are you still on the phone? First, vacate your seat for me and make that fellow you are conversing with wait, Sun Yuanxiu commanded imperiously. Are you certain you want to make the person I am speaking with wait? Chen Fan inquired earnestly. Absolutely, Sun Yuanxiu affirmed without hesitation. Very well. You may convey that to him yourself. As long as he agrees, I will immediately vacate the seat for you, Chen Fan replied with a benevolent smile, handing the phone to Sun Yuanxiu. Sun Yuanxiu, displaying no sense of decorum, seized the phone and imperiously declared, Listen here, I have matters to discuss with this fellow. Your affairs can wait. Chapter 45. The terrifying task reward on the other end of the line. Sun Yongtai was about to engage in casual conversation with Chen Fan when he was suddenly taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to speak to him in such a manner. His fury ignited. After all, he was a prominent figure in Jiangzhou, a man whose presence commanded respect from countless wealthy elites and influential individuals. No one had ever dared to insult him, let alone scold him as if he were a mere child. How bold of this Chen Fan! Wait a moment. The voice just now was distinctly different from Chen Fan's. Yet, why did the second voice sound so familiar? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Sun Yongtai. Hey, you little brat, didn't you hear me speaking? Get out of my way, he exclaimed impatiently, noticing the other party's prolonged silence. What did you say, you little rascal? Sun Yongtai's anger flared. I'll say it again. Did you hear me, you brat? Get out of my way. And who the hell are you to call me a little rascal? Sun Yuanxiu remained defiant. Who am I? I am your father, Sun Yongtai bellowed, his anger reaching a boiling point. My father? I am still your father, damn it. Sun Yuanxiu blurted out instinctively. Realizing his words, he suddenly froze. No, this voice on the phone was indeed strikingly similar to his father, Sun Yongtai. Dad, is that really you? Sun Yuanxiu asked, his voice trembling. What do you think? Sun Yongtai retorted, struggling to contain his rage. Dad, is it really you? Sun Yuanxiu's expression twisted in disbelief, as if he had bitten into something foul. Meanwhile, Chen Wenjing, listening to Sun Yuanxiu's address on the phone, was left utterly stunned. The person on the other end was none other than Sun Yuanxiu's father, Jiangzhou's esteemed figure, Sun Yongtai. She had been oblivious to the unfolding drama, but now, reflecting on the events, she realized a grand spectacle had just transpired. Beside her, Chen Fan could hardly suppress his amusement. It was a tremendous challenge to stifle his laughter. The performance had been nothing short of spectacular. Encountering such a son as Sun Yuanqiu made Chen Fan momentarily feel pity for the esteemed figure of Jiangzhou, Sun Yongtai. You fool, what are you doing right now? Sun Yongtai reacted swiftly, choosing not to address his son's insolent manner of address at the moment, but instead focusing on a more pressing matter. The call, as mentioned by his brother-in-law, was from the mysterious owner of Villa No. 8 at Jiangzhou Mountain Resort. And now it was inexplicably in his son's hands. Furthermore, his son had just arrogantly proclaimed he would seek this individual out, instructing himself to step aside. This indicates that, at this very moment, the son is provoking the enigmatic owner of Villa No. 8 at Jiangzhou Mountain Resort. The matter concerning the son's self-reference can be resolved by invoking family discipline, as it pertains to their private affairs. However, the son's offense against the owner of Villa No. 8 presents a far more complicated issue. What am I doing? Sun Yuanqiu appeared utterly bewildered. I am not doing anything. Merely asking a young man to vacate his position so that I may approach Chen Wenjing, he explained, still at a loss. Asking a young man to step aside. You mean that young man cannot possibly be the owner of this phone, can he? Sun Yongtai inquired cautiously. Indeed, what of it? 2 seconds later, Sun Yongtai received the answer he had surmised, but was reluctant to accept. Really, his son had truly clashed with the owner of Villa No. 8 at Jiangzhou Mountain Resort, and he had audaciously told this Mr. Chen to leave. You wretched child. Is it that you cannot feel at ease unless you stir up trouble every day? As Sun Yuanqiu stood in confusion, the furious voice of Sun Yongtai echoed. What's wrong? Sun Yuanqiu failed to comprehend the situation. The owner of this phone is a formidable figure. Someone I had hoped to make an acquaintance of, and now look at you. My wonderful son Sun Yongtai gritted his teeth in frustration. He had intended to forge a connection and expand his network, but now, thanks to his son, his aspirations had taken a turn for the worse. What? The owner of this phone is a significant personage? Upon hearing his father's revelation, Sun Yuanqiu was left astonished. When he looked again at Chen Fan, his expression was one of reverence and fear. Nearby, Chen Wenjing, having overheard Sun Yuanqiu's words and observed his countenance, was equally taken aback. Sun Yuanqiu's comment was likely a reflection of what his father had conveyed. Who is Sun Yuanqiu's father? He is indeed a major figure in Jiangzhou. In Sun Yongtai's eyes, Chen Fan was considered a prominent individual, which unsettled Chen Wenjing. She had indeed heard whispers of Chen Fan's rise, even noting his cordial relationship with Wei Jingxiong. Albeit Wei Jingxiong was merely an ordinary big shot in Jiangzhou. However, Sun Yongtai's status and standing in Jiangzhou surpassed that of Wei Jingxiong. Now, with Sun Yongtai referring to Chen Fan as a significant figure, it implied that Chen Fan's identity and strength were far beyond her initial assumptions. At that moment, Chen Wenjing's resolve wavered. Perhaps Chen Fan truly possessed the capability to challenge the Chen family. Dad, what should I do now? Sun Yuanqiu inquired. What do you think? Sun Yongtai retorted angrily. In the next moment, Sun Yuanqiu suddenly clasped Chen Fan's thigh, weeping profusely as he implored, My esteemed sir, it is I who am blind, having offended you. Please do not take me seriously. I was wrong, utterly wrong. At that instant, Chen Fan picked up the phone once more. The voice of Sun Yongtai resonated through the receiver, laden with apologies. Mr. Chen, I am truly sorry. I have failed to discipline properly, resulting in such a reckless offspring. Please do not be angry. It is entirely my fault. I assure you, I will personally come to apologize. Let us not stoop to the level of this wastrel. Being clutched by a grown man in broad daylight was rather distasteful to Chen Fan. He waved his hand dismissively, and Sun Yuanqiu, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, prepared to depart. However, just as he turned, he was halted by Chen Fan's voice. There is one more matter. Yes, I am all ears. Sun Yuanqiu dared not display even a hint of disrespect. From now on, do not persistently pursue Chen Wenjing. And never appear before her again, understood? Chen Fan commanded. Understood. Miss Chen, I assure you I will never harass you again. Nor will I show myself in your presence, Sun Yuanqiu hastily promised. Observing that Chen Fan had fallen silent, he quickly exited. At that moment, Chen Wenjing cast a profoundly grateful look towards Chen Fan. Thank you. She was immensely thankful for Chen Fan's assistance in resolving this significant trouble. Once again, the voice of Sun Yongtai echoed through the phone. I appreciate Mr. Chen for not stooping to the level of that scoundrel. I will remember this favor. Should Mr. Chen require any assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige. In Jiangzhou, I still possess some influence and connections. In a gesture of gratitude, Sun Yongtai specifically mentioned that he owed Chen Fan a favor, and that whenever Chen Fan called upon him, he would surely assist. By the way, Mr. Chen, will you be home tonight? I wish to personally come and apologize. Sun Yongtai inquired at last. Just as Chen Fan was about to respond, the system's voice interrupted. Ding, task issued. Accept Sun Yongtai's request for a personal apology, task reward. One top-tier antique from a large museum, minimum guaranteed price in the 9 figures. Task reward, 61 experience points. Chapter 46. The successful conspiracy upon returning. Old Master Chen's sudden change of plans left Chen Fan somewhat astonished as he gazed at the latest system task. The reward for this task was unexpectedly a top-tier antique. A piece of museum-grade significance. Indeed, it was a treasure of great worth. This task was undoubtedly worth undertaking. Moreover, the experience points awarded were a substantial 61, bringing Chen Fan's total to 360 points, propelling him a step closer to advancing to level 2. I will be at home tonight, Chen Fan stated, affirming his commitment to Sun Yongtai. Very well, Mr. Chen, see you this evening, Sun Yongtai replied courteously. After Chen Fan hung up, Chen Wenjing expressed her feelings with a hint of nostalgia. I never imagined you would forge friendships with prominent figures like Sun Yongtai. Now, who do you believe will emerge victorious, me or the Chen family? Chen Fan inquired. Chen Wenjing fell silent for a moment before finally responding, you. She had just witnessed Chen Fan's formidable prowess, which left her utterly astonished. The most crucial aspect was that Chen Fan was still young, only 19 years old. In his second year of university, given sufficient time, it was inevitable that he would surpass the Chen family. Furthermore, the current Chen Fan was already remarkably formidable. I maintain my stance. As long as you stand by my side, I can help you escape the unjust fate of a politically arranged marriage, allowing you to be yourself, Chen Fan declared. Chen Wenjing's expression turned serious as her mind raced. Finally, with a firm resolve, she made a difficult decision. All right, I agree. Understanding Chen Fan's strength and her own unwillingness to be a mere pawn in an arranged marriage, Chen Wenjing ultimately acquiesced. However, I cannot immediately sever ties with the Chen family. I need to prepare and arrange things first, she began. That is perfectly fine, Chen Fan nodded in agreement. At this juncture, severing ties with the Chen family would only yield a minor impact. However, if Chen Wenjing were to announce her departure at a critical moment, aligning herself with Chen Fan, the blow to the Chen family and Old Master Chen would be monumental. Moreover, Chen Wenjing's continued presence within the Chen family held far greater value than an immediate disassociation. Thank you for your understanding, Chen Wenjing said earnestly. When you are ready to sever ties with the Chen family, please contact me, and I will assist you with the arrangements, Chen Fan offered. Understood, Chen Wenjing nodded. From this point forward, she and Chen Fan would be allies, entrusting her fate into his hands. She hoped that he would not disappoint her expectations and would indeed surpass the Chen family. You have made the right choice, Chen Fan replied with a smile. He had a good understanding of Chen Wenjing's character. In truth, her position as the second most capable individual of the younger generation within the Chen family was not solely due to innate talent, but rather her sheer determination and relentless effort. When Chen Wenjing was in her final year of high school, she dedicated herself to her studies, sacrificing sleep to merely 3 to 4 hours a night in pursuit of admission to a prestigious university. Her relentless drive garnered the admiration of Chen Fan, who successfully persuaded Chen Wenjing to join his cause, thereby adding a formidable ally to his ranks. Upon returning to the Chen residence, Chen Fan cautioned, "You must keep an eye on Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group and ascertain when he will arrive in Jiangzhou, as well as the nature of his agreement with the Chen family. Contact me immediately upon receiving any news." The timing of Vice President Han's arrival in Jiangzhou was crucial for Chen Fan's plans to undermine the Chen family. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter," Chen Wenjing assured him, nodding in agreement. Grateful for Chen Fan's willingness to assist her, she was determined not to let him down and was eager to demonstrate her worth. After a brief conversation with Chen Fan, Chen Wenjing departed. However, upon her return to the Chen household, she was taken aback to find that the family patriarch, Chen Shanhai, and the eldest son had already returned from Wanheng Software Group. This unexpected development astonished not only Chen Wenjing but the other members of the Chen family as well. "Father, didn't you say you would return with Vice President Han in 2 days? Why are you back so soon?" Chen Yuzhen inquired in surprise. "There has been a change of plans, so I returned early," the elder Chen replied gravely. "There is no need to wait 2 days. Vice President Han will discreetly arrive in Jiangzhou tomorrow afternoon. Have you prepared the designated location I instructed you about?" Chapter 47. Unexpected Developments. A major shift at Wanheng Software Group. Rest assured, "Father, I have secured the entirety of one of the finest tea houses in Jiangzhou, Tingyu Tower. We can discuss matters there in detail," Chen Yuzhen reassured. Tingyu Tower, indeed, is an excellent choice. The elder Chen expressed his satisfaction with the venue. With the location settled, the remaining task was to arrange the funds to sway Vice President Han. Unbeknownst to the others, Chen Wenjing overheard the conversation between the elder Chen and Chen Yuzhen. Seizing the opportunity, she discreetly informed Chen Fan of Vice President Han's rescheduled meeting for the following day and the details regarding Tingyu Tower. Upon receiving Chen Wenjing's message, Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the Chen family's sudden change of plans. Fortunately, he had successfully won over Chen Wenjing. Otherwise, complications could have arisen. After learning the news, Chen Fan began to make his preparations. As time passed, a knock echoed through the evening. Chen Fan rose to answer the door. There stood a man, dressed in casual attire yet exuding an undeniable air of authority, accompanied by Zhao Linhong, his neighbor. "Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce my brother-in-law." "Sun Yongtai," Zhao Linhong said with a smile. "Brother-in-law, this is Chen Fan, the gentleman I mentioned to you." "Mr. Chen appears remarkably youthful," Sun Yongtai remarked, gazing at Chen Fan in surprise. "Hello." They exchanged handshakes, solidifying their acquaintance. Chen Fan then invited them into the villa. After a few pleasantries, Sun Yongtai got straight to the point, apologizing for matters concerning his son. To convey his sincerity, Sun had prepared a small gift for Mr. Chen. As he spoke, he retrieved a document from his bag and placed it before Chen Fan. Upon glancing down, Chen Fan's expression shifted. The cover bore the words "Voluntary Gift Agreement for Partial Shares of Tingyu Tower." Not only was Chen Fan taken aback, but even Sun Yongtai's brother-in-law was astonished. He had never expected his brother-in-law to present a portion of Tingyu Tower's shares as a gift to Mr. Chen, a truly generous gesture. "I presume Mr. Chen is familiar with Tingyu Tower?" Sun Yongtai inquired. "Indeed, I have heard of it," Chen Fan replied, nodding. Particularly since Chen Wenjing had just informed him that the clandestine meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group was set to take place at Tingyu Tower. Seeing Chen Fan's awareness of Tingyu Tower, Sun Yongtai continued, "To be candid, Tingyu Tower is one of my concealed enterprises. In Jiangzhou, we hold considerable influence with Tingyu Tower. Mr. Chen, this is the voluntary gift contract for 30 of Tingyu Tower's shares. Once you sign, you will also be one of the owners of Tingyu Tower," Sun Yongtai declared, presenting a gift that exceeded Chen Fan's expectations. The Listening Rain Tower is exceedingly renowned in Jiangzhou, valued at no less than 300 to 400 million. With a 30% stake estimated to be worth around 100 million. Upon their first meeting, Sun Yongtai presented a gift valued at 100 million. "Indeed a grand gesture. Is this appropriate?" Chen Fan inquired. "What is inappropriate? This is merely a token of goodwill from Sunday, Mr. Chen. Please do not decline it. Once you accept, we shall both be owners of the Listening Rain Tower and can manage it together, discussing any matters collaboratively," Sun Yongtai replied with a smile. In fact, he had prepared two gifts. One was the stake in the Listening Rain Tower, while the other was a car key belonging to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth around 8 to 9 million. Sun Yongtai had considered that if Chen Fan appeared rather ordinary upon their encounter, he would present the Cullinan. However, upon conversing with Chen Fan, he increasingly recognized that Chen Fan's potential was boundless, prompting him to offer the shares instead. Meanwhile, Zhao Linhong, observing his brother-in-law's extravagant gesture, could not help but reflect on how his brother-in-law had risen to prominence in Jiangzhou, a status unattainable by ordinary folk due to his exceptional vision and audacity. How many people would be willing to part with 100 million as a mere greeting gift? At this moment, Chen Fan comprehended Sun Yongtai's intentions. Sun sought to leverage the shares in the Listening Rain Tower to strengthen their relationship and broaden his network. "Very well, I express my gratitude to Mr. Sun." Chen Fan acquiesced. As the saying goes, one ought not to strike a smiling face. With such proactive warmth extended towards him, refusal would be impolite. Moreover, becoming one of the owners of the Listening Rain Tower would significantly aid him in countering the Chen family, especially considering the plot they were concocting in collaboration with Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group, who intended to monopolize the Listening Rain Tower. Now, as a co-owner, his chances of successfully countering the Chen family would increase. Furthermore, as Sun Yongtai expanded his network, Chen Fan would inadvertently enhance his own, a true win-win situation. Upon Chen Fan's agreement, Sun Yongtai beamed. They exchanged contact information and agreed to meet for tea at a later date. After a brief while, Sun Yongtai took his leave. Once he departed, Chen Fan resumed his preparations for the impending operation against the Chen family. The suddenness of events left him a bit flustered. Shortly after Sun Yongtai's departure, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Accepted the request to visit Sun Yongtai and offer an apology. Task completed. Congratulations on receiving top-tier treasure, Rook-kiln sky blue glazed sunflower basin. The treasure has been placed in your study. Please check. Congratulations on gaining 61 experience points. A Rook-kiln sky blue glazed sunflower basin. My word, this time the system has rewarded me with a piece of Rook porcelain. Chen Fan marveled at the evening meal. The Rook-kiln, one of the 5 renowned kilns of the Northern Song dynasty, has long been cherished as a royal treasure, revered by emperors as a priceless possession. Now, after a millennium, the existing Rook porcelain pieces are exceedingly rare, representing the pinnacle of ancient artifacts. Any museum housing such a piece would undoubtedly consider it their most prized exhibit. Indeed, many provincial museums lack such a treasure. Yet, astonishingly, the system has rewarded Chen Fan with a piece of Rook porcelain, and he can hardly contain his excitement. Eagerly, he made his way to his study. From a distance, he spotted an exquisitely luxurious brocade box on his desk. Approaching with caution, he delicately opened the box, revealing a jade-like, sky-blue pin wash that captivated his gaze. This was the immensely precious Rook-kiln sunflower wash bestowed upon him by the system. Such a treasure of museum quality was something Chen Fan had seldom encountered. And now he had the opportunity to hold it in his hands. The joy of having the system was unparalleled. Gently lifting the Rook porcelain, Chen Fan scrutinized it closely. The more he observed, the more he marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient artisans. It was simply stunning. After enjoying it for a while, he carefully placed the Rook-kiln sunflower wash back into its brocade box. Driven by intense curiosity, he searched online for information. The Rook-kiln sunflower wash is currently conservatively valued between 3 to 400 million, with its potential for appreciation being boundless, as only a handful remain in existence. Impossible to replicate. This task reward was truly remarkable. Content with his acquisition, Chen Fan secured the Rook-kiln sunflower wash. Late that night, while he was still preparing, he received a call from Xiao Wenyu, his cousin and vice president at the Wanhong Software Group. Chen Fan, she said. Han Xiaowei will not be able to go to Jiangzhou tomorrow, and he hasn't been able to step away from the company for the past few days. Xiao Wenyu's words were startling. We have encountered a significant issue at our company. Chapter 48. The 11th day of severance. The prestigious hotel in Jiangzhou awaits a reward. Han Xiaowei is the vice president of Wanhong Software Group, whom old Master Chen has successfully recruited. What? Chen Fan was taken aback. What is happening? Just a moment ago, our company was unexpectedly targeted by a mysterious hacker organization, leading to the leakage of numerous confidential documents. The chairman hastily summoned all senior executives to address this crisis. After some contemplation, Xiao Wenyu decided to disclose this corporate secret to Chen Fan. I estimate that it will take at least 4 to 5 days to resolve this matter. During this period, the chairman has mandated that all senior executives remain on duty, prohibiting anyone from leaving. Therefore, Han Xiaowei will undoubtedly be unable to travel to Jiangzhou. If he wishes to discreetly visit, he must wait until this crisis has passed, which will take a minimum of 4 to 5 days. I see. Chen Fan nodded. This unexpected development was, in fact, fortuitous for Chen Fan. With Han Xiaowei arriving tomorrow, the time constraint left him underprepared, diminishing the likelihood of success. However, should Han Xiaowei postpone his visit for 4 to 5 days, Chen Fan would have ample time to prepare, significantly increasing the odds of successfully targeting the Chen family. Moreover, with the additional 4 to 5 days, Chen Fan was confident that his net worth could surpass 2 billion, potentially enabling him to become the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. This would bolster his confidence. And upon successfully targeting the Chen family, he would also reap greater profits from the tens of billions involved. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Wenyu. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude, recognizing the timeliness of Xiao Wenyu's information. Once the task was accomplished, he would ensure that Wenyu was well compensated. If you wish to express gratitude, do not thank me. Rather, thank Ruoshui. Sometimes I envy you for winning her affection. Did you say the world in your past life? Xiao Wenjia interjected. Her assistance to Chen Fan was undoubtedly influenced by her cousin, Xiao Ruoshui. Without Ruoshui, she would have had no reason to aid someone she barely knew. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded, acknowledging that Ruoshui was instrumental in this situation. All right, I will end the call now. It is easy for me to be discovered at the company. I will contact you immediately should there be any urgent news. Xiao Wenyu stated before proactively ending the call. Shortly after Xiao Wenyu contacted Chen Fan, Chen Wenjing hurriedly reached out to him, informing him that old Master Chen, who was supposed to be resting, had inexplicably rushed to Zhanghai. Furthermore, before leaving, he instructed Qin Yuzhen to postpone the reservation of Tingyu Pavilion for a few days, indicating that something unusual had occurred. The old man had been restless throughout the night, utterly exhausted, and before his departure, he lamented about his ungrateful descendants, expressing that this turmoil would surely shorten his lifespan. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan let out a cold smirk. No matter how well the Chen family plans, it ultimately cannot withstand the occurrence of unforeseen events. I understand now, thank you. Chen Fan nodded, which indirectly affirmed the truth of what Xiao Wenyu had said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan stretched lazily, relieved that he could finally enjoy a restful night's sleep. The Ru Kiln acquired tonight, along with the shares of Tingyu Tower gifted by Sun Yongtai, had significantly increased his net worth by several hundred million. If all goes well, upon the emergence of tomorrow's reward, his wealth may surpass 150 billion. To possess 150 billion is a staggering figure, not only for an ordinary person, but even for many affluent individuals. He was one step closer to surpassing the Chen family and bringing the Su family of Jinling to its knees. That evening, Chen Fan enjoyed a delightful slumber. The following morning, he leisurely attended his class. Just as he finished, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, day 11 of severing ties. Reward, 100 ownership of the Wankai International Hotel, the premier 5-star establishment in Jiangzhou. Oh, Wankai International Hotel? Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback by today's reward. Wankai International Hotel is the finest 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou, renowned for its top ranking. With 52 stories and 373 rooms, it also boasts 3 expansive banquet halls, each over 800 square meters, accommodating nearly 1,000 guests. Additionally, it features 6 large conference rooms, a top-tier restaurant, and a spa center exceeding 1,000 square meters. Even the most basic and affordable room at Wankai International Hotel costs over 2,000 per night. He never expected that the system would reward him with the Wankai International Hotel. How splendid. According to Chen Fan's knowledge, the hotel should be valued at around 1.3 to 1.4 billion. What a pity, he thought. Being just a couple hundred million short of surpassing the 150 billion mark. At that moment, Chen Fan received a call from Yang Xingping, the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Mr. Chen, do you have time this afternoon? I spoke with them about our plans to compete for the Wanheng Software Group project, and several major shareholders of the company wish to meet with you to discuss the details, Yang Xingping explained. However, Mr. Chen, you need not worry. I have already conveyed most of their points. You merely need to make an appearance and have a brief discussion. Just as Chen Fan was about to respond, a new notification from the system arrived. Ding, task issued. Visit Yongtai Real Estate Group and persuade the other shareholders. Task duration, 5 hours. Task reward, 2 high-end residential buildings, valued at approximately 300 million. Task reward, 53 experience points. Upon seeing the system's task, Chen Fan was suddenly filled with joy. The system is truly considerate. Just as he lamented being a mere fraction shy of surpassing 150 billion. The system promptly provided a task with a reward of 2 high-end residential buildings valued at 300 million. This is splendid. If the task is completed and these 2 buildings are acquired, Chen Fan's net worth will instantly soar beyond 15 billion. Very well, I accept. I shall meet Chairman Yang this afternoon. Time swiftly passed, and shortly after 2 o'clock, Chen Fan made his way directly to Yongtai Real Estate Group. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, several prominent shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group had gathered. The major shareholders lounged on the sofa, listening to Yang Xingping expound. Ladies and gentlemen, securing the project from Wanheng Software Group could yield profits in the tens of billions. As shareholders of the company, a portion of this fortune belongs to you as well. Are you not enticed? He had nearly convinced the other shareholders when the arrival of Fang Ziyuan, the company's second-largest shareholder, changed the dynamics. This elderly gentleman, known for his conservative and exceedingly cautious demeanor, immediately opposed the idea upon learning that the project entailed competition with the illustrious Chen family. While the potential profits were indeed substantial, the concern was that this venture would pit them against the formidable Chen family. The prowess of Chen Shanhai. The head of the Chen family is well known and does not require reiteration, Fang Ziyuan remarked with a tone of apprehension. Indeed, Fang stated, his reasoning is sound. The Chen family is not to be trifled with, and Chen Shanhai is a formidable adversary. Several individuals in the office echoed Fang's sentiments, approaching any endeavor with trepidation. Fearing every obstacle will stifle the company's growth, leading it to stagnation and ultimately demise, Yang Shengping countered. Yet we stand to gain tens of billions in profit. If we secure this project, what does it matter if we offend the Chen family? Chairman Yang's perspective held merit, yet it was predicated on the assumption of victory. What if we faltered, failing to secure the project and incurring the Chen family's ire? Would that not result in a loss of both resources and reputation? Once Chen Shanhai allocates time to retaliate, given his temperament, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Are you not fearful? Fang Ziyuan challenged. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. Even Yang Shengping found himself at a loss for words. Just then, an unexpected voice pierced the stillness. Fear? Why should we be afraid? Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Chen Fan strode confidently into the room. Chapter 49. The revelation of Chen Fan's black card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Nation, valued at over 15 billion. Mr. Chen has arrived. Allow me to introduce him. This gentleman is our group's third largest shareholder, Director Chen Fan. This is Director Fang Ziyuan, and this is... Yang Shengping facilitated the introductions. Yang Shengping invited Chen Fan to take a seat. In the face of Chen Fan, Fang Ziyuan exhibited no cordiality. He directly inquired. I have heard that Director Chen was once part of the Chen family, but has since severed ties. This competition for the Wanheng Software Group project was initiated by you, wasn't it, Director Chen? You were primarily responsible for it? Yes. Is there an issue? Chen Fan replied with a nod. Is there an issue? Huh. Has it crossed your mind, Director Chen, what the consequences of failure might be? For you. It may be inconsequential, given that you have already burned bridges with the Chen family and are now at odds with them. Fang Ziyuan pressed on. But what about us? If you fail, we bear the brunt of it. Why are you so certain that we will fail? Chen Fan countered. Why? Quite simply. I have no faith in your abilities or your strength, Fang Ziyuan stated candidly. After all, Chen Fan was relatively young, comparable in age to his own grandson, leading him to doubt Chen Fan's capacity to take on the Chen family. My capabilities, I believe, should not be in question. As he spoke, Chen Fan stood to pour himself a glass of water. However, in his movement, a card slipped from his pocket. With a thud, a nearby shareholder picked it up, initially believing it to be an ordinary card. As he caught sight of the black card's full appearance, he was left utterly astonished. My heavens, this. The shareholder's jaw dropped. Noticing his reaction, the others turned their curious gazes toward him. What happened, old Lu? Is there something wrong with that card? They inquired, puzzled. This is a MasterCard black card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Nation, the first shareholder exclaimed. All present were affluent individuals, well aware of the formidable reputation of the Royal Bank of the Oil Nation's black card. Instantly, the other shareholders gathered around, eager to see for themselves. Even Fang Ziyuan could not maintain his composure and approached with equal excitement. Director Chen, is this MasterCard black card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Nation yours? The first shareholder asked reverently as he handed the card back to Chen Fan. Yes, it must have slipped from my pocket just now, thank you. Chen Fan replied as he accepted the card. Director Chen, may I inquire if you are indeed a holder of the black card from the Royal Bank of the Oil Nation? Fang Ziyuan asked, his voice slightly tense. Indeed. Is there a problem? Chen Fan nodded nonchalantly. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the entire assembly inhaled sharply in disbelief. My goodness, Director Chen is, in fact, a black card holder of the Royal Bank of Oil Nations. In the entire Jiangzhou, it is unlikely that anyone besides Director Chen possesses such an esteemed card. It is no wonder that he exudes such confidence, nor that he dares to confront the Chen family. He possesses the requisite strength. Director Chen, I support your plan to challenge the Chen family, declared one shareholder, followed by a chorus of agreement. In that moment, even Fang Ziyuan could not help but exhale softly. The youth are indeed formidable. I have been short-sighted. I too concur with Director Chen, Fang Ziyuan reiterated, casting a look at Chen Fan, now devoid of prior disdain and skepticism, replaced instead with a hint of reverence. Thus, all shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group had aligned with Chen Fan's strategy. The system's voice subsequently echoed. Ding. Proceed to Yongtai Real Estate Group. Persuade other shareholders. Mission accomplished. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 high-end residential buildings, valued at approximately 300 million. Congratulations. You have gained 53 experience points, with the completion of the task and the acquisition of 2 buildings valued at 300 million. Chen Fan's net worth instantaneously surpassed 150 billion. Additionally, he had garnered 53 experience points, bringing his total to 413 experience points, nearing 1/3 of the threshold for leveling up. Once he amasses 1,500 experience points, his system will seamlessly upgrade to level 2, at which point daily rewards will significantly increase, conservatively estimated to be in the tens of billions. As his system advances to levels 3, 4, and beyond, the daily rewards could reach staggering amounts in the hundreds of billions. The mere thought quickened Chen Fan's heartbeat. I must find a way to upgrade swiftly. He eagerly plotted his next steps. With the other shareholders persuaded, the situation at Yonai Real Estate Group was effectively resolved. After leaving, Chen Fan discreetly made his way to a remarkably special location. Chapter 50, the 12th day of severing ties, reward, a premier international golf course. The place where Chen Fan arrived was the Listening Rain Tower. Subsequently, a clandestine meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group was to take place here. Now, Chen Fan had become one of the owners of the Listening Rain Tower. Upon his arrival, he immediately summoned the manager. For one aspect of his plan revolved around this establishment. He instructed the manager to make special arrangements and emphasized that news of his arrival must remain confidential, particularly from members of the Chen family. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will arrange for it immediately. It should be settled by tomorrow afternoon, and you can take some time to inspect it. As for your visit, I guarantee absolute secrecy. No one will be informed, the manager assured repeatedly. Very well. I will come by in the next couple of days, Chen Fan replied before departing. The following morning, the system's voice echoed. Ding, 12th day of severing ties. Reward, 100 ownership of Jiangzhou's largest international golf course, Guanshan International Golf Course. Oh. Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback by today's reward. Guanshan International Golf Course was not only the largest, but also the most prestigious golf course in Jiangzhou, without exception, spanning an expansive area. The course featured an 18-hole par 72 championship layout. Furthermore, it was the preferred recreational venue for countless dignitaries and affluent elites in Jiangzhou. Chen Fan had only heard of Guanshan International Golf Course before. He had never visited it. To his astonishment, he had now become the owner of this esteemed establishment. More importantly, the total value of Guanshan International Golf Course was approximately 1.7 billion. With this acquisition, Chen Fan's net worth had soared to nearly 17 billion. In just a few days, it could reach 20 billion. I am immensely excited, Chen Fan remarked. Once my net worth hits 20 billion, I will be even closer to surpassing the Chen family and stepping on the Su family of Jinling. At noon, as Chen Fan prepared to go out for a meal, he suddenly recalled, is there a high-end restaurant in my Wankai International Hotel? He had just acquired the hotel the previous day and had yet to visit it. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to dine at the hotel's upscale restaurant, sample the cuisine, and inspect the hotel's condition. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom straight to Wankai International Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, Chen Fan spotted a familiar figure arguing with the hotel manager from a distance. This figure was none other than Xiao Ruoshui. Chen Fan approached in surprise and asked, Ruoshui, what has happened? Chen Fan? Xiao Ruoshui responded, her expression reflecting her own confusion upon seeing him. The Wankai International Hotel has breached its contract, and I have come to address this matter personally, said Xiao Ruoshui, her head throbbing. Breach of contract? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. What is the situation? Tomorrow, under the arrangement of the Xiao family, dozens of representatives selected from other companies within the Xiao family will be visiting the Xia Group branch in Jiangzhou for a 3-day learning and observation session. Xiao Ruoshui explained to Chen Fan. I had reserved rooms at the Wankai International Hotel for them a week ago, as they are arriving tomorrow morning. Yet the hotel staff has now informed me that my reservation has failed and there are no rooms available. With the upcoming holiday, hotel accommodations are scarce, especially for 5-star establishments. Moreover, I need several dozen rooms at once, and it is far too late to make new reservations. President Xia, I apologize for the inconvenience. This issue arises from an intern who failed to report your reservation, resulting in this predicament. We have already terminated that intern, the hotel manager clarified. An intern again? Hearing this excuse, not only was Xiao Ruoshui frustrated, but even Chen Fan felt a wave of annoyance. Must you always shift the blame onto the interns? Can an intern truly make such decisions? Are you certain the fault lies with the intern and not with your management? Chen Fan challenged the lobby manager. In his own establishment, such an incident demanded his intervention. Yes, what is it? The lobby manager stammered in response. Observing this, Chen Fan became increasingly convinced that there was something amiss. Under these circumstances, I expect a satisfactory resolution from you, Xiao Ruoshui insisted. President Xia, I have already apologized to you. What more do you want? Please do not be unreasonable, the lobby manager retorted, accusing Xia Ruoshui of being unyielding. Xia Ruoshui found herself both infuriated and amused. She merely sought a resolution, yet the other party was responding this way. Bring your general manager to me, she demanded. At that moment, a voice of undeniable authority rang out. Chen Fan stepped forward. Who are you to demand our general manager? Why should I listen to you? The lobby manager arrogantly replied, dismissing Chen Fan as just another bystander. Because I am the owner of the Wankai International Hotel, Chen Fan replied calmly. At this declaration, the room fell into a stunned silence. What? The once arrogant lobby manager's face drained of color. Had he misheard? The man before him claimed to be the owner of their hotel. The lobby manager pinched his thigh hard, a sharp pain rushing through him. And he immediately realized this was no illusion. Are you truly our boss? The lobby manager inquired with a voice tinged with trepidation. Indeed. What more proof do you require? Chen Fan retorted. And no, it's not necessary. Please, allow me a moment. I shall fetch the general manager immediately. The lobby manager, in a state of utter anxiety, hurried off to locate the hotel's general manager. 3 minutes later, the general manager approached Chen Fan with an air of profound humility. Chapter 51. Looking for your sister? Your sister is at the hotel with me upon arrival. The hotel manager, Mr. Dong Zhengyang, greeted with utmost respect. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the general manager of the hotel. Mr. Dong. Are you aware that Ruo Shui made a reservation for several dozen rooms here a week ago? Chen Fan inquired directly. Taken aback by Chen Fan's words, Dong Zhengliang hesitated. Who is Ruo Shui? As he noticed the presence of Xia Ruo Shui beside him, enlightenment struck him. So, the boss was referring to President Xia. But wait, the boss addressed her as Ruo Shui, a rather intimate mannerism. Could it be that the boss shares a special relationship with the renowned beauty president of Jiangzhou? I am unaware, sir, Dong Zhengliang replied. I swear. He is usually so occupied with various matters that such ordinary reservations don't require his attention at all. Ruo Shui arranged for dozens of rooms to be booked at our hotel last week, set to check in tomorrow. Yet today, she was suddenly informed of a reservation issue. And this lobby manager shifted all the blame onto some intern. Is that even plausible? Chen Fan retorted. An intern? Absolutely impossible. Reserving dozens of rooms in one go is a significant undertaking. An intern would never possess such authority, Dong Zhengliang affirmed confidently. Very well. You will investigate this matter thoroughly in my presence. Uncover any hidden truths or anyone scheming behind the scenes, Chen Fan commanded. He suspected that this issue was not as simple as it appeared. Ruo Shui was the esteemed president of the Xia Corporation, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. Without some external force, this lobby manager would not dare to act in such a manner. If this matter remains unresolved, you, as the general manager, shall no longer hold your position. Yes, sir. I will ensure this matter is resolved, Dong Zhengyang responded, invigorated by the urgency of the situation. Afterward, he turned his unwavering gaze towards the lobby manager. If you fail to provide me with a definitive answer, it will not merely result in your dismissal. Under the scrutiny of both the boss and the general manager, the lobby manager quickly succumbed and divulged the entire situation. It turned out that the rooms previously reserved by Xia Ruo Shui had indeed been successfully booked. However, yesterday, the hotel's higher-up, Manager Huang, unexpectedly ordered the cancellation of all rooms reserved for Xia Ruo Shui, thereby causing the earlier confusion. Was it Manager Huang's directive? Dong Zhengliang asked with a furrowed brow. Indeed. Have Huang come to me immediately. A few minutes later, realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Lu confessed everything. He had encountered Kong Junping, the grandson of the chairman of Baixing Group, at a club yesterday. Kong Junping fortuitously learned about Xia Ruo Shui's reservation of several dozen rooms at Wankai International Hotel. Knowing such a large reservation must serve an important purpose, he instigated Huang Lu to cancel those rooms to create trouble for Xia Ruo Shui. Why would Kong Junping do such a thing? Dong Zhengyang questioned, perplexed. Kong Xiao, no. That scoundrel Kong Junping remarked that the Xia group dared to compete with their Baishang group, asserting that the hotel rooms were merely a temporary means of earning some interest. In due course, they would make the Xia group pay a heavy price. Huang Lu relayed Kong Junpeng's words verbatim. It was indeed the machinations of Baixing Group. Upon hearing this revelation, Chen Fan and Xia Ruo Shui exchanged glances. Although surprised, they were not perplexed. Baixing Group, indeed. You too, in your eagerness to curry favor with Kong Junping, have acted against the interests of the hotel. Henceforth, you are dismissed from your positions. And the hotel shall engage legal counsel to pursue litigation against both of you. Dong Zhengyang declared. What? No, please, General Manager, don't sue us. Huang Lu and the lobby manager panicked, pleading for mercy. Ultimately, the hotel's security forcibly escorted the two out. Boss, I will immediately arrange for those rooms to be rebooked for President Xia, Dong Zhongyang promptly organized. While rebooking the rooms, Chen Fan's phone rang. Seeing it was Xia Mingming calling, he answered. Senior Chen, I haven't been able to find my sister, she isn't answering her phone. Have you seen her? Xia Mingming inquired. Looking for your sister? She is currently in a hotel room with me, Chen Fan replied casually. As soon as he uttered those words, he realized he had misspoken. On the other end of the line, Xia Mingming's mouth fell agape, her mind momentarily blank. My sister is in a hotel room with Senior Chen? It seems my timing for this call was rather poor. Well, Senior Chen, I'll hang up now. You and my sister can continue your business. Xia Mingming stammered, at a loss for words. Observing her fluster, Chen Fan hastily tried to clarify. You've misunderstood. What I meant was. But before he could finish, Xia Mingming had already disconnected in a flurry. Ruoshui, I didn't express myself clearly. Your sister probably misunderstood. Please explain things to her when you get back, Chen Fan said apologetically, glancing at Xia Ruoshui. It's all right. Xia Ruoshui replied, both amused and exasperated. In no time, the rooms were arranged. The situation was managed quite well. It was fortunate I was here today, otherwise, this matter might have been left unresolved. You need to be more vigilant in the future, Chen Fan instructed. Understood, boss. I will certainly enhance the management of the hotel moving forward, Dong Zhongyang assured. After dismissing Dong Zhongyang, Chen Fan turned to Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? Let us go to the hotel restaurant for lunch and discuss the Baisheng Group issue. All right, Xia Ruoshui agreed. The two proceeded to the hotel's upscale restaurant. Dining while engaging in conversation, the Yum Group, just recently, incited the shareholders of Fading Group to unite and attempt to oust themselves from the management. Chen Fan, preoccupied with pressing matters, had no time to settle this score. Now, they seek to stir trouble for Ruoshui in their own hotel, becoming increasingly outrageous. As if they believe his temper is boundless. The Yum Group is deeply rooted and formidable. They are not to be trifled with, remarked Xia Ruoshui. If we join forces, I refuse to believe we cannot bring down the Yum Group, Chen Fan declared. Time and again, they create trouble for Ruoshui and me. The arrogance of the Yum Group is excessive. Do they think they can act with impunity? Subsequently, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui discussed the specifics of the matter. There was no need for haste. They would proceed gradually. Xia Ruoshui would first gather detailed information about the Yum Group, and they would converse further afterward. After their meal, Xia Ruoshui hurried back to the company, while Chen Fan, having no classes in the afternoon, planned to return to his villa. However, just as he settled into the car, he received a message from Zhu Hongyi. Zhu Hongyi was heading out to play golf with a few friends in the afternoon and extended an invitation to Chen Fan. As he finished reading the message, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Chapter 52. Rewarding the world's top supercar and flaunting as a premier member of the golf club. Task issued. Take a break and fulfill Zhu Hongyi's request to play at the golf course. Task duration. 3 hours. Task reward. 1 Aston Martin 177. A pinnacle of supercars. Task reward. 57 experience points. Upon seeing this task, Chen Fan suddenly felt invigorated. If one were to inquire what Chen Fan yearned for the most at this moment, it would undoubtedly be to elevate the system to level 2. At that point, daily rewards would substantially increase, making it far easier to surpass the Chen family and trample the Su family of Jinling. The more tasks the system issued, the better. By completing this task, Chen Fan would amass precisely 470 points. Moreover, the Aston Martin 177, one of the most elite and expensive supercars globally, is limited to just 77 units worldwide, with only 5 available in the country, where its market price hovers around 50 to 60 million. In comparison, even Chen Fan's Lamborghini Aventador seems modest. The Aston Martin 177 is equipped with a V12 engine, boasting a maximum torque of 750 Nm and a peak power of 760 horsepower, achieving a top speed of 354 km/h and accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in a mere 3.5 seconds. It is undoubtedly a performance supercar of the highest caliber. With it, Chen Fan could retire his Lamborghini. Which golf course do you plan to visit? Chen Fan inquired. Naturally, it's the Guangshan International Golf Course, Zhu Hongyi promptly replied. Going to your own territory? That's even more convenient, Chen Fan responded. All right. Let us meet at Guangshan International Golf Course at 2:30 p.m. It was only around 1 o'clock, so Chen Fan returned to his villa to rest for a while. By 2 o'clock, he drove his Lamborghini Aventador straight to the Guangshan International Golf Course. At the entrance of the course, Zhu Hongyi had already arrived with a few companions. Old Zhu, are you serious? Is your brother really that impressive? Yeah, old Zhu, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Just moments ago. Zhu Hongyi had been extolling the virtues of his elder brother, Chen Fan, to his companions, who were both astonished and somewhat skeptical. How could I be deceiving you? My brother is undoubtedly a big shot, on par with Wei Jingxiang, Zhu Hongyi declared proudly. On par with Wei Jingxiang? His companions were instantly filled with reverence for Chen Fan. Old Zhu, when brother Fan arrives, you must introduce us. Yes, let us meet such a prominent figure. His companions exclaimed with excitement. Just as Zhu Hongyi agreed with enthusiasm, a sharp voice interrupted their conversation. Zhu, keep dreaming. Your brother being on par with Wei Jingxiang? How bold of you. A slender young man approached, flanked by several others. The slender young man named Luo Xingwen is the son of a wealthy tycoon from Jiangzhou and is a sworn rival of Zhu Hongyi. If one were to inquire about true prowess, it would undoubtedly lie with my elder brother, Kong Junpeng, the future heir of Baixing Group. He is indeed unparalleled. My brother is a premier diamond member of Guangshan International Golf Course. Luo Xingwen boasted with unrestrained arrogance. What is Kong Junpeng compared to my brother? During their heated debate, a Lamborghini Gallardo gradually came to a halt nearby. Chen Fan has arrived. Look, that is my brother Fan Ge, Zhu Hongyi excitedly proclaimed. Without hesitation, he dashed over to greet Chen Fan. I thought he was some remarkable figure, yet he drives a mere Gallardo? It pales in comparison to the Bugatti Veyron worth over 20 million that my brother Kong Junpeng drives. My brother S1 car could purchase 3 of this kid S. Luo Xingwen scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, it is our Kong Xiao who is truly impressive. His companions echoed Luo's sentiments. Hearing such remarks, Zhu Hongyi's friends felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, for someone of Fan Ge's stature, arriving in a Lamborghini Gallardo seemed somewhat beneath him. Under Zhu Hongyi's guidance, Chen Fan approached, where Zhu introduced him to several companions. Greetings, Fan Ge. Greetings, Fan Ge. His companions greeted Chen Fan with polite formality. Not far off, Luo Xingwen and his group continued to mock. What a brother, arriving in a shabby Lamborghini Gallardo. How embarrassing. If I drove a Gallardo, I wouldn't dare to call myself anything grand. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Ding, take a break, fulfill Zhu Hongyi's request, and enjoy a round at the golf course. Task completed. Congratulations, you have acquired a world-class supercar, Aston Martin 177. Congratulations, you have gained 57 experience points. With the task completed, Chen Fan's phone rang. May I speak with Mr. Chen Fan? The Aston Martin 177 you ordered has arrived. Where would you like it delivered? Came the voice from the Aston Martin representative. Oh, I'm at Guangshan International Golf Course. Please deliver it here, Chen Fan replied casually. Understood, Mr. Chen. We will be there shortly. Please sign for it upon arrival. After hanging up, Zhu Hongyi curiously inquired, Fan Ge, what did you purchase? Nothing much. Just casually bought an Aston Martin 177, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Nearby, Luo Xingwen was preparing to approach with a sneer when he unexpectedly overheard Chen Fan's words. Instantly frozen in shock. What? Casually bought an Aston Martin 177? Casually, merely? Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. Luo Xingwen's mind was in turmoil. The Aston Martin 177, after all, is a top-tier supercar limited to just 77 units worldwide. Throughout the nation, there exist but a mere 5 units of the Aston Martin 177, each valued at an astonishing 50 to 60 million. Here stands Zhu Hongyi's elder brother, who has indeed acquired one of these magnificent vehicles. My goodness. In comparison, his brother Kong Junpeng's ordinary Bugatti Veyron pales in insignificance. Even Luo Xingwen was left utterly astounded, not to mention his companions, who gazed at Chen Fan in sheer disbelief. To casually purchase an Aston Martin 177 is indeed a remarkable feat for Zhu Hongyi's brother. Just as they were engulfed in their astonishment, a Bugatti Veyron came to a halt nearby, as Kong Junpeng, who intentionally stirred up trouble at the Wankai International Hotel, made his entrance. Chapter 53. Chen Fan's globally limited supercar makes its debut, breathtaking the audience with a stunning spectacle, an extraordinary gamble. After alighting from the vehicle, Kong Junpeng approached. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of Luo Xingwen and the other younger brothers, He inquired with curiosity about what had transpired. Upon learning the details of the situation, his demeanor shifted subtly. "You are Chen Fan, the major shareholder of Fading Group?" Kong Juping inquired, and Chen Fan nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving this confirmation, a profound animosity toward Chen Fan welled up within Kong Juping. He had learned from his grandfather that Fading Group and Xia's Group were akin to two sides of the same coin, audaciously opposing their Baishang Group. Even more infuriating was the fact that Chen Fan, the major shareholder of Fading Group, had aided Xia Ruoshui in thwarting a scheme devised by Baishang Group, thereby causing their plans to crumble. This fueled Kong Juping's resentment toward Chen Fan. However, he had not yet found the opportunity to take action. Unexpectedly, he now encountered this scoundrel, Chen Fan, at Guanshan International Golf Course. Excellent. He was determined to exact a severe lesson upon this oblivious Chen Fan, both for his grandfather and for Baishang Group, making it clear that those who opposed Baishang Group faced dire consequences. While Kong Juping schemed against Chen Fan was equally devising his own plans. Since fate had brought him face to face with Kong Juping, he certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. "Where is the Aston Martin 177 that you mentioned?" Kong Juping inquired. "There are only 5 Aston Martin 177s in the entire country, and to be honest, he is quite eager to expand his horizons. However, it is merely this fellow named Chen Fan who claims to have purchased an Aston Martin 177, and we have yet to witness the actual vehicle," Luo Xingwen elucidated. "What? This fellow is merely making claims without any tangible evidence?" Luo Xingwen let out a cold laugh. "I could also claim to possess one of the 5 limited editions of the Pagani Zonda, who cannot boast about their achievements. I even purchased an Aston Martin 177. He scoffed, recognizing the audacity of such claims. With conviction, Luo Xingwen asserted, "There are only 5 Aston Martin 177s in the entire country. Not only is there none in Jiangzhou, but the whole of Zhonghai province lacks one as well. This fellow must be trying to intimidate you. There is absolutely no way he could have acquired an Aston Martin 177. Upon hearing their elder brother's words, Luo Xingwen and the others suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, how could a supercar of the 177's caliber possibly exist in a second or third-tier city like Jiangzhou? Their elder brother's astuteness had swiftly unraveled the ruse of this young man. Luo Xingwen and others began to mock Chen Fan, questioning his self-importance, as he fancied himself capable of acquiring an Aston Martin 177. They wondered why he hadn't mentioned it, just as Kong Juping was about to deliver his own jibe. A tow truck slowly approached from a distance. To their astonishment, atop the truck was a brand-new Aston Martin 177. Upon witnessing this scene, Kong Juping, Luo Xingwen, and others were utterly astonished. Could it truly be an Aston Martin 177? Surely, this cannot be the one purchased by Chen Fan. No. Absolutely impossible, Kong Juping muttered, attempting to soothe himself. 2 minutes later, a tow truck slowly came to a halt before the crowd. A representative from Aston Martin stepped out and politely inquired, "May I ask who is Mr. Chen Fan? Your reserved Aston Martin 177 has arrived." In that instant, Kong Juping felt a pang of embarrassment, his toes curling in disbelief. He had just confidently asserted that Chen Fan was merely boasting, and yet here was Chen Fan, indeed having purchased the legendary top-tier supercar, the Aston Martin 177. Jealousy nearly made Kong Juping drool. Such an extraordinary vehicle was beyond his reach, let alone that of the elite youth from affluent families. Chen Fan possessed it, undoubtedly the first among their generation in Jiangzhou. "I am Chen Fan." Chen Fan approached a sign for the Aston Martin 177. As the car descended from the tow truck and parked beside them, Kong Juping gasped in awe. "Incredible! Truly a stunning sight. It lives up to its reputation as a world-class supercar. No wonder it is nicknamed the suit-wearing thug, a perfect blend of elegance and style. Brother Fan is amazing." Zhu Hongyi and others quickly rushed over, their curiosity piqued. Even Kong Juping and Luo Xingwen found it hard to restrain themselves from approaching to admire such a magnificent supercar. However, they could only covetously gaze from a distance. Filled with envy, "Brother Fan, may we take a look inside?" Zhu Hongyi asked eagerly. "Of course," Chen Fan replied, tossing the car keys casually. "Thank you, Brother Fan. You're magnificent." Zhu Hongyi and his companions were ecstatic, while Luo Xingwen and the others seethed with jealousy, pondering why Zhu Hongyi's leader was so impressive, making their own leader pale in comparison. As for Kong Juping, his face darkened with frustration. He too longed for the Aston Martin 177. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Kong Juping's mind, a plan that could serve 2 purposes. to teach Chen Fan a harsh lesson while also acquiring the Aston Martin 177. Chen Fan, do you dare to make a wager with me? Kong Juping proposed suddenly. Oh, what shall we bet on? Chen Fan inquired. We are already at Guangshan International Golf Course. Naturally, we shall compete in golf. Best 2 out of 3 to see whose skills are superior. As for the stakes, let us wager your Aston Martin 177 against my Bugatti Veyron. If you win, my Bugatti Veyron will be yours. If I win, your Aston Martin 177 will be mine. What do you say? Kong Junpeng suggested. Kong, your appearance is unappealing, yet your aspirations are lofty. Your Bugatti Veyron is hardly worth mentioning when compared to my brother's Aston Martin 177. Besides, how many years have you been driving that Bugatti? How can you even propose such a wager? Zhu Hongyi was the first to stand up in opposition. How about it? Do you dare? If you are a man, do not refuse. Kong Junpeng taunted. What is there to fear? However, this wager is rather trivial. Chen Fan responded calmly, this paltry bet lacks excitement. Let us do this. Each of us shall stake 500 million. If you win, not only will I give you 500 million, but I will also present you with this Aston Martin 177. If you lose, you need only pay me 500 million. Upon the utterance of Chen Fan's words, a profound silence enveloped the entire venue. 500 million as a wager. My heavens, what a staggering gamble. It is far too extravagant. Zhu Hongyi and the others looked at Chen Fan with admiration. He truly deserves to be their leader. Such audacity is remarkable. Chen Fan echoed Kong Junpeng's earlier provocation. So, what do you say? Do you dare? If you are a man, do not refuse. Chapter 54. The Reward of Supreme Skills. Chen Fan's astonishing maneuver. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the system's voice resonated unexpectedly. Ding, mission issued. Find a way to persuade Kong Junpeng to agree to a 500 million wager. Mission reward. Supreme golf skills. Mission reward. 50 experience points. Oh? Surprised by the sudden challenge from the system, Chen Fan felt that this was indeed a delightful bonus. He had always been quite confident in his golfing abilities. Having been raised alongside his father, who was an ardent golf enthusiast, naturally, his skills were commendable. Unfortunately, the exorbitant costs associated with the Guangshan International Golf Course, coupled with their relatively low status within the Chen family, meant that he and his father had rarely set foot there. To his astonishment, with the issuance of this task by the system, he was to be rewarded with supreme golf skills. This was fortuitous initially. Chen Fan had an 80 to 90% confidence in his abilities, but now, with the acquisition of top-tier golfing prowess, his chances of success were elevated to 100%, ensuring a risk-free victory. What had started as a casual outing for relaxation now promised a windfall of 500 million. What sheer exhilaration! Moreover, this challenge came with an additional reward of 50 experience points, bringing his total to precisely 520. While Chen Fan contemplated the system's mission, the attention of everyone present was riveted upon Sun Junpeng, particularly for Luo Xingwen and others. Their leader was daring enough to stake 500 million along with an Aston Martin 177. Their own leader merely needed to match this sum. Surely he would not hesitate. Under the weight of so many gazes, Sun Junpeng felt an intense pressure. 500 million was an immense sum for him as well. Despite being affiliated with the prestigious Baixing Group, his total available funds barely amounted to 70 or 80 million. He would have to issue an IOU for 500 million. Yet, what if he were to emerge victorious? Not only would he claim the coveted Aston Martin 177, but he would also secure 500 million. Such a staggering amount would certainly elevate his standing in the eyes of his father and grandfather, dispelling the label of wastrel that had been cast upon him. Moreover, Sun Junpeng held unwavering confidence in his golfing skills, believing them to rival those of even some professionals. Should he accept? The allure of 500 million and an Aston Martin 177 was proving difficult to resist. How about it, afraid? Chen Fan stoked the flames further. Proposing an additional wager, the loser would have to proclaim themselves a fool unworthy of comparison, and the footage would be posted online. Upon hearing this, Kong Junpeng felt a surge of temptation. This would serve as undeniable proof to his father and grandfather that he was not a wastrel, that he was capable. Defeating Chen Fan, whom they had deemed unworthy of their discipline, would surely earn him newfound respect from his grandfather. All right, I accept. In the end, with a steely resolve, Kong Junpeng agreed. A true man indeed. A smile spread across Chen Fan's face. Let us draft a wager. Zhu Hongyi procured paper, a pen, and sealing wax. Chen Fan drafted a wager, meticulously inscribing the previously discussed terms, before signing and affixing his thumbprint. Kong Junping stepped forward to do the same, thereby rendering the agreement officially binding. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding, devise a method to persuade Kong Junping to accept the 500 million wager. Task complete. Congratulations. You have acquired top-tier golf skills. Congratulations, you have gained 50 experience points. A torrent of profound memories surged into Chen Fan's consciousness, marking his ascension to the status of a premier golf master. Concurrently, he received the 50 experience points, bringing him closer to the requisite total for leveling up. At that juncture, Chen Fan had amassed slightly over a third of the points necessary for advancement. He needed just over 900 experience points to elevate the system to level 2. Let us proceed, he declared. Subsequently, both parties entered the Guangshan International Golf Course. Arriving at a designated area, the course, a standard 18-hole par 72, would take an inordinate amount of time to complete in its entirety. Why not simplify matters and compete solely on 3 par 4 holes? Kong Junping proposed suddenly. Completing all 18 holes would be a waste of precious time. He was eager to triumph over Chen Fan, claim the 500 million, and the Aston Martin 1-77, before returning home to bask in his father's and grandfather's admiration. Thus, the par 4 holes required players to start from the teeing ground and complete the hole in 4 strokes. Each par 4 hole spanned 300 meters, necessitating 4 consecutive strokes to sink the ball. A skillful player could achieve a score of -1 by completing the hole in 3 strokes, while taking 5 strokes would result in a 1 score, and so forth. Unlike other sports, in golf, a lower score is preferable. Agreed. Chen Fan nodded in acquiescence to Kong Junping's suggestion, recognizing it would expedite the competition. In the first round, Kong Junping took the lead. From the teeing area, he aimed at the distance and struck the ball, sending it soaring over 210 meters. Upon reaching where the ball had landed, he took another shot, propelling the ball forward. Remarkably, on his third stroke, Kong Junping successfully sank the ball into the hole, achieving a score of -1. Young Master Kong is formidable. 3 strokes to hole it. His golfing prowess is truly impressive. In this contest, young Master Kong is bound to win. Luo Xingwen and the others exclaimed with exuberance, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongyi and his companions wore serious expressions. Despite Kong Junping's shortcomings, his golfing skills were undeniably exceptional. Chen Fan was under considerable pressure. Chen Fan, it is your turn, Kong Junping proclaimed, his confidence soaring as he envisioned the 500 million and the Aston Martin beckoning to him. In stark contrast to Zhu Hongyi's group, who were anxious, Chen Fan approached the teeing area with remarkable composure. He struck the ball, sending it a distance of over 270 meters, advancing to where the ball had come to rest. He effortlessly sank it into the hole on his second stroke. In the first round, the outcome was unequivocal. Fan was truly remarkable. Astonishingly, he sank the ball into the hole in just 2 strokes on a par 4 hole. He is indeed a hidden master. Victory seemed certain for Fan. At this moment, Zhu Hongyi and his companions erupted in exhilaration. Meanwhile, Kong Junping, upon witnessing this, felt a buzzing in his head. A par 4 hole. And that young man Chen Fan managed to hole it in just 2 strokes. Was his skill truly at such a height? After losing the first round, Kong Junping suddenly felt the weight of pressure upon him. As the second round commenced, he took a deep breath, determined to approach it with utmost seriousness. With meticulous precision, Kong Junping executed his first stroke, sending the ball soaring over 280 meters. Ultimately, in the second round, he too managed to sink the ball in just 2 strokes. A confident smile emerged on his face after the successful shot. In this round, victory was assured for him. He refused to believe that Chen Fan could replicate his previous feat of 2 strokes to hold the ball again. However, what unfolded next left him utterly speechless. From the tee box positioned 300 meters away, Chen Fan astonishingly sank the golf ball into the hole with a single stroke. In an instant, all present stood in awe. The probability of a hole-in-one on a par 4 is 1 in 2,500, and it typically requires a professional to achieve such a feat, yet here was Chen Fan, defying the odds with a single stroke. Incredible! 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 Fan was truly phenomenal, Zhu Hongyi and the others exclaimed. The result of the second round was now clear, and the outcome of the wager had been decisively determined. Chapter 55. The 13th day of severing ties, rewarding the first security group with ownership. How could this be possible? Witnessing Chen Fan's miraculous hole-in-one, Kong Junping was utterly stunned. After years of playing golf, he had only ever seen a hole-in-one on television. Never had he encountered anyone achieving such a feat in reality, not even among the elite golfers he knew. Yet now, right before his eyes, this young man had accomplished it. What an absurd joke. Kong Junpeng was flabbergasted, and his underlings, including Luo Xingwen, were equally taken aback. As the shock subsided, a more terrifying realization dawned upon him. He had lost the wager, a staggering 500 million. He could not possibly produce such an exorbitant sum. To settle the bet, he would have to turn to his father or grandfather for assistance. If either of them learned of this debacle, they would surely break his legs. He had hoped to impress his grandfather and father to prove that he was not a wastrel. Yet, here he was, having become the very embodiment of a prodigal, losing 500 million in one fell swoop. It was over. He was truly finished. Cold sweat poured down his brow. Kong, the outcome is clear. According to the wager, you owe 500 million, Zhu Hongyi stated, looking at Kong Junpeng. Kong Junpeng stood there, his expression a storm of turmoil. 500 million was far too great a burden. He simply could not part with it. Absolutely not. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to resort to underhanded tactics. You cheated, he yelled. Chen Fan cheated. Someone come quickly, there is cheating happening here. Kong Junpeng bellowed. Realizing Kong Junpeng's intent, Luo Xingwen quickly joined in the outcry. Soon, numerous staff members from Guanshan International Golf Course rushed over. I am a platinum member of your esteemed golf course. I command you to apprehend this cheat. Kong Junpeng pointed at Chen Fan, asserting his authority over the staff. He aimed to leverage his status as a platinum member to compel the staff to seize Chen Fan, thereby seizing the opportunity to reclaim the wager and destroy it. Without the bet, he could easily deny any obligation. Kong, are you trying to pull a fast one? You think you can intimidate us just because you are a member here? Zhu Hongyi and others reprimanded him. It was evident that this lad had cheated, and he deserved to be caught. Seize him. Don't let him escape. Luo Xingwen and the others immediately countered Zhu Hongyi's statement. The personnel at Guanshan International Golf Course were momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. What are you waiting for? I'm a platinum member of your golf course. My grandfather is the chairman of Baisheng Group. Do you not take my orders? Kong Junpeng's facade crumbled as he openly commanded the staff. Indeed, as a platinum member, he enjoyed certain privileges. If you do not act immediately, I will lodge a complaint against you for neglecting a platinum member, and I will ensure you all lose your jobs. Kong Junpeng's furious roar echoed through the air. Upon witnessing this, the staff at Guanshan International Golf Club felt compelled to lower their heads. The wrath of a platinum member was not something they could afford to offend. Fan Go, hurry and leave. This is Kong Junpeng's territory. You take the wager and go first. We will hold our ground here. Zhu Hongyi quickly stepped forward, urging Chen Fan to depart, for safeguarding the earlier agreement was of utmost importance. This is Kong Junpeng's territory? Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. Indeed. As a platinum member of the Guanshan International Golf Club, this place naturally belongs to me. Kong Junpeng proclaimed with great arrogance. Ah, you're mistaken. This is not your territory, but mine, Chen Fan countered. Your territory? Who do you think you are? Are you a diamond member of the Guanshan International Golf Club? Kong Junpeng scoffed disdainfully. The diamond membership was reserved for the most prominent figures in Jiangzhou, and in his eyes, Chen Fan was unworthy of such status. Well, not exactly a diamond member, Chen Fan replied slowly, but I am the owner of the Guanshan International Golf Club. Upon hearing Chen Fan's first statement, Kong Junpeng remained smug, yet his expression turned to one of shock upon hearing the second. The owner of Guanshan International Golf Club. Chen Fan is the owner. How can that be? Sun Junpeng was taken aback, realizing that the owner of the golf club was indeed Chen Fan. He found himself rendered insignificant as a mere platinum member, questioning how he could possibly compare to him. With the revelation of Chen Fan's identity, Luo Xingwen and the others fell silent, no longer daring to cause a ruckus. Summon your supervisor and security personnel, Chen Fan commanded the staff at the golf club. The staff hurried off to find the supervisor. In this moment, Kong Junpeng felt a surge of despair. If the supervisor and security arrived, his chances of seizing the document from Chen Fan would dwindle further. Glancing at the document in Chen Fan's possession, Kong Junpeng made a resolute decision to resort to force. Standing at a height of 6 feet 2 inches and weighing over 200 pounds, he was determined to take action. Convinced that he could overpower Chen Fan and seize the document. Bring it on, he thought, as he lunged forward, swinging his massive fist at Chen Fan. In response to Kong Junpeng's charge, Chen Fan chuckled derisively. He had acquired top-tier combat skills from the system and had no fear of physical confrontation. Before Sun Junpeng could react, Chen Fan delivered a swift kick, sending him flying to the ground with a heavy thud. How dare you lay a hand on Brother Fan? Get him! Zhu Hongyi shouted, leading a group to surround and pummel Sun Junpeng. On their own turf, Luo Xingwen and the others dared not intervene, merely trembling as they watched Sun Junpeng endure the beating. Before long, Sun Junpeng was left battered and bruised, his face swollen and disfigured, with several teeth knocked out. Within 3 days, ensure that your family delivers 500 million, or I shall personally come to claim it, Chen Fan declared, waving the document in his hand. Ultimately, Sun Junpeng was hastily taken to the hospital by Luo Xingwen and others for treatment. Meanwhile, Zhu Hongmi and the others gathered around Chen Fan, filled with admiration for him. The group continued their game of golf and later shared a meal together that evening. Time passed swiftly, and the following morning, the system's voice echoed, "Ding, on the 13th day of severing ties, reward, 5 ownership of the leading security group in Zhonghai Province, Jiuxiao Security Group." Chapter 56. The Terror of Jiuxiao Security Group and the Search for Missing Parents. What kind of company is Jiuxiao Security Group? Chen Fan had never heard of it before. However, the fact that it ranks first among all security firms in the entire Zhonghai province suggests it is anything but ordinary. With a sense of curiosity, Chen Fan took to the internet to investigate the Jiuxiao Security Group. Established for over a decade, the company primarily engages in asset protection, personal security, armed protection in high-risk areas, and overseas safeguarding, among other services. When the prominent figures and wealthy elites of Zhonghai province seek bodyguards, the first name that springs to mind is Jiuxiao Security Group. Each member of Jiuxiao Security Group is meticulously selected, showcasing exceptional skills. More importantly, the group boasts 3 elite special teams, comprised of top-tier retired special forces, each consisting of 20 to 30 highly capable individuals. These teams are the cornerstone of Jiuxiao Security Group's esteemed reputation in Zhonghai province. The company's operational scope extends beyond domestic borders, with a substantial presence internationally, underscoring its formidable foundation. The more Chen Fan learned, the more exhilarated he became. The greater the strength of Jiuxiao Security Group, the better it would be for him. Currently, he holds a 5 ownership stake in the group, and the prospect of one day acquiring 100 ownership, transforming Jiuxiao Security Group into his own enterprise, was tantalizing. He hoped that the system would grant him this opportunity. As of now, Chen Fan had ascended to a position of influence within Jiuxiao Security Group. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he utilize the special teams of Jiuxiao Security Group to investigate the whereabouts of his parents? The individuals he previously sent to search were merely ordinary people, utterly incapable of matching the combat experience of Jiuxiao's elite retired special forces. Ever since he acquired the system, Chen Fan had not forgotten his quest to find his parents, who had been missing for a full year, with no leads even from the police. At this point, Chen Fan no longer relied on others. If he were to find his parents, it seemed he could only depend on himself. With his partial ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group, he felt this idea was indeed feasible. After obtaining his stake, several contacts from the upper echelons of Jiuxiao Security Group appeared on his phone. Contemplating this, Chen Fan directly dialed the president of Jiuxiao Security Group. Upon connecting, Chen Fan introduced himself. Welcome, Mr. Chen, to our Jiuxiao Security Group. The president warmly congratulated him. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Fan expressed his desire to enlist a few individuals with strong reconnaissance skills from the 3 special teams to assist him with the matter. The president of Jiuxiao Security Group sounded surprised upon hearing Chen Fan's request. Is there a problem with the task? Chen Fan inquired. Mr. Chen, if it were merely an ordinary bodyguard, it would be inconsequential. However, those 3 special forces teams are of paramount importance to the company. Reassigning them to serve the upper echelons exclusively is, by all standards, against protocol, the president of Jiuxiao Security Group lamented. Nevertheless, since you have made the request, I shall endeavor to assist you. After a moment's hesitation, the president acquiesced. Thank you, Chen Fan replied politely. Regrettably, he currently held a mere 5 ownership of Jiuxiao Security Group, which was far too little. If he possessed even over 50%, or even 30 or 40, matters would be considerably easier. Securing the entirety of Jiuxiao Security Group would grant him the freedom to pursue his desires with ease. Chen Fan silently hoped that the system would soon present more shares of Jiuxiao Security Group. You are too courteous, Mr. Chen. I shall devise a plan, and once it is finalized, I will contact you at the earliest opportunity, the president of Jiuxiao Security Group assured him. Thank you. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the 2 parties ended the call, leaving Chen Fan awaiting news from the president. At noon, just after Chen Fan finished his class, Zhu Hongyi was already waiting in the parking lot. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Zhu Hongyi approached him, curiosity evident in his voice. Brother Fan, has the 500 million from Baisheng Group arrived yet? Chen Fan shook his head. It's been nearly an entire day. Do you think Baisheng Group might renege on the payment? Zhu Hongyi speculated. That is unlikely. Baisheng Group certainly values its reputation. However, they will not part with the funds easily. Extracting that 500 million from them will not be a straightforward task. Chen Fan mused, his mind racing. What should we do then? Zhu Hongyi expressed his frustration, realizing that Baisheng Group would undoubtedly seek to delay. By the way, didn't you mention that your friend recorded the entire incident? Chen Fan inquired. Yes, Zhu Hongyi confirmed with a nod. Then it is simple. Have your friend extract the footage where Kong Junpeng attempts to breach the contract and upload it across various online platforms. Rally your friends and subordinates to share it widely. Chen Fan commanded. In due course, the video of Kong Junpeng's reckless wager and breach of contract would circulate throughout the affluent circles of Jiangzhou, making Kong Junpeng and Baisheng Group the focal point of public discourse, thereby exerting immense pressure on them. Chen Fan intended to stoke the flames of their predicament. Excellent idea. Brother Fan, I understand, Zhu Hongyi chuckled, then promptly set to work. Before long, the video of Kong Junpeng's disgraceful actions had been disseminated online, and Zhu Hongyi swiftly leveraged his connections to ensure its rapid circulation. Gradually, the elite of Jiangzhou became aware of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, at Baisheng Group, Chairman Kong Baisheng glared furiously at his prodigal grandson, Kong Junpeng. At that moment, Kong Junpeng's face resembled that of a swollen pig, a comical sight indeed. Had it not been for his wife's intervention, Kong Baisheng would have undoubtedly broken the legs of his unfilial grandson. Your grandson has ended up like this, and you remain indifferent? You must seek vengeance for Junpeng, lamented Kong Baisheng's wife, her heart aching as she gazed at her grandson. Revenge is indeed necessary. Anyone who dares oppose our Baisheng Group, that Chen Fan will undoubtedly meet a dire fate. However, at this moment, revenge is not our foremost concern. What truly matters is that this prodigal has wagered 500 million. It pains me to think of him relinquishing such an amount without cause, Kong Baisheng fumed. To hand over 500 million to our adversary without a fight is utterly unacceptable. Whether that Chen Fan has the means to extract this amount from this miserly fellow remains to be seen. As Kong Baisheng plotted and prepared to buy time, Junpeng's father arrived. Father, look at this, he said, handing over his phone to Kong Baisheng. Upon viewing the video, Kong Baisheng was appalled to see his grandson's breach of contract. Where did you find this? He inquired urgently. The disgrace brought upon him was not just personal. It reflected poorly on the entire Baisheng Group. I came across it on social media, replied Junpeng's father. What? On social media? If it's on social media, then other affluent figures in Jiangzhou have likely seen it as well. Kong Baisheng could no longer remain composed. The shame brought upon him and the Baisheng Group was unbearable. In a fit of rage, he kicked Junpeng several times, who cried out in agony. The time for delay and evasion had passed. The situation demanded immediate action. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of the wealthy circles in Jiangzhou. He still had his pride. Father, what should we do? Junpeng's father asked anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Baisheng suddenly smirked coldly. I have a plan. Chapter 57. Kong Baisheng's devious scheme leaves Chen Fan humiliated and a subject of ridicule. What is the plan? Kong Junpeng's father could not help but inquire. With a mysterious smile, Kong Baisheng remained silent, instead retrieving his phone to make a call. Just await the good news. He intended to leverage this opportunity to ensure Chen Fan's disgrace, transforming him into a figure of mockery for countless onlookers. This afternoon, Chen Fan arrived at his estate, intending to take a brief respite, having spent the last few days residing there. However, as he drove up to the entrance, he was taken aback to find a Rolls-Royce Ghost parked at the gates, where a remarkably refined gentleman was gazing around. Parking his vehicle nearby, Chen Fan stepped out. Are you Mr. Chen? The gentleman inquired upon seeing him. May I ask who you are? I am Zhang Hanru, summoned by Chairman Kong Baisheng to discuss the betting agreement with you. The gentleman introduced himself. Zhang Hanru. Chen Fan recognized the name. Zhang Hanru was one of the prominent figures in Jiangzhou, humble in demeanor, well-connected, and renowned for his reputation as a mediator in significant affairs. It was unexpected for Kong Baisheng to have invited him. It appeared that Chen Fan's recent maneuver to have Zhu Hongyi and others disseminate videos had indeed taken effect, prompting Kong Baisheng to act. As they walked towards the estate, Zhang Hanru spoke candidly. To offend Chairman Kong is not a wise choice. Is that so? Chen Fan replied. I understand the impetuousness of youth, but Chairman Kong has wielded considerable influence in Jiangzhou for many years. He is not to be trifled with. The repercussions of crossing him could be severe. These remarks were heartfelt and representative of Jiang Hanru's own sentiments. I have conveyed my thoughts. Now, speaking on behalf of Chairman Kong, I must inform you of the specifics. Chairman Kong is willing to transfer the 5 billion to you, but he has a condition. Jiang Hanru elaborated. Chairman Kong requests that you record a video explaining that Kong Junping's breach of contract was entirely provoked by your provocation, claiming that the video released was maliciously edited. He laid out Kong Baisheng's terms. Should you acquiesce, the 5 billion will be transferred today. Chairman Kong saves face. And you receive the funds. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. Kong Baisheng surely has grand designs. My agreement with Kong Junping stands here. I have triumphed and need not concede to any demands to receive the 5 billion. Now, Kong Baisheng wishes for me to declare that the video was edited maliciously, shifting all scorn and public pressure onto my shoulders. In doing so, he preserves his dignity, while I lose mine. I scoff. Tell Kong Baisheng to dream on. I shall not acquiesce to any of his conditions. Chen Fan decisively retorted. Two individuals entered the opulent drawing room of the estate. Mr. Chen, Chairman Kong's demands are indeed rather stringent. However, negotiations are feasible. Perhaps we could lower Chairman Kong's conditions. Jiang Hanru spoke once more. To sever ties with Chairman Kong, or to engage in a relentless struggle, is undoubtedly a most unwise decision. Jiang Hanru spoke the truth. Those who had previously opposed Kong Baisheng had invariably met with dire consequences, the most fortunate among them merely facing bankruptcy. Mr. Chen, being quite youthful, lacks sufficient depth and strength. It would be prudent to wait a few years before competing with the Baisheng group. Jiang Hanru's final remarks were heartfelt. Deep down, he believed that Chen Fan, still not even 20, could hardly rival Kong Baisheng's formidable presence. A confrontation between Chen Fan and Kong Baisheng could only result in defeat. As Jiang Hanru spoke, Chen Fan casually removed his coat and settled comfortably onto the sofa. Jiang Hanru intended to continue his discourse but suddenly noticed the Patek Philippe adorning Chen Fan's wrist, his eyes widening in astonishment. Mr. Chen, that watch of yours. Jiang Hanru stammered, his voice trembling. Earlier, in Chen Fan's coat, he had not observed it, but now, having removed it, Jiang Hanru, a well-known connoisseur of fine watches in Jiangzhou, instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of Chen Fan's Patek Philippe. What of my watch? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. Mr. Chen, could it be that you possess the legendary Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime, of which only 7 pieces exist worldwide? Jiang Hanru asked excitedly. At this moment, his address to Chen Fan transformed into a more respectful tone. Indeed, Chen Fan nodded, regarding Jiang Hanru with increased esteem. He was the first non-expert to recognize the exceptional quality of his Patek Philippe. My heavens, Jiang Hanru gasped, utterly astonished. Such a prestigious timepiece is rare not only in Jiangzhou but throughout the entire Zhonghai province and even the nation. To own such a globally limited edition watch was a dream for Jiang Hanru, one that he believed could only remain an aspiration. Yet, here was this young Mr. Chen, not yet 20, who possessed one. My heavens! At that moment, Jiang Hanru felt an overwhelming excitement. Mr. Chen, your refusal of Kong Baisheng is absolutely justified. Were I in your position, I would also reject him. What gives him the right to impose conditions upon you? Jiang Hanru, no longer daring to underestimate Chen Fan or question his capabilities, recognized that possessing such a prestigious watch placed him in a league far beyond what someone like Kong Baisheng could compare to. What was Kong Baisheng after all? Thank you, Mr. Chen, for broadening my horizons. Should you require any assistance in Jiangzhou in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Jiang Hanru promptly altered his stance, unhesitatingly aligning himself with Chen Fan. As matters have transpired, Jiang Hanru took his leave, respectfully exchanging contact information with Chen Fan before departing. Upon exiting the estate, Jiang Hanru immediately dialed Kong Baisheng. Inside the villa, upon recognizing Jiang Hanru's call, Kong Baisheng eagerly answered. Jiang, has the matter been resolved? He inquired with palpable anticipation. With Jiang stepping in, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Although he must part with 500 million. The prospect of humiliating Chen Fan and tarnishing his reputation in Jiangzhou is indeed a worthwhile investment. Chapter 58. The most expensive motorcycle in the world and the regretful ex-girlfriend having failed to achieve his goal, Kong Baisheng decided to sever all ties. In the future, should there be any matters concerning you, Mr. Kong, do not contact me. However, to his astonishment, A voice of icy indifference emanated from the other end of the line. Before Kong Baixing could utter a word of inquiry, Jiang Hanru had already terminated the call and promptly blocked him. Kong Baixing found himself utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had his well-laid plans crumbled so effortlessly? Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing Kong Baixing still clinging to his aspirations, Chen Fan resolved to stoke the flames further by sharing the video. Mere minutes later, even Jiang Hanru shared the video of Kong Junpeng, signaling his stance. As a well-known mediator in Jiangzhou, Jiang Hanru was known for his amiability and extensive connections. Upon seeing Jiang Hanru's clear position, many affluent entrepreneurs and magnates from Jiangzhou swiftly followed suit, sharing the video. In an instant, the reputation of Baixing Group began to plummet. In the villa, although Jiang Hanru had faced defeat, Kong Baixing remained resolute, unwilling to let Chen Fan off the hook so easily. Just then, Kong Junpeng's father arrived with disheartening news. He understood that the situation could escalate, tarnishing their reputation even further. If it continued to brew, Baixing Group would truly become a pariah. Alas, you should settle the payment with Chen Fan, Kong Baixing sighed, feeling as if he had aged several years in an instant. In this confrontation, Baixing Group had suffered a devastating defeat. However, this was merely the first round against Chen Fan. Do not revel in your victory, Chen Fan. Winning this round does not guarantee ultimate triumph. Very well, Kong Junpeng's father reluctantly acquiesced. 2 hours later, at Jiangzhou University, after class, Chen Fan was preparing to leave the teaching building and return to the estate. At that moment, having realized that her prospects of marrying into wealth had vanished due to her severed ties with the Chen family, his ex-girlfriend Song Manyu approached him from the opposite direction. Chen Fan. Upon seeing him, Song Manyu was taken aback. The last time she had encountered Chen Fan, he was dining with Xia Mingming. At that time, she had speculated that he had charmed his way into the affections of the wealthy Xia Mingming, and she had longed to expose Chen Fan's true nature as a worthless scoundrel. However, during this period, Chen Fan had been largely absent from school, making it impossible for her to confront him. Unexpectedly, she found him here today. Oh, where is Xia Mingming? Did she cast you aside? Song Manyu remarked with a sardonic tone. Previously, Xia Mingming had humiliated her, and her resentment towards Chen Fan had festered. Now, she seized the opportunity to ridicule him, venting all her pent-up animosity. With a cold smirk, Chen Fan dismissed the need to engage in a futile exchange with Song Manyu. I warned you before that severing ties with the Chen family was the gravest mistake of your life. Tell me, without the Chen family, are you now left with nothing? Reduced to a pauper? Song Manyu reiterated. Without the Chen family, you, Chen Fan, are nothing. Relying solely on yourself, you shall meet an unfortunate fate. If I were in your position, I would immediately return to the Chen family and kneel before them, begging for their consent to return, regardless of the humiliation I might endure. A frog in a well faced with the ignorance of Song Manyu, Chen Fan could not restrain himself from speaking. In her eyes, the Chen family was akin to heaven itself. Little did she know that Chen Fan had begun to regard the Chen family with indifference, recognizing it merely as a small aristocracy in a second or third-tier city. What Chen Fan aspired to now was to trample upon the foremost noble families of Jinling. With that, Chen Fan strode outside. Upon hearing Chen Fan refer to himself as a frog in a well, Song Manyu, enraged and humiliated, hastily pursued him, eager to retaliate. However, as she stepped outside, she was taken aback by the sight of a luxurious car worth millions parked before Chen Fan. Moments later, Kong Junpeng's father emerged from the vehicle. Chen Fan, here is a check for 500 million. After disembarking, he handed a check directly to Chen Fan. In that instant, Song Manyu was rendered speechless. What? 500 million? The mysterious figure before her had just presented Chen Fan with 500 million. Unbelievable. Did Chen Fan truly possess 500 million now? This amount was undoubtedly a fortune in her eyes. A flicker of regret rippled through Song Manyu for having broken up with Chen Fan. Had she remained with him, would not half of that 500 million have belonged to her? As Chen Fan examined the check and confirmed its authenticity, Kong Junpeng's father remarked, now that the money is in hand, the promissory note is of no further use. Chen Fan returned it to him. Without hesitation, Kong Junpeng's father tore the note in half and cast a cold glare at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you may have won this round against us, but do not revel in your triumph. This is merely the beginning. You will soon understand the consequences of provoking Baixing Group. The next round will see Baixing Group face bankruptcy, Chen Fan calmly retorted. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to bring about Baixing Group's downfall? Just wait. Chen Fan, Kong Jianping's father, delivered a final threat before turning to leave in his car. Chen Fan casually pocketed the check and departed with a sense of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Song Manyu stood still, contemplating the exchange between Chen Fan and the members of Baixing Group, her emotions a tangled web of uncertainty. As Chen Fan made his way home, he suddenly received a message from Wei Jingxiang, inviting him to visit, as he had some matters to discuss. Just as Chen Fan intended to respond, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Task issued. Accept Wei Jingxiang's invitation and visit him. Task reward. A world-class, ultra-expensive motorcycle, valued in the 9-figure range. Task reward. 58 experience points. Chapter 59. Nothing particularly special. I have merely acquired ownership of the Jiangzhou Security Group. The world's most expensive motorcycle? A 9-figure sum, exceeding 100 million? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the reward for this system task. Are there motorcycles that expensive? He felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity about what a motorcycle valued at over 100 million might look like. This task is certainly worth completing. I'll see you shortly. Chen Fan sent a message to Wei Jingxiang. 40 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at Wei Jingxiang's estate. After a few days apart, he noticed that Wei Jingxiang appeared somewhat haggard. At that moment, in the living room of the estate, besides Wei Jingxiang and his strategist, there was an unfamiliar man. Young Master Chen has arrived. Welcome. Allow me to introduce. This is another big shot from Jiangzhou. Yuan Shi, my friend, Wei Jingxiang graciously introduced. Yuan Shi nodded at Chen Fan, exuding a hint of arrogance, adopting the demeanor of a local magnate. Big Brother Wei mentioned that there was an issue. What is it? Chen Fan inquired directly as he took a seat. I want to hide it from you, Chen. Recently, my archenemy has somehow recruited a group of highly skilled elite fighters. And my men, along with Yuan Shi's, are struggling to cope, Wei Jingxiang stated candidly. I recall your exceptional skills when we last met. And I would like to ask if you have any capable fighters under your command or know of any similar individuals. I am in urgent need of assistance. Hearing Wei Jingxiang's plea for help, Yuan Shi felt a sense of helplessness. He suspected that this young Master Chen was merely an ordinary scion of a wealthy family. Was seeking aid from such a young master truly effective? I actually don't have any fighters under my command, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. Upon receiving the negative response, Wei Jingxiang let out a slight, regretful sigh. No matter, I still appreciate your effort in coming here amidst your busy schedule, he said sincerely. If you are short on personnel, why not consider hiring from other security companies? Chen Fan suggested. Young Master Chen, you may not be aware, but I am familiar with the capabilities of typical security company members. They are simply not a match for those elite fighters. To hire bodyguards who can rival or even surpass those elite fighters, one would need to approach large security firms, but we have no connections and cannot secure their services. Wei Jingxiang lamented. The bodyguards from those large security groups are highly sought after by many wealthy individuals. If they suddenly seek to hire them, it is unlikely they will be readily available. They would probably have to wait in line for a long time, and we cannot afford to wait, he continued. I see. What is the strength of the bodyguards from Jiangzhou Security Group? Chen Fan inquired. Jiangzhou Security Group? It is the most powerful security company in our Zhonghai province. Not to mention their elite special teams, even the most ordinary bodyguards from Jiangzhou Security Group possess remarkable skills, Wei Jingxiang said with utmost admiration. Yuan Shi, originally exuding an air of dominance, found himself unable to suppress his admiration upon hearing about the Jiangzhou Security Group. Very well, then. You may proceed to hire bodyguards from the Jiangzhou Security Group, Chen Fan suggested. Young Master Chen, it is not that we do not wish to do so. We are indeed eager. Even securing a mere ordinary bodyguard from Jiangzhou Security Group would easily crush the elite enforcers in the hands of our adversaries, Wei Jingxiang lamented. However, the issue lies in our lack of connections and networks with Jiangzhou Security Group. As the leading firm, even our financial resources would be insufficient to procure their services. Connections, you say? Chen Fan smiled slightly. He then picked up a piece of paper and a pen from the nearby table and wrote down a phone number. Call this number to reach someone at Jiangzhou Security Group and request a batch of ordinary bodyguards. Just mention my name, he instructed, handing the paper to Wei Jingxiang. This number belonged to a senior executive responsible for client relations at Jiangzhou Security Group, allowing for a straightforward hiring process without the need to contact the president. Really? Wei Jingxiang exclaimed in astonishment as he received the paper. Young Master Chen, do you have connections with Jiangzhou Security Group? He asked, excitement evident in his voice. Beside him, Yuan Shi harbored skepticism. Jiangzhou Security Group was the premier security firm in Zhonghai province. Could this young scion truly have any ties to it? It's nothing extraordinary. I merely acquired a partial ownership stake in Jiangzhou Security Group, Chen Fan replied slowly. In an instant, his revelation struck Wei Jingxiong and Yuan Shi like thunderclaps. What? Young Master Chen has acquired a stake in Jiangzhou Security Group? This means he is now one of the owners. The implications were staggering. Is there any relationship more formidable than this? Young Master Chen, you are truly impressive, Yuan Shi exclaimed, rising abruptly. His demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness as he profusely expressed his gratitude towards Chen Fan. In that moment, he shed the arrogance typical of a local big shot, appearing exceedingly humble before Chen Fan. Thank you, young Master Chen, Wei Jingxiong echoed, also standing in profound appreciation. Not at all, Chen Fan nodded. This was merely a way to reciprocate the favor Wei Jingxiong had done for him regarding the Chen family's collaboration with Wanheng Software Group. By the way, it had been a few days since they last communicated, and Chen Fan wondered about the current status of Wanheng Software Group. Once he returned, he intended to reach out to Ra Shui's cousin, Xiao Wenyu, to ascertain the situation, which he presumed was nearing resolution. In recent days, Chen Fan's worth had surged tremendously, and matters with Yongtai Real Estate Group had been thoroughly settled. He felt exceptionally prepared, significantly increasing his odds against the Chen family. Should the hacker crisis at Wanheng Software Group be resolved, Vice President Han would likely come to Jiangzhou to collude with the Chen family, and it would be the perfect opportunity for Chen Fan to strike. Upon departing from Wei Jingxiong, a voice from the system resonated along the way. Ding! Acknowledged Wei Jingxiong's request to visit him. Task complete. Congratulations on acquiring the world's most exquisite and expensive motorcycle. A Neiman Marcus motorcycle valued at $350 million, now placed in your villa garage. Please check. Congratulations on receiving 58 experience points. Staring at the completion of the task and the system's reward of this globally unparalleled motorcycle, Chen Fan was left astounded. Goodness, a motorcycle worth $350 million, surpassing even his Aston Martin 1-77. It is utterly preposterous. Chapter 60. The moment to strike at the Chen family has arrived, and Chen Fan's scheme is set in motion. Chen Fan was eager to behold the Neiman Marcus motorcycle, valued at over $300 million. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace towards his villa at Yujing Mountain Resort. After a little over 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination and finally laid eyes on the Neiman Marcus motorcycle. The Neiman Marcus motorcycle, produced by Neiman Company, is a limited edition with only 45 units worldwide, and it is the sole super motorcycle legally permitted on the roads, capable of reaching speeds of up to 300 km/h. Initially, when the Neiman Marcus motorcycle was launched, it was not prohibitively expensive, priced at merely tens of millions. However, as time passed, its value soared, and recently, one such motorcycle was auctioned for an astounding $350 million. Chen Fan's Neiman Marcus motorcycle was black and strikingly handsome. Having grown weary of supercars, he welcomed the idea of riding a motorcycle. After admiring his Neiman Marcus motorcycle for a moment, Chen Fan returned to the villa to attend to more pressing matters. He called Xiao Wenyu to inquire about the Wanheng Software Group situation. I was just about to contact you. I believe the matter should be resolved tonight. After several days of emergency overtime, the boss will grant all senior executives a day off tomorrow, Xiao Wenyu informed him. I estimate that Han Xiaohui will head to Jiangzhou tomorrow afternoon or evening to conspire with the Chen family, so be vigilant. Understood, Chen Fan replied, exhilarated. Tomorrow would be the day he would strike at the Chen family and seize the Wanheng Software Group project, which the elder Chen had coveted. Tomorrow promised to be thrilling. He couldn't help but wonder how the Chen family and the elder Chen would react in furious rage upon losing the project to him. Let us proceed according to our plan, Chen Fan instructed. Agreed, Xiao Wenyu affirmed. After hanging up, Chen Fan reclined comfortably on the sofa. All his strategies were in place, and the arrangements at Tingyu Tower were also complete. He was merely awaiting the Chen family's and Vice President Han's response. Time flew by, and the next morning, Chen Fan attended his classes as usual. He rode his newly acquired Neiman Marcus motorcycle straight to Jiangzhou University. Upon arriving at the university parking lot, he found all the spaces occupied, and after a considerable search, he finally managed to find a spot. Hey kid, park your worthless motorcycle farther away. You scratched my Ferrari. Can you even afford the repairs? Shouted a gaunt man emerging from a brand new, multi-million-dollar Ferrari 488. Scratched your Ferrari? Be grateful if you don't scratch my motorcycle. That would be a blessing, Chen Fan retorted. The Ferrari 488, I dare say, could scarcely purchase even a single wheel of this Neiman Marcus motorcycle. Goodness, you certainly possess a bold demeanor, young man, the slender man scoffed. Situated at the far edge of the parking lot, near the adjacent road, their quarrel swiftly drew the attention of several passing students. At that moment, Song Manyu and her close friend happened to stroll by. Chen Fan? Spotting Chen Fan caused a momentary pause for Song Manyu. Having witnessed Chen Fan acquire 500 million yesterday, she felt a twinge of regret for their breakup. Throughout the night, she pondered whether to seek his forgiveness and rekindle their relationship. After all, possessing 500 million, while not on par with the wealth of high society, was still substantial. If she were to reunite with Chen Fan, perhaps even marry him, wouldn't she stand to gain half? Little did she expect to encounter him here this morning. What astonished her was that despite his newfound fortune, Chen Fan opted not for a Rolls-Royce or Lamborghini, but rather a battered motorcycle. What could he possibly be thinking? Hey, mind your manners. If you so much as scratch my Ferrari 488, selling your dilapidated motorcycle wouldn't cover the damages, the slender man sneered. I believe you've misspoken. Chen Fan retorted. I've misspoken. My Ferrari 488 has a market value exceeding 5 million, nearly 6 million. Pray tell, what is your motorcycle worth? The slender man boasted with pride. This motorcycle is valued at 3.5 billion. Before the slender man's declaration could settle, an onlooker suddenly shouted in excitement. At this proclamation, the crowd was rendered speechless. Surely, their ears could not have misheard. This young man claimed that the motorcycle before them was worth 3.5 billion. What an absurd jest. 3.5 billion? Are you jesting? The slender man utterly disbelieved that such a battered motorcycle could be valued in the billions. This is the most expensive Neiman Marcus motorcycle globally. I only saw it online last night. To see the actual vehicle here at school is astonishing. The enthusiastic boy responded. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Many, including the slender man, remained skeptical, prompting them to search online, only to confirm that indeed, the Neiman Marcus motorcycle was valued at over 3 billion. Armed with this undeniable truth, the crowd was left astonished. Now tell me, do you believe you could afford to repair my vehicle should it be damaged? Chen Fan countered. I cannot afford it. I cannot. The slender man hastily shook his head. My apologies. I was wrong. What am I to park beside you? I shall vacate the spot immediately. The slender man gazed at Chen Fan, filled with trepidation. Should he inadvertently damage a motorcycle worth billions, selling his Ferrari 488 would scarcely suffice. Soon, the slender man drove away, visibly shaken. Chen Fan, in turn, departed with an air of nonchalance. As everyone around marveled, Song Manyu was filled with indignation. Just yesterday, Chen Fan had acquired a fortune of 500 million. Yet today he squandered 350 million on a mere motorcycle. With his net worth diminished to a mere 150 million, Chen Fan appeared utterly foolish. What a waste. Song Manyu fumed internally. She had contemplated rekindling her relationship with him, perhaps sharing in his immense wealth. But now it seemed futile. He was left with a paltry sum. Spending over 300 million on a motorcycle, was he out of his mind? Did he believe himself a billionaire, using the majority of his wealth to purchase such an extravagant item? Could he truly afford to maintain it? With such riches, why not invest in opulent real estate or luxurious vehicles instead? Moreover, there was no certainty that the remaining 150 million had not already been squandered. Presently, Chen Fan possessed no lavish home or car, only a motorcycle to show for his fortune. The idea of reuniting with him now felt utterly absurd. Chen Fan was indeed a spendthrift, a failure. With your current state, no one would desire your company, Song Manyu declared, her anger palpable. After burning through so much wealth on a trivial motorcycle, he could expect to find himself homeless in the future. Watching Chen Fan's retreating figure, she cursed him, eagerly anticipating the moment of his downfall. Later that morning, a crucial phone call arrived, one that was of great significance to the Chen family. It was from Chen Wenjing, who had important matters to discuss regarding the family with Chen Fan. Chapter 61. The 14th day of severance. Chen Wenjing informed Chen Fan that just moments ago, Old Master Chen had returned to the Chen residence and immediately commenced preparations. It appeared that tonight, Vice President Han of Wanheng Software Group would be arriving in Jiangzhou. Old Master Chen had dispatched someone to Tingyu Tower, making arrangements for the meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han. Moreover, it seemed that Vice President Han was bringing along the contract for their potential collaboration. If the discussions were fruitful, they could sign the agreement tonight. allowing the Chen family to formally secure the project yielding profits in the billions. Very well, I understand. Should there be any news, please inform me immediately. Chen Fan nodded. Thanks to his manipulation of Chen Wenjing, he was now aware of the specific time for the meeting between the Chen family and Vice President Han. Excellent, excellent. At noon, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Day 14 of Severed Relations. Reward. The world's most elite hacking skills. As he gazed upon the rewards presented by the system today, Chen Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. The pinnacle of global hacking technology. This is simply astounding. Chen Fan is quite pleased with the rewards bestowed by the system today. As the system's sound resonated, an overwhelming torrent of memories surged into Chen Fan's mind. After a considerable duration, he finally absorbed the vast expanse of this knowledge. When he reopened his eyes, he had transformed into one of the world's foremost hackers. This skill is immensely valuable, often demonstrating astonishing effectiveness. With the acquisition of the world's foremost hacking techniques, Chen Fan suddenly conceived a bold plan in his mind. Let us not delve into distant matters, but rather focus on today's incident involving the Chen family. Had it not been for the acquisition of this unparalleled global hacking technique, Chen Fan would have had an 80 to 90% chance of success. However, with the mastery of this foremost hacking prowess, Chen Fan's likelihood of triumph has surged to a resounding 100%. He possesses unwavering confidence that he will successfully strike at the Chen family, seizing the coveted Wanheng Software Group project from the grasp of the esteemed Mr. Chen. Chen Fan arrived at an empty telephone booth and took out his mobile phone to call Xiao Wenyu. What has happened? Has there been an accident? Xiao Wenyu inquired with a hint of anxiety. Sister Wenyu, may I ask about the recent hacker attack incident involving Wanheng Software Group? What has been the outcome of the handling of that situation? Chen Fan inquired. The outcome, however, was rather unsatisfactory. The expertise of our cybersecurity specialist is rather mediocre. We could only mitigate the losses to a minimum. Yet even so, the damages were substantial, much to the chagrin of our boss, who is seething with anger. He desires to retaliate against the perpetrators, but alas, he does not even know their identity. Xiao Wenyu responded with a sense of helplessness. Sister Wenyu, please seek out your boss and inform him that I possess the means to investigate the identity of the hackers who attacked your group. And I can even assist in locating their whereabouts, Chen Fan proposed. He is now regarded as one of the foremost hackers globally, and such a task is undoubtedly a mere trifle for him. The attack on Wanheng Software Group was likely orchestrated by skilled hackers, but certainly not the elite among them. Such top-tier hackers would hardly waste their efforts on a relatively modest entity like Wanheng Software Group. While it may hold considerable influence in Jiangzhou and Shanghai, it pales in comparison to the colossal conglomerates and financial empires boasting assets in the tens of trillions. Surpassing the Chen family and overshadowing the Su family of Jinling is merely a short-term ambition for Chen Fan. Now, endowed with a system, his long-term aspiration is to one day ascend to, or even surpass, those financial titans with assets worth trillions, ultimately becoming a man at the pinnacle of global power. Of course, this ambition is rather grandiose, and its realization will require a measured approach. Nevertheless, as long as the system continues to upgrade incrementally, Chen Fan's lofty goal is certainly within reach. Meanwhile, upon hearing Chen Fan's declaration, Xiao Wenyu could not help but inquire, are you serious? Even our company's network specialists, earning nearly 10 million annually, have been unable to identify our adversary, let alone locate the hacker's whereabouts. Are you certain you can accomplish this? I am certainly not jesting. I speak with utmost seriousness, replied Chen Fan with conviction. Sister Wenyu, after meeting your boss, you should proceed with this plan. Upon revealing his strategy to Xiao Wenyu, she was taken aback, exclaiming, isn't this risk too great? Considering her relationship with Ruo Shui, she decided to take a leap of faith, ultimately agreeing to Chen Fan's audacious plan. The risks were indeed substantial, had it not been for her connection with Ruo Shui and the possibility of Chen Fan becoming her brother-in-law. She would have flatly refused. Should Chen Fan's strategy unfold successfully, taking down the Chen family would be a mere triviality. And even the owner of Wanheng Software Group would owe Chen Fan a significant favor. In the afternoon, Chen Fan returned to his villa, commencing preparations for his new endeavor. On the other side, the elder of the Chen family wore a broad smile, brimming with joy. After much planning, the project with Wanheng Software Group, which he deemed essential, was finally within his grasp. With the prospect of securing billions in profits, it was hard not to feel elated. By the way, how has that little rascal Chen Fan been lately? The elder casually inquired. Father, we've all been preoccupied with preparations for the Wanheng Software Group project. When Jing has been assisting at home and hasn't he had time to attend to Chen Fan, replied Chen Yuzhen, feeling somewhat helpless. Well, fortunately, we are set to finalize the Wanheng Software Group project today, the elder nodded in agreement. Once we wrap up today's affairs, we need to deal with that little rascal Chen Fan. It has already been over 10 days. We must act swiftly to avoid inciting the displeasure of the Su family. Yuzhen, come with me. Let us finalize tonight's arrangements regarding this matter. The elder continued to organize the details for his meeting with Vice President Han. At approximately 6 in the evening, at the airport, Mr. Han Xiaohui, the Vice President of Wanheng Software Group, arrived successfully in Jiangzhou. Chapter 62. The exultant Master Chen and the opportunity to become the premier aristocracy of Jiangzhou in the interest of discretion, the venerable patriarch of the Chen family. Unable to attend personally, entrusted the task to his daughter Chen Yuzhen and his less conspicuous granddaughter Chen Wenjing, both adorned with hats and sunglasses. To receive the guest at the airport. Greetings, Vice President Han. I am Chen Yuzhen, representing the Chen family on my father's behalf, she announced upon meeting Han Xiaohui. I have brought the documents pertaining to our collaboration with Wanheng Software Group. Provided your father's terms are agreeable to me, we can swiftly finalize the contract and entrust the project to your esteemed Chen real estate company, Han Xiaohui responded. That is splendid news. The Chen family will undoubtedly meet your expectations, Chen Yuzhen assured him. With Chen Yuzhen leading the way, Han Xiaohui followed closely, while Chen Wenjing brought up the rear. Seizing the moment when the two were distracted, Chen Wenjing discreetly sent a text message. In the next instant, Chen Fan received her message. How are things progressing, Wenyu? He inquired of Xiao Wenyu. Rest assured, I have followed your instructions meticulously. Everything is proceeding according to plan, Xiao Wenyu replied. Upon receiving this confirmation, Chen Fan sprang into action. The grand performance was set to commence. Meanwhile, the venerable master Chen Shanhai, along with his second son Chen Min and fourth son Chen Jinping, awaited anxiously at Tingyu Tower. Father, what is your level of confidence in persuading Vice President Han? Chen Jinping inquired curiously. Confidence? It is, without a doubt, complete. Master Chen declared, patting the prepared materials on the table with assurance. They had meticulously prepared for this day. There was no room for failure. He had thoroughly researched Vice President Han's various preferences. Complete confidence? That is truly marvelous. Chen Jinping and the others exclaimed with delight, envisioning the immense profits soon to be theirs. Moreover, this opportunity could forge a connection with the vast Wanheng Software Group, potentially leading to further collaborations in the future. The Chen family could ascend to unparalleled heights, establishing themselves as the foremost aristocracy in Jiangzhou. This aspiration was not merely theirs, it was the lifelong dream of the patriarch. His previous endeavors to curry favor with the Su family of Jinling were not without purpose. He sought to ally with their influence to elevate the Chen family to the pinnacle of Jiangzhou's elite. Not only were Chen Jinping and the others engrossed in such thoughts, but the patriarch himself also envisioned the day when the Chen family would claim their rightful position as Jiangzhou's preeminent aristocracy. Once the evening's proceedings were concluded and Vice President Han was persuaded to secure the Wanheng Software Group's project, he would immediately set about dealing with that wretched Chen Fan. Rumor had it that Chen Fan had been making quite a stir lately, mingling with prominent figures in Jiangzhou and fostering a close relationship with the Xia Group. The Chen family has recently lacked the energy to deal with that little wretch. Chen Fan. Once today's matters are concluded, it will be the moment when Chen Fan, that little scoundrel, cries. He has 1 week, no, 5 days to eliminate Chen Fan, leaving him bankrupt, destitute, and wandering the streets, after which he will humbly return to the Chen family to bow and admit his mistakes, before joyfully marrying the daughter of the Su family. The Su family of Jinling is a mighty tree he must embrace. Only in doing so can they aspire to become the foremost affluent family in Jiangzhou. Father, Vice President Han has arrived. Chen Min, the second son, hurried upstairs to report. Moments later, accompanied by Chen Yuzhen and Chen Wenjing, Vice President Han ascended to the second floor of the Listening Rain Tower to meet the Chen family. Vice President Han has arrived. Welcome, welcome. The old master of the Chen family hastily greeted with flattery. Master Chen, we meet again. This time, on your territory. We can have a proper discussion, Han Xiaohui nodded. As both parties took their seats, Han Xiaohui got straight to the point. I have limited time, Master Chen. Please speak candidly. Very well. After speaking, the old master of the Chen family pushed a document toward Han Xiaohui. Vice President Han. This is the purchase contract for a premier estate in Zhonghai province. I have already made the payment of 1.7 billion. Once you sign, the estate will be yours. The old master spoke. Naturally, bribing Vice President Han could not be done with direct cash, as it would easily attract scrutiny. Having heard that Vice President Han had a penchant for luxurious residences, the old master had purchased this estate to cater to his taste. The premier estate of Zhonghai province? Han Chaohui's eyes brightened. Right from the start, Master Chen had bestowed upon him a generous gift, making his trip to Jiangzhou worthwhile. When the time comes, if Vice President Han likes it, he can reside there himself. Even if he does not, it can be sold. Excellent. Han Chaohui nodded but did not reveal his stance. However, relying solely on this estate seemed insufficient. Vice President Han, please take a look at this. As he spoke, the old master placed a second generous gift before Han Chaohui. This second gift consists of several photographs. What do you mean by this, Master Chen? Han Chaohui inquired. Puzzled, I have heard that Vice President Han appreciates works of renowned artists. Therefore, within that estate, I have stored several paintings, all by illustrious masters such as Qi Baishe and Zhang Daqian. This collection is valued at approximately 300 million. The old master of the Chen family smiled. Is this true? Han Chaohui could hardly contain himself, suddenly grasping the photographs. He indeed held a great fondness for artworks, especially those by Zhang Daqian. Rest assured, Vice President Han, these paintings were acquired from auctions and come with certification from top domestic appraisers. All authentic, the old master assured him. He had indeed searched long and hard for these exquisite pieces. Splendid! Behold this painting. It is ethereal and graceful, simply exquisite. Vice President Han's voice trembled with excitement. Acquiring this calligraphy valued at 300 million is far more gratifying to Han Chaohui than receiving 5 or 6 billion directly. Witnessing this, old Master Chen and the other members of the Chen family wore smiles on their faces. They had chosen the perfect gift. This is of paramount importance. The combined value of these two significant gifts amounts to a staggering 2 billion. Old Master Chen remained silent. Indeed, 2 billion is no small sum. Head of the Chen family, I genuinely appreciate these two gifts. Yet the project we have at Wanheng Software Group is truly crucial, with substantial profits at stake. I must seek out a suitable real estate developer for the company. Han Chaohui spoke incessantly, elaborating on the significance of their project and the profits it could yield. It was evident to any discerning observer that Han Chaohui's intentions could be summarized in 3 words: demand more funds. Faced with Han Chaohui's insatiable greed, old Master Chen gritted his teeth and had no choice but to unveil the true centerpiece of the matter. Vice President Han, I possess a unique document here. Old Master Chen began. This piece d'assistance is the most valuable and exceptional among the 3 gifts. Oh? This document primarily concerns a project undertaken by Wanheng Software Group for the construction of a large-scale industrial park. Regardless of the project's profitability, 30 of the profits will be allocated to Vice President Han, as articulated by the venerable Mr. Chen. In succinct terms, the profits from this endeavor will be divided between the Chen family and Vice President Han in a ratio of 70 to 30. The larger the project, the greater the financial investment, and consequently, the profits for the Chen family will rise, along with those of Vice President Han, as hinted by the elder Mr. Chen. To put it plainly, he hopes that Vice President Han can further engage with the Wanheng Software Group to expand the scale of this project. This way, the profits for the Chen family would increase even more. By allocating a portion of the profits to Han Chaohui, they could effectively bind him to their costs, incentivizing him to exert greater effort for the project's success. Upon hearing Mr. Chen's words, a spark of enthusiasm ignited in Han Chaohui's eyes. The profits represented by this contract are indeed formidable, and he naturally comprehends the profound implications of what Old Master Chen signifies. Old Master Chen took the lead, signing on behalf of the Chen family, and then passed the document to Han Chaohui. Once Han Chaohui affixed his signature, the profit-sharing arrangement would be firmly established at 70-30. Vice President Han, please. Very well. Han Chaohui eagerly inscribed his name as well. After signing, Han Chaohui solemnly retrieved another document from his briefcase. Upon witnessing this, Old Master Chen and the other members of the Chen family widened their eyes in astonishment. The significance of this document is self-evident. We extend a warm welcome to Chen Realty Company as a partner of our Wanheng Software Group. Han Chaohui spoke with a beaming smile. In that instant, Old Master Chen and the other members of the Chen family were filled with excitement. Applause erupted. At this pivotal moment, an unexpected round of applause erupted. In the next instant, amidst the astonished and perplexed gazes of the Chen family, Chen Fan forcefully flung open the door to the private room. Chapter 63. Chen Fan unleashes his secret weapon, leaving the Chen family dumbfounded. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the members of the Chen family were momentarily bewildered. Had they not completely taken over the listening rain tower? How had Chen Fan managed to enter? Chen Fan, who permitted your presence here? One of them questioned. You severed ties with our Chen family. This is an internal gathering, and you have no right to be here. Please leave. The members of the Chen family anxiously reprimanded Chen Fan, fully aware that their dealings with Vice President Han must remain confidential. Leave at once, the elder Chen commanded sternly. Ignoring their outbursts, Chen Fan turned his attention to Han Jiahui. I am a representative of Yonai Real Estate Group in Jiangzhou, here to discuss the construction project for the Wanheng Software Group. Chen Fan introduced himself. Upon hearing this, the Chen family felt a surge of panic, their instincts telling them that Chen Fan might be privy to information he shouldn't have. Moreover, when had he ever become a representative of Yontai Real Estate Group? Within the private room, it was only the elder Chun and Han Jiahui who appeared most astonished. However, both were seasoned in facing high-stakes situations and quickly regained their composure. Han Jiahui spoke first. Oh, I did not realize this gentleman was also interested in our Wanheng Software Group's project. How about this, Master Chen? You and this gentleman can compete for it. In an ostensibly fair manner, Han continued. I am already aware of the favorable terms presented by the Chen family's real estate company, which are quite impressive and suitable for our Wanheng Software Group. What advantages does your Yontai Real Estate Group bring to the table? Nearby, the elder Chen's eyes glinted with a terrifying coldness as he regarded Chen Fan. This little wretch had previously severed ties with them in front of the Su family's daughter, ruining his plans to curry favor with the prestigious Su family in Jinling. Now, he dared to represent some Yontai Real Estate Group and challenge them? Chen Fan was truly despicable. At this moment, the elder Chen's resentment toward Chen Fan reached its zenith. Yet, despite his fury, he remained confident about securing the Wanheng Software Group project. He was certain that Vice President Han had already grasped his sincerity. He could not believe that this little wretch could deliver greater profits on behalf of Yontai Real Estate Group. This project would undoubtedly belong to the Chen family. What was Chen Fan, really, to dare compete with them? Just wait, Chen Fan. Once today's matters conclude and the Chen family regains its focus, it will be your downfall. The elder Chen observed Chen Fan's performance with a cold, detached gaze. Our advantage lies in the fact that both our strength and the quality of our projects far surpass those of the Chen Real Estate Company, Chen Fan asserted. Is that all? Han Jiahui asked. Indeed, I will not resort to bribery as the Chen family has done to secure the Wanheng Software Group's project, Chen Fan boldly declared. In an instant, the expressions of the Chen family members and Vice President Han shifted dramatically. How did you come to know of that? Mr. Chen, in utter confusion, inquired how Chen Fan, this little wretch, had discovered their bribery of Vice President Han. How did he know? The answer was quite simple. I am the owner of Listening Rain Tower, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. In that instant, everyone present was left speechless. Indeed. I heard everything you just said, Chen Fan responded with a smile. Chen Fan chose not to expose Chen Wenjing. The time for her to confront the Chen family and stand by his side had not yet arrived. Chen Wenjing continued to infiltrate the Chen family, still capable of playing a significant role. Currently, targeting the Chen family's Wanheng Software Group project was merely the first step for Chen Fan. There were more surprises in store for Mr. Chen and the Chen family. Chen Wenjing's continued presence in the Chen family would create an even greater impact, akin to a ticking time bomb. It was better to detonate it at a more critical and significant moment for a more profound effect. Yuzhen, Mr. Chen glared at his daughter with fury. Listening Rain Tower had been located by Chen Yuzhen, who had assured him of its utmost safety. Yet, the owner turned out to be Chen Fan. They were discussing matters in the domain of Chen Fan. Was this not a golden opportunity delivered to their doorstep? Under such scolding from her father, Chen Yuzhen was on the verge of tears. She truly bore no blame. She had no idea this was Chen Fan's territory. That despicable Chen Fan. Huh, so what if you overheard? We have already reached an agreement with Vice President Han, Mr. Chen asserted confidently. He cast a meaningful glance at Han Jiahui, implying that Vice President Han was not to worry. This was Jiangzhou, the Chen family's turf, and even if someone overheard, it was inconsequential. He would resolve the situation. Indeed, I hereby announce that Chen Real Estate Group will become a partner of Wanheng Software Group. After saying this, Han Jiahui promptly signed the document, indicating his position. All that remained was for their boss to affix his seal. Mr. Chen followed suit and signed as well. From this moment forward, Chen Real Estate Company officially secured the Wanheng Software Group project. Mr. Chen, brimming with pride, waved the document before Chen Fan. Even if you uncover our scheme, so what? The matter is already settled. You, Chen Fan, are destined to be the loser. Chen Fan, you arrived too late. How does it feel now? Are you angry? The Chen family members boasted, their arrogance palpable. In the face of the Chen family's taunts, Chen Fan remained remarkably composed. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Vice President Han, are you not concerned that by betraying the interests of Wanheng Software Group and accepting bribes, your boss might find out? Chen Fan directed his gaze at Han Xiaohui. Huh, how could our boss possibly know? Han Xiaohui retorted, equally smug. This place was far away in Jiangzhou. How would their boss be informed? Are you not afraid that I will tell your boss? Chen Fan continued to inquire. You have informed our boss, and our boss is indeed aware of your identity. Han Xiaohui scoffed derisively. At that moment, I shall also inform our boss that you are deliberately tarnishing the Chen family's reputation due to your grievances with them. Engaging in malicious competition. I am a trusted confidant of our boss, and I am eager to see whether our boss will place his trust in you, a complete stranger, or in me, his loyal aide. In that moment, Han Xiaohui's arrogance reached its zenith, his confidence unshakable. Witnessing this, Elder Chen and the members of the Chen family felt a wave of relief. Indeed, Han's reasoning held merit. After all, Vice President Han was a trusted associate of the owner of Wanheng Software Group, while Chen Fan was but a mere inconsequential figure. Faced with Han Xiaohui's swagger, Chen Fan could not suppress a smile. Very well, I shall reveal to you whom your esteemed owner of Wanheng Software Group truly trusts. With a resounding clap of his hands, the concealed door of the private room slowly creaked open. In the next moment, Qi Weiran, the owner of Wanheng Software Group, along with Vice President Xiao Wenyu, gracefully emerged. Chapter 64, The Successful Sniping of the Chen Family, leaving Old Master Chen furious. Upon the sudden appearance of Qi Weiran and Xiao Wenyu, the members of the Chen family were taken aback, yet they did not perceive anything amiss. However, Han Xiaohui's countenance froze in shock upon seeing Qi Weiran, as if he had encountered a ghost. At that moment, Han Xiaohui was genuinely bewildered. What was happening? Why was the boss present in Jiangzhou, and here of all places? Be boss. Han Xiaohui stammered, his voice trembling. Boss. The exclamation from Han Xiaohui regarding this unfamiliar man sent shockwaves through Old Master Chen and the rest of the Chen family. The stranger before them was none other than Qi Weiran, the owner of Wanheng Software Group. At this moment, Qi Weiran's complexion was ashen, reflecting his extreme displeasure. Qi Weiran, the proprietor of Wanheng Software Group, had been summoned by Chen Fan through Xiao Wenyu. Initially, Chen Fan's plan was to invite only Xiao Wenyu to connect with Qi Weiran via video call, allowing Qi to bear witness from afar. After all, it was improbable that the esteemed owner of Wanheng Software Group would agree to come to Jiangzhou in person. However, upon receiving the system's reward of top-tier global hacker skills, Chen Fan altered his strategy. He directly persuaded Xiao Wenyu to invite Qi Weiran to Jiangzhou under the pretense of aiding Wanheng Software Group in locating the mysterious hacker who had attacked them. Upon hearing that assistance was available in identifying the hacker, Qi Weiran readily consented. The private room had been modified at Chen Fan's request to facilitate this operation against the Chen family. He instructed the manager of Tingyu Tower to discreetly create a small secret chamber within the room, from which the conversations could be overheard clearly. Qi Weiran and Xiao Wenyu had arrived before Han Xiaohui and had already entered the secret chamber. Thus, Qi Weiran had overheard every word exchanged between Han Xiaohui and Old Master Chen. Boss, Han Xiaohui attempted to defend himself. Yet, Qi Weiran paid him no heed, advancing swiftly to deliver a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, and Han Xiaohui's face instantly swelled. Is this how you treat my trust? Fury burned in Qi Weiran's eyes. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Chen Fan stepped forward and discreetly confiscated the 2 contracts signed by Han Xiaohui and Old Master Chen. This was irrefutable evidence. The reason Chen Fan had delayed his appearance was to ensure their signatures were secured, allowing him to preserve the proof. From this moment forth, I hereby relieve Han Xiaohui of all positions within Wanheng Software Group. I will instruct the legal department to file a lawsuit against you. Prepare to spend a few years behind bars, Qi Weiran declared. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaohui collapsed to the ground, his heart extinguished. He was utterly finished. The sum involved this time is rather substantial. If it were merely a matter of a few years, it would have been more palatable. As Qi Weiran announced his decision, the elder Mr. Chen and the members of the Chen family were engulfed by a profound sense of sorrow and despair. Moreover, as for your Chen real estate company, Our Wanheng software group shall never engage in collaboration with you. Ji Weiren cast another glance at the Chen family. Upon hearing these two statements, the elder Mr. Chen and the others were utterly devastated. How could this be happening? How could this transpire? The elder Mr. Chen felt utterly drained. He had exerted immense effort and dedication for the project with Wanheng Software Group, and now it was all in vain. The Chen family had met with failure. We are entrusting this project in Jiangzhou to Mr. Chen Fan, representing Yotai Real Estate Group. Ji Weiren reiterated. At this moment, Chen Fan's scheme to thwart the Chen family was declared a resounding success. Instantly, the elder Mr. Chen and the members of the Chen family turned their gazes towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you are truly ruthless. So it was you who orchestrated all of this. They lamented. The esteemed owner of Wanheng Software Group appearing here must certainly be linked to Chen Fan, the proprietor of Tingyu Tower. At this moment, the Chen family was overwhelmed with shock and astonishment. Just a fortnight ago, when Chen Fan had severed ties with them, they had firmly believed that he would only decline further, ultimately ending up homeless and destitute. Yet now, not only had Chen Fan not worsened, but he had also improved significantly, surpassing even his previous status within the Chen family. The once disregarded youth had, astonishingly, intercepted a crucial business opportunity from the Chen family. It was simply unfathomable. Meanwhile, the elder Mr. Chen, upon witnessing Chen Fan, felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to rage-induced illness. Fortunately, his fourth son, Chen Jinping, was quick to support him. The elder Mr. Chen took a moment to regulate his breathing and regain his composure. He had never anticipated that in just over 10 days, the individual he deemed the most ordinary and inept among the younger generation of the Chen family would rise so powerfully, snatching away the project he had deemed certain to acquire. How infuriating! Chen Fan, this wretched creature, had truly exceeded his expectations. Chen Fan, the elder Mr. Chen glared at him, his eyes wide with fury, filled with an extreme resentment. Previously, when Chen Fan had severed ties with them, he had disrupted their plans to curry favor with the Su family of Jinling. Now, he had orchestrated this debacle, causing the contract they believed was within their grasp to slip away. This wretched Chen Fan truly deserved condemnation. The elder Mr. Chen forcefully shook off his son's support and strode defiantly within mere inches of Chen Fan, confronting him with unwavering resolve. Chapter 65, The Frenzied Chen Family and the Terror of Global Top Hackers as Chen Fan met the fierce gaze of the elder Chen. The air was thick with fury and contempt. At this moment, the elder Chen was consumed with the desire to teach his ungrateful descendant a lesson. However, Chen Fan had severed ties with the family, rendering such an act impossible. Had this been before, he would have undoubtedly sought to break Chen Fan's legs. With a cold tone, the elder declared, Chen Fan, do not presume that by snatching a business deal from our family, you have achieved something remarkable. Bah, in my eyes, you remain the most useless, incompetent, and worthless member of the Chen clan. You are leagues beneath my grandson, Chen Faming. To the elder, only his grandson. The prodigious Chen Faming was worthy of admiration, destined for greatness. Others, particularly Chen Fan, were not even qualified to elevate Faming's status. The other members of the Chen family, hearing these words, felt a pang of helplessness. Although the elder spoke harshly, Chen Fan's current accomplishments, while not surpassing Faming, were not far behind. Had Chen Fan still been a part of the family, they would have boasted two exceptionally talented youths. Nonetheless, since Chen Fan had cut ties, he was now their adversary. The more exceptional he became, the deeper their animosity grew. Observing the merciless elder, Chen Wenjing's expression was complex. At that moment, she felt a twinge of relief for having sided with Chen Fan, grasping the opportunity to seize her own destiny, given the elder's domineering nature and favoritism towards Faming. No matter how remarkable her performance, it would ultimately be exploited for strategic marriages, draining her value completely. Yet, she was unwilling to accept such a fate. Before severing ties with the Chen family, she intended to reclaim some interest for her previous sacrifices. Today's events had only cost the Chen family a minor setback, sparing them any significant injury. But you, Chen Fan, have provoked my wrath. The elder's icy words cut through the tension. You shall pay dearly. Although you may have succeeded this time, it does not guarantee your future victories. We shall not let you escape unscathed. Prepare to endure the unrelenting fury of the Chen family. The members of the Chen family were nearly driven to madness. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh, finding their perspective amusing. They acted as if, had today's incident not occurred, they would coexist peacefully with him. They did not wish to spare him, and he had no intention of forgiving the Chen family either. The project that targeted the Chen family was merely the first step in teaching them a lesson. Indeed, this incident had only served to slap the Chen family in the face, costing them some effort and energy, yet their assets remained largely intact, their vitality unscathed. However, future confrontations between Chen Fan and the Chen family would not be so benign. In those moments, the family would truly feel the sting of loss and suffering. Just wait and see. Casting a fierce glance at Chen Fan, the elder of the Chen family led his clan away. Throughout the entire encounter, neither Chen Fan nor Chen Wenjing exchanged so much as a glance, with Chen Wenjing maintaining her cover impeccably, while the Chen family may have appeared audacious. Chen Wenjing continued to gather intelligence on them, ensuring that when this ticking time bomb detonated, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant surprise. As the Chen family departed, Chen Fan, Qi Weiran, the head of Wanheng Software Group, and Xia Wenyu ascended to a private room on the third floor to discuss matters. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for helping me uncover a traitor within the company, Qi Weiran remarked with a sense of reflection. He had placed immense trust in Han Jiaowei, treating him as a confidant, only to discover that this individual had exploited that trust for personal gain. This time, he vowed not to let Han Jiaowei escape unscathed. As for our collaboration with Wanheng Software Group, we can finalize the contract tomorrow, Qi Weiran added. His gratitude towards Chen Fan was but one aspect of his motivations. On the journey here, he had already investigated the strength and reputation of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Qi Weiran was convinced of Yongtai's robust capabilities and commendable reputation, with the paramount factor being the exceptional quality of their projects. Good, Chen Fan nodded. With the project's substantial profits, as a significant shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen Fan was poised to claim a considerable portion of the spoils. Mr. Chen, I heard from Deputy General Manager Xia that you can assist me in locating the hacker who attacked Wanheng Software Group. Is that true? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qi Weiran promptly addressed the matter that concerned him most during this visit to Jiangzhou. Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed. For someone of his caliber, a top-tier global hacker, this was merely a trivial task. Please share the specific details with me, Chen Fan said as he settled into his seat. Certainly. Here is what transpired a few days ago, Qi Weiran hastily recounted. Upon concluding, Chen Fan immediately identified the angle from which to approach the situation. That mysterious hacker extorted a substantial sum of money. From where did you transfer it? Chen Fan inquired. The other party instructed us to transfer the funds to a special overseas account. I dispatched individuals to investigate, but they uncovered nothing, Qi Weiran replied, exasperated. Your inability to find something does not imply that I cannot. Provide me with that bank account, Chen Fan instructed, since the hacker demanded payment. Even if the account was particularly obscure, this enigmatic figure would ultimately have to transfer the money. With that as a basis, it would certainly lead to the hacker or someone with an extremely close connection to him. All right, Qi Weiran began. Chen Fan opened the specially prepared laptop and commenced his operations. As time passed, mere minutes later, Chen Fan suddenly exclaimed, I found it. Chapter 66. My cousin urges Xia Ruoxue to take the initiative and reverse engineer Chen Fan. The prowess of this enigmatic hacker is indeed formidable, and he exhibits great caution. Having laundered the funds through numerous transactions before ultimately transferring them to his own account, he is concealed right here. Chen Fan pointed to a location on the computer screen as he spoke to Qi Weiran. Indeed, the most perilous places often harbor the greatest security, Chen Fan reflected. Noting that the address he had uncovered was less than a kilometer from the headquarters of Wanheng Software Group, truly a case of darkness beneath the lamp. Have we really found him? Qi Weiran glanced at his Vacheron Constantine watch. Had it truly only been 6 or 7 minutes since they began? Was Chen not jesting? In his company, the network security experts, earning several million annually, had spent days without uncovering a single clue. Yet, in a matter of mere minutes, before he could even process the situation, Chen had located the hacker? Was Chen Fan's capability truly so remarkable? Beside him, Xia Wenyu was equally taken aback. Chen Fan was so adept? They had found him already? She had anticipated it would take a day or two for any results. Initially, when collaborating with Chen Fan, she had merely been doing so out of respect for Xia Ruoxue, without harboring much hope. Yet, in the end, Chen Fan had succeeded, even managing to bring down Han Xiaohui, with whom she had a troubled relationship. In a certain sense, Chen Fan had aided her. Now, in just a few minutes, he had pinpointed the hacker who had thrown Wanheng Software Group into disarray. Goodness, Chen Fan's abilities were astonishing. This afternoon, upon first meeting Chen Fan, Xiao Wenyu had been curious how someone seemingly ordinary could captivate someone as exceptional and aloof as Ruo Shui. Now, she comprehended. Chen Fan's strength and decisiveness were indeed captivating. I surmise it is a small hacker team, rather than a solitary individual, Chen Fan assessed. Qi Weiran moved forward to note the address before promptly contacting his connections to inform friends at the police department to apprehend the individuals involved. Even at this moment, his mind was slightly bewildered, harboring a modicum of doubt regarding the accuracy of Chen Fan's findings. Moreover, Qi, I must caution you about something. There is a mole within Wanheng Software Group. They have colluded from the inside to extract your confidential information, Chen Fan stated. The esteemed Wanheng Software Group would undoubtedly possess robust cybersecurity. However, how could the adversary have executed their plan with such ease? There must be an insider. I understand now. Thank you, Qi Weiran said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Chen Fan's insight had led him to several potential suspects in his mind. Half an hour later, Qi Weiran received confirmation that indeed, at that location, a small hacker team had been apprehended, and it was now likely confirmed that they were responsible for the attacks on Wanheng Software Group. Qi Weiran was instantly invigorated. Chen Fan had accurately identified the location in mere minutes. In that instant, Qi Weiran held Chen Fan in the highest regard. Overjoyed, Qi Weiran excitedly grasped Chen Fan's hand. Thank you, President Chen. I am truly grateful. He had held this breath for so long, feeling utterly helpless until today. When President Chen finally resolved his predicament, President Chen, I owe you a significant favor. Whenever you need me, Qi Weiran, do not hesitate to call upon me. Within my capabilities, I shall never refuse. Qi Weiran pledged to assist Chen Fan at any cost. You are too kind, Mr. Qi. Chen Fan replied with a nod of satisfaction. This connection, this favor, would undoubtedly serve Chen Fan well in his future endeavors against the Su family of Jinling. As for the Chen family, Chen Fan could handle that alone. He had not forgotten the long-term task assigned by the system to bring the Su family of Jinling to bankruptcy and trample them underfoot, which promised a staggering reward of 100 billion. With over 10 days having passed, Chen Fan was determined to act swiftly. After confirming with Qi Weiran and that they would sign the contract at Yongtai Real Estate Group tomorrow morning, Chen Fan arranged for him to stay in the most luxurious suite at Wankai International Hotel for rest. Chen Fan and Xiao Wenyu then departed, heading to Yujing Mountain Villa. As Xiao Wenyu had made the effort to come to Jiangzhou and naturally wished to visit her sister, Xiao Ruoshui. After more than half an hour, the Xia sisters reunited. While they chatted, Chen Fan stepped aside to call the president of Jiangzhou Security Group. He was curious about the progress of his request. Securing a few reconnaissance experts from Jiangzhou Security Group's special team could expedite the search for his parents, who had been missing for a year. He truly longed to know their whereabouts. When the call connected, the owner of Jiangzhou Security Group regretfully informed Chen Fan that he was still trying. But the stubborn members of the board were refusing to approve it, citing company regulations as their reason for denial. Regrettably, President Chen, you only possess 5 of the group's ownership. If you had 15 or even 20, those old geezers would be less audacious in disregarding your requests, the president lamented. 15 or 20%, you say? Chen Fan's brow furrowed. While such a feat might appear daunting to others, it was not out of reach for him. System. I hope for more shares of Jiangzhou Security Group in the forthcoming rewards, Chen Fan silently wished, hoping the user-friendly system would heed his request. Thank you, President Zhang. Chen Fan said courteously, acknowledging the assistance he received. Meanwhile, as Chen Fan discussed matters with the owner of Jiangzhou Security Group, Xiao Wenyu was quietly conversing with Xiao Ruoshui. Ruoshui, to be honest, I am a bit envious that you have found a man like President Chen. Oh, a faint blush appeared on Xiao Ruoshui's face. President Chen is indeed quite charming, especially with his impressive actions tonight, Xiao Wenyu remarked with admiration. If he were not yours, I fear I would have already made a move. When will you bring Mr. Chen home to introduce him to uncle and aunt? Asked Xiao Wenyu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoshui clarified their relationship, explaining that they were not truly together yet. She merely harbored feelings for Chen Fan. Ruoshui, it seems this is your first infatuation. Do not let this opportunity slip away. If you miss it, you shall find yourself regretting it, Xiao Wenyu advised, drawing from her own experiences. Furthermore, if you genuinely like Chen Fan, it would be prudent to take the initiative to secure his affections before he is swept away by another. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is merely a veil apart. With your exquisite beauty and alluring figure, capturing his heart should be a trivial endeavor. Listening to her sister's words, Xiao Ruoshui fell into deep contemplation, her thoughts veiled in mystery. At that moment, She received a notification from her company. There would be a significant social gathering the following evening, which required her attendance. However, it seemed that an unwanted suitor, whom she greatly despised, would also be present. Chen Fan, are you free tomorrow night? Xia Ruoxue inquired. Yes, I am. What is the matter? Chen Fan replied affirmatively. Could you accompany me to this function tomorrow evening? There is someone quite detestable attending, Xia Ruoxue asked with hopeful anticipation. Just as her words faded, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Task issued. Accept Xia Ruoxue's invitation. Task reward. For ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. Task reward. 53 experience points? Oh. Chen Fan exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the task's rewards. Just moments after his fervent wish, the system had bestowed upon him a new task, granting him 4 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. The system was truly remarkable. How impressive. Chapter 67. The 15th Day of Severing Ties. Rewarding Chen Fan with what he longed for most. Chen Fan marveled at the prowess of the system. No problem, he assured Xia Ruoxue. Splendid. Xia Ruoxue beamed at Chen Fan's agreement. That evening, Xia Wenyu stayed over at Xia Ruoxue's place, while Chen Fan returned to his own home next door. The hour was still early, and Chen Fan settled into his study, where he discovered a blackboard and began to meticulously list all of the Chen family's holdings in Jiangzhou that he was aware of. Concurrently, he recorded his own assets on the opposite side. After the events of that night, it was clear that the Chen family would seek to retaliate fiercely. With that in mind, Chen Fan resolved to take the initiative, planning to strike first. He needed to deliberate on which company or asset of the Chen family to target. This time, his approach would not merely be a slap in the face for the Chen family. He intended to inflict serious damage, ensuring they would bleed profusely. Time flew by, and the following morning, Chen Fan made his way to Yongtai Real Estate Group. Before long, Qi Weiran, the head of Wanheng Software Group, along with Xia Wenyu, arrived. The two parties officially signed a partnership agreement. Nearby, several shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group, who had initially been skeptical, exchanged glances, filled with astonishment. They lamented their own aging while marveling at Chen Fan's youthful brilliance. In such a short span, he had successfully wrested a project of Wanheng Software Group from the Chen family, a venture worth billions. President Chen is truly formidable, one exclaimed. Mr. Chen, should the opportunity arise, I look forward to collaborating again, Qi Weiran said, disregarding the president of Yongtai Real Estate Group as he extended his hand to Chen Fan. Chen Fan responded with polite pleasantries. Thank you for your support last night, Mr. Chen. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me, and I will do likewise. I consider you a friend. Once the contract was finalized, the specifics of the negotiations were entrusted to the respective teams. As Qi Weiran departed, the shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group showered Chen Fan with flattery. Just as he exited Yongtai Real Estate Group, the familiar voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! On the 15th day of severing ties, reward, 6 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. Another share of Jiangzhou Security Group, and it's 6. This was precisely what Chen Fan had been yearning for. A joyful expression illuminated his face. He already possessed 5, and with this additional 6, along with the task of accompanying Xia Ruoxue that evening, he would amass a total of 15 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. According to the president of Jiangzhou Security Group, there was no way the old guard could refuse his requests now. Moreover, with the inclusion of this 6th stake, Chen Fan's net worth had officially surpassed the 200 billion mark. Remarkably, it was only the 15th day since he had acquired the system, and he had already achieved this monumental valuation. The system has bestowed upon itself a significant long-term challenge, one that spans a full 100 days. With a remaining duration of 85 days, the prospect of surpassing the Su family of Jinling and rendering them bankrupt seems almost inevitable. Should I fulfill this long-term mission? A staggering reward of 100 billion awaits, heralding a double celebration. While Chen Fan revels in this delightful prospect, the members of the Chen family are dejected, their faces ashen with despair. Particularly, the elder Chen is preoccupied with devising a suitable reprimand for the impudent Chen Fan. Suddenly, Chen Yuzhen bursts in, flustered, and urgently informs the elder Chen. Father, representatives from the Su family have arrived. What? The Su family is here. The elder Chen is immediately overtaken by anxiety. During this period, he has been preoccupied with matters concerning Wanheng Software Group, neglecting to address Chen Fan's growing prowess. Now, the Su family has come, and he fears they may be here to confront him. Please, do come in. The elder Chen rises swiftly. Moments later, A man in his 30s enters the room. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Qingxian, a direct descendant of the Jinling Su family. Upon entering, he presents himself. Greetings, esteemed Su. Please, take a seat. The elder Chen, eager to please, gestures for Su Qingxian to occupy the chair he had just vacated. I shall refrain from sitting. I happened to pass through Jiangzhou and was asked by Junyao to ascertain how your family is managing the situation with Chen Fan. Su Qingxian speaks coldly. Were it not for Su Junyao's insistence, he would not have bothered visiting such a small locale, feeling it beneath his dignity. The elder Chen finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. What? A junior who has severed ties with your family, and in the span of over 10 days. You have yet to resolve this? Su Qingxian's ire is palpable. You still dare to call yourselves a prestigious family? Pathetic. Your clan is so inept that you cannot even handle a trivial matter concerning a discarded junior. How can you claim to be noble? Faced with the ire of the esteemed Su family, the elder Chen, while seething with anger, is compelled to endure and even feign smiles. For he must cling to the Su family's favor to ascend to the pinnacle of Jiangzhou's elite. Rest assured, esteemed Su, we encountered a minor issue previously. I assure you that it won't be long before we manage Chen Fan, ensuring he is overjoyed and willingly agrees to marry Miss Su. The elder Chen hastily assures him. You best expedite this matter. Junyao's pregnancy is becoming apparent. If this drags on any longer and her condition is revealed, it will be a small embarrassment for your family, but a significant disgrace for ours. Su Qingxian declares, I shall grant you a final period of 2 weeks. Should you fail to resolve this matter by then, step aside and let me handle it. In truth, if all else fails, one could consider marrying another. Yet the mystery of how Chen Fan has incensed Junyao remains. She insists that Chen Fan must willingly and joyfully marry her, while no one else will suffice. A fortnight, very well, within this span, I shall resolve this matter and ensure that Chen Fan jubilantly weds Miss Su. The elder Chen declared with unwavering confidence. Should the Su family be compelled to intervene, the Chen family would indeed be rendered utterly inept. And any hopes of relying on the Su family to ascend to the foremost status in Jiangzhou would be dashed. I hope that when I next visit Jiangzhou, it will be to attend the engagement ceremony or wedding of Chen Fan and Junyao. After casting one last glance at the elder Chen, Su Qingxian strode away. With such a warning from the Su family, the elder Chen could no longer remain composed. His mind began to whirl with frantic thoughts. Before long, a ruthless scheme targeting Chen Fan materialized in his mind. At this realization, a chilling smirk spread across the elder Chen's face. Chen Fan's days of ease were drawing to a close. Chapter 68. A true couple should share a kiss? With a plan in mind, old Master Chen summoned his fourth son, Chen Jinping, to discuss the specific details. Initially, he believed that dealing with Chen Fan would be straightforward, merely requiring a few younger family members to take action. However, it soon became evident that confronting Chen Fan, that little wretch, necessitated the involvement of his own son. The other ineffectual grandchildren simply could not compete with Chen Fan, excluding, of course, the one he valued most, the talented Chen Faming. Now, old Master Chen intended for his fourth son, Chen Jinping, to personally execute this plan. Meanwhile, due to a particularly busy afternoon of classes, Chen Fan was unable to pick up Xia Ruoshui, so they agreed to meet directly at the venue for the evening's gathering, the banquet hall of Wankai International Hotel. At 7 in the evening, Chen Fan arrived first at the banquet hall, which was already bustling with dozens of guests, all prominent figures from Jiangzhou, each with a noteworthy status. A few minutes later, Xia Ruoshui made her entrance. The moment she appeared, her stunning beauty captivated the attention of numerous guests. Just as Chen Fan was about to approach her, a tall, slender young man hurriedly approached Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui, hello. It's been a while, the young man greeted with a smile. Seeing you is a misfortune for me. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me Ruoshui. We are not familiar. Xia Ruoshui replied coldly. The young man, named Jiangzhou, was the heir of the Yingrong group in Jiangzhou and one of the city's most notorious playboys. He was the very suitor that Xia Ruoshui had expressed her disdain for the previous day. I'm quite well, on the contrary. After this banquet, how about we have dinner together, Miss Xia? He insisted, reluctantly adjusting his address to avoid further alienating her. Absolutely not, she replied without hesitation. What is wrong with that? You're single, and so am I. What is the harm in two single people dining together? Jiang Qiuhai pressed on. Apologies, but you are mistaken. I am not single. I already have a boyfriend, Xia Ruoshui corrected him. Her declaration immediately drew the astonished gazes of the surrounding guests. What? Did Miss Xia just say she is not single and has a boyfriend? When did this happen? The most beautiful president in Jiangzhou is taken? Who is this lucky fellow? The male guests were filled with envy and jealousy regarding Xia Ruoshui's mysterious boyfriend. As for Jiang Qiuhai, he was left utterly speechless, unable to fathom what he had just heard. No way. Miss Xia, you can't be saying that just to reject my invitation. I refuse to believe you have a boyfriend. If you do, bring him out so we can see. Jiang Qiuhai shouted. President Xia, why not let your boyfriend come out? Many people on the scene echoed this sentiment. Some, like Jiang Qiuhai, doubted Xia Ruoshui's words, while others were genuinely curious about what kind of man could win her heart. I am Ruoshui's boyfriend. At that pivotal moment, a calm voice emerged. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan slowly stepped forward, standing beside Xia Ruoshui. Yesterday, he had heard Ruoshui mention that an unpleasant individual would be present at tonight's gathering, and it seemed this distasteful person was none other than Jiang Qiuhai. To be frank, this fellow was indeed repugnant. Chen Fan had promised Xia Ruoshui that he would assist her today, and he certainly could not stand idly by. When Ruoshui claimed to have a boyfriend, she was undoubtedly referring to him. As Chen Fan approached, Xia Ruoshui naturally wrapped her arm around his. In that moment, all eyes in the room were fixed on Chen Fan. Goodness, this lad has captured President Xia's heart. They marveled, envious of him. Did he perhaps save the world in his past life to win over President Xia? The crowd was filled with admiration for Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuhai's expression darkened, clearly incensed. So you claim to be President Xia's boyfriend? How do we know you are not an imposter? If you truly are a couple, then why not share a kiss? Jiang Qiuhai provocatively challenged, doubting that this seemingly ordinary guy could genuinely be Xia Ruoshui's partner. Given Xia Ruoshui's character, such intimate gestures would be impossible unless they were indeed a couple. A kiss? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. That seemed rather inappropriate. Just as he was frantically contemplating how to respond, Xia Ruoshui suddenly leaned in and gently kissed his cheek. In an instant, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Witnessing this, not only the others present, but even Chen Fan himself was rendered speechless. At that moment, there was no longer any doubt regarding the authenticity of Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui's relationship. To provoke such a bold display from the typically aloof President Xia, it was evident that they were indeed a couple. Who exactly is this young man who has truly won over President Xia? And it appears he has captivated her completely. Impressive. Many male guests looked at Chen Fan with admiration, considering him a role model. As for Jiang Qiuhai, his face was a stormy shade of fury, consumed by rage. After pursuing Xia Ruoshui for so long without so much as a kind glance from her, it was infuriating to see this young man, who seemed so ordinary, manage to win her over. Damn it. In that moment, Jiang Qiuhai harbored deep resentment towards Chen Fan. With a fierce glare directed at Chen Fan, he abruptly grabbed a glass and stormed off to pour himself a drink. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui moved aside. Chen Fan, about what just happened? Xia Ruoshui said, her head lowered, feeling somewhat shy. This is my way of thanking you for helping me. Just as Chen Fan was about to respond, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Task completed. Accepted Xia Ruoshui's invitation and attended the social gathering. Congratulations on acquiring 4 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. Congratulations on earning 53 experience points. The task has been accomplished. Chapter 69. Threats. After being expelled from Jiangzhou, Chen Fan became acutely aware of his formidable identity. With the acquisition of 4 ownership of the Jiangzhou Security Group, his stake in the company now reached a total of 15. According to the president of Jiangzhou Security Group, it would now be feasible for him to summon a few top-tier retired Special Forces operatives from the organization. Additionally, he had accrued 53 points, bringing him closer to upgrading to a Level 2 system. As the hour grew late, Chen Fan decided to contact the owner of Jiangzhou Security Group the following day. Congratulations. President Xia, a well-dressed woman approached, greeting Xia Ruoshui. After her words, she nodded toward Chen Fan. Thank you, Mrs. Liu, Xia Ruoshui replied courteously. It has been a while. There are a few friends over there. Shall we go and chat? The affluent woman gestured toward a small gathering of wealthy ladies nearby, extending her invitation. Certainly. Xia Ruoshui nodded. I'll just say a quick hello, she whispered to Chen Fan before following the woman. At that moment, Xia Ruoshui exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Her heart had raced, and she found herself unsure of how to face Chen Fan. The arrival of Mrs. Liu provided her with the perfect opportunity to compose herself. Initially, when she had invited Chen Fan, she had not anticipated that events would escalate to such a point. After being questioned by Jiangzhou and recalling her cousin Xiao Wenyu's words from the previous day, Xiao Ruoshui had mustered the courage to kiss Chen Fan. Now, reflecting on her actions, her heart quickened anew. Yet, despite her shyness, Xiao Ruoshui felt no regret for her boldness in kissing Chen Fan. She remembered her cousin's words. This was her first flutter of the heart, and she was determined to seize the moment. Meanwhile, Chen Fan poured himself a drink when Jiang Qiuhai suddenly approached. "Kid, I warn you, break up with Xiao Ruoshui immediately and get out of Jiangzhou, or I will ensure you regret it," Jiang Qiuhai threatened in a low voice, standing beside Chen Fan. "Break up with Ruoshui and leave Jiangzhou." "Huh, is that your threat?" Chen Fan chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Who did this fool think he was? He had already engaged in a deadly rivalry with the Su family from the prestigious Jinling clan. Why would he fear this petty threat? Very well. Jiang Qiuhai glared menacingly at Chen Fan. "Just you wait. You will come to regret your words." With that, he took out his phone and moved toward a corner, seemingly plotting something. Chen Fan dismissed the clown-esque words from his mind and contemplated a strategy to deal with the Jiang family. "President Chen?" A voice of surprise echoed a few minutes later. Turning around, Chen Fan was taken aback to see Yang Shiping, the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. "Mr. Yang, what a pleasant surprise to encounter you here." Upon witnessing the daylight, Yang Shiping was taken aback to see the esteemed proprietor of Wanheng Software Group engaging in brotherly camaraderie with Chen Fan. This sight deepened Yang Shiping's admiration for Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, come, allow me to introduce you to a few esteemed friends." Noting that Chen Fan had no prior engagements, Yang Xingping took the initiative to lead him out of the banquet hall and into a modest lounge adjacent to the venue. Within this intimate space, 3 individuals of considerable repute from Jiangzhou, all affluent magnates, had gathered. They too were present for the social engagement, yet due to their elevated status, they deemed it beneath them to mingle with the others in the banquet hall, thus retreating to this refuge. "Allow me to introduce, this is Mr. Chen from Yongtai Real Estate Group." The collaboration between our firm and Wanheng Software Group was solely facilitated by Mr. Chen, who is indeed a close friend of the Wanheng Software Group's owner. As they entered, Yang Xingping earnestly elucidated Chen Fan's credentials. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the lounge shifted. The individuals present were suddenly agitated. This Mr. Chen, a close acquaintance of the Wanheng Software Group's owner, was indeed an impressive figure. To befriend such a prominent individual surely indicated that Mr. Chen was no ordinary person himself. "Greetings, Mr. Chen." The affluent men of Jiangzhou, who once held themselves in lofty regard, now greeted Chen Fan with an air of sycophancy. "Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Li, the chairman of Tongfu Company, and Mr. Jiang Maochong, the owner of Ingrong Group." Yang Shengping introduced each person in turn. "Mr. Chen, your youth and accomplishments are truly admirable." Jiang Maochong, the owner of Ingrong Group, expressed with particular obsequiousness, even hinting at a tone of subservience. Recently, his company had been struggling, and the opportunity to forge a connection with such an eminent figure as Chen Fan was an opportunity he was eager to seize. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Maochong excused himself under the pretense of needing to visit the restroom, seeking out his son, Jiang Qiuhao. "Where has that boy gone?" Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuhao had scoured the venue but failed to locate Chen Fan. Earlier, he had contacted his associates, planning to confront Chen Fan outside the Wankai International Hotel after the banquet, intending to administer a sound reprimand. However, upon attempting to signal Chen Fan to remain after the event, he was astonished to discover that Chen Fan had vanished. "Humph, that coward has likely scurried away in fear," Jiang Qiuhao surmised with a sense of self-satisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Maochong approached him with an earnest demeanor. "I have just encountered a significant individual. Come, let us make his acquaintance." "A notable figure?" Jiang Qiuhao asked, intrigued. "Yes, this individual, like you, is a youth. You should have much to discuss." Jiang Maochong nodded affirmatively. "By the way, when you meet this esteemed personage, ensure you conduct yourself well and be courteous, striving to leave a favorable impression." "Of course, father. You can count on me," Jiang Qiuhao steadfastly assured. "I cannot speak of other matters, but when it comes to pleasing others and ingratiating myself with influential figures, I am most adept." The prospect of meeting a prominent individual filled Jiang Qiuhao with excitement. "As long as you refrain from causing me trouble," Jiang Maochong remarked, his lips curling in disdain for his son. "How could that be, father? I am the epitome of filial piety. How could I possibly bring you trouble?" Jiang Qiuhao responded with unwavering conviction. "Let us go." With that, Jiang Maochong led his son to the adjacent lounge. Upon entering, Jiang Maochong immediately approached Chen Fan with utmost respect. Mr. Chen, my son happens to be here as well, so I brought him to make your acquaintance. You little rascal. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and greet Mr. Chen. Jiang Maochong admonished with a gentle pat on his son's back. Hearing his father's urging, Jiang Qiuhao, who had not dared to raise his head since entering, finally spoke while lifting his gaze. Hello, I am. Yet. As Jiang Qiuhao looked up and beheld the visage of this influential figure, he was struck as if by lightning, his expression instantly freezing in disbelief. Chapter 70. The matters of Jiaoxiao Security Group concluded. Unexpected bad news, is it? You? Jiang Qiuhai stammered, his voice trembling, barely able to maintain his composure. Father, is this the esteemed figure you spoke of? His expression was one of utter disbelief, as if he had just swallowed something foul. Indeed. Did you not know President Chen before this? Jiang Maochong inquired, filled with excitement, under the impression that his son and President Chen were old acquaintances. We have only just met. Not long ago, he suggested that I leave Jiangzhou, Chen Fan remarked casually. At this revelation, Jiang Maochong was taken aback. The other attendees exchanged bemused glances at the father and son duo, marveling at how audacious Jiang Qiuhai was to suggest that President Chen vacate Jiangzhou. It left Jiang Maochong feeling somewhat faint, as a surge of unnameable rage welled up within him. This unfilial son had just assured him with fervent promises of his filial piety and that he would not easily provoke trouble. Yet here he was, not merely stirring trouble, but inviting a monumental disaster. You truly spoke such words to President Chen? Jiang Maochong asked through clenched teeth. Father, I, Jiang Qiuhai faltered, at a loss for words. Seeing his son stammer, Jiang Maochong immediately understood. In a fit of fury, he delivered a resounding slap to his son's face, rendering it swollen. You insolent wretch, how dare you speak to President Chen in such a manner? Who do you think you are? Enraged, Jiang Maochong advanced and kicked his son a few times. Unable to contain his frustration, he removed his leather shoe and struck the wayward boy with it. Please, father, stop. Jiang Qiuhai cried out in anguish, well aware that his father's genuine crocodile leather shoe would inflict considerable pain. After a prolonged chastisement that left Jiang Qiuhai battered and bruised, Jiang Maochong finally ceased his assault. President Chen, it is my failure in discipline. I apologize sincerely. He bowed humbly to Chen Fan in contrition. I shall take this wretched child home and apply familial correction, Jiang Maochong declared. Please, no, father. Upon hearing the phrase familial correction, Jiang Qiuhai panicked and pleaded for mercy. Having said that, Jiang Maochong intended to escort his son away when Chen Fan interjected. Ensure that I do not encounter him in Jiangzhou again. Do you understand? Chen Fan wished to avoid the presence of this fool. Even more so for Ruo Shui's sake. Understood, President Chen. I will immediately ensure this wretched child is expelled from Jiangzhou and never to return, Jiang Maochong assured fervently. Subsequently, Jiang Maochong forcibly took his son away. Chen Fan and Yang Shiping exchanged a few words before returning to the banquet hall. Where have you been? Asked Ruo Shui, approaching with curiosity. Ruo Shui, you will never have to see that detestable Jiang Qiuhai in Jiangzhou again, Chen Fan replied. Ruo Shui's eyes brightened, warmth blossoming within her heart at his concern. When she gazed at Chen Fan again, her expression softened further. Thank you, she smiled at him, her beauty captivating. After lingering a while longer, they decided it was time to leave together. As they descended the elevator of the Wankai International Hotel, chatting and laughing, a middle-aged woman nearby froze momentarily. She quickly took out her phone and discreetly captured a photograph of Ruo Shui and Chen Fan. Earlier, Ruo Shui had reserved dozens of rooms at the Wankai International Hotel specifically to accommodate representatives sent by other companies for the Xia family. This middle-aged woman was one of them, and also a member of the Xia family. Among the younger generation of the Xia family, Ruo Shui stood out, drawing much attention, particularly regarding her future marriage, which was a topic of great interest to many family members. Having just witnessed Ruo Shui departing with a boy, laughing and chatting, the woman noted the unmistakable chemistry between them. Thus, she decided to take a photograph, one that could prove to be quite significant. Who would have thought that a trip to Jiangzhou would yield such unexpected findings? The middle-aged woman gazed at the photograph, a peculiar smile of intrigue spreading across her face, contemplating how to leverage this image to stir up some intrigue within the family, where competition was fierce. Time passed swiftly, and the following morning, Zhang Chenzhou, the president of Jiaoxiao Security Group, summoned the opposing old-timers to his office. Gentlemen, it's merely a matter of reallocating a few personnel from the special forces. It's nothing significant. The operations of their team won't be affected by losing one or two members, Zhang Chenzhou stated, siding with Chen Fan. Absolutely not. This is non-negotiable. It contravenes company policy. The elderly gentlemen shook their heads in unison. Zhang Chenzhou was left speechless with frustration as the matter reached a stalemate. Just then, Chen Fan called. President Chen, we are discussing this issue, but unfortunately, these senior executives remain opposed, Zhang Chenzhou lamented. Opposed? Zhang, put me on speaker. I wish to speak with them. Chen Fan insisted. Zhang Chenzhou complied, activating the speakerphone. President Chen, we truly have no choice. It's company policy. We cannot override the regulations. The old-timers reiterated before Chen Fan could respond. Yet, why was it that 6 or 7 personnel were temporarily reassigned from the Special Forces 6 months ago under President Wang's directive without any objections from you? Zhang Chenzhou could not help but question, having discovered this through his investigation. And who is President Wang? He alone possesses 12 of the ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. Indeed, Mr. Wang's situation is rather unique. Mr. Chen possesses only a mere 5 ownership of the group, a level of authority that falls short of Mr. Wang's. The few double-standard old fellows responded without a hint of embarrassment. Allow me to clarify. At present, I hold 15 ownership of the Jiangzhou Security Group. Just then, a faint voice emanated from the phone. Upon hearing Mr. Chen's statement, the old gentlemen were momentarily taken aback. Ah, wasn't he at just 5 yesterday? How has Mr. Chen suddenly acquired 15 ownership today? The distinction between 5 and 15 is monumental. Gentlemen, do we have any further objections? Mr. Chen inquired. At this juncture, it was evident that his current stake in Jiangzhou Security Group was not substantial, were he to possess over 50 or even 100. He would have no need to heed their opinions and could swiftly reassign the 3 special task forces to investigate the mystery surrounding his parents' disappearance. None. I stand in support of Mr. Chen. I concur with Mr. Yi's perspective. In that moment, the old gentleman underwent a complete transformation, all expressing their agreement. Observing these fickle individuals, Zhang Chenzhou let out a cold snort, musing that had he known this would be the outcome, the initial resistance would have been unnecessary. Rest assured. Mr. Chen, I will select a few individuals immediately and dispatch them to Jiangzhou. By noon tomorrow, you will be able to meet them, Zhang Chenzhou assured. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. With matters settled, Mr. Chen ended the call. Today is Saturday, and the hour is still early. The rewards for today have yet to arrive, and Mr. Chen eagerly anticipated what splendid treasures might await him. Just as Mr. Chen was about to delve into the study to explore the structure of the Chen family's enterprises, an unsettling piece of news arrived. Chapter 71. A new special mission. The reward is to become the dominant owner of the Jiangzhou Security Group. Mr. Chen, I have received some insider information that Baishang Group is preparing to launch an all-out assault on Fading Group in a few days. Chen Fan received this news from a senior executive of Fading Group. An all-out attack on Fading Group? Chen Fan furrowed his brow and replied, Is this certain? There is about a 60 to 70% chance. I heard it from someone else, came the response from the Fading Group representative. All right. I understand, Chen Fan nodded. Making a note of the matter. For some reason, Chen Fan felt that something was amiss. Baishang Group, after all, is a significant corporation. Their intentions to target him were within his expectations. However, this matter had not yet officially commenced, and it was undoubtedly a closely guarded corporate secret. How could it suddenly be known to an ordinary senior executive of Fading Group? This level of confidentiality seemed rather lacking. Chen Fan continued to sense something was off, feeling that Baishang Group was up to something sinister. With this thought in mind, he dialed the number of Wei Jingxiang, a powerful figure in Jiangzhou. Wei Jingxiang possessed many informants in Jiangzhou, keeping him well informed. For instance, the last time Chen Fan sought information regarding the Chen family's intentions towards the Wanheng Software Group project, it was Wei Jingxiang who had informed him. Once the call connected, Chen Fan requested Wei Jingxiang to investigate the matter. Leave it to me, Mr. Chen. I'll start inquiring right away. And as soon as I have news, I will inform you immediately, Wei Jingxiang readily agreed. Having previously assisted Wei Jingxiang in establishing connections with Jiangzhou Security Group to resolve a significant issue, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Chen Fan. Investigating Baishang Group was a trivial matter. In Wei Jingxiang's memory, a good friend's acquaintance happened to be a vice president at Baishang Group, providing a perfect opportunity to gather information. Meanwhile, within Baishang Group, the owner, Kong Baishang, was engaged in discussion with his son, Kong Haikong. Has the news leaked out? Kong Baishang inquired. Rest assured, father. I have discreetly shared our plans to launch an all-out attack on Chen Fan's Fading Group with several individuals, Kong Haikong nodded. By now, Chen Fan is likely aware and may even be anxiously devising countermeasures at Fading Group. Receiving this affirmative response, a smirk of satisfaction emerged on Kong Baixing's face. Well done. Targeting Fading Group is merely a ploy to mislead Chen Fan. My true objective is to strike at Yongtai Real Estate Group, where Chen Fan is affiliated. Fading Group was too insignificant. There was little merit in targeting it. If Chen Fan were to be dealt with, it was imperative to focus on the substantial Yongtai Real Estate Group. By leaking this information, Chen Fan would undoubtedly concentrate all his efforts on Fading Group. When the time came, he would suddenly launch an attack on Yongtai Real Estate Group, leaving Chen Fan completely unprepared. With no preparations in place, Chen Fan's defeat would be inevitable. Father, your stratagem of feigning movements to mislead is truly exquisite. It has certainly bewildered Chen Fan. Kong Haikong could not help but exclaim. In the coming days, we must expedite our preparations. Once everything is in place, we shall launch a sudden assault on Yongtai Real Estate Group. Even if we cannot bring them to ruin, we must ensure they suffer significant losses, instructed Kong Baixing. The market capitalization of Yongtai Real Estate Group stands at 300 billion, a force not to be underestimated. Thus, Kong Baixing must thoroughly prepare. By the way, how confidential is our true objective regarding Yongtai Real Estate Group? Kong Baixing inquired cautiously. To catch Chen Fan off guard, the secrecy of information is paramount. Rest assured, Father. Apart from us, only a few vice presidents of the company are aware, and they are all our own, Kong Haikong confidently assured. That is good, very good. Kong Baixing nodded. Chen Fan, toil away at your futile endeavors for now. In a few days, you shall find yourself in tears. A shadowy smile deepened on Kong Baixing's face. Within the villa, after finishing his call with Wei Jingxiang, Chen Fan was at home when suddenly a knock echoed through the air. He opened the villa door to find Xia Mingming standing there. Chen, it's been several days since we last met. Do you have time this weekend? Xia Mingming inquired abruptly. What about this weekend? Chen Fan asked. My sister has had a weekend off in ages. If you have time, we could go out and relax together, Xia Mingming explained. In truth, her ulterior motive was to act as a matchmaker, hoping to foster a connection between Chen Fan and her sister. Creating opportunities for them to spend time together was her intention, alongside allowing her sister a moment of respite. Just as Xia Mingming finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Special task issued. Agree to accompany Xia Mingming for an outing and enjoy a delightful weekend. Task duration, 48 hours. Task reward, 12 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. Ascend to the position of the leading magnate of Jiangzhou Security Group. And become the new president of Jiangzhou Security Group. Task reward, 67 experience points. Oh, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled at the sight of this special task. Indeed, this is a special mission. The system has generously offered me 12 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. Impressive. Currently, he held a 15 stake in Jiangzhou Security Group, ranking 4th overall. With this new reward of 12, combined with his existing shares, he would leap to become the foremost figure in Jiangzhou Security Group and directly assume the role of the new president. Such a reward is extraordinarily lucrative. Should he become the new president and the top proprietor of Jiangzhou Security Group, his influence within the organization would significantly amplify, facilitating future endeavors immensely. Moreover, this particular task poses no significant challenge. After all, it merely involves a leisurely outing, which is exceedingly simple, albeit slightly prolonged. When compared to acquiring a 12 stake in the Jiangzhou Security Group and assuming the role of its new president, one cannot even consider 48 hours a burden. Even if it were to extend further, it would still be worthwhile. The system truly exhibits a humane touch. Having heard his previous prayers, it has swiftly elevated him to the foremost position in the Jiangzhou Security Group within just a couple of days. The system is indeed formidable. Chen Fan felt a profound sense of joy. I have the time, Chen Fan assured Xia Mingming. That's splendid. Additionally, Senior Chen, I would like to request your assistance with something. Upon hearing Chen Fan's agreement, Xia Mingming was elated, yet amidst her excitement, she suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. Chapter 72, Becoming the second largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group and the bet with Xia Mingming. Oh, what is it? Chen Fan inquired, perplexed. Well, it's that you, Senior Chen, need to think of a way to coax my sister out, Xia Mingming replied, sticking out her tongue in exasperation. After the last incident of persuading her sister to come out, she realized that this time, enticing her sister away from the Xia Group would be quite challenging. Thus, she turned to Senior Chen for assistance in getting her sister out for a weekend of relaxation. Coax her out? Why not simply state it directly? It is entirely reasonable for Ruo Shui to take a break on the weekend after all her hard work. Chen Fan retorted. Since he had met Ruo Shui, he had scarcely seen her take a moment of respite. The only time she had a break was during the previous occasion when Xia Mingming managed to lure her out for half a day. While diligence is commendable, is it not excessive to be perpetually consumed by work? Ruo Shui certainly deserves a respite to unwind. Why not just express that? That cannot be said. Absolutely not. If I were to say that, my sister would undoubtedly refuse to come out, Xia Mingming asserted with conviction. Prior to knowing Senior Chen, she had attempted to persuade her sister numerous times, but her sister remained unyielding. Such directness would not compel her sister to emerge. Perhaps not, Chen Fan countered. If you were to state it plainly, my sister would most certainly not come out. Senior Chen, if you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Xia Mingming proposed confidently. A bet? Yes, a bet, Xia Mingming nodded. If you directly tell my sister the truth, and she still refuses to come out, you lose. And you must agree to do something for me, within your capabilities, of course. Xia Mingming had been longing for Chen Fan's culinary skills, especially with this bet. She felt remarkably confident. There was no way her sister would agree to come out upon hearing the truth. This was a wager she was certain to win. Should she win, she would demand that Senior Chen prepare delectable dishes for her for 7 consecutive days. And if I win? Chen Fan inquired. Then, I will also agree to do something for you. Naturally, within my capabilities, Xia Mingming casually replied, certain in her belief that Chen Fan could not possibly win. It's a deal, Chen Fan affirmed. With that, Chen Fan took out his phone and dialed Xia Ruoshui's number. Soon, her gentle voice resonated through the line. What's the matter? Ruoshui, it's the weekend. You've been exceedingly busy and weary lately. And I happen to have some free time this weekend. How about we go out for a little getaway? It would be a wonderful opportunity to relax, Chen Fan suggested. By the way, we could also invite Xia Xuezhi to join us. Concerned that Xia Ruoshui might feel awkward with just the two of them, Chen Fan intentionally mentioned Xia Mingming, thinking that her presence would alleviate any potential discomfort. Beside him, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Xia Mingming shook her head in resignation. Chen, your statements indicate certain failure. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders, or rather, disregarding Mingming's counsel will lead to immediate misfortune. What? Upon receiving Chen Fan's invitation, Xia Ruoshui was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the stack of documents on her desk and recalling her cousin's previous words. Xia Ruoshui hesitated for only a few seconds before arriving at a decision. All right. Over the years, she had devoted herself entirely to the company, her life revolving around work and family, and now, she yearned to live for herself. Indeed, after months of continuous labor, she had lost count of how many weekends had passed without respite. It was high time for her to unwind. I will handle a few matters and then head back. We shall meet shortly, Xia Ruoshui replied. Very well, see you soon. After confirming their plans, Chen Fan ended the call. Done. Ruoshui has agreed. He turned to Xia Mingming. What? Xia Mingming sprang to her feet, astonished as she gazed at Chen Fan, her mind momentarily blank. Did you just say my sister agreed? Fearing she had misheard, she asked again. Indeed. Chen Fan nodded. This. Xia Mingming was utterly bewildered. What was happening? She had urged her sister countless times, spending long hours in persuasion, only for her sister to consistently refuse. Yet here, with a mere casual remark from Chen Fan, her sister had acquiesced? Was it truly so different from person to person? Unable to contain her admiration, Xia Mingming gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. Impressive, Chen Fan. I am thoroughly impressed. What would you like me to do for you? She inquired. As for Chen Fan, he had not considered what to ask of her and replied. I will think of something later. All right. Xia Mingming nodded and returned to await her sister's return. Half an hour later, Xia Ruoshui arrived back. Chen Fan met the Xia sisters at their villa. Now, another dilemma presented itself. Where to go? By the way, sister, I heard that a large amusement park has recently opened in Jiangzhou. It has become quite popular. Many of my classmates have visited and found it rather enjoyable. Shall we go and have some fun? Xia Mingming suggested. An amusement park? Xia Ruoshui appeared lost in thought, unable to recall the last time she had visited one. Looking at Chen Fan and noticing his lack of objection, she consented. With a destination in mind, Chen Fan drove his bespoke Rolls-Royce Phantom, heading straight for the amusement park with the Xia sisters. After approximately an hour, they arrived at their destination. Upon first glimpse of the amusement park, Chen Fan felt a sense of awe at its vastness. As Chen Fan gazed at the throngs of visitors, He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the proprietors of this establishment, which resembled a colossal money-printing machine. After purchasing tickets, the trio ventured into the amusement park. While they deliberated on which attraction to experience first, a particularly exhilarating ride caught Xia Mingming's attention from afar. "Sister, Senior Chen, let us try that towering drop tower," she suggested, pointing enthusiastically. Following her gaze, Chen Fan noted the considerable height of the ride. "Senior Chen, if I can muster the courage to ride it, surely you can as well?" Xia Mingming provocatively glanced at Chen Fan. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated, announcing, "Ding, mission issued. Experience the drop tower mission reward for shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group. Becoming the second largest shareholder. Mission reward, 47 experience points. Chapter 73, Severing Ties. Day 16, a reward of a forced acquisition card awaited. Another task? Chen Fan felt a flicker of surprise. However, upon discerning the details of the task, he found it quite reasonable. Typically, trivial tasks are accompanied by missions, so it was only natural for a challenge like riding the drop tower to come with one as well. Furthermore, this mission promised a remarkable reward, 4 of Yongtai Real Estate Group's shares, with the company's valuation hovering around 30 billion, for equated to an astounding 1.2 billion, granting him the status of the second largest shareholder. To experience the drop tower just once for such a reward was nothing short of extraordinary. If the task had no limitations, Chen Fan could easily exploit the system within days. "Of course, I dare to ride the drop tower." "Do you?" Chen Fan turned to Xia Mingming. "Me? Naturally. I am fearless," Xia Mingming proudly declared, patting her chest. "Such a minor attraction poses no challenge for me. It feels just like sitting normally. Afterward, my face won't flush, nor will my heart race. But what about you, Senior Chen? Are you afraid? Is that so? Then let us give it a try," Chen Fan replied. Skeptical of her bravado, he turned to Xia Ruoxue. "And you?" "I should be fine as well." Xia Ruoxue nodded in affirmation. With that, the trio made their way toward the distant drop tower. A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. From afar, the drop tower appeared merely 40 to 50 meters tall, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that it fell well short of 60 meters, a rather modest estimation. As they approached, they examined the tower's description. Standing at approximately 78 meters, this drop tower boasted the greatest height in all of Zhonghai province, without exception. Xia Mingming tilted her head back to gaze at the towering structure, swallowing nervously. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue merely expressed some astonishment, devoid of fear. Chen Fan turned to Xia Mingming. "Do you still dare to ride?" "Of course. I am undaunted. I possess an innate courage." Xia Mingming hesitated briefly yet remained defiant, challenging. "Senior Chen, are you frightened?" "Me?" Chen Fan chose not to respond verbally, but instead proceeded to join the queue, letting his actions speak for him. The drop tower loomed impressively high, and with few visitors around, it seemed he would be next once the current riders descended. Xia Ruoxue followed closely behind him, while Xia Mingming hesitated for a moment before deciding to join them. A few minutes later, the riders on the drop tower emerged, and it was finally Chen Fan's turn. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue took their seats, and after a moment's hesitation, Xia Mingming joined them as well. However, no sooner had she settled and then her legs turned to jelly, her complexion paled, and her heart raced uncontrollably. No, I can't do this." In an instant, the once prideful Xia Mingming, who had boasted of her fearlessness and had provocatively challenged Chen Fan, yielded to her trepidation. She quickly scurried to the side. "Senior Chen, you're amazing, but I think I'll pass." Clinging to the railing, she resolutely refused to sit even as the staff attempted to comfort her. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue remained composed. In truth, Xia Ruoxue felt a flutter of excitement. She had a penchant for thrilling rides, but seldom had the opportunity or company to indulge. Soon, the drop tower ride began its ascent, slowly climbing to its pinnacle before pausing momentarily. Then, with a sudden plunge, it plunged downwards. In that fleeting moment of descent, whether from fear or exhilaration, Xia Ruoxue instinctively grasped Chen Fan's hand. Not far away, Xia Mingming trembled slightly, thinking how alarmingly fast the drop tower descended. "My sister and Senior Chen are extraordinarily brave," she mused. "I always said they were a perfect match, and this just proves it." A few minutes later, having completed the drop tower experience, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue disembarked, feeling contemplative yet devoid of any fear. As they concluded this thrilling endeavor, the system's voice resonated. "Ding, experience the drop tower. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, you have obtained 4 shares of Yongtai Real Estate Group, becoming the second largest shareholder. The share acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please check. Congratulations. You have gained 47 experience points. With the mission fulfilled, Chen Fan successfully acquired 4 of Yongtai Real Estate Group, thus becoming its second largest shareholder. In mere moments, he had secured 1.2 billion. This is an easy way to earn money, he thought. System, how about a few more drop tower challenges? I'm not tired at all. I could manage several more, or even dozens. He silently hoped the system would heed his request. However, this time, the empathetic system did not acquiesce to his wishes. No response emanated from it, as if to say, do you really think I care? You're not quite up to par. Chen Fan glanced at Xiao Mengmeng. I was merely a bit unaccustomed. I assure you I excel at other rides. Once they departed from the drop tower, Xiao Mengmeng regained her former haughtiness, confidently asserting her prowess. The trio continued to wander through the amusement park, seeking their next point of interest. Subsequently, Chen Fan accompanied Xiao Ruoshui and her sister Xiao Mengmeng on the Ferris wheel. As time slipped by and noon approached, the system's voice suddenly announced, today's system rewards are here. On the 16th day of severing ties, Chen Fan received a curious reward, a basic forced acquisition card. What an intriguing prize. It certainly sounded impressive. This was the first time Chen Fan had acquired such a unique card from the system. Suddenly, he noticed a note beneath the system reward, seemingly elucidating the function of this basic forced acquisition card. Eagerly, he opened the note. The moment he glanced at it, he was instantly astonished by the formidable power of the basic forced acquisition card. Chapter 74, The Terror of Forced Acquisition Cards. The foremost aristocracy of Zhonghai province is unworthy to carry the shoes of the Xiao family. The primary forced acquisition card permits the acquisition of 4 of shares from any company with a market value of approximately 50 billion or total assets below 50 billion. Does this not imply that throughout Zhonghai province, indeed across the nation, or even globally, Chen Fan can indiscriminately select any enterprise with a market value or total assets equal to or less than 50 billion? Whatever enterprise Chen Fan desires to acquire shares from, he can effortlessly obtain. This is undoubtedly the finest, most exceptional, and indeed the most valuable reward Chen Fan has recently received from the system. If he so wishes, he could once again acquire 4 of shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group, thus becoming its largest shareholder. Naturally, he could also directly acquire 4 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group, further solidifying his control over the company. However, at this moment, Chen Fan does not intend to utilize the primary forced acquisition card on these 2 companies. Such actions would be somewhat wasteful, as Yongtai Real Estate Group is valued at merely 30 billion, and Jiangzhou Security Group's total assets are also under 50 billion. Having obtained this primary forced acquisition card, why not set his sights further afield and target renowned companies across the nation or the globe, with market values around 50 billion? By doing so, he could maximize the value of the primary forced acquisition card. His gains would be significantly greater. Yes, that's the decision. Chen Fan resolved to hold off for now. As for which company's shares to acquire with the primary forced acquisition card, he intends to conduct thorough research to identify the most suitable candidate. If this card is employed wisely, it could greatly assist Chen Fan in surpassing the Chen family and undermining the Su family of Jinling. If the effects of the primary forced acquisition card are this formidable, how powerful must the intermediate or advanced forced acquisition cards be? Might they allow for the direct acquisition of shares in companies valued in the hundreds of billions or even thousands? The more Chen Fan pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Currently, he possesses a level 1 system, thus only having access to the primary forced acquisition card. However, should he ascend to level 2 or 3, intermediate or advanced forced acquisition cards would surely materialize. The prospect of obtaining such cards exhilarates him. Just the thought ignites a fervor within Chen Fan. In this moment, he is filled with determination and a fervent desire to level up. System, bestow upon me more tasks, he silently implored. At present, he is on the verge of accumulating half the experience needed to elevate the system to level 2. The upgrade is imminent. At noon, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui enjoyed a casual meal and took a brief respite at the amusement park's restaurant. Taking advantage of the spare time, Chen Fan began to search online for renowned companies with a market capitalization of around 50 billion. Gradually, he identified several targets. Upon leaving the restaurant, he noticed a bubble tea shop nearby and decided to indulge in a drink. Meanwhile, the sisters Xiao Ruoshui and Xiao Mengmeng waited outside. Xiao Ruoshui exuded an elegant and intellectual charm, her beauty captivating, while Xia Mingming was playful and enchanting. The Xia sisters stood there, effortlessly drawing attention. Suddenly, a group of young men in the distance took notice of the sisters, particularly a handsome young man among them who was immediately struck by their presence. In the next moment, he abandoned his companions and approached the sisters with utmost gallantry. "Hello, ladies. I couldn't help but notice you standing here. Is there anything I can assist you with?" he said with enthusiasm. Faced with the young man's tedious flirtation, Xia Ruoshui turned away coldly, ignoring him entirely. Observing her indifference, the handsome young man turned to Xia Mingming, who responded, albeit with words that left him feeling quite embarrassed. "Yes, please kindly leave us," she said. At that moment, the young man's companions hurried over to defuse the situation. "Han Xiao, this beauty is none other than the renowned CEO of Jiangzhou, Miss Xia." It was evident that the young man's friends, being locals, recognized Xia Ruoshui's identity. "Miss Xia, this is Han Jinyu, a distinguished heir from a major conglomerate in Zhonghai province." They continued to introduce him. "Is the conglomerate in Zhonghai province really that impressive?" Xia Mingming remarked dismissively. "They may be low-key, but even the so-called top family in Zhonghai province doesn't hold a candle to the Xia family. Miss, you might not be aware, but Han Xiao's family business is particularly significant in Zhonghai province," one companion flattered. At this, Han Jinyu raised his chin proudly, basking in the attention. "Low-key, low-key." He waved his hand, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. "Miss Xia, my father is the owner of the foremost security conglomerate in Zhonghai province, Zhuxiao Security Group. His status is quite remarkable." His friends continued to extol. "Not at all, not at all. My father is merely the fourth largest shareholder of Zhuxiao Security Group," Han Jinyu replied boastfully. However, as his words hung in the air, a voice of confusion suddenly cut through. "Since when did you become my son?" In the next moment, to the astonishment of everyone present, Chen Fan approached them slowly. Chapter 75. Upon learning of the plans of the Baixing Group, Chen Fan completely secured the Yongtai Real Estate Group. "I do not have a son like you," Chen Fan remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Han Jinyu. His words left Han Jinyu breathless with indignation, and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. "Who do you think you are to speak to young Master Han like that?" One of them retorted. "How dare you address young Master Han in such a manner? What gives you the audacity?" Han Jinyu's companions vehemently rebuked Chen Fan, while Han Jinyu himself regarded him with a chilling glare, clearly poised for confrontation. How dare this man take advantage of him and presume to be his father? "What do you mean by taking advantage of me?" Han Jinyu seethed. "Taking advantage of you? It is you who seeks to claim me as your son." Chen Fan replied with exasperation. He currently held 15 of shares in the Zhuxiao Security Group, making him the fourth largest stakeholder. Yet, this young man claimed his father was the fourth largest owner, was he not, in essence, claiming Chen Fan's position for himself? "Taking advantage of you? How have I done that?" Han Jinyu countered. Wait. Are you truly the fourth largest stakeholder in the Zhuxiao Security Group?" Han Jinyu suddenly grasped the implication, his voice quivering slightly. He had just lied, for while his father was indeed affiliated with the Zhuxiao Security Group, he held the seventh position, not the fourth. He had boasted of his father being the fourth largest simply to impress his newly acquainted companions. The rationale behind claiming the fourth position, rather than the first or second, was simple. The identities of the top two could easily be uncovered, whereas the fourth was not as readily known, making it less likely for his boast to be challenged. But who could have anticipated this turn of events? "I am indeed the fourth largest stakeholder in the Zhuxiao Security Group," Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. "You? The fourth largest? Impossible. You must be bluffing," Han Jinyu replied skeptically. "Bluffing? Your surname is Han. You must be the son of Honda, correct?" "Should I call Honda?" Chen Fan inquired. Instantly, Han Jinyu felt a surge of fear. This man had audaciously uttered his father's name, demonstrating undeniable ties to the Zhuxiao Security Group, and he even possessed his father's contact information. It was evident that Chen Fan was indeed the true fourth largest shareholder. "Young Master Chen, Brother Chen, Uncle Chen, I was wrong." Han Jinyu swiftly admitted his fault, attempting to express his contrition by elevating Chen Fan to the status of his father's generation, addressing him as uncle. Applause echoed in the air. Having spoken, Han Jinyu struck himself across the face with considerable force, reddening his own cheeks in mere moments. "I am damned. I am worthless." Beside him, his companions were momentarily rendered speechless, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Could it be that this individual was, in fact, the true fourth major boss of the Zhuxiao Security Group, and that Han Jinyu had deceived them? Otherwise, why would he exhibit such fear? "My lord," We fail to recognize your greatness. We are truly at fault. They lamented, echoing his distress. In response to Han Jinyu's actions, his companions began to strike themselves as well. Instantly, curious onlookers began to gather. Get lost, and do not impede our enjoyment. Chen Fan, wishing to avoid the attention of so many, was eager to distance himself from these bothersome individuals. Yes, thank you, Chen Xiao, thank you. Han Jinyu and his companions hastily retreated from the amusement park. With Senior Chen present, we need not fear these pesky flies, Xiao Mingming reflected. Chen Fan distributed milk tea among the two and continued to wander the amusement park. Along the way, he received a call from Wei Jingxiong. Zhong, I have gleaned the details regarding Baisheng Group, Wei announced, his voice heavy with the scent of alcohol. Oh, what is the situation? Chen Fan inquired. As you suspected, the owner of Baisheng Group, Kong Baisheng, is indeed quite devious. He publicly claims to target Fading Group and even deliberately leaked information to mislead you, Wei explained. This intelligence was extracted during a drinking session with a friend of his brother, who happened to be the vice president of Baisheng Group. The true aim of Kong Baisheng, it turns out, is actually directed toward the Yongtai Real Estate Group, of which Chen Fan is a part. Indeed, Chen Fan murmured softly. Realizing his suspicions were correct, such confidential information from Baisheng Group could not have been easily divulged. Their purported confrontation with Fading Group was merely a smokescreen. Baisheng Group had executed a clever diversion. I understand now. Many thanks to you. Waita, I shall treat you to a meal next time, Chen Fan politely offered, feeling it only proper to express gratitude for the assistance rendered in uncovering the truth. You are too kind, Zhong. Do not hesitate to contact me should any matters arise, Wei replied, aware of Chen Fan's significance and the vast potential of his future. Seizing the opportunity to align himself with such a prominent figure was certainly advantageous. Baisheng Group, Chen Fan quietly pondered. It would not be an easy task for Kong Baisheng to undermine Yongtai Real Estate Group. With that in mind, Chen Fan sent several messages to prepare those involved with Yongtai Real Estate Group. Regrettably, lacking the status of the primary shareholder or president made coordination more challenging. Chen Fan spoke with a hint of regret. Currently, he occupied the position of the second-largest shareholder and vice president. And issuing commands within the Yongtai Real Estate Group was not as effortless as being the president or chairman. After organizing their plans, Chen Fan and his companions continued to explore the amusement park. Soon, their attention was captured by a more exhilarating attraction ahead. Sister, Senior Chen, let us try this ride, Xiao Mingming exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Before them stood the renowned vertical roller coaster. This roller coaster boasted a height of over 50 meters, roughly equivalent to 20 stories, featuring a nearly 90-degree vertical drop, truly exhilarating. Mingming, are you sure you can handle it? After their recent experience, Xiao Ruoshui could not help but inquire. Of course. I'm perfectly fine. That was just a fluke. I ride roller coasters all the time. It's a piece of cake, Xiao Mingming confidently boasted. Just watch. Sister and Senior Chen, I will be the calmest and most composed one on this ride. Neither of you can compare. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed. Ding, mission issued. Experience the vertical roller coaster mission reward for sharing Yongtai Real Estate Group. Becoming the largest shareholder and chairman. Mission reward. 51 experience points. Chapter 76. Acquiring world-class luxury brands. Shares of the King of Watches, Patek Philippe. The voice of the system echoed once more. Chen Fan's eyes brightened. The system is truly user-friendly, presenting another task so swiftly. Just before lunch, he had been fervently wishing for more tasks from the system, hoping to expedite his upgrade to level 2, and now another challenge had appeared. Moreover, he had just lamented about not being the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, which made dealing with the Young Group rather troublesome. Yet now, the system had directly appointed him as the chairman and primary shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group. What a delightful turn of events. So, what do you think, sister? Chen Xuezhang. Are you up for it? Xiao Mingming inquired. What is there to be afraid of? Just don't back down later, Chen Fan replied. That was a fluke. This time, I absolutely want to be scared. I will remain the calmest of us all, Xiao Mingming retorted, her hands on her hips in a defiant stance. With no objections from the three, they proceeded to embark on the vertical roller coaster. This ride promised to be even more thrilling than the previous freefall drop. Soon, they found themselves seated on the roller coaster, and Xiao Mingming was even more exhilarated this time, daring to boast and show off in front of Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui. Let us see who remains the calmest. It will surely be me. Moments later, The vertical roller coaster began its ascent, gradually reaching its apex, the almost vertical point. After a brief pause, the coaster suddenly plummeted downwards. I don't want to play anymore, Mommy. Xia Meiming cried out in terror, tears streaming down her face as they descended. Once the ride concluded, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui merely felt a sense of reflection, while Xia Mingming's legs turned to jelly. Needing support from Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui to step aside and recuperate. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, experienced the vertical roller coaster. Task completed. Congratulations! You have acquired 4 of Yongtai Real Estate Group shares, becoming the chairman and primary shareholder. The acquisition contract is placed in your villa study. Please check. Congratulations. You have gained 51 experience points. With the task complete, Chen Fan had firmly established his control over Yongtai Real Estate Group, now serving as its chairman and primary shareholder. With this new status, he felt significantly more adept at confronting the young group. Chen Fan took out his phone and, in his capacity as chairman, issued commands directly. After organizing everything, he went online to further research the objectives of his basic forced acquisition card. This time, Chen Fan intended to make a substantial move. It turned out that top-tier supercar brands like Bugatti and Pagani had relatively modest total assets. Upon discovering certain information, Chen Fan couldn't help but murmur to himself. These elite supercar brands, it seemed, had total assets merely in the tens to hundreds of billions, with the owner of Pagani valued at only a few tens of billions. Acquiring shares in companies such as Bugatti or Pagani proves to be an impractical venture. Chen Fan, disheartened, continues his search. Ultimately, his aspirations shift towards the world's most prestigious luxury brands. Renowned names such as Rolex and Tiffany, whose market valuations hover around several hundred billion, capture his attention. Regrettably, his basic forced acquisition card restricts him to groups with total assets or market values near 500 billion, rendering these illustrious brands unattainable. As Chen Fan continues his quest, disappointment looms when a more illustrious brand catches his eye. Upon recognizing this brand, he promptly resolves to acquire it without hesitation. The name of this esteemed company is Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe, the epitome of luxury watchmaking, is universally acknowledged as the king of timepieces. Established in the 19th century, it boasts a legacy spanning over 200 years and symbolizes the pinnacle of status and prestige, cherished by royals, influential figures, and affluent individuals alike. In the 16th edition of the world's 500 most valuable brands, Patek Philippe ranked 238th, while in the 17th edition, it ascended to 208th, recently, for 2 consecutive years. The Hurun Research Institute's Hurun Dacia Millionaire Brand Preference Report identified Patek Philippe as the most favored watch brand among Dacia's high-net-worth individuals. Among all watch brands, Patek Philippe's influence and status are undeniably supreme, maintaining a prominent position even among the finest luxury brands globally. Moreover, Patek Philippe's market value consistently fluctuates between 500 and 600 billion, currently resting around 500 billion, perfectly aligning with Chen Fan's criteria. In comparison to the other brands he considered, such as Tiffany, Chen Fan finds himself more enamored with the prospect of acquiring shares in Patek Philippe. The opportunity to become a shareholder in the illustrious Patek Philippe is irresistible. The prospect of securing a forced stake in Patek Philippe eclipses any other company he might consider. Utilizing the basic forced acquisition card to acquire shares in Patek Philippe is undoubtedly the most pragmatic and optimal choice. There is simply no comparison. Being a shareholder in Patek Philippe would elevate Chen Fan to an unparalleled status. Without further hesitation, he resolves to take action. With excitement coursing through him, Chen Fan eagerly accesses his system backpack and retrieves the basic forced acquisition card. Finding it, he promptly clicks to use it. Beep. Please enter the name of the company you wish to forcibly acquire. The system prompts. Patek Philippe. Chen Fan meticulously inputs the name, his heart racing with anticipation. After entering the name, he swiftly clicks confirm. The forcible acquisition of a forced stake in Patek Philippe was initiated promptly. One hopes there will be no complications. As Chen Fan awaited with bated breath, time passed slowly. After several seconds, the system issued another notification. Chapter 77, the 17th day of severing ties, a bankruptcy card rewarded. Ding, the acquisition of 4 shares in Patek Philippe has been successfully completed. Congratulations on becoming a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Within 5 days, a representative from Patek Philippe will come to sign the contract. Please arrange your schedule accordingly. Chen Fan has successfully acquired shares in Patek Philippe. From this moment forth, Chen Fan stands proudly as a shareholder of Patek Philippe, adding another impressive identity to his repertoire. Although the contract has yet to be received, he only needs to wait a few days for the representatives from Patek Philippe to arrive for his signature. At this moment, Chen Fan's face radiated with joy. He was utterly elated. Being a shareholder of Patek Philippe undoubtedly represents his most formidable status to date. The beginner hostile takeover card is indeed remarkably useful. System. If the opportunity arises, I would appreciate a few more beginner hostile takeover cards, Chen Fan mused internally. He aspired to elevate the system to level 2 or level 3, which would require some time, but acquiring another beginner hostile takeover card would not necessitate such a lengthy wait. If he could obtain several more beginner hostile takeover cards, he could secure a position as Patek Philippe's largest shareholder, or perhaps not even the largest, but merely the third largest would suffice to bring him immense happiness. After expressing his thoughts, the system remained unresponsive. System, your silence indicates agreement, does it not? We shall proceed with this delightful decision, Chen Fan declared unilaterally. Convinced of the system's consent, with the shares in Patek Philippe secured, Chen Fan's spirits soared to unprecedented heights as the group continued to enjoy their time at the amusement park. By late afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock, they decided to leave. Senior Chen, shall we refrain from dining out tonight and instead prepare something ourselves? Summer Ming Ming implored, her large, luminous eyes gazing at Chen Fan with an expression of earnest desire. Indeed, could we perhaps host another barbecue this evening? Summer Ruoshui eagerly inquired, reminiscing fondly about the last barbecue at Chen Fan's place. Barbecue? Absolutely, that's no problem at all, Chen Fan readily agreed. With that, the trio headed straight to the supermarket, purchasing a plethora of ingredients. That evening, they commenced their barbecue. During the meal, Chen Fan and Summer Ruoshui discussed matters concerning the Baisheng Group. From Summer Ruoshui, Chen Fan gleaned considerable information about the Baisheng Group, particularly when she learned that they intended to target him. Her delicate face instantly became frosty. The Baisheng Group. Summer Ruoshui spoke coldly. Chen Fan, I have an idea. An intriguing thought suddenly materialized in her mind. Since the Baisheng Group is employing a strategy of misdirection, why can't we adopt a stealthy approach in response? Summer Ruoshui suggested mysteriously to Chen Fan. A stealthy approach? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, slightly perplexed by her words. Isn't the Baisheng Group aiming to undermine your Yongtai real estate group? You could engage with the Baisheng Group, deliberately prolonging the standoff, thereby diverting their attention and focus entirely onto your Yongtai real estate group, Summer Ruoshui proposed. Then, our Xia Group launched a sudden offensive against the Yum Group. At a time when all of Yum Group's focus was directed towards Yongtai real estate group, my unexpected strike would undoubtedly catch Yum Group completely off guard. Finally, let us unite and utterly dismantle the Yum Group. Upon hearing Shi Ruoshui's suggestion, Chen Fan's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. What a splendid idea, Chen Fan remarked. Ruoshui is truly an exceptional woman, a remarkable force indeed. What do you think, Senior Chen? My sister is both intelligent and virtuous. If one were to marry her, they would undoubtedly gain a supportive partner. I can't help but wonder who that fortunate man might be. Beside him, Xia Mingming spoke with a hint of implication. Flattered by her praise, Xia Ruoshui felt a twinge of shyness. After a day filled with merriment, she felt somewhat fatigued and decided to return home for rest after their barbecue feast. On the following day, not long after Chen Fan had risen, he received a message from the president of the Jiangzhou security group. The elite retired special forces soldiers he had arranged, renowned for their tracking skills, were soon to arrive in Jiangzhou and inquired where they might meet Chen Fan. Let them come to my estate, Chen Fan replied after a moment's contemplation, providing the address. Many were already aware of his residence at Yujing Villa, yet few knew of his private estate. He was uncertain whether there were any hidden motives behind his parents' mysterious disappearance. Thus it was imperative to keep the arrangement with these exceptional retired soldiers confidential. Meeting at his estate seemed the most prudent choice. Having concluded the conversation, Chen Fan drove alone to his estate. Approximately 40 minutes later, he arrived to greet the 3 retired soldiers. Hello, Mr. Chen. Greetings, Mr. Chen. The trio spoke in unison. Standing before him, each man exuded an aura of immense strength, unmistakably distinguishing them from ordinary individuals. Greetings to you all, Chen Fan replied, subsequently introducing the mission at hand. Upon hearing his explanation, the 3 men displayed little astonishment. Locating individuals was indeed their forte. Mr. Chen, it has been over a year since the incident. The investigation may prove challenging, thus it will require a considerable amount of time. The leader, A robust man with a stern demeanor addressed Chen Fan earnestly. Yes, I can wait. As long as you can uncover any trace, no matter how minute, I will be satisfied. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Should you encounter any difficulties during your efforts, feel free to reach out to me at any time. I will utilize all my resources and connections to assist you. Your sole task is to locate the individuals or uncover leads. Do not hesitate to confront anyone or anything that stands in your way. I will back you up. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Chen Fan reassured them, urging them to remain unburdened. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we will handle everything, they replied. Nodding in agreement, Chen Fan then retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the burly man. Mr. Chen, this. The three of them exclaimed in surprise. This card contains 15 million, of which 10 million is considered your compensation for the hard work during this period. And 5 million is allocated for your expenses in locating the individuals, Chen Fan elucidated. Chen Fan was acutely aware of the significance of incentives without tangible benefits. Why would anyone exert themselves to the utmost? Why would they spare no effort to serve you wholeheartedly? 10 million is an exorbitant amount. Mr. Chen, you are too generous. Please take it back. The three of them hastily declined. The fact that Mr. Chen was offering such a significant sum right off the bat was overwhelming. Especially when 10 million comprised their compensation, it was exceedingly magnanimous. This sum surpassed their annual salaries. You should accept it with peace of mind. This is merely the beginning. If you manage to find the individuals, I will provide you with a tenfold bonus, and each of you will receive this tenfold reward. Chen Fan reiterated. Establishing a reward system. A tenfold bonus, would that not amount to 100 million? Goodness gracious. As long as they could locate the individuals, each of them could potentially earn 100 million in bonuses. With such wealth, they could achieve financial independence. Mr. Chen is truly generous. The group was instantly invigorated. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, even if it means traversing mountains of daggers or seas of flames, we will certainly find them, they proclaimed in unison, pledging their loyalty to Chen Fan, vowing to follow his directives within the company. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction and exchanged contact information with the three of them. All right. You may go. Contact me immediately if you have any news, Chen Fan commanded. Understood. The three promptly departed, dividing the money before swiftly setting off on their respective missions. I hope you do not let me down, Chen Fan remarked. With special tasks still unfulfilled, once completed, he would successfully ascend as the principal owner of the Jiangzhou security group. At that point, his influence within the Jiangzhou security group would expand, allowing him to recruit more individuals for the search. He was resolute in his belief that he would uncover any traces of the most elite retired special forces personnel in the entire Shanghai province. Mom and Dad, I will undoubtedly find you, Chen Fan declared with determination. Suddenly, a notification from the system sounded. Ding, 17th day of severed relations, reward, 1 junior bankruptcy card. Chapter 78, obtaining a lethal weapon against the Chen family. The Chen family begins to strike at Chen Fan. What is this junior bankruptcy card? Observing the new reward presented today, Chen Fan felt a sense of astonishment. However, the effect of the junior forced acquisition card received yesterday was remarkable. Thus, this junior bankruptcy card must also possess significant value. Chen Fan sought out its explanation, and upon understanding its function, he was filled with an extraordinary delight. The junior bankruptcy card can inflict a loss of 3 billion on any company with a market value or total assets of 50 billion or less. If wielded adeptly, this card serves as a powerful weapon in Chen Fan's arsenal, particularly against the Chen family. At first glance, the card's effect might seem modest, as a loss of 3 billion is not sufficient to drive a company worth hundreds of billions into bankruptcy. However, the critical question lies in the timing of its use. During ordinary times, deploying the junior bankruptcy card would yield merely a superficial impact, perhaps merely injuring the company's stability. Yet, if employed at a moment of utmost peril and upheaval for the company, the consequences would be drastically different. An unexpected loss of 3 billion during such turbulent times would be catastrophic, akin to delivering a fatal blow to an adversary in their most vulnerable moment. For instance, when Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui joined forces against the Yum Group, the latter would find itself besieged. At the moment of Yum Group's greatest adversity, should Chen Fan suddenly deploy the junior bankruptcy card, it would undoubtedly deal a decisive blow, leading to the group's downfall. Of course, this is merely a hypothetical scenario. In their collaboration against Yum Group, the latter stands no chance of victory, rendering the use of the junior bankruptcy card unnecessary. The Su family, a prominent power in Jinling, possesses assets so formidable that the junior bankruptcy card would be insufficient to inflict a lethal strike. At least a middle bankruptcy card or senior bankruptcy card would be required to cause losses in the hundreds of billions. However, this junior bankruptcy card is exceptionally well suited for targeting the Chen family, particularly if used against the Chen family's cornerstone enterprise, Chen Capital Group. It would yield unexpectedly powerful results. After dismantling the Yum Group, Chen Fan would swiftly redirect his focus toward Chen Capital Group, having previously analyzed the Chen family's asset structure. Chen Fan concluded that rather than attacking the family's less significant ventures, a more ruthless approach is warranted. When he pushes Chen Capital Group to the brink, he will unleash the junior bankruptcy card, delivering the final blow. Chen Capital Group is one of the pillars of the Chen family's wealth. Its bankruptcy would result in monumental losses, a true hemorrhage that could provoke an intense reaction from the Chen family. The beginner bankruptcy card undoubtedly promises to deliver a tremendous surprise to the Chen family, particularly to the venerable elder Chen, bringing them a moment of delight. Indeed. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, seemingly convinced that the system had heeded his prayers. Although the beginner forced acquisition card did not resurface today, the arrival of a potent weapon against the Chen family, the beginner bankruptcy card, was still quite commendable. At present, Chen Fan's greatest anticipation lay in completing more tasks to expedite the system's upgrade to level 2, thereby acquiring more advanced special cards. Having resolved the matter, Chen Fan returned to the Yujing Mountain Villa, where he found Xia Mingming and Xia Ruoshui already prepared. The system's special mission remained unfulfilled, and upon its completion, Chen Fan would ascend to the esteemed position of the foremost proprietor of the Jiangzhou security group. Time was of the essence. "Senior Chen, have you been out?" inquired Xia Mingming. Chen Fan casually fabricated a reason. "I went to procure some ingredients. We shall dine shortly before venturing out again. However, where shall we go this afternoon?" "Where to?" Xia Ruoshui shook her head. While she possessed considerable insight regarding career and company development, she was less adept at matters of leisure. Xia Mingming fell into contemplation. "Oh, sister, did you not mention previously that you would teach me to play golf? Let us find a golf course this afternoon," suggested Xia Mingming. "Yesterday was rather exhilarating. Today, let us opt for something more tranquil, shall we?" "That sounds agreeable," Xia Ruoshui nodded. "Then we shall proceed to the Guanshan International Golf Course." Chen Fan ultimately decided to venture to his own territory, which would be more convenient. At the same time as Chen Fan and the Xia sisters deliberated, the doorbell rang at a luxurious villa in Jiangzhou. Yang Shiping, the erstwhile primary shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group and now its secondary shareholder, opened the door. Before him stood a throng of black-clad enforcers, and at the forefront were two middle-aged men bearing amused expressions. One was Chen Jinping, the fourth son of the illustrious Chen family, while the other, a bald man adorned with tattoos, exuded a menacing aura, clearly not one to be trifled with. "Mr. Yang, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Jinping, a core figure of the Jiangzhou Chen family," Chen Jinping stated, subsequently introducing the bald man beside him. "And this is Yin Jiobin, the esteemed Yin." "Yin Jiobin, the renowned Yin?" Yang Shiping was taken aback, realizing the identity of the bald man. Yin Jiobin, one of Jiangzhou's top tycoons, was known for his volatile temper and reputed to command legions of professional enforcers, his might far surpassing that of Wei Jingxiu, rendering him nearly untouchable in Jiangzhou's underworld. "Mr. Yang, may I inquire why you have left us standing here while I, along with Mr. Chen, have come to pay you a visit?" Yin Jiobin expressed his displeasure. "Ah, please, come in." Though exceedingly reluctant, Yang Xingping dared not offend the illustrious Yin and thus invited both him and Chen Jinping inside. "It has come to my attention that Chen Fan, that scoundrel, has usurped the position of the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group belonging to Boss Yang." Upon entering, Chen Jinping wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. His endeavor this time is to execute the ruthless plan laid out by the elder Mr. Chen. The elder believes that Chen Fan's greatest support lies with Yongtai Real Estate Group. It is this very foundation that emboldens Chen Fan to oppose their family. Yongtai Real Estate Group is the cornerstone of Chen Fan's empire, his most vital asset. Therefore, to dismantle Chen Fan entirely and render him destitute, one must strike at the root, addressing the issue from Yongtai Real Estate Group. Once he loses the backing of this conglomerate, Chen Fan will inevitably face a decline, ultimately returning on his knees to seek their forgiveness. Furthermore, considering Chen Fan's connections with the influential Wei Jingxiu of Jiangzhou, the elder Mr. Yang has tasked his fourth son, Chen Jinping, with executing this scheme, for he is acquainted with Yin Jiobin, an underground figure even more formidable than Wei Jingxiong. Thus, the control over Yongtai Real Estate Group has been seized. Boss Yang, were I in your position, I would find it intolerable. What say you to collaborating with our Chen family to take down Chen Fan? Chen Jinping extended the invitation. Chapter 79. The Chen family's scheme succeeds. Catching Chen Fan off guard. Indeed, the members of the Chen family had arrived due to Chen Zong's influence. Yang Shiping felt a cold smirk forming within him, as he surmised their intentions upon seeing the individuals from the Chen family. I am afraid I cannot partake in the conflict between your Chen family and Chen Zong, he declared. Although Chen Zong had usurped his position as the largest shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Yang Shiping bore no resentment towards Chen Fan. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief. Previously, while he held the title of the largest shareholder, his limited capabilities had hindered Yongtai Real Estate Group from advancing further. However, with Chen Zong's recent contract with Wanheng Software Group and his burgeoning friendship with its owner, the senior executives of these companies had come to recognize Chen Zong's remarkable abilities. Now that Chen Zong had ascended to the role of the largest shareholder, he would undoubtedly facilitate the company's progress, potentially elevating its market value to 400 billion or even 500 billion in the future. Chen Zong's potential was boundless. As one of the major shareholders, Yang's own worth would rise alongside the company's market value. The better Chen Zong steered the company, the greater Yang's earnings would become. Naturally, he would wholeheartedly support Chen Zong, refraining from any opposition. Which would one prefer, the title of the largest shareholder or the tangible benefits worth several billion, if not more? Was there even room for hesitation? Yang Zong is quite magnanimous, Chen Jinping remarked. However, if Yang Zong were to collaborate with our Chen family, we could easily marginalize Chen Fan and even remove him from the position of chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. At that point, we could assist Yang Zong in reclaiming the title of the largest shareholder. Are you truly not tempted? Not in the slightest, Yang Shiping replied, shaking his head. Observing Yang's steadfastness, Chen Jinping subtly revealed a secret. In recent days, we have persuaded several shareholders from Yongtai Real Estate Group. If you agree to marginalize Chen Fan or even dismiss him, it would be a simple matter. No need for that. I have other matters to attend to, please leave. Yang Xingping said, rising to dismiss them. Such an ungrateful wretch. Yin Jiobin suddenly interjected. Old Chen, since this fellow refuses our hospitality, let us no longer be courteous. Yin Jiobin's patience had worn thin. Yang Zong, I have approached you with civility. Should you refuse to comply, do not blame me for my actions. Come in, he commanded. In the next moment, one of Yin Jiobin's subordinates entered, clutching a stack of photographs. Look for yourself, Yin Jiobin instructed, handing the photographs to Yang Xingping. Upon receiving the images and examining them, Yang Xingping was instantly rendered speechless. What do you mean by this? Yang Xingping exclaimed, panic rising within him. The photograph depicted his daughter, who was studying at a university in another city within Zhanghai province. We have thoroughly investigated your daughter's whereabouts and her residence in the area. I have also stationed a dozen subordinates nearby, Yin Jiobin declared. If you agree to join forces with old Chen to deal with that little rascal Chen Fan, I assure you of your daughter's safety. However, if you refuse to collaborate with old Chen, I regret to inform you that I cannot guarantee your daughter's well-being. Yin Jiobin tore off the mask of civility and threatened Yang Shengping directly. Bang! In broad daylight. Do you still dare to kidnap my daughter? Yang Shengping slammed the table, furiously rebuking Yin Jiobin. And you? Yin Jiobin responded with a mysterious smile. Yang Shiping suddenly understood. It was not mere conjecture. Yin Jiobin had a notorious past, though he had recently attempted to cleanse his reputation. I will give you one last chance. Do you agree to cooperate with old Chen? Yin Jiobin's voice turned menacing. Consider your daughter's safety. After a long pause, Yang Shengping sighed deeply, conceding. Alas, I agree to collaborate with the Chen family to undermine Chen Fan within the company. My apologies, President Chen. He silently conveyed his regrets to Chen Fan. Ha, that's more like it. Yin Jiobin laughed heartily. Beside him, Chen Jinping wore a satisfied smile. Old Yan's methods were indeed effective. We will act tomorrow, let us. Chen Jinping began to make arrangements, planning to take decisive action before Chen Fan could react, effectively sidelining him and dismissing him from his position as chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. By the time Chen Fan realized what had transpired, it would be too late. Betrayed by his own, he would undoubtedly suffer immensely without the support of Yongtai Real Estate Group. The more Chen Jinping contemplated, the more pleased he became. Severing ties with the Chen family, this unfortunate fate is entirely of your own making, you little wretch. In the afternoon, Chen Fan and Xiao Ruoshui arrived at the Guangshan International Golf Course. It was the weekend, and the venue was particularly crowded. Latecomers even found themselves without a course to play. However, as the proprietor, Chen Fan secured the finest course for himself and the Xia sisters. Yet, after they had played for a while, a sudden commotion arose nearby. You assigned the best course to just 3 people? I have a dozen waiting on my side. And you give me this inferior court? A slightly overweight man in his 30s scolded one of the staff members at Guangshan International Golf Course. I am a top-tier member here. How can you treat me this way? The staff member glanced at the leisurely Chen Fan, uncertain of how to respond. Since acquiring the golf course, Chen Fan had only visited once, and most of the employees did not recognize him. Perhaps they arrived a bit earlier, the staff member explained. Humph. The overweight man was unconvinced and hastily approached Chen Fan and his companions. Today, I shall cover all expenses at the Guangshan International Golf Course. Relinquish this course to me, and you may enjoy our modest course instead. The slightly plump man spoke to Chen Fan with an air of grandiosity. The social engagement he attended today was of utmost importance, necessitating the selection of the finest course. Not particularly appealing, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. Then allow me to offer you an additional 100,000, no, 50,000. Will you concede your spot to me? The slightly plump man, exuding a sense of wealth, attempted to persuade Chen Fan with his monetary allure. Please, go away and do not disturb us, Chen Fan retorted impatiently, as they were enjoying their game. This oblivious individual had suddenly intruded with his financial propositions, proving quite bothersome. 1 million? The slightly plump man persisted, attempting to further entice Chen Fan with more money. Seeing Chen Fan's continued indifference, the slightly plump man proudly revealed his trump card. I happen to know the owner of the Guangshan International Golf Course. We are quite good friends. Do not force my hand to contact him, he threatened Chen Fan with veiled implications. Oh? You are acquainted with the owner of the Guangshan International Golf Course? Chen Fan chuckled, amused by the absurdity of such a claim. How could he be unaware of such a valuable friendship? Do you doubt me? Should I call him immediately? The slightly plump man brandished his phone defiantly. Sir, please. Such trivial matters should not trouble the owner. A staff member who had followed them quickly intervened, fearing that the man might indeed make the call. However, the more the staff member attempted to dissuade him, the more the slightly plump man reveled in his perceived power. Will you agree to 1 million for the spot? He pressed Chen Fan. If you refuse, I will call him right away. Once I contact the owner of the Guangshan International Golf Course, he will not easily overlook your disregard for my request. You shall find yourself blacklisted from the course, never to return. The slightly plump man boasted with arrogance. Is that so? Then go ahead and call, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Let us see if you dare. You, the slightly plump man, taken aback by Chen Fan's nonchalance, felt the pressure mounting. Very well, you asked for it. To be fair, he truly did know the owner of the Guangshan International Golf Course. However, strictly speaking, he was the former owner. Recently, the course had acquired a new proprietor, and he had only managed to obtain the current owner's contact information through the previous owner, without having reached out. Initially, he intended to intimidate Chen Fan, hoping to instill fear and compel him to sell the course. However, now, spurred by Chen Fan's defiance, he felt cornered. He could not back down from making the call. He believed that given his status, the former owner would extend him a favor, and the current owner would surely do the same. Boy, once the call connects, prepare to hand over the course and be escorted out. The slightly plump man spoke audaciously to Chen Fan while dialing the current owner's number of the Guangshan International Golf Course. However, before the man's words had fully escaped his lips, the next moment, Chen Fan's phone rang loudly. Chapter 80. Chen Fan's anticipation and the significance of a powerful intelligence network. Upon hearing the ringtone of Chen Fan's mobile phone, the slightly plump man remained composed, perceiving it merely as a coincidence. Under his gaze, Chen Fan answered the call, greeting with a smile, "Hello there." Shortly thereafter, Chen Fan's voice resonated through the plump man's phone, reverberating like thunder in his ears. Despite Chen Fan's radiant smile, the plump man found it utterly terrifying. You. The plump man was so taken aback that he could scarcely articulate a response. Beside him, a staff member wore a look of astonishment, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Weren't you looking for the owner of Guangshan International Golf Club? He is right here. What business do you have with him? Chen Fan turned his attention to the plump man. You are indeed the owner of Guangshan International Golf Club. The plump man's voice trembled as he inquired, his face etched with disbelief. Do I still need to prove it? Chen Fan replied. His voice echoed once more from the phone. The plump man cautiously glanced at the device, confirming that it indeed bore the name of the new owner, Chen Fan, of Guangshan International Golf Club. After all his boasting, the reality was that the person he had been speaking of stood right before him. In that moment, the plump man felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground beneath him. How embarrassing. That Mr. Chen. The plump man struggled to muster a smile that resembled more of a grimace, attempting to defend himself. Weren't you the one who claimed that once the call connected, I would be blacklisted by the owner of Guangshan International Golf Club and expelled? Well, come on then, Chen Fan replied, directing his gaze at the plump man. Mr. Chen, I didn't mean it that way, the plump man stammered, his anxiety palpable as he tried to justify himself. Blacklist him and everyone associated with him from Guangshan International Golf Club, and expel him immediately, Chen Fan commanded the staff member, returning the favor. The staff member was taken aback, but promptly nodded, yes, boss. Upon hearing Chen Fan's directive, the plump man was instantly filled with dread. Being blacklisted himself was one thing, but if others related to him were to be blacklisted as well, it would spell disaster. Before the plump man could utter a word, the staff member had already escorted him out. Not only he, but also the dozen or so guests accompanying him were added to the blacklist and expelled from Guangshan International Golf Club. These guests voiced their dissatisfaction towards the staff, and upon learning that it was the plump man's own doing, they were incensed. Our collaboration ends here. Do not contact me again. Meeting you has been an unfortunate stroke of bad luck for me. The irate guests directed their fury towards the slightly overweight man, who was crucial to his business as they were his clients. Offending so many individuals at once meant his enterprise was utterly doomed. No. The slightly overweight man collapsed to the ground, his heart heavy with despair. It was over, truly over for him. At the Guangshan International Golf Course, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui continued their game of golf. Xia Ruoshui was teaching her sister how to play, while Chen Fan watched from the sidelines. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Wei Jingxiong calling. As soon as Chen Fan answered, he heard Wei Jingxiong's hurried voice. Chen Xiao, there's trouble on your end. I've just received alarming news. What is happening? Chen Fan inquired cautiously. It's like this, Chen Xiao. My informants just reported that the fourth son of the Chun family has allied with the notorious underground figure Yan Jiobin from Jiangzhou, and together they have approached Yang Jinping, a major shareholder of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Wei Jingxiong explained. I dispatched further inquiries and discovered that over the past few days, the fourth son of the Chen family and Yan Jiobin have also visited several other shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group. I suspect the Chen family is planning to strike against you through Yongtai Real Estate. Wei Jingxiong's assessment was astute. Over the years, he had established an extensive intelligence network in Jiangzhou, with operatives positioned in many significant locales. The information Wei Jingxiong provided stemmed from this intricate web of informants. Targeting Yongtai Real Estate? Chen Fan murmured softly. Since successfully undermining the Chen family and seizing the Wanheng Software Group project from the elder Chen, the Chen family had remained unusually quiet. This was quite atypical. Given the elder Chen's temperament, he would never tolerate such a slight. Chen Fan suspected the Chen family was plotting something, and he had reached out to Chen Wenjing last night. Unfortunately, the elder Chen's actions were shrouded in secrecy. Neither Chen Wenjing nor any of the elder Chen's children were aware of the plans. To his surprise, today, he received confirmation of his suspicions from Wei Jingxiong. Wei's intelligence network is truly impressive, Chen Fan mused. Indeed, Wei Jingxiong's network had proven invaluable. Many critical updates had been relayed to Chen Fan through this channel. After years of diligent effort, Wei Jingxiong had cultivated a remarkable intelligence apparatus. If only Chen Fan could establish a similar extensive network for himself. Flattered by Chen Fan's praise, Wei Jingxiong smiled. This intelligence network was his proudest achievement over the past decade. You're too kind, Chen Xiao. This network is now also yours, Wei Jingxiong responded earnestly. Having firmly resolved to align himself with Chen Fan, even at the cost of severing ties with the Chen family, Wei Jingxiong believed that his ascent depended entirely on Chen Fan. However, despite Wei Jingxiong's assertions, it is important to note that this intelligence network does not belong to Chen Fan, rendering it rather inconvenient. Wei Jingxiong continued, Young Master Chen, I have dispatched additional personnel to investigate further, to uncover the true intentions behind the machinations of the Chen family and those shareholders of Yongtai Real Estate Group. I sense that the situation is grave, and I have faith in my intelligence network. Chapter 81. The 18th day of severing ties at the prestigious private detective agency. Chen Xiao reassured, as soon as I receive any news, I will notify you immediately. Thank you, Brother Wei, Chen Fan expressed his gratitude. Once this matter is resolved, I shall treat you to a meal. Chen Fan was indeed determined to extend his heartfelt thanks to Wei Jingxiong. After ending the call, Chen Fan sent out a few messages, particularly to Chen Wenjing, seeking ways to probe into the Chen family's clandestine operation. He also contemplated establishing an extensive intelligence network of his own. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. You have completed the task by agreeing to accompany Xiao Mingming and her sisters for a delightful weekend outing. Congratulations! You have acquired 12 ownership of the Jiangzhou Security Group, becoming the foremost figure within the organization and the newly appointed president. Congratulations! You have obtained 67 experience points. With the acquisition of 12 ownership in the Jiangzhou Security Group, combined with his previous holdings, Chen Fan now possessed 27 of the company. Only 23 remained to achieve his modest goal of securing 50 ownership. With a few more system rewards or additional tasks, Chen Fan could fully control Jiangzhou Security Group. However, now that he had become the largest shareholder and president, his authority and influence within the organization would significantly increase. In the future, Chen Fan would have the liberty to mobilize all ordinary security personnel at Jiangzhou Security Group. As for the 3 elite special teams, as the largest shareholder, he would have the authority to deploy one of them at his discretion, according to the company's established regulations. To mobilize all 3 special teams, approval from the higher management would still be necessary. Chen Fan alone could not achieve that. Unless he were to secure over 50 ownership of the Jiangzhou Security Group, he would ultimately gain complete control and the ability to command all 3 elite special teams at will. Having completed the special task, Chen Fan felt considerably uplifted. It was still early, and while playing golf, he and Xia Ruoxue discussed strategies to jointly attack Baisheng Group from both sides. As time passed, a message from Chen Wenjing suddenly arrived. She had discovered that this operation was orchestrated by the elder Chen, with the 4th son, Chen Jinping, executing it independently. Only the 2 of them were privy to the specifics. As for the rest, Chen Wenjing had no further information. She could not directly inquire from the elder Chen or Chen Jinping, and even if she did, the elder Chen would likely remain tight-lipped about the detailed plans, having not even disclosed them to his other sons, let alone his granddaughter, Chen Wenjing. While there was little progress on Chen Wenjing's end, significant news arrived from Wei Jingxiong. Although the Chen family's confidentiality measures were meticulous, there was always a flaw in perfection. While the Chen family managed their secrets well, they overlooked Yan Jiobin's end. Yan Jiobin's security protocols were considerably lax, and Wei Jingxiong had managed to acquire specific information from a few of Yan Jiobin's subordinates with just a little financial incentive. Thus, Wei Jingxiong relayed to Chen Fan all that Chen Jia's 4th and Yan Jiobin had been doing in recent days, including sending individuals to threaten Yang Ximping through his daughter's safety. Not only Yang Ximping, but also 2 other shareholders were compelled to cooperate due to Yan Jiobin's threats. Thank you, Wei Daolao, Chen Fan replied, feeling increasingly aware of the paramount importance of a formidable intelligence network. Having an extensive intelligence network of his own proved to be immensely advantageous. Chen Xiao, what are your plans? Inquired Wei Jingxiong. Although his intelligence network was robust, he was not on the same echelon as Yan Jiobin and could not confront him directly. Let us not forget my association with the Jiangzhou Security Group, Chen Fan responded. Now that he had ascended to the position of the principal owner and president of the Jiangzhou Security Group, he was unperturbed by the underground overlord Yan Jiobin. In terms of manpower, the Jiangzhou Security Group could easily overpower Yan Jiobin. Indeed, Chen Zong is truly formidable, Wei Jingxiong remarked, impressed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan devised a strategy to counter the Chen family's schemes. He decided to utilize his authority as the principal owner of the Jiangzhou Security Group to dispatch 2 ordinary bodyguard teams to Yang Ximping's location to neutralize Yan Jiobin's subordinates and safeguard Yang Ximping's daughter. As Wei Jingxiong had mentioned, Yang Ximping was coerced into collaborating with Chen Jia's 4th due to concerns for his daughter's safety. If that threat were alleviated, Yang Ximping would undoubtedly resent both Chen Jia's 4th and Yan Jiobin and cease cooperation. On the day Chen Fan was to sign a contract with Wanheng Software Group, numerous small and medium shareholders pledged their loyalty to him, aligning themselves with his costs. At that juncture, an alliance with Yang Ximping, bolstered by support from 1 or 2 of these shareholders, would effectively resolve the predicament. As for dealing with Yan Jiobin's subordinates, the ordinary bodyguards of the Jiangzhou Security Group were more than capable of sweeping them aside, rendering any special forces unnecessary. In addition to addressing the situation with Yang Ximping, Chen Fan dispatched the remaining bodyguards of the Jiangzhou security group to resolve the issues faced by the other two shareholders who were also reluctantly collaborating with Chen Jia. Subsequently, he made further arrangements as a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances, ensuring that he was fortified against potential adverse scenarios. With these extensive preparations, regardless of the Chen family schemes, Chen Fan had established an impregnable position. Chen Fan eagerly anticipated the spectacle that would unfold with Chen Jinping and Yin Jiobin the following day. After enjoying a round of golf, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui departed. The next morning, the system's voice resonated. Ding! On the 18th day of severed relations. Reward of 30 ownership of the most potent and premier private detective agency in Zhonghai Province, Guangyu Private Detective Agency. Chapter 82. Chen Fan acquires a powerful intelligence network. The true trader emerges. Observing today's reward, Chen Fan felt a profound sense of joy. The system, indeed, is considerate. Just yesterday, he lamented the absence of a comprehensive intelligence network, finding the acquisition of information rather sluggish. Yet today, the system graciously bestowed upon him a 30 equity stake in the Guangyu Private Detective Agency, nearly gifting him a third of the agency itself, a most timely gesture. The Guangyu Private Detective Agency stands as the most formidable and largest private detective establishment in Zhonghai Province, without question. However, due to its unique nature, its total assets are not excessively high, merely amounting to several billion. The significant advantage of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency lies in its astonishingly robust intelligence network, which is not only prominent in Jiangzhou but extends throughout the entirety of Zhonghai Province. In comparison, Wei Jingxiang's intelligence network pales in insignificance next to that of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency. With his acquisition of one-third ownership of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency, Chen Fan has, to a certain extent, also obtained one-third of its formidable intelligence network. This is precisely what Chen Fan required. Moreover, given that the agency's total assets are not overly substantial, it will be easier for Chen Fan to gain complete control over it. With just a couple more rewards or tasks from the system, he could secure 100 ownership of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency. At that juncture, the agency's extensive network of connections would be entirely at his disposal. Furthermore, possessing the Guangyu Private Detective Agency would greatly assist Chen Fan in his quest to locate his parents. Today's reward is indeed remarkable. As Chen Fan pondered, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding, task issued. Eliminate the Chen family's operations. Delivering a resounding blow to Chen Jinping and Yin Jiobin. Task reward, 35 ownership of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency. Task reward, 53 experience points. Oh, just as he remarked that with a few more rewards from the system, he could entirely secure the Guangyu Private Detective Agency, the system promptly presented him with another task. Chen Fan was already inclined towards taking action to resolve the troubles instigated by Chen Jinping and Yin Jiobin. Now, with the system's task, it is merely the icing on the cake. Upon successful completion of the task, Chen Fan would gain an additional 35 ownership of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency, bringing him closer to absolute control over it. With just one more task, Chen Fan could attain 100 control, fully incorporating the agency's formidable intelligence network into his grasp. Filled with vigor, he awaited the afternoon when Chen Jinping and his associates would take action. Time flew by, and in the afternoon, Yin Jiobin, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, swaggered into the Yonhai real estate group alongside Chen Jinping. An elderly man, visibly agitated, awaited them. This man was none other than Fang Ziyuan, the former second-largest shareholder of Yonhai real estate group, now reduced to the third largest. The shareholders, including Yang Xingping and others, had reluctantly allied with the Chen family under duress from Yin Jiobin. However, Fang Ziyuan was the sole individual willingly collaborating with the Chen family and Yin Jiobin as a major shareholder of Yonhai real estate group. When Chen Fan initially rejected the Chen family, Fang Ziyuan vehemently opposed that decision, and now that an opportunity to ally with the Chen family has arisen, he is eagerly switching sides. Fang Ziyuan believes that a mere boy like Chen Fan, still in his youth, could never rival the formidable Chen family, let alone the cunning old Master Chen. Without hesitation, Fang Ziyuan betrayed his company and forsook Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, Brother Yin, you have arrived. Fang Ziyuan approached them with sycophantic greetings. Chen Jinping greatly appreciated such treacherous individuals. Their presence facilitated their plans significantly. Have all the shareholders of Yonhai Real Estate Group arrived? Chen Jinping inquired. Everyone is here, except for Chen Fan. Everyone else has come, Fang Ziyuan replied assuredly. The shareholder meeting had been deliberately arranged without informing Chen Fan. aiming to completely usurp his authority and remove him from the position of chairman without his knowledge. Excellent. Xi Jinping and Yin Jiobin exchanged glances, both displaying exhilarated smiles. Everything was unfolding according to their scheme, and they could almost taste victory beckoning them. Chen Fan, are you not arrogant? Soon you will be rendered powerless, and your chairmanship will be revoked. Let us see how you contend with the Chen family, without Yonhai Real Estate Group as your support. Ha! With a wave of Xi Jinping's hand, they all marched toward the conference room with great fervor. Moments later, the shareholders of Yonhai Real Estate Group were utterly astonished as a dozen individuals stormed into the room. Manager Yang, General Fang, is this not our internal shareholder meeting? Why are there outsiders present? One shareholder exclaimed. What does this mean? Why are they here? Others recognized Chen Jinping and Yin Jiobin and began to inquire. Oh, Mr. Chen and Brother Yin are specially invited by Manager Yang and me, Fang Ziyuan boasted, emboldened by the Chen family's influence. The others turned to Yang Shiping, who nodded in tacit agreement. Some shareholders loyal to Chen Fan sensed impending danger, aware of the fierce animosity between Chen Fan and the Chen family. They attempted to discreetly contact him to inform him of the company's upheaval. Everyone, freeze. Anticipating this very scenario, Yin Jiobin suddenly stepped forward and shouted, Hand over your phones immediately. No one is allowed to communicate with the outside world. He ordered forcefully. Why should we listen to you? Exactly. Our phones belong to us. Why should we surrender them? The shareholders protested collectively. Why should you listen to me? Simply because of this. With a mere glance from Yin Jiobin, several men in black rushed in, glaring menacingly at the shareholders. Their fierce gazes seemed to convey a clear message. If anyone dared to refuse surrendering their phones, they would not hesitate to resort to violence. Immediately following, at Yin Jiobin's signal, his henchmen commenced the collection of mobile phones. In light of this, even those shareholders who wished to discreetly inform Chen Fan found themselves powerless. It was over. This time, President Chen was in grave danger. Chapter 83. You wish to dismiss me? You are not worthy. Chen Fan makes his entrance. After their phones were forcibly confiscated, the shareholders hung their heads in despair. At this moment, they comprehended the impending events. Today, aside from President Chen, all other shareholders were present, including Xi Jinping from the prestigious Chen family, who had brought along the underground overlord Yin Jiobin. The intentions of these individuals were unmistakably aimed at President Chen. Now that their phones had been seized, they had no means to inform President Chen. What could they do? Since Chen Fan had entered into a contract with Wanheng Software Group, many shareholders had realized the magnitude of President Chen's capabilities, perhaps believing he could elevate Yonhai Real Estate Group to unprecedented heights. The company was flourishing, and as shareholders, their fortunes would undoubtedly rise, leading them to pledge unconditional loyalty to Chen Fan. Yet now, confronted with the menacing Yin Jiobin, they found themselves powerless, merely hoping for a miracle. Otherwise, President Chen was truly in peril. Now, let us invite General Manager Yang to announce the new appointments within the group. Fang Ziyuan glanced towards Yang Shiping. Yang Shiping held a document given to him by Yin Jiobin, his mood somber and reluctant to make the announcement. General Manager Yang, consider your daughter carefully. She is in the prime of her youth. Should anything untoward occur, it would be regrettable, Yin Jiobin threatened, leaning closer to Yang Shiping's ear. You. Yang Shiping cast a resentful glance at Yin Jiobin, but he had no choice but to step forward and proclaim, effective immediately. We hereby dismiss Vice President Zhao Hong from his position, with Sun Yizhua to take over. We relieve Human Resources Manager Yuan Anying of her duties. With Ma Yiping stepping in, we dismiss. Yang Xingping announced a succession of personnel changes. Within the company, those who sided with Chen Fan, whether shareholders or executives, were all stripped of their positions, replaced by Fang Ziyuan's trusted aides or individuals meticulously selected by Chen Jinping and Yin Jiobin, who could be easily manipulated. Once this directive took effect, Chen Fan would find himself entirely sidelined, and Yang Shiping would share the same fate. Consequently, the Chen family would exert substantial control over Yonhai Real Estate Group. I refuse to accept this. Why am I being dismissed? Protested one executive. And what gives Sun Yizhua the right to usurp my position? After my diligent service to the company, I'm cast aside. What are you planning? The dismissed executives immediately voiced their dissent, for their interests were at stake, and they could not acquiesce. Oh, who has objections? Come speak to me. Yin Jiobin stepped forward and, with a swift kick, shattered a nearby wooden chair into pieces. As an underground overlord, Yin Jiobin's prowess was undeniably fearsome. Gulp, gulp. Witnessing this scene, those aligned with Chen Fan swallowed hard, each one thoroughly intimidated. Those who remained neutral dared not voice their opinions. The recent appointments and dismissals had concluded, and Chen Jinping surveyed the room, finding the unfolding events to be even more favorable than he had anticipated. In light of this, he resolved to take further action and directly remove Chen Fan from his position as chairman. Initially, Chen Jinping had intended to observe the situation today. Should the shareholders respond vehemently, he would first undermine Chen Fan by replacing key positions with individuals loyal to them. As for the dismissal of Chen Fan from the chairmanship of Yongtai Real Estate Group, that could be postponed for a few days. However, the situation had developed more favorably than he had imagined, so why delay any further? It was time to proceed with the removal of Chen Fan from his chairmanship. Chen Jinping glanced at Yin Xiaobin, who instantly understood and signaled to Fang Ziyuan, who nodded in agreement. Ahem, may I speak for a moment? Fang Ziyuan cleared his throat and stepped forward. Since Chen Fan joined Yongtai Real Estate Group, he has caused us countless troubles, creating enemies at every turn. Fang Ziyuan presented himself with an air of righteousness, claiming it was all for the good of the company, especially recently. When Chen Fan ascended to the position of chairman, allowing a madman to lead us is akin to pushing us into an abyss from which Yongtai Real Estate Group cannot recover. Seizing this opportunity, I propose that we shareholders unite to remove Chen Fan from his position as chairman of the group. Fang Ziyuan laid the groundwork with an extensive monologue. Upon hearing this, the shareholders present were taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they intended to oust Chairman Chen. I agree. So do I. Several of Fang Ziyuan's loyal supporters voiced their agreement. Chen Jinping and Yin Xiaobin turned their attention to the other shareholders they had intimidated. For various reasons, they felt compelled to speak up. All right, I agree as well. I'm sorry, Chairman Chen, but I support this. The situation was increasingly unfavorable for Chen Fan. As a veteran of the company, it pains me to witness the establishment we worked so hard to create, Yongtai Real Estate Group, being dismantled by this reckless youth. For the sake of the company, we must proceed with the removal of Chen Fan. Fang Ziyuan continued, attempting to sway the neutral parties. However, just as he began to make his case, a commanding voice interrupted. You think you can remove me? Who do you think you are? In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, Chen Fan entered the room with poise. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence at the sight of his unexpected arrival. Chairman, you've come. Yes, Chairman, they are trying to stir up trouble. Your timing is impeccable. Chen Fan's supporters were filled with relief upon his arrival. Meanwhile, Chen Jinping and Yin Xiaobin exchanged puzzled glances, as Chen Fan's sudden appearance had not been part of their plan. Even if you were here, what does it matter? The tide has already turned. Chen Jinping let out a cold snicker. Now that Chen Fan has arrived, it is already too late. Chen Jinping possesses unwavering confidence in the old man's scheme. Today's victor will undoubtedly be them. The situation is already determined. Can you truly claim it is settled based on a handful of ineffectual pawns you have bought off? Chen Fan retorted. Of course, they alone cannot suffice. Chen Jinping smirked. For their trump card certainly does not rest with these individuals. Mr. Yang, do you agree to dismiss Chen Fan from his position as chairman? Yin Xiaobin directed a threatening gaze towards Yang Xingping. Yang Xingping's stance would ultimately dictate whether Chen Fan could be successfully ousted from his chairmanship. Yang Xingping wrestled with his thoughts, caught in a web of indecision. What are you still hesitating for? Think of your daughter. Yin Xiaobin tore away the facade. Sternly threatening Yang Xingping, Yang Xingping arrived at a resolution. Alas, Mr. Chen, I am deeply sorry, but I have no other choice. He bowed apologetically to Chen Fan. As a father, he could not disregard his daughter's safety. Observing this, Chen Jinping's lips curled into a smile. As if the dawn of victory were finally within reach. Chen Fan is on the verge of defeat, just as Yang Xingping was about to make a statement. At that pivotal moment, Chen Fan spoke up. Chapter 84. Regrets of Chen Jinping. If only Chen Fan had not severed ties with him. Hold on before you apologize. Let us first take a look at these photographs, he said, retrieving an envelope from his bag and handing it to Yang Xingping. Yang Xingping, bewildered, accepted the envelope and opened it, revealing images of a group of professional bodyguards restraining several men clad in black. Another photograph depicted these men being escorted to the police station. Mr. Chen, what is the meaning of this? Yang Xingping inquired, perplexed. Ask him, he is aware. Chen Fan gestured towards Yin Xiaobin, who stood beside him. Yang Xingping approached Yin Xiaobin, presenting the photographs. What on earth is this? Yin Xiaobin disdainfully accepted the photos, casting a quick glance. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. What has happened to my subordinates? Yin Xiaobin exclaimed in astonishment. These men were dispatched by Yan Jiobin to abduct your daughter, and now they have been thoroughly dealt with by my bodyguards, Chen Fan replied slowly. My bodyguards are still with your daughter, ensuring her safety is not compromised in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingping's eyes sparkled with hope. Mr. Chen, is this true? He asked, somewhat incredulous. If you have doubts, feel free to call your daughter or allow my bodyguards to escort her back safely, Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. Without hesitation, Yang Xingping dialed his daughter's number. Father, just now, a group attempted to kidnap me. But they were thwarted by a cadre of professional bodyguards who claimed to be under your friend's employ, his daughter remarked over the phone. A sigh of relief escaped Yang Xingping. His daughter's safety was assured. You truly intended to abduct my daughter. Yang Xingping glared angrily at Yan Jiobin and his associates. Yan Jiobin, however, disregarded Yang Xingping's fury, his gaze fixed on the photographs, lost in thought. The individuals he had selected to carry out the kidnapping were meticulously chosen. Each possessing commendable skills, they could easily handle one or two opponents. Yet, how could it be that they fell victim to Chen Fan's bodyguards? The situation baffled them. Meanwhile, Chen Jinping's smile faded, replaced by a look of disbelief. I do not agree to the removal of Chairman Chen from his position. He is the most suitable leader for our group, Yang Xingping declared, now emboldened by the assurance of his daughter's safety, no longer fearful of Yan Jiobin and his faction. Furthermore, I hereby nullify my previous personnel appointments, he added. There are also several other matters to address. Chen Fan then tossed a few more envelopes to other shareholders who had been intimidated by Chen Jinping and Yan Jiobin. Their troubles were effortlessly resolved by Chen Fan. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I, too, do not agree to the dismissal of Chairman Chen. Gratitude to General Chen. At this moment, several individuals promptly altered their stances. In an instant, the tide of the situation reversed, and Chen Jinping, Fang Ziyuan, and their cohorts found themselves in a position of vulnerability. I propose the dismissal of Fang Ziyuan, Sun Yizhua, and Ma Yiping from all their positions within the company. What do you all think? Yang Xingping spoke, enumerating the names of Fang Ziyuan and his close associates. Collectively, they possessed merely a little over 20% of the shares. I concur. I am in agreement. The supporters of Chen Fan, along with those shareholders previously intimidated by Yan Jiobin, unanimously expressed their approval. I too express my agreement, Chen Fan declared. Consequently, over 70% of the shareholders in the company had consented. Fang Ziyuan, Sun Yizhua, Ma Yiping, you should return and gather your belongings. Preparing for the handover of your duties, Chen Fan commanded, casting a glance at Fang Ziyuan and the others. Instantly, their faces turned ashen. How had they transitioned into the role of the defeated? It was over. They were utterly finished. Particularly for Fang Ziyuan, who at that moment regretted his choices deeply. Having allied with the Chen family, he had anticipated improvement, yet here he was, the ultimate loser. Chen Fan, you. Chen Jinping began. The turn of events had occurred so swiftly that he had yet to fully comprehend it. What of me? Chen Fan questioned Chen Jinping. Your family's scheme is utterly pathetic. You believe you can remove me from my position with such a plan? It's laughable, Chen Fan expressed with palpable disdain. After all this time spent planning. This is the outcome. Chen Jinping's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to salvage his pride. Why waste breath on this? Yan Jiobin suddenly launched a punch at Chen Fan, favoring the language of fists. In terms of physical prowess? Chen Fan scoffed, simultaneously launching his own counterattack. Before Yan Jiobin's fist could make contact, Chen Fan delivered a fierce kick, sending Yan Jiobin flying, crashing directly into Chen Jinping. Both men fell heavily to the ground. Their defeat excruciatingly evident. Chen Fan approached, looming over Chen Jinping. Return and inform old Master Chen that your attempt at revenge has failed. Chen Fan spoke coldly. Now prepare to face my retribution. At this moment, beholding the formidable presence of Chen Fan, akin to a war deity, Chen Jinping felt a flicker of trepidation and fear within. The once inconspicuous and utterly ordinary Chen Fan had seemingly transformed into a powerful entity, beyond their capacity to confront. Others may hesitate, but Chen Jinping genuinely regretted opposing Chen Fan. If only Chen Fan had not severed ties with them, he lamented internally. As for Chen Fan's fierce declarations, they were not mere bravado but bore deeper significance. By asserting his intent for vengeance, Chen Fan ensured that upon Chen Jinping's return, he would undoubtedly report back to old Master Chen, prompting the Chen family to take action. Currently, I hold the esteemed position of chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Old Master Chen is undoubtedly under the impression that my subsequent target within the Chen family will be the Chen Real Estate Group. Consequently, The Chen family's focus will be entirely consumed by the affairs of the Chen real estate group, leading them to overlook my true objective, the Chen capital group. It is at this moment that an unexpected strike will inflict even greater losses upon the Chen family. Meanwhile, the subordinates of Yin Xiaobin were preparing to take action, but they were swiftly subdued by dozens of security personnel from Yongtai Real Estate Group, whom I had strategically positioned in advance. Throw them out, I commanded. In an instant, Xi Jinping, Yin Xiaobin, and others were unceremoniously carried away. Moments later, they were forcefully ejected from the grand entrance of Yongtai Real Estate Group. In that fleeting moment, several passers-by, along with employees of Yongtai Real Estate Group, gathered to witness the spectacle. Chen Jinping and Yin Xiaobin, their dignity utterly shattered, fled the scene like frightened strays. Meanwhile, Fang Ziyuan and others were also forcibly taken to hand over their responsibilities. The shareholders, previously threatened by Yin Xiaobin, appeared to have reached a significant decision and approached to speak with me. Chapter 85. Did Chen Fan win by luck? A distinguished guest arrives at the Chen family. Mr. Chen, it is because of us that you nearly faced dismissal. We are deeply remorseful. Yang Shiping and the others rose, bowing to Chen Fan in profound apology. From this day forth, we voluntarily relinquish our decision-making authority, signing an agreement to grant all our decision-making powers to you, Mr. Chen. Henceforth, we shall unwaveringly follow your lead. Yang Shiping spoke on behalf of the group. Collectively, they controlled 30 of the shares in Yongtai Real Estate Group. Now, they willingly bestowed their decision-making rights upon Chen Fan. With his own shares included, Chen Fan now wielded over 50 of the decision-making power of Yongtai Real Estate Group. Consequently, Yongtai Real Estate Group would be entirely under Chen Fan's dominion, preventing any such incidents from recurring. Mr. Chen, consider this our apology and a token of our gratitude. Without your intervention, our families would still be at the mercy of Yin Xiaobin, Yang Shiping continued. Chen Fan did not decline. Securing complete control over Yongtai Real Estate Group was indeed significant for him. Soon, their authorization letters were printed, and they willingly signed, transferring all decision-making authority to Chen Fan. With his signature, the authorization became official. From this moment forth, Yongtai Real Estate Group would be governed solely by Chen Fan. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated. Ding, the actions against the Chen family have dealt a severe blow to Chen Jinping and Yin Xiaobin. The task is complete. Congratulations on acquiring 35 ownership of Guangyu Private Detective Agency. Congratulations on earning 53 experience points. With the task completed, Chen Fan gained 35 ownership of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency. He now possessed 65 of the agency's ownership, effectively securing complete control. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Chen Fan convened several trusted senior executives in the chairman's office to strategize against Baisheng Group. He intended to delay matters with Baisheng Group, allowing Xia Ruoshui ample time to prepare, so that they could strike together from both sides. To ensure that Baisheng Group focused all its energy on Yongtai Real Estate Group, Chen Fan planned to tempt them initially. The approach was straightforward: feign ignorance of Baisheng Group's impending assault, allowing them to incur losses in the billions. This would entice Baisheng Group with the prospect of apparent gains, driving them into a frenzy. By luring Baisheng Group into his meticulously prepared trap with losses in the billions, it would be a sound strategy. After all, if he were to eventually dismantle Baisheng Group, the rewards for Chen Fan would far exceed mere billions. Chen Fan began to orchestrate his plans. Meanwhile, before the Xia Group, an elegant woman emerged from a luxury vehicle. In her hand, she clutched a clandestine photograph of Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui. This poised woman was none other than Xia Ruoshui's aunt, Xia Menglan. Her arrival in Jiangzhou was driven by a mission from her brother, which was essentially a task assigned by Xia Ruoshui's father to investigate the circumstances surrounding the man accompanying Ruoshui and the nature of their relationship. As the pride of the Xia family, Xia Ruoshui's romantic endeavors, let alone her marriage, were of paramount importance. After glancing at a photograph, Xia Menglan entered the Xia Group. Shortly thereafter, the door to the president's office swung open. Xia Ruoshui looked up, her expression instantly transforming to one of surprise. "Aunt, what brings you here?" Xia Ruoshui exclaimed joyfully. "I happened to be traveling nearby and thought of visiting my beloved niece since you are in Jiangzhou," Xia Menglan replied with a smile. Naturally, she would not disclose her true intentions to Ruoshui. "Oh, how wonderful!" Xia Ruoshui beamed, feeling a strong bond with her aunt. As they chatted, Xia Menglan casually asked, "Ruoshui, have you been seeing anyone lately?" Upon hearing her aunt's question, the image of Chen Fan flashed through Xia Ruoshui's mind. "No," she replied, shaking her head. Not only were she and Chen Fan not truly together yet, but even if they were to become a couple in the future, Xia Ruoxue would be reluctant to reveal their relationship. She understood that her family would place immense importance on her romantic life, and if the family were to find out, they would undoubtedly intervene. This would place an overwhelming burden on Chen Fan, considering the Xia family's formidable influence. Ruoxue, you should hurry and find a boyfriend. That would be splendid, Xia Menglan suggested, refraining from pressing further, aware that too much inquiry might alert Ruoxue. There was no rush, as she intended to remain in Jiangzhou for a few days and was determined to uncover the identity of the young man with Ruoxue. Meanwhile, in the Chen household, Chen Jinping returned in a state of utter disarray. What happened? Did you fail? Elder Chen inquired, astonished. Father, I never expected it to turn out this way. Chen Jinping recounted the events that transpired within the Yongtai real estate group. Bang! Upon hearing the account, Elder Chen's fury ignited, and he shattered his cherished purple clay teapot in a fit of rage. That damned little wretch, Chen Fan, he cursed. His meticulously crafted plan had been thwarted by that wretched boy. Father, there is something I hesitate to say. Chen Jinping started, faltering. What is it? Father. The Chen Fan of today is no longer the same as the one from our family. He has matured and is far more formidable now. Slap. Before he could finish, Elder Chen struck him hard across the face. In that moment, Elder Chen was consumed by rage, unwilling to heed any counsel. How is it? Are you afraid? This is merely the beginning. That little wretch only triumphed by sheer luck, and I possess numerous methods to rectify him. Old Master Chen remained exceedingly confident. With his cunning and experience, he refused to believe that he could not deal with that young rascal, Chen Fan. At that moment, a servant arrived to report that the Chen family had esteemed guest visiting. Chapter 86. The Revenge of the Underworld Boss in Jiangzhou. Is Chen Fan doomed tonight? The esteemed guest who arrived at the Chen residence was none other than the venerable acquaintance of the elder Chen, the current chairman of Baixing Group, Kong Baixing. Old Kong, what brings you here so unexpectedly? The elder Chen inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Kong Baixing, casting a glance around to ensure no outsiders were present, candidly responded. I intend to take action tomorrow and have come to seek your counsel. Ah? The elder Chen appeared bewildered. The implications of Kong's words were lost on him. To elaborate, tomorrow I shall launch a sudden assault on Yongtai Real Estate Group, even if I cannot bring them to bankruptcy. I aim to leave them in a state of utter disarray. I have heard that Chen Fan, who severed ties with your family, is now the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group. I plan to target him. Do you have any objections, old Chen? Kong Baixing elucidated. Objections? How could I possibly object? I am quite pleased, in fact. The elder Chen replied with a smile. With someone poised to take down that little rascal Chen Fan, how could he harbor any dissent? Very well then. Tomorrow, I shall make an example of Chen Fan, Kong Baixing reiterated, eyeing the elder Chen once more. Not a problem. Strike hard. The harsher the better. It would be splendid if you could leave that scoundrel burdened with debt. Wandering the streets, the elder Chen's delight grew with the prospect of Chen Fan's misfortune. Old Kong, do you require our assistance? The elder Chen inquired with concern. No need. I have meticulously prepared for tomorrow's plan. I will create a diversion. Directing Chen Fan's focus entirely on Fading Group, Kong Baixing boasted with confidence. He believed his scheme was flawless, with Chen Fan completely oblivious to the impending danger. Tomorrow, I shall strike unexpectedly, catching Chen Fan off guard. I estimate that within days, Yongtai Real Estate Group will be thoroughly dismantled. Kong Baixing exuded self-assurance, feeling no need for the elder Chen's aid. Very well. Should any issues arise in dealing with that little rascal Chen Fan, my family will not hesitate to assist. The elder Chen assured. Meanwhile, Chen Jinping, having experienced the events of the day, harbored deep skepticism regarding Kong Baixing's confidence. By the way, father, Chen Fan asked me to convey a message to you. Chen Jinping suddenly spoke after Kong Baixing departed. What message? Chen Fan purportedly said, our revenge has failed. Prepare to accept his retaliation. Upon hearing this, the elder Chen was infuriated. That little rascal dares to contemplate revenge against us? He is truly in need of discipline. Does he believe he possesses the strength to challenge our family? A mere insect shaking a tree, a man is attempting to stop a chariot. The elder Chen scoffed, still regarding Chen Fan with disdain. Is he intent on avenging himself upon our family? Very well, I shall patiently await to see what this boy can stir up. Chen Jinping earnestly advised, Father, we ought to make some arrangements and preparations to counter Chen Fan's potential retaliation. Tomorrow, once old Kong takes action, that little wretch will have neither the time nor the strength to retaliate against us. Old Master Chen dismissed the idea with disdain. "Father, it is wiser to exercise caution," his son insisted. After a moment's reflection, Old Master Chen replied, rather perfunctorily, "Very well. You may take care of matters at Chen Real Estate Group over the next few days. If that young man intends to seek revenge, given his limited capabilities, his only possible target would be our Chen Real Estate Group." Meanwhile, Chen Fan, having departed from Yongtai Real Estate Group, commenced his full takeover of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency. After all, he currently held a 65% stake in the agency. Chen Fan prioritized consolidating the intelligence network of Guangyu Private Detective Agency across Zhanghai Province, particularly in Jiangzhou. He issued orders that any information regarding himself, the Chen family, or the Su family of Jinling should be reported to him immediately. With such a vast intelligence network at his disposal, he would find it far easier to stay informed without needing to exert himself. Simultaneously, Chen Fan tasked Guangyu Private Detective Agency with investigating the disappearance of his parents in Jiangzhou, hoping to uncover any leads or clues. As the agency comprised professionals in their field, on his way home, Chen Fan called Wei Jingxiang, extending an invitation for dinner at his estate that very evening. Upon returning home, Chen Fan retrieved a stack of documents. These pertained to the Chen family's significant enterprise, the Chun Capital Group. Before making any moves against Chen Capital Group, he understood the necessity of thoroughly familiarizing himself with the opponent. Knowledge of self and adversary is essential for triumph in every encounter. At that moment, Yin Jiobin was in his villa, seething with rage. As a prominent underground figure in Jiangzhou, he had never before endured such humiliation, nor had he ever felt so utterly disgraced. Being expelled from Yongtai Real Estate Group was akin to having his face ground into the dirt by Chen Fan. With a violent crash, Yin Jiobin shattered an antique vase worth hundreds of thousands. He could not tolerate this indignity any longer. If he were to endure such an affront, how could he continue to navigate Jiangzhou? Would he not become a laughingstock? He felt an urgent need for vengeance against Chen Fan, and he demanded immediate action. Find out Chen Fan's whereabouts. Most importantly, ascertain where he will be tonight, Yin Jiobin commanded. As daylight was unsuitable for action, he planned to strike against Chen Fan under the cover of night, intending to teach him a severe lesson. "Yes, sir," his subordinate replied, promptly setting to work. Gather a team, ensuring they are all skilled elites. The more, the better. Prepare at least 20 vehicles. Following this, Yin Jiobin issued a series of commands to his remaining underlings. "Chen Fan, prepare yourself. Tonight will mark your downfall," he uttered through gritted teeth. This time, he intended to employ his most adept methods to confront Chen Fan directly, just as Chen Jinping had done. What was the point of all the convolutions? It would be far more straightforward to resort to brute force. There is truth beneath the might of a fist. Over an hour later, Chen Fan received the anticipated call. A communication from the Jiangzhou Security Group. "Boss, we will soon arrive in Jiangzhou." Chapter 87. In a critical moment, Chen Fan remains unperturbed since yesterday. When he ascended to the position of the foremost leader of the Jiangzhou Security Group, Chen Fan has taken decisive actions. He perceives that as the discord between himself and the Chen family intensifies, so too does the number of adversaries he faces. In anticipation of any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Fan has deliberately summoned 2 ordinary teams of bodyguards from Jiangzhou Security Group to Jiangzhou. Undoubtedly, even these basic security teams possess the capability to overpower professional thugs and other bodyguards. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan exercised his unique authority as the primary leader of Jiangzhou Security Group to dispatch one of the elite Special Forces teams, kept in reserve for critical situations, to Jiangzhou. Presently, with few subordinates at his disposal, the arrival of this Special Forces team, alongside 2 ordinary bodyguard teams, would not only serve as a precaution but also ensure that he has ample manpower at his disposal for any tasks that may arise. However, due to the considerable distance between these teams in Jiangzhou, their arrival would necessitate some time. "Upon your arrival, proceed directly to my estate," Chen Fan instructed as he connected the call. He chose to accommodate them in his estate not for any particular reason, but simply because it is spacious enough to comfortably house nearly 100 personnel. Subsequently, he conveyed the precise location of his estate to them. "Understood, boss," responded the leader of one of the ordinary bodyguard teams. Within the next couple of hours, the leaders of the second bodyguard team and the crucial Special Forces team contacted Chen Fan, assuring him that they would arrive in Jiangzhou before evening. Meanwhile, Yin Jiobin's subordinates had finally gathered the necessary intelligence. "Master Yin, we have discovered that Chen Fan is currently residing in his estate on the outskirts of Jiangzhou, seemingly with no intention of venturing out." "Oh, Yin Jiobin's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. An estate on the outskirts of Jiangzhou? This is fortuitous. It will facilitate our actions. Unable to suppress a smile, Yin Jiobin thought it serendipitous that Chen Fan had chosen such a secluded location. When the time came to teach Chen Fan a lesson tonight, he would certainly hold back a punch. As dusk descended, around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, nearly 100 thugs and over 20 vehicles, all meticulously prepared, awaited Yin Jiobin's command. Puffing on a cigar, he strutted out of the villa, casting a satisfied glance at his assembled subordinates. Let us depart. With a single command from Yin Jiobin, the convoy, brimming with his thugs, surged toward Chen Fan's estate. At the very moment Yin Jiobin set out, Chen Fan received the news. At this juncture, he was dining in his estate with Wei Jingxiong. Casting a glance at his phone, Chen Fan turned to Wei Jingxiong with a mysterious expression. Wei, would you be interested in expanding your underground influence? Chen Fan inquired suddenly. Expanding the territory of underground forces is a mere whim, a dream I can easily indulge in. Wei Jingxiong nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, the other underground overlords in Jiangzhou are formidable adversaries, and my own strength is insufficient for such expansion. However, tonight, I shall ensure that Wei's influence is at least doubled. Chen Fan remarked enigmatically. From the very beginning, Chen Fan had been aware of Yin Jiobin's movements. This is the terrifying capability of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency's intelligence network. This information was so clandestine that even the exceptionally well-informed Wei Jingxiong was oblivious to it. Upon hearing Chen Fan's assertion, Wei Jingxiong's eyes widened in astonishment. Having known Chen Fan for some time, he recognized that Chen Fan was not someone who boasted without reason. Therefore, his words must hold significance. Mr. Chen, if you can indeed double my underground territory, I shall follow you henceforth. From this day forward, I, Wei Jingxiong, shall heed your every command. Wei Jingxiong promptly declared his stance. The prospect of doubling his influence was an irresistible temptation for him. Mr. Chen, what do you intend to do? Chen Fan merely smiled. Refraining from explicit revelation, the two continued their meal, and after more than half an hour, Yin Jiobin's imposing convoy appeared before Chen Fan's estate. Everyone disembarked, and Yin Jiobin, standing at the forefront, puffed on a cigar while gazing at the open gates of the estate. Behind him stood nearly 100 professional enforcers, densely packed. Charge, brothers. Rush forth and subdue that Chen Fan. With Yin Jiobin's command, his men surged into Chen Fan's estate. Wei, it's time for the show, Chen Fan said, setting down his glass and leading Wei Jingxiong to the terrace on the 3rd floor of the estate. Upon stepping out and witnessing Yin Jiobin's formidable entrance with his host of enforcers, Wei Jingxiong immediately panicked. Mr. Chen, we must flee. He grasped Chen Fan's arm, eager to escape. Having come for a meal, Wei Jingxiong had only brought a driver and no subordinates. Within Chen Fan's estate, it appeared there were only servants. With no bodyguards in sight, faced with nearly 100 professional enforcers from Yin Jiobin, they were undeniably at a disadvantage, and remaining here posed a grave risk. Yin Jiobin was even more ruthless than he. No need to leave, Wei. You can simply enjoy the spectacle, Chen Fan replied calmly, halting Wei Jingxiong's attempts to escape. Observing this scene, Wei Jingxiong was thoroughly perplexed. Why was Chen Fan so unflappable in the face of impending danger? Could it be that Chen Fan already had a strategy in place? As Yin Jiobin and his men charged forth, he too spotted Chen Fan standing on the terrace. You little brat, you thought you could cast me out earlier today and revel in your triumph, did you? Now, with my brothers at your doorstep, do you still feel triumphant? Yin Jiobin called up, derisively. With such a meager number of men, why do you exude such confidence? Chen Fan could not help but inquire. Such a small army? I am accompanied by nearly 100 brothers, each one a master in their own right. Dealing with you is more than sufficient. Yin Jiobin replied with an air of arrogance. He had prepared so thoroughly that he simply could not fathom any possibility of failure. Listen, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you possess any sense, you will descend now and exit this place. Perhaps I shall show you some mercy. Yin Jiobin declared with audacious bravado. Should you choose otherwise, when the confrontation begins, do not blame us for the unpredictability of our strikes. Chen Fan, perched above, retorted. I too offer you one last chance. Kneel and beg for mercy at this very moment, and I might just show you leniency. Bah, you are truly relentless. Yin Jiobin scoffed. So be it, brothers. Charge in and subdue this brat. Unable to contain himself, Yin Jiobin bellowed, commanding his henchmen to act. Onward. Rush in and seize this fool. Charge. The henchmen sprang into action, surging towards Chen Fan's location with an overwhelming ferocity. The sight of nearly 100 enforcers charging forth was indeed formidable. On the terrace, Wei Jingxiong felt a twinge of panic, yet Chen Fan remained remarkably composed. As the moment drew near, Chen Fan clapped his hands. In the next instant, a scene unfolded that left Yin Jiobin utterly astonished. Chapter 88. Severing ties on the 19th day, a world-class private yacht was the reward. Before Yin Jiobin's thugs could charge into the building, more than 30 burly men with fierce expressions suddenly burst forth from within. Not only were they positioned directly in front of Yin Jiobin and his men, but also on either side and even behind them, there were 2 to 3 dozen formidable-looking individuals. In an instant, they found themselves completely surrounded. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as the gates of the Chen Fan Manor were locked from the outside. By evening, 2 ordinary security teams and a special forces unit from the Jiangzhou security group had arrived. Chen Fan had orchestrated this trap with meticulous precision. Witnessing this scene, both Yin Jiobin and his henchmen were momentarily thrown into disarray. How could this happen? Especially Yin Jiobin, whose face was a mask of astonishment. He had anticipated catching Chen Fan off guard, but to his surprise, Chen Fan was fully prepared. Suddenly, Yin Jiobin recalled that when he first arrived, the manor's gates had been wide open, seemingly welcoming him. It dawned on him that Chen Fan had laid a trap for him all along. Upstairs, Wei Jingxiong was rendered speechless, his jaw dropping in awe. Chen Fan was indeed formidable. No wonder he appeared so calm. He had long since made arrangements. This was what it meant to strategize and secure victory from afar. Chen Fan was the embodiment of such prowess. In an instant, Wei Jingxiong was filled with admiration for Chen Fan. Yin Jiobin had faced many grand spectacles before, and after a brief moment to collect himself, he regained his composure. He scanned the area and estimated that they were surrounded by approximately 100 to 120 men, just slightly outnumbering his own. Yin Jiobin's men were all carefully selected, and he held great confidence in them. At this moment, he still believed he had a significant chance of victory. Everyone, remain calm. Their numbers are comparable to ours. We still hold the advantage. Yin Jiobin bellowed to rally his troops. Hearing their leader, Yin Jiobin's subordinates felt a sense of relief. With a comparable number of foes, they felt emboldened. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan, how could you be so foolish? Yin Jiobin mocked loudly from the terrace. If you were truly prepared for an ambush, why send such a small contingent? With only this handful, what advantage do you possess? If I were you, I would have summoned at least 200 or 300 thugs to ensure victory. Now, whether it will be a deer or a tiger that claims the prize, it remains uncertain. Seeing Yin Jiobin's inexplicable confidence, Chen Fan could not help but interject. Who the ultimate victor will be is still up for debate. Yin Jiobin, allow me to impart a truth. It is not the number of men that matters, but their quality. Dispose of them. Without further ado, Chen Fan commanded the Jiangzhou security group's bodyguards to charge forth. Brothers, let's teach them a harsh lesson. Yin Jiobin also ordered his men to engage, determined to confront Chen Fan head-on. Even if his numbers were not significantly superior, his side was indeed formidable in skill. The henchmen charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the bodyguards of Chen Fan's Jiangzhou security group. However, as the skirmish commenced, the once confident Yin Jiobin found himself unable to sit still. How could the professional fighters he had meticulously selected fall like paper at the mere touch of Chen Fan's subordinates? In mere moments, Chen Fan's men dispatched Yin's skilled fighters with ease. The foremost 30 or so individuals fought like demigods, effortlessly taking down one of Yin's men with a single strike, demonstrating an overwhelming superiority. As Yin Jiobin stood in stunned silence, a third of his fighters had already collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 of Yin's henchmen lay defeated, stripped of their combat effectiveness. Gazing at his fallen subordinates, Yin Jiobin's complexion turned ashen, as if he had just crawled from a grave. How could this happen? Why had this occurred? In a state of shock, Yin Jiobin found himself overpowered as Chen Fan's bodyguards swiftly subdued him, binding him tightly before presenting him to Chen Fan. So, do you still believe I lack sufficient personnel? Chen Fan inquired, casting a glance at Yin Jiobin. I have lost, but can you clarify for me just who your subordinates are, and why they possess such formidable skills? Yin Jiobin could not help but ask. My subordinates are the bodyguards of the Jiangzhou security group, Chen Fan replied slowly. What? They are from the Jiangzhou security group? Yin Jiobin gasped, stunned. The Jiangzhou security group was renowned as the foremost security firm in the province of Zhonghai, boasting terrifying strength. Being defeated by them was not an unjust fate. How do you intend to deal with me? Yin Jiobin inquired. Let us set aside other matters for now. First, you will crawl from the first floor to the entrance of the estate, Chen Fan commanded with a hint of kindness. If Yin Jiobin wished for him to crawl, then Chen Fan would first observe him in such a position. Absolutely not, Yin Jiobin retorted defiantly. Since you do not favor the proactive approach, it seems you prefer the reactive one. Assist him, Chen Fan instructed his bodyguards with a touch of concern. Understood. The bodyguards complied, escorting Yin Jiobin downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they delivered a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Then, as if pushing a tire, they forced him to roll across the floor. After a prolonged struggle, Yin Jiobin, now tattered and bruised, finally reached the entrance of the estate. Boss Wei, Yin Jiobin is finished. His territory is now yours. Chen Fan remarked, turning his gaze to Wei Jingxiong. Thank you, President Chen, Wei Jingxiong responded, half kneeling on the ground, expressing his loyalty. From this day forth, I, Wei Jingxiong, shall be your subordinate, following your every command. With the acquisition of Yin Jiobin's influence, Wei Jingxiong was eager to fulfill his promise to serve Chen Fan. And also, President Chen, you may call me Xiao Wei from now on. Please do not refer to me as Boss Wei, for I cannot bear it, he added. Xiao Wei? Let us settle on calling you Lao Wei from now on, Chen Fan replied. Addressing a man in his 40s as Xiao Wei feels rather awkward. I shall defer to your judgment. Wei Jingxiong nodded in agreement. As a prominent figure in the underground of Jiangzhou, he took charge of managing Yin Jiobin and his henchmen, which proved to be more convenient. After Wei Jingxiong escorted Yin Jiobin and his associates away, tranquility finally returned to Chen Fan's estate. The following morning, under the command of Kong Baixing Group unexpectedly launched an assault on Yongtai Real Estate Group. Meanwhile, Chen Fan received a notification from the system. Ding, severing relationships. Day 19, reward, world-class private yacht. Chapter 89, ranked among the top 15 globally. The foremost private yacht owner in the country. A world-class private yacht? Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion. He had not anticipated that the reward from the system today would be a yacht of such caliber. As a coastal city, Jiangzhou is no stranger to private yachts. Many affluent families and tycoons in the area own one or even several. Typically, private yachts range from several million to tens of millions. The yacht bestowed upon Chen Fan by the system must be extraordinary. Upon noticing a detailed annotation at the end of the system's notification, he opened it. The yacht awarded was the Solange, which is ranked among the top 15 private yachts globally. It was crafted by the renowned El Racine shipyard. The Solange boasts a total value of approximately 1.2 billion, making it one of the largest yachts in the world. Measuring 85.1 meters in length. The yacht's interiors are adorned with the finest materials sourced from around the globe, exuding unparalleled luxury. Inside the Solange, there are 8 opulent guest suites, a swimming pool, a helipad, a diving center, an outdoor cinema, a sauna, and more. As Chen Fan absorbed the information about the Solange, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Truly, a yacht ranked among the top 15 globally and valued at an astonishing 1.2 billion could easily overshadow any vessel in Jiangzhou or even in Zhonghai province. And indeed throughout the entire country. It is unlikely that anywhere in Zhonghai province, let alone across the nation, one could find a yacht that surpasses Chen Fan's in value or even matches it closely. Thus, it stands to reason that he is presently the first individual in the country to possess a world-class private yacht. After all, the owners of these globally renowned yachts are well documented. Eagerly perusing the details, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming anticipation to board his Solange and explore its wonders. Regrettably, as per the system's indication, the yacht would arrive at Jiangzhou's dock within 12 hours, and only then would Chen Fan have the opportunity to behold it. Today's system reward was indeed intriguing. This was Chen Fan's inaugural private yacht, and it was a world-class vessel ranked among the top 15. The system truly demonstrates remarkable thoughtfulness. After a satisfying morning of classes, he departed with a sense of fulfillment. Following lunch, Chen Fan intended to return to his villa at Yujing Mountain. En route, he received a notification from Yongtai Real Estate Group, informing him that Baixing Group had already initiated their move against them. Proceed according to my prior plan, Chen Fan instructed. Nodding, this was well within his expectations. Chairman, we have feigned panic as instructed and have incurred losses amounting to 300 to 400 million. A representative from Yongtai Real Estate replied, confirming they were executing Chen Fan's directives. Good, the fish is already on the hook, Chen Fan remarked. With several hundred million in losses, the entanglement with Yum Brands is undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Moreover, he has yet to incur any losses. Previously, he had secured 500 million from Yum Brands. Thus, even if he were to lose 300 to 400 million, he would still retain over 100 million. For the time being, Chen Fan will not retaliate. He intends to engage Yum Brands for a few more days, diverting their full attention towards him. Once the Xia family, led by Ruo Shui, is thoroughly prepared, they will unite to deliver a devastating blow to Yum Brands. Chen Fan estimates that within this week, perhaps even in less time, he can completely resolve the situation with Yum Brands. Meanwhile, as Chen Fan strategizes, Kong Baisheng at Yum Brands is receiving reports from his subordinates. Upon learning that shortly after their initial actions, Yongtai Real Estate Group has already suffered losses amounting to several hundred million, he is elated. This young lad, Chen Fan, knows nothing of the business world, Kong Baisheng boasts. How could he possibly compare to the chairman? The salt I have consumed far exceeds the roads he has traversed. His subordinates readily agree, eager to curry favor. Daring to oppose our Yum Brands, and having taken 500 million from us, Chen Fan's fate is sealed. Old Chen has failed to discipline this grandson properly. Allow me to teach him a lesson on respecting his elders. In the afternoon, we will launch a full-scale attack on Yongtai Real Estate Group. I want them bankrupt within 3 days. Kong Baisheng declares with unwavering determination. Yes, Chairman, his subordinates promptly respond, springing into action. Upon returning to his villa at Yujing Mountain, Chen Fan unexpectedly notices a poised middle-aged lady in Ruo Shui's courtyard, alongside Xia Mengmeng. As soon as their eyes meet, the middle-aged woman perks up. She has finally identified the man with a special connection to Ruo Shui from the photograph. This woman is none other than Xia Menglan, sent secretly by Ruo Shui's father to Jiangzhou to investigate Chen Fan. Previously, when she met her niece Ruo Shui, Xia Menglan refrained from revealing her intentions to avoid alerting anyone, believing that since this young man shared a unique bond with Ruo Shui, he would appear again. To her satisfaction, her intuition was correct. He has indeed shown up. Excellent. Now, it is time for her to take the initiative and probe this young man. Xia Menglan is eager to proceed. Auntie, let me introduce you to my senior from Jiangzhou University, our neighbor, Chen Fan, Xia Mengmeng says. Hello, young Chen. Xia Menglan greets Chen Fan warmly. Hello, Aunt Xia. Chen Fan responds politely. Are you from Jiangzhou, young Chen? Xia Menglan inquires tentatively. Yes, Chen Fan nods in affirmation. Originally hailing from Jiangzhou, which is somewhat less than favorable given its modest stature as a locale, the inhabitants of this region are likely to possess average capabilities and resources. Aspiring to become a son-in-law of the esteemed Xia family is no trivial pursuit. Ordinary individuals simply lack the requisite qualifications. Furthermore, Ruo Shui is the cherished jewel of the Xia family, and the prerequisites for courting her are even more stringent. After parking his vehicle, Chen Fan was approached by Xia Menglan, who expressed a desire to visit his villa. A person's living space can often reveal numerous intricacies, and Xia Menglan wished to glean further insights into Chen Fan through his home. Naturally, she was also keen to assess his financial stature and capabilities. Being the aunt of Ruo Shui and Xia, Chen Fan obliged and welcomed both her and Xia Mengmeng inside. Once inside, Xia Menglan exhibited a courteous demeanor, glancing around with curiosity. The villa appeared rather ordinary, lacking any exceptional features. As a direct descendant of the Xia family, Xia Menglan had encountered her fair share of opulent mansions, and Chen Fan's abode could only be deemed commonplace and conventional. Thus, she contemplated the limitations of Chen Fan's financial standing. Just as Xia Menglan began to find the situation somewhat dull, an object within Chen Fan's home suddenly captivated her attention. Chapter 90. The revelation of Chen Fan's yacht leaves the Xia family astounded. This exquisite artifact is none other than the esteemed Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed Sunflower Wash that Chen Fan procured from the system. Xia Menglan, though indifferent to antiques, found herself compelled to delve into their intricacies due to her father's profound passion for them, a fervor bordering on obsession. To please the venerable patriarch of the Xia family, she had forced herself to study various antiquities. Upon encountering the Ru Kiln Sunflower Wash displayed in Chen Fan's living room, she could hardly believe her eyes. Last year, for her father's birthday celebration, Xia Menglan had gone to great lengths to acquire a Ru Kiln piece as a gift, hoping to bring him joy. Regrettably, such treasures are elusive. Despite her substantial expenditure, she had failed to secure even one. Yet today, in this small place of Jiangzhou, within the residence of a young man closely associated with Ruo Shui, she found herself face to face with a genuine Ru Kiln masterpiece. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xia Menglan sprang to her feet, approaching the porcelain encased in glass. As she scrutinized it, her conviction that this Ru Kiln piece was authentic grew stronger. What is the matter? Chen Fan inquired with curiosity. Is your Ru Kiln sunflower wash genuine? Xiao Minglan couldn't resist asking. Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed. With the system bestowing upon him such precious items, including shares in the illustrious Patek Philippe, how could a piece of porcelain awarded by the system possibly be counterfeit? Xiao Minglan swallowed hard, a pang of envy coursing through her, as her perception of Chen Fan began to shift. Perhaps this young man was not so ordinary after all. Had this Ru Kiln piece belonged to someone else, she might have already offered a handsome sum for it, but out of respect for her elders, she refrained from speaking up. By the way, how did you come to know Ruoshui? She asked casually as she resumed her seat. Oh, the financial building where Ruoshui's company is located is part of my holdings, Chen Fan replied. Ruoshui? Xiao Minglan keenly noted this particular detail. The familiarity of the name suggested a level of intimacy. Typically, only close relatives referred to her that way. If it were an outsider, especially a man, Ruoshui would have expressed her displeasure long ago. The ease with which Chen Fan uttered her name indicated that he had done so before, likely with Ruoshui's approval. This revelation intensified Xiao Minglan's suspicions regarding the nature of their relationship. Suddenly, Chen Fan's phone rang. Upon answering, he learned that his Solange private yacht had arrived at the Jiangzhou dock and required his signature for acceptance. All right, I will head over immediately, Chen Fan replied. What's going on? Xiao Minglan's sister, Xiao Meiming, inquired with curiosity. Oh, I have just acquired a small yacht, which has just been delivered, and I need to go to the dock to sign for it, Chen Fan explained. Xia Shui, would you like to accompany us to the dock? Chen Fan inquired politely, serving as a subtle hint for them to take their leave. Sure, Xiao Minglan readily agreed, as she was eager to take a look. A yacht, after all, serves as a reflection of one's financial standing. All right, Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before nodding. He had merely made a courteous suggestion. Typically, people would understand this as a signal to depart. To his surprise, Ruoshui's aunt accepted the invitation outright. Since he was going anyway, taking Xiao Minglan and her aunt along was inconsequential. Subsequently, Chen Fan drove them directly to the dock. In the car, Xiao Minglan speculated about the nature of Chen Fan's yacht. She intended to gauge his financial capacity based on it, which she would later report back to her brother. If it were merely an ordinary yacht worth a few million, perhaps 10 million, it would indicate that Chen Fan's wealth was rather average. Akin to a typical affluent individual from a small town, entirely unqualified to be a son-in-law of the Xiao family. To join their family, one should at least possess a comparable standing. Should Chen Fan's yacht be valued at around 40 to 50 million, it would suggest that he was somewhat financially capable, barely meeting their standards. However, if the yacht's worth exceeded several tens of millions, it would imply that Chen Fan's financial prowess was formidable, rendering him a noteworthy contender for the Xiao family's son-in-law. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at their destination. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, Xiao Minglan and Xiao Meiming beheld a colossal vessel moored there. Ordinary yachts typically measure a few meters, or perhaps 20 meters in length, yet amongst these commonplace private yachts, a nearly 100-meter behemoth stood out, undeniably remarkable. It was impossible for them to overlook it. Even their own Xiao family's private yacht paled in comparison to the grandeur before them. Could such a prestigious private yacht truly exist in the small locale of Jiangzhou? Whose fortune was it, they wondered. Suddenly, a daring hypothesis struck Xiao Minglan's mind. Could this magnificent vessel possibly belong to Chen Fan? Surely not. Chen Fan had mentioned purchasing a small yacht, yet this enormous creation seemed far too grand. No, I must be mistaken, Xiao Minglan shook her head, struggling to believe that such an imposing yacht could belong to Chen Fan. Let's go and see my little yacht, Chen Fan beckoned, leading the way while Xiao Minglan and Xiao Meiming followed behind, their curiosity piqued. In no time, Chen Fan guided them to the front of the colossal yacht. At that moment, several staff members awaited them. Are you Mr. Chen Fan? One of the staff inquired curiously upon seeing him stop before them. Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. Hello, Mr. Chen. Here is your private yacht, Solange. Please sign for it. As the staff spoke, they handed the documents to Chen Fan. Upon hearing their words, Xiao Minglan was utterly astonished, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Chapter 91. The 20th day of severing ties. The revelation that Chen Fan had acquired shares in the top 10 auction company in the south left Xiao Minglan utterly astounded. Her bold speculation had proven to be true. This colossal vessel was indeed the modest yacht Chen Fan had mentioned. How could it possibly be considered small? Moreover, what fortune must one possess to acquire such a magnificent behemoth? Xiao Minglan found herself momentarily at a loss for calculations. Chen Fan accepted the documents and inscribed his name upon them. Subsequently, The staff handed over all paperwork pertaining to the Solange private yacht before departing. At that moment, only Chen Fan, Xia Minglan, and Xia Mingming remained before the illustrious Solange yacht. "Is this truly your private yacht?" Xia Minglan stammered, still grappling with disbelief. Even the most formidable yacht owned by the Xia family paled in comparison to Chen Fan's. "Indeed," Chen Fan affirmed, waving the documents in his hand. "How much did this yacht cost you?" Xia Minglan inquired once more, having initially intended to gauge Chen Fan's financial prowess based on the yacht's value. She had formulated various hypotheses, but now it was evident that her assumptions were entirely misguided. Who could have anticipated that Chen Fan would own such a monumental vessel? "It was merely 12 billion, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. "Merely 12 billion. Both Xia Minglan and Xia Mingming were taken aback. While 12 billion was indeed a trivial sum for their family, it was astonishing to consider that even the wealthiest magnates would rarely part with such a fortune for a private yacht. A yacht, after all, is more a luxury for enjoyment than a mere mode of transportation. To spend 12 billion solely for leisure exemplified an extravagant display of wealth. Moreover, the expenses associated with maintaining a yacht of this caliber far exceeded the initial purchase price. The notion that Chen Fan, for the sake of occasional indulgence, would acquire a $12 billion yacht was a testament to his immense fortune. "Let us board and explore," Chen Fan suggested, leading the way onto his private yacht, the Solange. Xia Mingming and Xia Minglan, still in shock, followed closely behind. Upon stepping aboard, they were greeted by unparalleled opulence. Even Xia Minglan, who had witnessed various extravagant gatherings, found herself momentarily speechless. The lifestyle of the elite truly embodied a realm of excess and indulgence. Xia Minglan, akin to a curious child entering a grand palace, wandered about the Solange, her intrigue unabated. At that moment, she could no longer underestimate Chen Fan. The possession of such a remarkable vessel was a clear testament to his formidable financial standing. "Do not speak of her," upon returning, she informed her brother, who happens to be Xia Ruoshui's father, and he was utterly astonished. "How delightful!" Xia Mingming reclined on the sofa of the private yacht, basking in sheer comfort. Alas, the weather was rather mediocre today. Otherwise, donning a swimsuit and sunbathing here would have been nothing short of perfection. Xia Mingming lamented. "Senior Chen, next time when the weather is fine, I shall invite my sister to join us for sunbathing on your private yacht. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Xia Mingming gazed at Chen Fan with wide, hopeful eyes. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, she approached him and whispered, "My sister will definitely wear a swimsuit too." "Ahem. Am I that kind of person?" Chen Fan replied with utmost seriousness. "So, will you agree, Senior Chen?" Xia Mingming inquired once more. "Of course, I must agree." "Hiki." Xia Mingming smiled mysteriously. Upon returning from her exploration, Xia Minglan looked at Chen Fan with newfound eyes. "By the way, Aunt, Senior Chen is an excellent cook. Let us go to his home for dinner tonight," Xia Mingming suggested. "Is little Chen truly a good cook?" Xia Minglan's eyes brightened. She had no resistance when it came to delicious food. "Indeed, Senior Chen's culinary skills are unparalleled. I have never encountered better, even surpassing many top 5-star hotels." Xia Mingming replied earnestly. "Is it really that impressive?" Xia Minglan expressed skepticism. How could someone so young possess such remarkable culinary prowess? "Senior Chen, my aunt is doubtful. Tonight, let us use exquisite cuisine to win her over." Xia Mingming looked at Chen Fan. At that moment, the system's voice resounded. "Ding! Task issued. Showcase your culinary skills. Task duration, 3 hours. Task reward, 35 ownership of Guangyu Private Detective Agency. Securing complete ownership. Task reward, 54 experience points. This task awarded 35 ownership of Guangyu Private Detective Agency. Once Chen Fan completed the task, he would attain 100 ownership and possess it entirely. Chen Fan nodded. Just in time, Baisheng Group was taking action. And tonight he could discuss strategies with Ruoshui to counter Baisheng Group's moves. In the evening, Xia Ruoshui returned, and the trio of Xia Mingming, Xia Minglan, and Chen Fan gathered at his villa. Chen Fan prepared an extravagant feast. Xia Minglan, somewhat skeptical, took a bite. Instantly, she was rendered speechless. My heavens! Was this the exquisite cuisine she could savor in this world? Mingming was right. Xia Minglan hurriedly sampled several other dishes prepared by Chen Fan and was equally astounded. No wonder even Ruoshui was impressed. Chen Fan was not only affluent, but also possessed extraordinary culinary skills, truly exceptional. Xia Fan, I acknowledge you. Conquered by the culinary delights. Xia Minglan inadvertently let slip her admiration. At this moment, her address for Chen Fan transformed into the more affectionate Xiao Fan. Upon returning home, she would undoubtedly commend Chen Fan in front of her brother. Huh? Aunt, what do you mean? Xia Mingming was taken aback. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Xia Minglan quickly realized her misstep and fervently defended herself. While Xia Mingming brushed it off, Xia Ruoxue, however, sensed something amiss. The system's voice echoed once more. Ding, showcase your culinary skills. Task completed. Congratulations on acquiring 35 ownership of Guangyu Private Detective Agency. Securing complete control over Guangyu Private Detective Agency. Congratulations on obtaining 54 experience points, with the 35 ownership of Guangyu Private Detective Agency secured. Chen Fan now wholly possessed the establishment. In the evening, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue convened to discuss strategies against Baisheng Group. Within 2 days, the Xia Group will resolve this, Xia Ruoxue assured. In 3 days, we will take action and definitively eliminate this major nuisance, Baisheng Group. Agreed. He had long harbored disdain for Baisheng Group, and now he would finally have the opportunity to eradicate it entirely. Subsequently, Xia Ruoxue and the others departed. Although Xia Ruoxue had a general inkling of her aunt's intentions, she refrained from laying it all bare. Such matters were better left unspoken. On the morning of a new day, the system's rewards arrived once again. Ding! On the 20th day of severing ties, reward, 5 ownership of Qianxing Auction Company, one of the top 10 in the South. Chapter 92. 2 phone calls result in a 20 billion loss for the Chen family. Curiously, Chen Fan found himself pondering the reward bestowed upon him by the system today, shares in Qianxing Auction Company, one of the top 10 auction houses in the southern region. He had not previously heard of this company, yet the system's sudden reward suggested its significance. Driven by intrigue, Chen Fan conducted an online investigation into Qianxing Auction Company. Established nearly a decade ago, Qianxing Auction Company specializes in the auctioning of antiques and artworks, boasting numerous auction houses across the nation. In addition to auctions, the company also engages in the collection and trading of antiques and artworks, demonstrating considerable financial strength. Upon realizing the nature of Qianxing's business, Chen Fan experienced a moment of clarity. He recalled an important detail from his earlier research on Chen Capital Group, one of the pillars of the Chen family's enterprises. Notably, over the past few months, Chen Capital Group had made 2 significant investments, one of which was related to the art market. Privately, Chen Capital Group had colluded with the renowned painter Chao Jinshi, embarking on a frenzied campaign to inflate the value of Chao's artworks. In a matter of months, paintings that were once valued at hundreds of thousands had skyrocketed to tens of millions, with some fetching nearly 30 million each. This phenomenon of artificially inflating modern artists' works is not uncommon. Certain contemporary pieces have been known to reach valuations in the hundreds of millions, surpassing even the most treasured antiques. Chen Capital Group continues to pour substantial investments into this venture, aiming to elevate Chao Jinshi's paintings to the multi-million or even billion-dollar range. They have made significant purchases to completely acquire all of Chao's works, ensuring that he can only paint for the Chen family moving forward. Currently, the family has amassed several exquisite pieces by Chao, and the plan is to gradually release these artworks into the market at the opportune moment for substantial profit. According to Chen Fan's research, the total investment by Chen Capital Group to inflate Chao Jinshi's works and secure exclusive rights has already reached around 20 billion. Now that he has acquired shares in Qianxing Auction Company and become a stakeholder, he recognized an opportunity to leverage this situation. It is an open secret in the auction industry that manipulating prices, whether to suppress or elevate the value of artworks, is commonplace. With this in mind, Chen Fan promptly dialed the number of a senior executive from Qianxing Auction Company, requesting their assistance in suppressing the market price of Chao Jinshi's artworks. No problem. The executive readily agreed, assuring him that manipulating the prices of modern artworks is a trivial matter. After concluding this arrangement, Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation. If the price were merely suppressed, Chen Capital Group would incur some losses, but it would not be catastrophic. He heard that this Chao Jinshi's character seemed to be questionable. If he could uncover some scandal about Chao Jinshi and tarnish his reputation, then the investment of 1 to 2 billion from the Chen Capital Group would be rendered a total loss. Chen Fan suddenly recalled that he had acquired 100 ownership of the Guangyu Private Detective Agency, and this Chao Jinshi was indeed from Zhonghai Province. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan promptly contacted the Guangyu Private Detective Agency to investigate Chao Jinshi. Once everything was settled, Chen Fan contentedly put away his phone. The mere act of making 2 phone calls to potentially ruin the Chen Capital Group's investment of 1 to 2 billion was quite satisfying. Chen Fan smiled and went to have a meal. While dining, Chen Fan received an international call. Is this Mr. Chen Fan? I am Mariko Adelaide, a representative from Patek Philippe. I will be arriving this afternoon in Jiangzhou, Zhonghai province, where you are located. Upon answering, he heard fluent English. A representative from Patek Philippe? Recognizing the identity of the caller, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. After waiting for several days, the Patek Philippe personnel had finally arrived. Once he signed the contract, Chen Fan would officially own shares in Patek Philippe and become a shareholder. How could he not be excited? After exchanging pleasantries, the representative inquired about where they would meet in Jiangzhou that afternoon. How about we meet at the Listening Rain Tower to sign the contract? Chen Fan suggested after a moment's thought. Once Mr. Adelaide arrives in Jiangzhou, I will send someone to pick you up. They agreed on the arrangement. Meanwhile, within the Xia group, Xia Minglan sought out Xia Ruoshui again. Ruoshui, you should have guessed my sudden visit to Jiangzhou, right? Xia Minglan began. Last night, she had inadvertently let something slip. Given Ruoshui's intelligence, she had likely pieced it together. After a night of contemplation, Xia Minglan decided to be upfront with her niece. After all, she had a good relationship with Ruoshui, who she had watched grow up. Well, Xia Ruoshui nodded slightly. To be honest, after yesterday's interaction, I am quite satisfied with Chen Fan. I believe he is deserving of becoming our Xia family's son-in-law. Xia Minglan stated. You two seem quite compatible. Hearing her aunt say this, Xia Ruoshui was somewhat surprised, as she had expected her aunt to be there to hinder her. However, I have high hopes for Chen Fan. But if I were to inform your father about him, it might backfire. Xia Minglan expressed her worries. Yesterday afternoon, I saw Chen Fan's yacht valued at over $1 billion, and I was quite impressed. I really liked it, but if I tell your father, he would probably not only disapprove, but also view Chen Fan as a reckless spendthrift. Xia Minglan lamented. Spending over $1 billion on a luxury yacht, the more I think about it, the more it sounds like the actions of a prodigal. Especially for those who have never encountered Chen Fan and are unfamiliar with him, initial impressions can be quite misleading, which is rather unfortunate. Therefore, I wish to inquire. Ruoshui, do you happen to know of any remarkable identities that Chen Fan possesses, preferably one that would astonish even your father, or perhaps a significant enterprise? Xia Minglan asked. She had nearly completed her task and anticipated returning in the next couple of days. However, if upon her return she were to introduce Chen Fan as the owner of a private yacht valued at over $1 billion, and as an exceptional chef, this might not leave a favorable impression with her brother. Consequently, she yearned to uncover a more impressive aspect of Chen Fan's identity. One that would at least earn her brother's respect and improve his initial perception of Chen Fan. An impressive identity? For a moment, Xia Ruoshui could not recall anything. If nothing substantial existed, it would pose a significant problem. Xia Minglan voiced her concerns. How about this? I will visit Chen Fan's home again this evening and see if I can uncover any noteworthy details. If there is no impressive identity to speak of, Ruoshui, you might find yourself in a predicament. Chapter 93. The Patek Philippe shares are finally secured. Who is the frog at the bottom of the well? In the afternoon, within the Listening Rain Pavilion, Chen Fan sat on the first floor, savoring tea while awaiting the arrival of a representative from Patek Philippe. Moments later, a middle-aged man entered the pavilion. Mr. Chen? The man clearly recognized Chen Fan and immediately approached him with courtesy. Who are you? Chen Fan did not recall the individual. Mr. Chen, I am Jiang Maochong, the owner of Ingrong Group. We have met before, the middle-aged man replied politely. Oh, it's Mr. Jiang. Greetings. Chen Fan recalled having encountered him at a previous social gathering. At that moment, several more guests arrived at the Listening Rain Pavilion. Among them was one whom Chen Fan recognized, Qian Bowen, the foremost young heir of the prestigious Qian family in Jiangzhou and a suitor of Xia Ruoshui. At a prior banquet, Qian Bowen had attempted to be Xia Ruoshui's partner, only to be outright rejected as she chose to link arms with Chen Fan instead. Is it you? Upon seeing Chen Fan, Qian Bowen's expression grew somewhat awkward, harboring lingering resentment from their last encounter. Who is he? Inquired a bald, wealthy man who had entered with Qian Bowen, curiosity evident in his tone. He is just a freeloader, Qian Bowen replied with a sneer. Mr. Chen is not a freeloader. He is the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Jiang Maochong interjected, unable to restrain himself. Is this young man truly the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group? The attendees expressed their astonishment. Qian Bowen, momentarily taken aback, felt his pride bruised. He had assumed Chen Fan was merely a dependent, only to discover he possessed genuine clout. Even if he is the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, he remains inconsequential in my eyes, Qian Bowen retorted stubbornly. I am about to meet the eminent entrepreneur of Zhonghai province, Mr. He Xinghua. Our dealings with Mr. He are not something a mere real estate group like Yongtai could fathom. Upon hearing Qian Bowen's boast, his companions eagerly lauded him. Indeed, young Master Qian is the true paragon of youth in Jiangzhou. No one can rival him. Only young Master Qian is worthy to negotiate with Mr. He. He is the undisputed leader of our generation in Jiangzhou. Before they could finish, a Rolls-Royce ghost glided to a stop outside, followed by a refined gentleman striding through the entrance. This man was none other than the renowned entrepreneur of Zhonghai province, He Xinghua. Mr. He, you have arrived. Good day. Mr. He. Upon seeing him, Qian Bowen rushed over, exuding insincere flattery. Greetings, He Xinghua nodded in acknowledgement. Several individuals approached He Xinghua to exchange greetings and make acquaintances. Seizing the moment, Qian Bowen cast a rather smug glance at Chen Fan, as if to convey, do you see? We are not of the same caliber. Even if you are the chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, what of it? I am already negotiating business with prominent entrepreneurs from Zhonghai province. Do you possess such credentials? After a brief hesitation, Qian Bowen suddenly approached Chen Fan and whispered, if I were in your position, I would have the self-awareness to recognize that I am unworthy of President Xia and would distance myself from her. The Qian family of Jiangzhou wielded considerable influence, and Qian Bowen had heard whispers of Xia Ruoshui's affairs, thus fueling his relentless pursuit of her. Naturally, he devised every means to eliminate his rival, Chen Fan. Only a young prodigy like myself, a scion of a prestigious family, is deserving of pursuing President Xia. You are far from qualifying. Chuckling at Qian Bowen's remarks, Chen Fan retorted without hesitation, if I were you, I would take a moment in the restroom to gaze into the mirror and grasp the concept of a frog in a well. What did you say? Qian Bowen fumed, about to retaliate against Chen Fan when the door of Tingyu Tower swung open once more. A group of foreigners, escorted by 2 bodyguards from Jiangzhou Security Group, entered. Boss, Mr. Adelaide, the representative from Patek Philippe, has arrived, announced Chen Fan's associate respectfully. Upon hearing this, everyone in the tea house, including He Xinghua, was left utterly speechless. Patek Philippe representatives. These foreigners were indeed representatives from Patek Philippe. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned towards the Patek Philippe delegation, bewildered by their presence in Jiangzhou. This is our general manager, Chen. The Jiangzhou Security Group personnel introduced to the Patek Philippe representatives. Hello, Mr. Chen. Adelaide stepped forward, extending a hand to Chen Fan with utmost respect. His tone laced with a hint of flattery. How could he not be courteous in the presence of a company stakeholder? Witnessing this, Qian Bowen, He Xinghua, and the others were left in complete shock. What was happening? Why were the esteemed representatives from Patek Philippe trying to ingratiate themselves with Chen Fan? How could this be? Representatives of such a prestigious company actually engaging in flattery? Soon after, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan and the Patek Philippe representatives ascended to the 2nd floor to discuss matters in a private room. Meanwhile, Qian Bowen and He Xinghua stood there, utterly perplexed. Mr. He, shall we follow them to the private room? Qian Bowen suggested after a moment of silence. No, let us wait here for a while. He Xinghua unexpectedly declined. At this moment, He Xinghua displayed a pronounced interest and curiosity towards Chen Fan. He was eager to discern the nature of the conversation between this young man and the representative from Patek Philippe, particularly questioning why such a distinguished delegate from the prestigious brand would be so accommodating towards Chen Fan. Meanwhile, after engaging in dialogue with the Patek Philippe representative for a while, the latter produced 2 contracts, and both parties exchanged signatures. Thus, a formal acquisition of 4 equity in Patek Philippe was successfully secured, with Chen Fan becoming a shareholder in the illustrious company. Due to Adelaide's urgency to return, their conversation was brief before they took their leave. Chen Fan escorted them downstairs, instructing the 2 bodyguards from Jiangzhou Security Group to ensure their safe departure. Following the exit of the Patek Philippe representative, a particular action by He Xinghua left Qian Bowen and others utterly astonished. Chapter 94. Chen Fan takes action. Chen Capital Group faces total loss. Explosive gossip in the astonished gaze of Qian Bowen and others, He Xinghua approached Chen Fan directly, wearing a hint of obsequiousness as he greeted him. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am He Xinghua, and it is a pleasure to meet you. He Xinghua believed that since even a distinguished representative from Patek Philippe treated Chen Fan with such deference, it was only reasonable for him to do the same. However, this gesture appeared seismic to Qian Bowen and the other affluent individuals from Jiangzhou. To them, He Xinghua was a towering figure, untouchable and exalted. Thus, Witnessing such a prominent person being so accommodating to a young man was utterly perplexing. Ah, greetings. In response to He Xinghuai's politeness, Chen Fan offered a courteous reply. Here is my business card. He Xinghuai handed his card to Chen Fan with politeness. Chen Fan glanced at it. Noting the array of titles, Chairman of E Group of Zhonghai Province, Vice President of the Sanfeng Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid I don't have a business card. Chen Fan said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he accepted the card. It seemed like it was time for him to print some cards of his own. That's all right. Could you provide me with a contact number, Mr. Chen? He Xinghuai inquired once more. Also, does Mr. Chen have any special relations with Patek Philippe? Should I make a note of that? The latter question revealed He Xinghuai's true intent. He had laid the groundwork merely to inquire about Chen Fan's affiliation with the esteemed Patek Philippe. There is no special relationship. I am merely a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Chen Fan replied casually. A shareholder of Patek Philippe. He Xinghuai was rendered speechless upon hearing Chen Fan's statement. Not far away, Qian Bowen and others were equally astounded. Particularly, Qian Bowen's mouth fell agape in shock. What did Chen Fan just say? He is a shareholder of Patek Philippe? This is utterly remarkable. Reflecting on his earlier arrogance in front of Chen Fan, advising him to steer clear of Xiao Ruoshui, only to be retorted with the remark that he was a frog at the bottom of a well, Qian Bowen initially thought Chen Fan was simply boastful. Yet, it now appeared that Chen Fan's words held undeniable truth. While he had been fixated on Jiangzhou or Zhonghai province, Chen Fan had already established himself as a shareholder in the world-renowned Patek Philippe. They were not even on the same level. In an instant, Qian Bowen lowered his head. Engulfed in profound embarrassment. Mr. Chen truly is a remarkable young talent, He Xinghuai remarked, swallowing hard, unable to contain his admiration. The affluent individuals from Jiangzhou, who had previously surrounded Qian Bowen, began to approach Chen Fan, eager to curry favor with him. Chen Fan, feeling disinterested in their advances, completed his business, acquired the shares of Patek Philippe, and fabricated a reason to take his leave. In the afternoon, upon returning to his villa, Chen Fan casually placed the documents on the coffee table, preparing to rest for a moment. Suddenly, his phone rang. The personnel from the Guangyu Private Detective Agency have delivered news. Boss, we have uncovered an explosive revelation regarding the painter Chao Jinshi. Once this information circulates, Chao Jinshi will undoubtedly be infamous, leaving a lasting stain on his reputation, said a particularly gossipy member of the agency. Oh, what news? Chen Fan inquired with curiosity. Our team has captured photographs of the 60-year-old Chao Jinshi on a date with a young woman in her 20s at a hotel, reported the detective. Photos of him with a woman in her 20s? Chen Fan was taken aback. This merely suggests that Chao Jinshi, though aged, has a youthful spirit and a penchant for romance. It may stir up a scandal, but it should not be sufficient to obliterate his reputation entirely. If this is all there is, it won't deal a significant blow to the Chen family. Please, don't be hasty, boss. We conducted further investigation into the young woman, and her identity has astonished us, the detective continued. Oh, what is her identity? This young woman is none other than the fiancée of Chao Jinshi's grandson. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. What? In an instant, Chen Fan was rendered speechless. Ah, this. He struggled to articulate his thoughts about Chao Jinshi, feeling a mix of admiration and disbelief. How ruthless. He has even pursued his grandson's fiancée. Chao Jinshi's idol surely cannot be Chao Qinxiang. No, he is far more formidable. After a moment of reflection, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The detective was absolutely correct. If this secret were to be exposed, Chao Jinshi's reputation would indeed be in ruins, leaving a permanent blemish. His artworks would plummet in value, and at that point, the Qin Capital Group's investment of several billion would be utterly wasted. This development was fortuitous for Chen Fan. Immediately expose this news and publish all the evidence. Chen Fan commanded decisively. His actions were also for the sake of Chao Jinshi's grandson, who remained oblivious to the impending storm. Once the news is public, you shall further amplify it and create a buzz on trending platforms. Understood? Understood, boss. The detectives promptly responded, setting their plans into motion. Meanwhile, in the Qin Capital Group, President Qin Jiankai was listening to a report from his subordinates. Qin Jiankai, the third son of the elder Qin, currently helmed the Qin Capital Group. Boss, our promotion of Chao Jinshi's paintings has been remarkably successful. Currently, one of his masterpieces can sell for 30 to 40 million, and with a little luck, it might even reach 50 million, an excited staff member reported, brimming with admiration for the president's brilliant idea. However, this is still far from enough. My goal is to elevate the value of Chao Zhenxi's paintings to 70 or 80 million, or even over 100 million per piece, Chen Jiankai confidently corrected. He was also quite impressed with his own ingenuity for conceiving such a brilliant plan. We have completely acquired all the paintings of Chao Zhenxi. And once we inflate the value of his artwork to tens of millions for each piece, we plan to sell one every 6 months or so. At that point, our profits will double, albeit with a longer time frame. Chen Jiankai had even grander aspirations. He immediately decided to invest an additional 300 million to further promote Chao Zhenxi's art. You must act now. Strike while the iron is hot, Chen Jiankai commanded. Yes, boss, his subordinate promptly responded. In the office, Chen Jiankai envisioned the success of their promotion, picturing himself effortlessly reaping profits that would multiply several times over. The more he pondered, the more pleased he became. If only his father had entrusted him with the task of dealing with that little wretch Chen Fan instead of the fourth brother. With his intellect, he could have reduced Chen Fan to destitution, leaving him to wander the streets. Perhaps even now, Chen Fan would be kneeling before their father, begging for mercy. Alas, his father had never allowed him to take action, which resulted in Chen Fan's continued arrogance. How unfortunate it was that his capabilities remained unrecognized. Chen Jiankai's heart brimmed with regret. Over an hour later, the door to Chen Jiankai's office was abruptly flung open, and a frantic executive rushed in. What on earth is the hurry? Have you gone bankrupt? Chen Jiankai asked impatiently. No, sir, it is you who is facing bankruptcy, the executive replied quietly. To be precise, you are incurring losses. What are you talking about? Chen Jiankai retorted angrily, for he loathed the very notion of losing money. Sir, you should take a look at today's trending news, said the executive, placing a tablet on Chen Jiankai's desk. Chen Jiankai cast a casual glance at it, and in an instant, his expression froze. Chapter 95 The First Major Hemorrhage, The Agonizing Elder Chen. Shocked and appalled, renowned domestic artist Chao Zhenxi has betrayed his grandson's fiancée. Gazing at the headlines trending online, Chen Jiankai felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Upon clicking the trending topic, a video swiftly emerged. It depicted Chao Zhenxi with his grandson's fiancée in a hotel lobby, accompanied by intimate photographs of them kissing. Furthermore, behind these images were also affectionate snapshots of his grandson and his girlfriend. This was irrefutable evidence. Unbelievable. How could someone like old Chao, who has committed such an atrocity, be deemed a celebrated painter in our nation? Such a scoundrel must be condemned. I concur, a beast who spares no one, not even his grandson's girlfriend, is unworthy of our admiration. Even if one of his paintings were to be offered to me at a staggering price of tens of millions, I would refuse it outright. He must be blacklisted. The comments section of the video overflowed with countless netizens, a significant portion advocating for the boycott and banishment of Chao Zhenxi. A chill ran down Chen Jiankai's spine as he exclaimed in alarm. What on earth was happening? He hurriedly inquired. President, we are just as perplexed. An hour ago, this news abruptly surfaced across major websites and video platforms, quickly ascending the trending charts. The senior executives responded helplessly. Fortunately, it has just emerged and has yet to reach the pinnacle of the trending list. If this escalates, it could spell disaster for us. Chen Jiankai spoke in a flurry of panic. He had invested so much to promote Chao Zhenxi, painstakingly establishing his grand persona, only for this scandal to erupt. What are you all still standing there for? Quickly contact the PR team to suppress this trending topic. Ideally, we need it removed entirely. Move, now. Chen Jiankai urgently commanded. Desperate to mitigate the damage. Yes, the company executives promptly sprang into action. Chen Jiankai also began utilizing his resources and connections to suppress the trending topic. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had also caught wind of the trending news. The personnel from Guangyu Private Detective Agency were indeed professionals, disseminating the information across all notable websites and video platforms in the country. Even if Chen Capital Group and Chao Zhenxi managed to suppress the trending topic on one site or platform, the news would still remain on others. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Fan resolved to exacerbate it further. Contemplating, he called the executives at Qiancheng Auction Company, requesting their assistance in amplifying the news, pushing it to the top of the trending list, thus thoroughly tarnishing Chao Zhenxi's reputation. Understood, Mr. Chen, the executives at Qiancheng Auction Company assured him. This is merely another form of promotion, and we are quite adept at it. Given their frequent engagement in promoting various art pieces, their connections in this realm were formidable. Following Chen Fan's directive, the executive from Qiancheng Auction Company immediately set to work. Despite the relentless efforts of the Chen Capital Group, Their attempts to remedy the situation proved futile. In the realm of publicity and trending topics, the Qiancheng auction company effortlessly overshadowed them. Indeed, under Chen Fan's strategic orchestration, the ranking of this trending topic surged rapidly, swiftly claiming the top spot across various platforms and igniting discussions among millions of netizens. The subordinates of Chen Jiankai reported their failure to him. Crash, crash. Enraged, Chen Jiankai violently swept everything off his desk. The reputation of Chao Zhenxi was utterly tarnished, becoming a figure of scorn across the internet. What was once a painting valued at over 10 million, now plummeted to an uncertain worth, possibly even failing to fetch tens of thousands. Quick, bring manager by here. A sudden thought struck Chen Jiankai as he hastily called out. A few minutes later, manager by arrived. What progress have you made on the 300 million investment to promote Chao Zhenxi's work? Chen Jiankai inquired urgently. Rest assured, President, I have made arrangements, and most of the funds have been transferred to those specialized promotional agencies. We should see results soon, manager by replied, oblivious to the trending topic debacle, proudly believing he was delivering satisfactory results. What? Most of the funds have been transferred? You imbecile! Chen Jiankai leapt to his feet, utterly incensed. 300 million, just like that. Vanished. He quickly attempted to contact Chao Zhenxi to hold him accountable, but his calls went unanswered. Not good, President. We just received word that Chao Zhenxi, accompanied by his grandson's girlfriend, has boarded a flight abroad. Another piece of grim news struck. Chao Zhenxi had fled. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiankai was utterly devastated. Thud. He slumped into his chair, as if his very soul had been stripped away. Had Chao Zhenxi remained, there was a chance he could reclaim the 10 billion he had invested to secure him, thereby mitigating some of the losses. But now, with Chao Zhenxi having escaped overseas, retrieving that 10 billion would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Over 20 billion had evaporated just like that, and Chen Jiankai's heart felt as though it were bleeding. This investment had left the Chen Capital Group with nothing. Such disastrous news could not remain hidden from the elder patriarch. Chen Jiankai, filled with dread, had no choice but to call him. What? A loss of over 20 billion at once. Useless. You are utterly worthless. What purpose do you serve? The elder Chen erupted in furious lamentation upon receiving the news. Previously, when Chen Fan had thwarted his aspirations for a coveted project, the elder had indeed been incensed. Yet that incident had merely cost the Chen family some time and effort, with minimal financial loss. However, now, suffering a sudden loss of over 2 billion is indeed a significant hemorrhage, and old Master Chen is tremendously pained by it. You must immediately investigate and uncover who is the mastermind behind Chao Zhenxi's affair. I shall not let the true culprit escape. Old Master Chen bellowed. Yes, father. I will dispatch someone to conduct the investigation at once. Chen Jiankai promptly took action. In the villa at Yujing Mountain, upon seeing the trending news, it became evident that Chao Zhenxi was utterly finished, and the investment of 1 to 2 billion from Chen Capital Group had gone down the drain. Chen Fan's mood lifted considerably. In less than a day, Chen Capital Group had incurred a substantial financial loss. He felt the need to capitalize on this victory and launch the next offensive against Chen Capital Group. With so many projects at Chen Capital Group, which one should he target next? Just as Chen Fan was contemplating, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 96, Severance, Day 21, Reward, the world's finest private jet. Chen Fan opened the door to find Xia Mengmeng and Xia Menglan standing at the threshold, with Xia Menglan preparing to depart in a couple of days. She was eager to uncover the impressive identity of Chen Fan, hoping to speak favorably of him in front of her brother. A good impression from her father would also benefit Chen Fan. Although her intentions were noble, such matters could not be openly discussed. So Xia Menglan pulled Xia Mengmeng along to engage Chen Fan in conversation. She hoped to glean some useful information from him. Once they settled in, Xia Menglan initiated a dialogue with Chen Fan, chatting for quite some time without obtaining the answers she sought. Could it be that Chen Fan truly lacked any significant status? This thought filled her with anxiety. What should she do? She genuinely believed in Chen Fan's potential. After all, he was a perfect match for Ruo Shui. As Xia Menglan sat up slightly and reached for a glass of water on the coffee table, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a document that Chen Fan had casually placed there. Instantly, her eyes widened in disbelief. What had she just seen? Xia Menglan stared at the bilingual title on the document, the acquisition agreement for Patek Philippe. Her heart raced. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Had she truly just seen an acquisition agreement for Patek Philippe? Quickly, she set the glass down and rubbed her eyes vigorously, peering at the extraordinary document once more. only to confirm the inscription, acquisition agreement for Patek Philippe. Gasping in astonishment, Xia Menglan felt momentarily dazed. All she had wished for was to uncover a modest yet impressive facet of Chen Fan's identity or enterprise to present to her brother, thereby leaving a positive impression. But who could have anticipated that she would stumble upon such a remarkable revelation regarding Chen Fan's grand endeavor? Acquiring shares of Patek Philippe. Goodness, what a staggering undertaking. What is this, Xia Fan? Xia Menglan inquired curiously. Oh, that's just a document I retrieved recently and placed on the table, Chen Fan replied, glancing at it. You really acquired shares in Patek Philippe? Xia Menglan asked, astonished. Indeed, Chen Fan affirmed with a gentle nod. What? Senior Chen has acquired shares in Patek Philippe. At that moment, even Xia Mengmeng could hardly contain her excitement. Though she may not have been well-versed in business or corporate matters, she was certainly familiar with luxury items, particularly with Patek Philippe, a premier watch brand. Just last year, she had gifted her father a Patek Philippe watch for his birthday. Little did she expect that Senior Chen had become a shareholder of Patek Philippe, showcasing his remarkable prowess. Xia Mengmeng's situation was already remarkable, let alone that of Xia Menglan. Xia Menglan felt as though she were in a dream. Her astonishment did not stem from the fact that Chen Fan had become a shareholder of the prestigious Patek Philippe company, but rather from the incredible reality that he had successfully acquired shares of the company at this moment in time. It was simply unfathomable. Xia Menglan had heard that due to Patek Philippe's exorbitant prices and exceedingly limited consumer base, the company's market value had always hovered around a mere few hundred billion. However, the crux of the matter was that acquiring shares in Patek Philippe was not merely a matter of wealth. Presently, the shares were firmly held by elite tycoons and influential figures, individuals who were not short of money and would not easily part with their stakes in the company. Otherwise, countless wealthy individuals would have already been vying for a chance to invest. Yet, in such circumstances, Chen Fan had managed to acquire shares in Patek Philippe with apparent ease. His connections and financial prowess were nothing short of extraordinary. Xia Menglan felt a profound shock within her. If she were to convey the news of Chen Fan's acquisition of Patek Philippe shares to her brother, he would undoubtedly be equally astounded. At that moment, Chen Fan would undoubtedly leave a striking first impression on her future father-in-law. With the revelation of Chen Fan's identity, Xia Menglan had achieved her objective. After a brief pause, she and Xia Mengmeng departed. Meanwhile, at Baisheng Group, Kong Baisheng was celebrating their initial victory at home with his son, savoring a drink. Under their offensive, Yongtai Real Estate Group was teetering on the brink. Kong Baisheng felt victory beckoning him. He urged his efforts to accelerate, aiming to dismantle Yongtai Real Estate Group within the next few days. Kong Baisheng instructed his son that this time, they would mobilize the full strength of the company to eradicate Yongtai Real Estate Group and eliminate the troublesome Chen Fan once and for all. Having taken our 500 million, I want that brat Chen Fan to repay us double, Kong Baisheng murmured darkly. Rest assured, father. This time we will strike with full force. Even if Chen Fan grows wings, he will not escape your grasp. Kong Baisheng's son was equally elated, feeling that victory was within reach. On a new day at Xia's group, Xia Ruoxue was secretly preparing for a sudden assault on Baisheng Group. Boss, while this course of action may resolve the troublesome Baisheng Group, we are likely to incur significant losses ourselves, voiced a concerned vice president of Xia's group. As an established enterprise, Baisheng Group's foundation should not be underestimated. Should they truly find themselves in dire straits, they might resort to desperate measures, launching frenzied attacks against them. Such a last-ditch effort could prove formidable. Losses are a part of business. We must accept them, Xia Ruoxue replied with resolute determination. Helping Chen Fan was paramount. Any losses incurred by the company were inconsequential. After all, if Baisheng Group were to fall, it would also be a boon for Xia's group. Seeing the boss's insistence, the vice president found it difficult to continue voicing his objections and could only comply, hastily preparing for the task at hand. At noon, just after Chen Fan finished his class, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! On the 21st day of severing ties, you are rewarded with a private jet akin to that of the world's richest, one Gulfstream G650ER private jet, all necessary procedures for the aircraft's airworthiness certificate, radio license, and route application qualifications have been duly completed. Today's system reward has arrived. A private jet, how intriguing, Chen Fan mused. To be frank, compared to a private yacht, today's awarded private jet is decidedly more practical. In the future, should Chen Fan need to travel to distant locations, possessing a private jet would be exceedingly convenient. In contrast, a private yacht is heavily limited, serving primarily as an object of indulgence. Driven by curiosity, Chen Fan searched for information on the Gulfstream G650ER private jet. The Gulfstream G650ER is one of the premier private jets, boasting the longest range among commercial aircraft, capable of flying 13,890 kilometers. It accommodates 8 passengers and 4 crew members, with interior decor, including the sofas, fully customized. To facilitate passengers' rest, the interior even features a double bed. Furthermore, the Gulfstream G650ER is equipped with an impeccable safety system and emergency rescue equipment. Notably, former world billionaire Bill Gates owns a similar Gulfstream G650ER private jet. The affection of a former world billionaire for this aircraft attests to the Gulfstream G650ER's remarkable status. Armed with this information, Chen Fan's anticipation for his own Gulfstream G650ER private jet grew even stronger. This would be his very first private aircraft. Meanwhile, as Chen Fan delved into the world of private jets in Jiangzhou, within a grand villa, some of Chen Fan's basic information appeared on the desk of a mysterious man. Chapter 97. The Chen family of Jiangzhou takes action. Does Chen Fan dare to offend 2 aristocratic families? Is this the extent of the information regarding the new owner of Guangshan International Golf Course? The enigmatic figure, none other than Chen Fan, the newly appointed head of the prestigious Chen family in Jiangzhou, inquired with curiosity as he examined the sparse document before him. Indeed, his subordinate nodded. Chen Fan, intrigued, began to peruse Chen Fan's profile. To his surprise, he discovered that Chen Fan had once been affiliated with the Chen family, yet had severed all ties with them. Chen Fan was particularly astonished by this revelation. As he continued to read, he noted that the document contained little more than a few lines. It merely stated that Chen Fan was currently the owner of Yongtai Real Estate Group, Wanjiang Pavilion, and Guangshan International Golf Course, with the rest of the information being trivial. Is this all there is? Chen Fan asked, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Having recently assumed leadership of the Chen family, he was eager to expand their influence and increase their assets. Thus, he had set his sights on Jiangzhou's largest golf course, Guangshan International Golf Course. The fact that it had a new proprietor only heightened his sense of opportunity. After dispatching investigators to gather intelligence on the new owner, he felt let down by the brevity of the findings. This Chen Fan evidently held a lowly position within the Chen family, resulting in scant information, much of which was irrelevant. I have compiled all the intelligence, and this is all that is of any value, his subordinate replied helplessly. Very well. Chen Fan conceded. This information will suffice. Make arrangements to contact Chen Fan. I wish to meet with him to discuss the acquisition of Guangshan International Golf Course, he commanded. Understood, head of the family. His subordinate nodded. By the way, should I liaise with the finance department to prepare the necessary funds for the purchase of Guangshan International Golf Course? The subordinate inquired further. That would be prudent. Chen Fan affirmed. The golf course is valued at over $1 billion. Should I instruct finance to ready $5 billion? Is that too much? Chen Fan laughed heartily. Preparing only half of that will suffice. He had no intention of making a conventional purchase of Guangshan International Golf Course. Otherwise, he would not have gone through the trouble of gathering information on Chen Fan. He planned to acquire the golf course for a mere fraction of its worth, nearly a few $100 million. Chen Fan had already severed ties with the Chen family and had become their adversary. At this juncture, would he dare to offend the Chen family? To provoke 2 powerful families simultaneously would be tantamount to courting disaster. Chen Fan believed that when the time came, as long as he articulated his intentions and revealed his identity, Chen Fan would undoubtedly have to sell the Guangshan International Golf Course to him at the lowest possible price. Imploring him to accept the offer, having offended the Chen family, Chen Fan would surely go to great lengths to ingratiate himself with Chen. Understanding this, the family head immediately set his subordinates into action. Meanwhile, within the Chen family, the 4th son, Chen Jinping, had encountered failure in his endeavors, prompting the elder Chen to devise a new strategy against Chen Fan. The deadline set by the Su family of Jinling loomed ever closer. Having failed to take down the formidable Yongtai Real Estate Group previously, the elder Chen had to concede that Chen Fan had indeed matured, unable to target the larger enterprises. The elder Chen resolved to focus on smaller ventures with aspirations to build his way back up. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the property under Chen Fan's name, the Wankai International Hotel. This time, the elder Chen was determined to bring the Wankai International Hotel to its knees. He could hardly believe that he could not dismantle the Yongtai Real Estate Group but would struggle with a mere hotel. Coincidentally, Chen Fan's second daughter, Chen Yi, returned after months of study away from home, Having learned of her father's intentions, she volunteered to take on the task. "Father, just watch. I will not disappoint you," Chen confidently proclaimed. She had already formulated a rough plan to deal with the Wankai International Hotel. "We must close down Chen Fan's establishment swiftly and teach him a lesson. Otherwise, that young scoundrel's arrogance will truly soar," commanded the elder Chen. "Father, rest assured. My studies have yielded significant results. I will make that ungrateful rascal, Chen Fan, regret ever severing ties with our family," Chen assured him repeatedly before setting her plan into motion. In the afternoon, during a course introduction, Chen Fan received a call from Chen Wenjing. "Be cautious. The elder has dispatched Chen Yi, seemingly targeting your Wankai International Hotel," she whispered as the call connected. Chen Fan acknowledged her warning with a nod. After ending the call, he promptly contacted the general manager of the Wankai International Hotel, urging him to remain particularly vigilant in the coming days. "When water rises, we shall build dikes. When soldiers come, we shall deploy our defenses." Furthermore, the Chen family's focus on undermining his hotel would surely divert their attention from the Chun capital group, facilitating his own maneuvers. It was important to note that the Wankai International Hotel was merely an inconspicuous venture for Chen Fan, while the Chun capital group was one of the pillars of the Chun family's enterprise, an incomparable scale. After making the necessary arrangements, Chen Fan drove directly to Jiangzhou Airport, where his private jet, the Gulfstream G650ER, awaited. He was eager to behold his first private aircraft. After a journey of over 40 minutes, Chen Fan arrived at Jiangzhou Airport. Just as he was about to enter the airport, a voice filled with confusion suddenly echoed. Chapter 98. The wealthy Zhu family, awed by Chen Fan's private jet hearing someone call out to him, Chen Fan turned to the side. Not far away, a plump man was waving at him. It was none other than Zhu Hongyi, a close associate of Chen Fan from the prestigious Zhu family of Jiangzhou. At that moment, Zhu Hongyi was accompanied by a stern middle-aged man, his father, Zhu Guangxing, a core member of the Zhu family. The elder patriarch of the Zhu family was over 80 years old and had become too frail, thus the majority of the family's power resided in Zhu Guangxing's hands. He was essentially the acknowledged heir apparent. Upon the passing of the elder patriarch, Zhu Guangxing would immediately ascend to the position of family head. Upon hearing his son refer to the young man ahead as brother, Zhu Guangxing frowned. As the son of the future leader of the Zhu family, how could his son deign to call someone else his subordinate? Zhu Hongyi approached with his father and took the initiative to introduce them. "Father, this is my idol. My acknowledged elder brother, Chen Fan. Elder brother, this is my father." Zhu Guangxing's expression shifted to one of surprise at the mention of Chen Fan's name. "Chen Fan, do you have ties to the illustrious Chen family?" he inquired, perplexed. "Father, elder brother was indeed once part of the Chen family, but he is no longer associated with them." Zhu Hongyi quickly provided a brief explanation to his father. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guangxing felt a deeper unease. Although Chen Fan had severed ties with the Chen family, he had once been a member of that esteemed lineage. His son belonged to the Zhu family, which held comparable strength to that of the Chen family. The fact that his son had chosen to recognize a former member of the Chen family as his elder brother was akin to admitting that the Chen family overshadowed the Zhu family. This was unacceptable. He resolved to have a serious discussion with his son upon returning home. While it was permissible for his son to befriend Chen Fan, being subordinate to him was out of the question. "Elder brother, are you heading out of town?" Zhu Hongyi inquired curiously, having just returned from a trip with his father. "Not quite. I recently purchased a private jet that is currently stationed at Jiangzhou Airport, and I came to take a look," Chen Fan casually replied. Though it was a private jet, it was not as simple as starting a luxury car. Private jets require specialized airports for takeoff, no matter how wealthy one is. It would be impractical to construct an airport solely for the sake of a private aircraft. Consequently, many affluent individuals rent space at various airports to store their private jets, entrusting the airports with their maintenance and inspections, paying a substantial sum annually for this convenience. Chen Fan's private jet would also be managed by Jiangzhou Airport. "A private jet? Elder brother, you bought a private jet? That's impressive," Zhu Hongyi exclaimed in astonishment. Even among the wealthy families of Jiangzhou, most did not possess a private jet. And the Zhu family certainly did not. Beside him, Zhu Guangxin was equally astonished by Chen Fan's words. This young fellow, Chen Fan, had actually managed to acquire a private jet. "Boss, may I come and take a look at your private aircraft? I wish to broaden my horizons," Zhu Hongyi inquired with eager anticipation. Certainly, Chen Fan nodded, appreciating the diligence of his capable subordinate. "Thank you, boss," Zhu Hongyi exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he had never been aboard a private jet before. Chen Fan led the way, with Zhu Hongyi trailing closely behind. Zhu Guangxing hesitated for a moment before following. His curiosity piqued about the model of the jet purchased by this young man. It surely couldn't be anything remarkable. Perhaps just a small private jet valued at a few tens of millions. After all, Chen Fan was quite young, Zhu Guangxing mused internally, noticing his son's childlike excitement. Zhu Guangxing couldn't help but admonish him. Be composed. It's merely a private jet. In a few days, our Zhu family will acquire one as well. As the future head of the Zhu family, you must maintain your dignity. And if we are to buy, it must be one worth over 100 million. Not some cheap model at a few tens of millions. Zhu Guangxing emphasized, unwilling to lose face before a younger generation. A few minutes later, guided by the airport staff, they entered the terminal. From a distance, the staff pointed to a magnificent private jet, proclaiming, "Sir, that is your Gulfstream G650ER." Upon following the staff's indication, the Zhu father and son were left utterly speechless, especially Zhu Guangxing, who was utterly stunned. Initially, he had assumed that Chen Fan's private jet would only be a small model accommodating 2 or 4 passengers, valued at most at a few tens of millions. However, from afar, the jet appeared significantly larger than he had anticipated. Could this young man possess such prowess? What distinguished this private jet? Zhu Guangxing turned to the airport staff for clarification, still skeptical about the merits of Chen Fan's aircraft. "Sir, this private jet is the Gulfstream G650ER. One of the world's premier private jets, equipped with 2 BR-725A1-12 turbofan engines." The staff began to explain with utmost professionalism. The more he listened, the more astonished Zhu Guangxing became. Many of the world's wealthiest individuals and prominent figures owned a Gulfstream G650ER, the most famous being former world billionaire Bill Gates. Finally, the staff added, "This Gulfstream G650ER is the same model as that of the world's richest man." What? This Gulfstream G650ER is of the same caliber as the world's richest man? Zhu Guangxing was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that Chen Fan's private jet would be so extraordinary. To afford such a magnificent aircraft, Chen Fan's financial resources were indeed formidable. Mr. Chen is quite impressive, he thought. Zhu Guangxing, with a sense of reverence, transitioned his address for Chen Fan from Xiao Chen to the more respectful Mr. Chen. The notion of his son serving as a subordinate to Mr. Chen seemed entirely acceptable. Subsequently, Chen Fan boarded his Gulfstream G650ER private jet, thoroughly inspecting its interiors and expressing great satisfaction with the lavish decor. Traveling far afield would now be considerably more convenient. The Zhu father and son then ascended the private jet, utterly awestruck by its opulence. Upon disembarking, Zhu Guangxing took the initiative to exchange contact information with Chen Fan, extending a warm invitation for Mr. Chen to visit their home, emphasizing that he was a distinguished guest of the Zhu family. Zhu Guangxing, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to cultivate a relationship with this remarkable individual. "That sounds agreeable," Chen Fan replied courteously. Following this exchange, he departed, as other matters awaited his attention. As Chen Fan's figure receded, Zhu Guangxing patted his son's shoulder. "Father, what do you think? Is my choice of this leader satisfactory? My judgment is sound." Zhu Hongyi boasted with a hint of pride. Initially, upon meeting the leader, Zhu Hongyi had sensed his father's displeasure. However, the sight of the private jet had dramatically altered that perception. "Indeed, my son, your discernment is commendable," Zhu Guangxing declared with newfound pride. "Make sure to invite Mr. Chen to our home. It would be splendid if our family could befriend him." Zhu Guangxing advised his son earnestly, "You must earnestly build rapport with this leader. At merely 20 years of age, he possesses the means to acquire such a luxurious private jet. His future is boundless. Should he require any assistance from our family, do not hesitate to inform me. Individuals of such immense potential are truly worthy of our respect." "Of course, father," Zhu Hongyi readily affirmed. After leaving the airport, Chen Fan returned home. More than an hour later, while at home, he suddenly received a unique invitation. Chapter 99. A new task, attempting to forcefully acquire Chen Fan's assets at a third of the price. This invitation was extended by the illustrious Chen family of Jiangzhou, expressing their desire to host Chen Fan for dinner at Wanjiang Pavilion, as they wished to discuss certain matters with him. Chen Fan, however, found little interest in this overture. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated. "Ding, task issued. Accept the Chen family's invitation, dine at Wanjiang Pavilion, and ascertain their intentions. Task reward: 8 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. Task reward: 51 experience points." An offer of 8 ownership in Jiangzhou Security Group? Chen Fan's interest was piqued. Although he currently held the position of the primary owner of Jiangzhou Security Group, his status, while significantly elevated, fell short of his ultimate aspirations. Chen Fan's objective was to attain complete control over Jiangzhou's security group, necessitating at least 50 ownership. Presently, he possessed only 27 ownership. Should he fulfill this task, his stake would rise to 35. He was now closer to his goal. With this in mind, he resolved to accept the invitation. After all, it was on his own turf, and he harbored no fears of unforeseen complications. Around 6:30 in the evening, Chen Fan arrived first at the Guangzhou Pavilion restaurant. Moments later, a handsome young man descended, accompanied by a subordinate who had previously gathered information on Chen Fan. This young man was Chen Han, the son of Chen Ran, the head of the Chen family. Young master, why didn't the master come himself? Wasn't he supposed to attend in person? The subordinate inquired, perplexed. He clearly stated he would come, so why send you instead? That fellow Chen Fan is merely in his 20s. Does my father need to personally engage with him? Is he even worthy of my father's presence? Chen Han retorted. In truth, an hour prior, a dilemma had arisen within one of the Chen family's enterprises, prompting Chen Qingnan to intervene directly, leaving no time for him to attend. He had thus dispatched his son in his stead. By the way, where's the money for acquiring Guangshan International Golf Course? Chen Han asked. Young master, it is right here. This card contains 700 million. The subordinate respectfully handed over a bank card to Chen Han. Very well, I will use 400 million to effortlessly secure Guangshan International Golf Course. Chen Han declared with a smile as he grasped the bank card. Though the acquisition fund amounted to 700 million, he intended to claim only 300 million for himself. Was that too much to ask? Nearby, listening to his young master's words, the subordinate couldn't help but reflect. The young master is even more ruthless than the master. The Guangshan International Golf Course, valued at over 10 billion, is set to be acquired for less than half its worth. Yet here, the young master plans to pay not even a third of that. A few minutes later, Chen Han, accompanied by his subordinate, entered a private room to meet Chen Fan. Oh, you arrived quite early, Chen Han remarked condescendingly upon seeing Chen Fan. Today, the Chen family is treating you. Please feel free to order whatever you desire. The bill is on us tonight. Chen Han presented himself with an air of ostentation. Chen Fan picked up the menu and exchanged a few words with the nearby waiter, particularly pointing out the last few items on the beverage section. Upon receiving Chen Fan's instructions, the waiter promptly attended to the order. Before long, the dishes and drinks were served. To be succinct, our Chen family has taken a keen interest in acquiring the Guangshan International Golf Course from you. Chen Han wasted no time in getting straight to the point. Oh? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the Chen family had their sights set on the golf course. What price do you desire? Just name a figure. Chen Han inquired with an air of bravado. How about 3 billion? Chen Fan replied after a moment's contemplation. His estimation of the Guangshan International Golf Course stood at 1.7 billion. Given that the other party was eager to buy rather than sell, a premium was warranted. And he merely suggested a figure slightly less than double the course's value, which he deemed reasonable. What did you say? 3 billion? Why don't you go ahead and rob a bank? Chen Han scoffed dismissively. I'll offer 4 billion for the Guangshan International Golf Course. Chen Fan retorted with a cold smile. 4 billion? Chen Han exclaimed, incredulous. That's not even a third of the course's true value. Who's really robbing whom here? 4 billion is already quite generous, Chen Han replied, swelling with pride. This is the offer from our Chen family. So what if it's from the Chen family? Chen Fan countered defiantly. You've already offended the Chen family and are locked in a bitter feud with them. Do you truly wish to antagonize us, the Chen family, as well? Chen Han boasted. Chen Fan retorted without hesitation. Oh, is your Chen family so formidable? He is not intimidated by the illustrious Su family of Jinling. Why would he fear the mere Chen family of Jiangzhou? What did you say? Chen Han's face flushed with rage at Chen Fan's audacity to question their family's strength. He had not anticipated that by invoking his family name, he would fail to intimidate this young man. Boy, you'd better reconsider. You've already crossed the Chen family. Do you really want to make an enemy of us as well? Do you need me to spell out the consequences of offending two powerful clans? Chen Han threatened. Ah. And what of offending the Chen family? Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Very well. Very good. Chen Han seethed through clenched teeth as he glared at Chen Fan. Just wait for the wrath of the Chen family. With that, he turned to leave. Hold on, Chen Fan suddenly called out. If you wish to depart, settle the bill first. Humph, if it's a purchase, so be it. The Chen family stands by their word. This amount is nothing to us. Chen Han declared with great confidence. Go. Chen Fan signaled to the waiter, who swiftly brought forth the bill. Chen Hanhai casually accepted the bill, glancing at it with indifference. In the next moment, as he beheld the exorbitant sum displayed on the bill, he was left utterly speechless. What on earth is this? Chapter 100. Severing Ties, Day 22, completely securing the Jiangzhou security group with 21,979,010. 52 yuan. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Over 20 million for a single meal? Are you trying to swindle us? Chen Hanhai bellowed. Who could possibly spend over 20 million on a meal? Do you believe I will report you? Chen Hanhai threatened. Feel free to report us. We at Wangjiang Pavilion operate with transparent pricing, Chen Fan calmly replied. Transparent pricing? I find that hard to believe. Wait, what did you say? You are from Wangjiang Pavilion? Chen Hanhai suddenly realized. Indeed, I am the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion, Chen Fan affirmed with a nod. You are the owner? Well, that makes it even more interesting. Chen Hanhai smirked ominously. Let me see how you exploit people with a 20 million meal. With that, Chen Hanhai prepared to use the bill as grounds for his lawsuit against Chen Fan. He began to scrutinize the details of the bill more closely. The earlier dishes seemed quite ordinary, totaling merely a few $100,000. For affluent families like theirs, such a price for a meal was commonplace. However, as he continued to read, his eyes widened in disbelief. 5 bottles of top-tier Romani Conti, 3 bottles of Amarone. The sight of the 20 million yuan worth of wine made Chen Hanhai's vision blur with anger. These wines were among the world's finest and most prestigious. Each bottle worth over $1 million, even several millions. At many wine events, only 1 or 2 such exquisite bottles would be showcased as the grand finale. Yet this time, they had opened more than a dozen. No wonder the total had exceeded 20 million. This was indeed a transparent pricing system, and now, Chen Hanhai realized that even if he wished to sue Wangjiang Pavilion, it would be futile. Time to settle up, young Master Chen. Aren't you wealthy? How can you fail to produce this modest sum? Chen Fan urged. Humph, it's merely over 20 million, a trifling amount. Chen Hanhai gritted his teeth in frustration. This visit not only failed to achieve his objectives but also cost him over 20 million. His heart ached with each passing moment. He could choose to refuse payment, but if word got out, it would tarnish the reputation of the illustrious Chen family. Especially since he had volunteered to cover the expenses for the evening. 20 million is insignificant. Their family's honor is of utmost importance. What infuriated him further was that the owner of Wangjiang Pavilion was Chen Fan, meaning that this substantial sum would ultimately benefit him. How infuriating. In the end, Chen Hanhai begrudgingly surrendered the over 20 million. As he clutched the open bottles of wine, he shot a fierce glare at Chen Fan. You will pay for this. Fuming, Chen Hanhai stormed out. With this transaction, Chen Fan stood to gain at least half of the profit. Please dine alone, having generously gifted oneself over 10 million. This Chen Hanhai is truly commendable, Chen Fan mused. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Accept the invitation from the Shin family to dine at Wangjiang Pavilion. Observe what the Shin family intends to do. Task initiated. Congratulations on acquiring 8 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. The share acquisition contract has been placed in your villa. Please check it. Congratulations on acquiring 51 experience points. The task was completed, and 8 of Jiangzhou Security Group's shares were obtained. Instantly, Chen Fan possessed 35 of Jiangzhou Security Group's shares. He needed just the final 15. One to secure complete control over the company. He hoped the system would not disappoint him. On a new day, in the morning, the system's voice arrived early. Ding on the 22nd day of severing ties. Reward: 10 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. Today's reward had arrived, precisely the 10 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group that Chen Fan had anticipated. With this addition, his ownership soared to 45. He was merely 5, one away from fully acquiring control over Jiangzhou Security Group. Chen Fan felt a twinge of regret. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding, task initiated. Resolve the troubles caused by Chen Yi. Save Wankai International Hotel. Task reward: 10 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group. Task reward: 53 experience points. Ah! Chen Fan exclaimed with sudden delight. This was remarkable. Upon completing this task, he would possess 55 ownership of Jiangzhou Security Group, surpassing his initial goal. The system's task was indeed timely. Simultaneously, in the Chen family, the old master's second daughter, Chen Yi, was making several phone calls in quick succession. How is the situation progressing? Chen Yi inquired. For this endeavor, she had leveraged her connections from her time studying in the metropolis. All is well. We are professionals in forgery. You've paid, and we will certainly ensure your satisfaction. Came the affirmative response from the other end. Very well, commence immediately. By tonight, I want to see Wankai International Hotel transformed into a despised establishment, Jenny commanded. Rest assured. 2 hours later, online, on various video platforms and major websites, several hotel review bloggers simultaneously released new evaluation videos. Shocking. The 5-star hotel, Wankai International Hotel, is utterly dreadful. Wankai International Hotel is filthy, chaotic, and subpar, truly the most atrocious 5-star hotel. Numerous safety and hygiene hazards exist. How has Wankai International Hotel remained operational? And who is its protector? These hotel review bloggers collectively boasted over 10 million followers, and as these videos were released, they immediately sparked fervent discussions online. In a fleeting moment, the Wankai International Hotel became the target of widespread criticism, plunging into a state of crisis.